Chapter 1, Starting Over. Chapter 1, Starting Over. Translator, Hellscythe_. Editor, Hellscythe_. In the dead of night. At Green Bamboo Upper-Class Area, Jinhai City. Shi Feng held a folder of documents as he sat silently on the leather sofa. Gazing at the pool outside through the French window, Shi Feng was filled with both frustration and unwillingness. He was the captain of Shadow, one of Jinhai City's top 4 gaming workshops. He had commanded a guild of tens of thousands of people. Even more, he was Jinhai City's famous expert, he was the sword magician. However, now the only thing he could do was drink away his sorrows inside his home. 10 years, he had spent in gaming. 10 years, he had fought in blood-soaked battles. However, before he could enjoy any of that endless glory, a single document had turned everything into passing smoke. Once it was gone, it was never coming back. Shi Feng never thought his 10 years of effort would just go to waste. He sacrificed so much just for the game, and yet, all he did was pave the way for others to their very end. All of this culminated because he had opposed the decision for Shadow to join the Super Guild, World Dominators. It wasn't even the next day before Manhwa Financial Group gave him their reply. He had to delete his level 200 Sword King, the account he had spent 10 years of blood and sweat on, and to collect his settlement check from the financial department. All he received was 5 million credits and a single mansion. When compared to the established 10 city-states inside the money-generating virtual kingdom, it couldn't even be considered a drop in the ocean. Shi Feng thought about how much he had contributed to Shadow. He thought about how his efforts had turned Manhwa groups into a large financial group. Then, he thought about how they still threw him away, as if he was no different from garbage. Shi Feng swore he would take revenge for their actions. I won't just let this go. At worst, I'll just start over. Shi Feng's eyes flashed with confidence and resolution, his hands tore the termination contract into little pieces. Grabbing the bottle of wine from the tabletop, he gulped down several mouthfuls. Even if he no longer had his Sword King account, even if he no longer had his team's support, the skills and knowledge he obtained from the game would not betray him. As long as his skills remained, he could still rise once more within God's domain. He could rebuild a virtual kingdom of his own. Early morning. The sun had just risen. DI. 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 The phone alarm continuously rang. Shi Feng woke up resentfully. He helplessly reached for his phone by the bedside. The effects from yesterday's drinking still loomed over him. Hey, what's up? Brother Feng, it's me, Blackie. You're still asking what's up? Didn't we agree to become professional gamers? Shadow Workshop is recruiting at our school today. Haven't you always wanted to become Shadow's core member? Shi Feng was slightly confused. Manhwa Financial Group just fired him, so why would he attend Shadow's examination? Brother Feng? Brother Feng? Can you hear me? They are testing at 10 o'clock. If you don't hurry up, you're not gonna make it. Blackie, stop joking around, I just got fired from Shadow. Fired? Brother Feng, how much did you drink yesterday? Even now, you're still not awake. How could you be fired if Shadow hasn't even recruited anybody until now? Alright, just come quickly. Blackie had cut the call before Shi Feng could respond. When Shi Feng looked at his phone in a daze, he discovered that this old and broken down iPhone 6 was not his phone. His phone was the latest iPhone 12. Immediately, Shi Feng inspected his surroundings. What met his eyes was a messy room, no larger than 15 square meters. All around, there were books on gaming strategies. At a corner of the room, above the study table, there was an extremely outdated laptop. Within the wardrobe by the wall, there were clothes messily piled together. Inside the wardrobe, there was a mirror that currently showed a familiar face. Shi Feng jumped up in shock when he saw this extremely familiar face. How have I become young again? Shi Feng immediately walked towards the mirror. Only after looking at the mirror, at the reflection shown on it, over and over, did Shi Feng confirm that he had indeed become young again. He slept in his luxurious and spacious bedroom yesterday, but now he was in this broken down place after waking up. Not only that, he also had become young again. Shi Feng could still recall some memories regarding this place. He had lived here 10 years ago. For over 6 months, Shi Feng rented this place in reluctance, also that he could play God's domain while also attending university. Only after he had earned some money in God's domain had he rented a large condominium. Shi Feng thought back to those arduous years. His family circumstances at that time weren't in good shape. For Shi Feng to attend university, his parents had racked up some debts. Even so, Shi Feng's parents still made sure to send him sufficient living expenses every month, taking on their suffering themselves in return. Shi Feng wholeheartedly wanted to change his family circumstances. However, finding a well-paying job while the streets were filled with university graduates was tremendously hard, so he thought of the highly profitable virtual reality games. Setting professional gamer as his goal, he even bought a virtual gaming helmet, training arduously within the game to improve his skills. During that time, bread and instant noodles became his daily meals. To save money, he had also avoided participating in social gatherings held by his classmates, causing him to become an invisible existence in his class. The boys would look at him with disdain, while the girls would distance themselves from him. Every time Shi Feng went shopping for cup noodles, his wallet would have no more than 10 credits. He did not even dare buy a ham sausage that only cost a single credit. In pity, the female salesperson there had offered him the ham sausage at a discounted price. However, the feeling of his empty wallet made Shi Feng refuse with great reluctance. Is someone playing a prank on me? Shi Feng stared at his younger self through the mirror and at the familiar surroundings. Shi Feng couldn't help but shake his head, denying such a conclusion. Even America, as the world's most developed country, didn't have such rejuvenating technology. Besides, who would play such a joke with a poor old uncle like him? Shi Feng looked at the time on his phone. The 19th of April 2129. Don't tell me I have been reincarnated. Shi Feng's face revealed a bitter smile. He remembered today was the 5th of August, in the year 2139. It couldn't possibly be April of 2129, the year he was still attending university. Shi Feng shook his head, trying to wake himself up. Yet, deep down, he still held onto a thread of hope, wishing that he could be reincarnated, returning to the time 10 years ago. He walked towards the desk, powering up the laptop. Even if the time on his phone could be faked, the information on the internet definitely couldn't. After surfing the web for several minutes, Shi Feng was utterly devastated. All the information he found on the internet showed that today was 19th of April, 2129. Even the highly anticipated official release date of God's domain was clearly displayed on its official site, counting down to 6 days from now, the 25th of April. I really have been reincarnated. Did I really come back to 10 years ago? Shi Feng firmly stared at the news report of God's domain, emotional tears leaking from the corners of his eyes. Shi Feng's feelings were hard to describe at that moment. He felt both regret, sadness, and joy. It was as if everything before him was just a dream. Nonetheless, the chirping of insects and the cold wind blown from the air conditioner told him otherwise, that everything was real. Looking at his phone, at the family photo he took when he entered university, Shi Feng never realized that his parents had white hair. The corners of his mother's eyes even had wrinkles. They were no longer as lively as before, they were truly old now. A year and a half had already passed since God's domain's release when Shi Feng noticed how aged his parents were. The large amounts of debt, excessive laboring, and stress had caused both his parents to fall ill, gravely ill. Curing them required millions of credits, but, during that time, Shi Feng was merely a squad captain in shadow. The money he earned was far from enough to foot such expensive costs. Shi Feng tried everything to collect enough money, yet it was still not enough. Even with trying his all, Shi Feng's parents still left him a few months later. In his previous life, he failed to care for his parents properly. How could he have known of the pain and suffering? After Shi Feng earned millions of credits, this pain remained within Shi Feng's heart for forevermore. Never would he have thought fate would play such a joke on him. He unexpectedly returned to the starting point, starting back up from zero. Great. This is just too great. Har har har. Since I have been reincarnated, I have to change everything. I will earn enough money to cure mom and dad and I will let them live a life without worries. Shi Feng silently swore to himself as he wiped away the tears. Just when Shi Feng was planning for his future, Blackie's call came ringing again, continuously urging Shi Feng to go quickly to the university for the test. Yet, Shi Feng did not rush. He dressed at a relaxed pace, tidying himself up before heading to Jinhai University. He could not be more familiar with Shadow. Shi Feng still remembered. It was while he was still attending university, Manhwa Group's prized son, Lan Hailong, started up Shadow Workshop to enter God's domain. Lan Hailong also invested considerable funding into the recruitment of the student experts of Jinhai University. Shi Feng participated in Shadow's examination at the time, successfully becoming a core member of the workshop, whereas Blackie became an outer member. Shi Feng had been happy for quite some time after that incident. After 3 years of being under the leadership of Shi Feng, Shadow Workshop allowed Manhwa Group to greatly profit from God's domain, quickly becoming a large financial group. However, Shi Feng would never have thought that Lan Hailong would be the one to fire him, personally. Since he had been reincarnated, he had an absolute advantage within God's domain that others did not. Naturally, he would not be joining Shadow to become a tool that profited others. He wanted to walk a different path, a path where he fought not for others, but for himself. He wanted to remove the need for his parents to send him living expenses. He wanted to pay back all the debt they had collected. To do that, he wanted to venture, to start his own workshop, to start his own company, and to build his own virtual kingdom, all to live a better life. As soon as Shi Feng arrived at Teaching Block 1, he caught sight of a thin and tall figure in front of the building. The tanned youth was pacing around the hallway in a panic. This person was Blackie. "Brother Feng, you finally decided to show up. Fortunately, registration hasn't closed yet, so let's hurry in and sign up," Blackie said anxiously after seeing Shi Feng. Shi Feng shook his head, seriously saying, "Blackie, I'm not joining Shadow, I'll be opening my own workshop. Will you join me?" Blackie was someone Shi Feng met in another virtual reality game, and the former had pretty good skills. The two of them had faced many challenges together, and they were no different than true brothers at this point. During their time together working in Shadow, Blackie showed great talent in administration, even though he lacked the talent for gaming. He managed the 100,000 guild members clearly and orderly. If Shi Feng had Blackie's help this time, his plans would be one step further. Yet, he would respect Blackie's decision regardless. It was because Shi Feng had nothing right now, and Blackie's family circumstances were not that well, either. Blackie had only chosen to become a professional gamer and join Shadow to earn some credits for living expenses. Blackie blanked at Shi Feng's words, lowering his head in silence. It was just too sudden. Not only that, the Shi Feng that he saw today felt different. Unlike his usual impatient attitude, Shi Feng currently gave off an unshakable and confident aura. After a full minute, Blackie raised his head to look at Shi Feng. "Brother Feng, stop speaking nonsense. Do you know how much a virtual gaming helmet costs? That's 8,000 credits. You also need at least 6 people to start up a workshop. What about the workplace, salary, and everything else? Just the initial startup funds would require 70 to 80,000. There are also the follow-up investments. That's a lot of credits. Do you have that many credits right now?" Blackie was very aware of Shi Feng's circumstances. He knew Shi Feng's household wasn't well off, so he wanted to persuade Shi Feng away from this sort of crazy thinking. "You're right. Right now, I don't even have the credits for a God's domain virtual gaming helmet." Shi Feng nodded his head in admittance. It was like Blackie said. Even just 70 to 80,000 was considered a small amount. Shi Feng recalled Lan Hailong had spent over 5 million credits for the 100-man workshop he had recruited. He had also spent more in the later stages to upgrade the workshop's quality and strength. Since this is so, rather than take the risk, wouldn't it be safer to join Shadow? At the very least, Shadow can provide us with virtual gaming helmets. Otherwise, forget becoming professional players, we wouldn't even be able to play the game. Seeing that Shi Feng understood the core of the problem, Blackie sighed in relief as he pulled Shi Feng into the teaching block. Shi Feng shook away Blackie's hand, sternly staring at Blackie before saying in a grave tone, "I still plan on starting my own workshop. I don't want to be controlled by others. So, Blackie, will you join me?" Shi Feng would not insist to Blackie since he did not have any guarantees. He also couldn't reveal the secret that he had been reincarnated. He could only hope that Blackie would believe in him. Seeing Shi Feng's serious expression, Blackie felt Shi Feng was acting weird today. This was madness. Everyone knew you couldn't earn money during the initial periods of virtual games. Did Shi Feng have some way to make money in God's domain? Even if they did make money, it would be after a few months. They did not have that much time to waste. After hesitating for quite some time, Blackie reluctantly answered, "I get it. You're the boss. I'll start a workshop together with you, but what about the virtual gaming helmets? We can't play the game without them, right?" Shi Feng's tightened brows immediately relaxed as he happily clapped Blackie's shoulders, saying, "Now this is my good brother. Don't worry about the gaming helmets. I recall that God's domain had a trial period available for university students. Every university has a distribution point and, as long as you show them your student identification, then, for 10 days, you can obtain a gaming helmet for free. Let's go and take a look." "What do we do after 10 days? Blackie's tanned face turned ashen, suddenly feeling his future was pitch black. Why did he have to believe Shi Feng? Could it be Shi Feng's confidence and steadiness? There wouldn't be a problem venturing together with Shi Feng, right? What could you do with 10 days in God's domain? They would definitely miss out on the recruitment period of workshops after 10 days. In the end, they still had to buy the gaming helmet, but where would the money come from? Not even a professional gamer with a group would be able to earn 16,000 credits within 10 days of God's domain's opening. "Leave the money problem to me." Shi Feng revealed a confident smile as he clapped Blackie's shoulders. Earning 16,000 credits in 10 days was indeed a pure fantasy. However, he had his spirit as a reincarnated person. No matter what the challenges were, he would break through them all, and the release of God's domain was the starting point of his rise. Afterward, Shi Feng brought Blackie to retrieve their virtual gaming helmets. He then used all his money to buy 2 large boxes of instant noodles, placing them under his desk in his rented house. They were enough to last him for over 10 days. After briefing Blackie on some things in God's domain, Shi Feng quietly waited for God's domain's opening. 25th of April, 9 p.m. Within the dark and silent room, a few glimmers of light flickered alive. Shi Feng laid on his bed, gently pushing the start button as he closed his eyes. God's domain, here I come. Chapter 2, Sherlock's Request. Chapter 2, Sherlock's Request. To accommodate the majority of players, God's domain could be played while sleeping. Also, their time within the game was different than in reality, where 2 hours within the game was equal to 1 hour in reality. Each day within the game was made up of 48 hours, consisting of 30 hours daytime and 18 hours of night. Not only that, to allow the bulk of working-class people to enjoy the game, nighttime, in reality, was daytime in the game. Shi Feng passed through a multicolored tunnel as soon as he arrived in God's domain, arriving at a solemn golden temple. A female angel with 4 pairs of wings flew towards Shi Feng. She was only about palm-sized. "Hello adventurer, welcome to God's domain. I am the navigation angel, Gabriel. I will be introducing to you the 4 main categories and 12 main jobs. Please choose the job that you like most." With a wave of Gabriel's small hand, an illustration introducing the 12 main jobs appeared in front of Shi Feng. These 12 jobs were categorized into 4 main classes: Warrior, Shield Warrior, Guardian Knight, Berserker. Weapons Specialist, Swordsman, Assassin, Ranger. Healer, Cleric, Druid, Oracle. Mage, Elementalist, Summoner, Cursemancer. Warriors specialized in defending against monsters, weapons specialists focused on physical damage output, healers focused on healing, mags focused on magical damage output. Every job had their own style of battle, which was one of the main selling points of God's domain. In his previous life, Shi Feng picked the swordsman under weapons specialists, and he was even known as the sword magician. Shi Feng had already invested too much in the swordsman job, so naturally, he would not choose any other job. He chose the swordsman class he was familiar with without hesitation. Job selection complete. Please designate a name for your character. Yi Feng. Shi Feng chose the same name he had in his previous life. Naming successful. Do you wish to adjust your appearance? Adjustment rate limited to 15%. Thinking about it for a while, Shi Feng chose to adjust his character's appearance by 15% as to not stand out. With this, nobody could recognize Shi Feng if they saw his character, though it wasn't as handsome as the original. Please select a birthplace in the Star Moon Kingdom. A map that displayed tens of cities belonging to the Star Moon Kingdom appeared in front of Shi Feng. The opening of God's domain was globally synchronized. To accommodate for the hundreds of millions of players, the lands of God's domain were incredibly vast, measuring up to 2 or 3 times of Earth, and the kingdoms within were even more plentiful. However, a player's living area and city, in reality, determined the country they would start in, so players could only choose the cities within the country. White River City. Shi Feng did not plan to choose any other cities, so he chose the White River City that he was most familiar with. White River City was Star Moon Kingdom's 5th-ranked city. It was an important city in the north of Star Moon Kingdom. There were quite a few workshops that chose to develop there to avoid the struggles between large guilds. City confirmed. Player will arrive in Red Leaf Town of White River City in 3 seconds. We wish you happy gaming. The sight before Shi Feng immediately blurred as he was sent away. Red Leaf Town, the buildings that were chaotically arranged there had a similar style to the medieval ages. NPCs filled the bustling streets, making them feel as if it was another world. Shi Feng arrived at the front of a church, his new appearance resembling a penniless swordsman. He currently wore a grey novice leather armor and on his waist hung a novice sword. I still ended up in Red Leaf Town, in the end. Shi Feng smiled faintly as he looked at the familiar sight of the small town, confidence welling up within him. At that moment, many players had started wandering around the town, speaking to NPCs in hopes of obtaining a trail for a quest. There were also quite a few players that went out of the village, going out to the wilderness to kill monsters. Every one of them was carrying out their tasks as if their lives depended on it, and they couldn't help but wish they could split their time in two. Shi Feng didn't pay attention to the other players. With a slight wave and touch of his finger, a player's attribute panel appeared before him. Character, Yi Feng, Human. Affiliated Kingdom, Star Moon. Title, None. Job, Swordsman. Level, 0. HP, 100. Physical attack power, 13. Defense, 4. Attack speed, 3. Movement speed, 4. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 3, Endurance 4, Intelligence 2, Vitality 2. Free attribute points, 4. Weapon Mastery. One-handed sword mastery plus 5, Apprentice rank, increases one-handed sword damage by 5%. Two-handed sword mastery plus 5, Apprentice rank, increases two-handed sword damage by 5%. Free mastery points, 0. Job talent. Swordsman talent 1, sword-related mastery plus 5. Swordsman talent 2, obtain 8 free mastery points every 5 levels. Swordsman talent 3, sword-related skills proficiency increased by 50%. Skills. Chop. Active skill. Requirement, sword. Additional 8 points of damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill level, 1, proficiency 0, 300. Equipment. Swordsman's leather shirt, grey trash. Level 0. Defense plus 2. Durability 10/10. Novice sword, grey trash, one-handed sword. Level 0. Equipment requirement, strength 3. Attack power plus 3. Durability 15/15. Inside his bag, there were 10 pieces of bread and 10 pouches of water. Eating the bread would recover 10 HP per second while drinking water will recover 10 MP per second, and both effects lasted 10 seconds. Every swordsman started with the same attributes, the only difference being the allocation of the free attribute points. Each player could obtain for free attribute points with each increase in level. With each rise in level, the different ways players used these points would result in their own unique style. Strength increases physical attack power and their weight behind each attack. Agility increases attack speed and movement speed. Endurance increases maximum HP and stamina. Intelligence increases magical attack power and maximum MP, and Vitality increases the recovery rate of MP and HP. Every job places emphasis on different attributes. As swordsmen belong to the physical damage jobs, most people would prioritize strength. In his previous life, Shi Feng also made such a choice, adding 2 points to strength, 1 point to endurance, and 1 point to agility for every level. It was a very ordinary and commonplace choice. However, Shi Feng did not plan to do so in this life. Without hesitation, Shi Feng clicked on the plus sign, plus symbol, for agility, placing all for free attribute points into it. Shi Feng's agility increased to 7 points, his attack speed changing to 4 and movement speed to 4. This method of point allocation was something not even assassins, who were widely known for their high agility, would do. They would prioritize strength first, as more damage meant an easier time leveling up. Unfortunately, Shi Feng didn't think that way. For melee jobs, agility was the best choice at the early stages of God's domain. This was kept a secret, only being discovered several weeks after God's domain's opening. When it was finally made known, countless melee players couldn't help but hammer their chests in regret. After adding the attribute points, Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings. Only a while had passed before another large group of players were sent here. Green rhombus-like symbols belonging to players filled the air of the central plaza, blocking out the yellow symbols belonging to NPCs. Such a situation made looking for an NPC an even greater challenge. DI. 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 Shi Feng's voice communication rang, the caller's name showing Black Cloud. It was Blackie calling. Brother Feng, I chose Curseman sir and was sent to Falling Moon Town. Where are you? Now that he had entered God's domain, Blackie was extremely excited, itching to start his journey quickly. I'm in Red Leaf Town, not that far from Falling Moon Town. I'll help you level up, so come to Red Leaf Town. Shi Feng said. Brother Feng, you must be crazy. Do you know how far Falling Moon Town is from Red Leaf Village? The map says that it'll take me 7 hours to get there. I'll fall behind all the other players by a lot if I go there. We should just level up on our own and meet up at White River City after reaching level 10. Blackie nearly coughed out blood in anger. Earning 16,000 credits in 10 days was already madness. Instead of frantically leveling up after entering God's domain, he was asked to waste 7 hours. He wasn't going to do that, even if he was beaten to death. Don't worry. You should just come over. You'll get back the time you waste very quickly. Shi Feng said dully. When Blackie heard Shi Feng's confident tone, he asked excitedly, Brother Feng, could it be that you have a beta tester's information? God's domain had invited quite a few people to test the game before it opened, and these people were called beta testers. These beta testers could get a hold of first-hand information for God's domain and, although changes would be made to the game, the beta testers would most definitely know more than regular players. What do you think? Just hurry over here. Shi Feng answered in a mysterious tone, laughing. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Blackie knew Shi Feng had reliable information, and he couldn't help but get excited, saying, Okay, wait for me Brother Feng, I'll go there right this instant. Ending Blackie's call, Shi Feng walked towards a small dark alley of the town. There were hundreds of NPCs in Red Leaf Town. However, NPCs that gave quests only numbered in the tens, while hidden quests numbered 5, and unique quests numbered only 1. A unique quest would no longer be available once completed by a player. The unique quest in Red Leaf Town was only discovered 2 months after God's domain's opening, and it had caused a sensation throughout the entire White River City the last time. As the quest was unique, the lucky player revealed the method to obtain it, earning the envy of many players. Unfortunately for them, the quest was no longer available, even if they wanted to do it. Of course, Shi Feng wouldn't let this unique quest go in this life. Shi Feng arrived at the dark alley filled with beggars in tattered clothing. The beggars were like wolves discovering fresh meat when they saw Shi Feng walking over, quickly surrounding him as they begged for food. There was once a player who had given these beggars a lot of food. These beggars would ask for items after having their fill, and they would ask for more expensive items after each time. The player had agreed to all their requests, consecutively fulfilling more than 10 of their wishes. Unfortunately, the beggars gave absolutely nothing in return, causing the player to nearly pop a vein, becoming a joke for others. Get lost! Shi Feng yelled as he pulled out his novice sword, causing the powerless beggars to quickly hide away. Shi Feng walked to a corner after the beggars dispersed. A vagrant middle-aged man was lying there. There wasn't much of a difference between the man and the other beggars, but if there were one, it would be the man's unyielding integrity, as he was the only one not begging for food. "Do you need any help, sir?" Shi Feng formally asked the man. "Can you give me some food?" "It's been 5 days since I've last eaten," the male beggar responded. Shi Feng smiled faintly, seriously saying, "Unfortunately, sir, I cannot agree to your wish." A normal person would probably spew blood out in anger if they heard such a reply. However, this beggar merely let out a sigh, no longer saying a word. "However, if you are willing to pay an appropriate price, I can give you the food you need," Shi Feng said. The beggar lifted his head and looked at Shi Feng, his eyes carrying a hint of anticipation as he said, "If I had the money, I would definitely be willing to pay this cost, but right now I have nothing. Although, if you are willing to help me, I will pay you a sufficient price." "Are you willing to help me? May I ask what you want me to do?" Shi Feng questioned. The beggar said seriously, "Please help me kill the mayor of Red Leaf Town, Cross." Even though Red Leaf Town was just a small town, the town mayor was still a level 15 elite. There were also level 25 guards by his side. Aside from that, killing an NPC would result in being arrested. Killing the mayor was, without a doubt, a crazy action, and no player would believe this was a quest, as this was no different than telling players to commit suicide. Nobody would agree to such a damnable request. "All right, I promise you." Shi Feng unhesitatingly agreed with a smile. System, unique quest, Sherlock's request, accepted. Quest details: kill Cross, the mayor of Red Leaf Town, and bring the mayor's insignia back to Sherlock. Players must not exceed level 10. Shi Feng turned around and headed towards the town hall, the place where the mayor was staying, and after receiving the quest. Chapter 3, Lonely Snow. Chapter 3, Lonely Snow. Shi Feng walked on the path towards the town hall, crowded with people. The less than spacious road was filled with players. They were conversing with the NPCs, taking the chance to obtain a quest. Such a scene gave one a feeling of arriving at a market. Unfortunately, it was not an easy task obtaining a quest in God's domain. The main reason being, the NPCs had high intelligence, giving them the capability to hold one-to-one conversations. Also, players must watch what they say or risk being given the cold shoulder by the NPCs. And there was a tide of players as competition. Obtaining an easily found normal quest was truly difficult. After more than 10 minutes since God's domain started, there had yet to be a single player within Red Leaf Town to receive a normal quest. In comparison, Shi Feng's advantage as a reincarnated person was truly great. Not only has he received a quest, but it was a unique quest, albeit a slightly damnable one. However, a unique quest's reward was incredibly generous. Even top-tier players who had played God's domain for a month would drool at the reward of this unique quest. As a person who had been reincarnated, Shi Feng had the experience of leading thousands of people while he was in Shadow Workshop. They had even built 10 city-states. The amount of information on God's domain that was within his grasp far surpassed what the average player knew. It was especially true when it came to strategies on leveling up and earning money. These were the must-have essentials for a workshop with thousands of players to grow in strength. Now that he had been reincarnated and was playing God's domain again, Shi Feng wanted to use this information to accumulate a significant amount of advantages. It was all to build a better foundation for his future development. So naturally, he would not be imitating the average player, wasting hours on the streets just to fight over a single normal quest. Even more so, he would not be emulating those skilled players, using their refined techniques to kill monsters in the wild, because, at this moment, there were probably more players than monsters in the wild. What Shi Feng wanted to do was to avoid these piles of players, hence why he chose the unique quest, which had an absurd difficulty. However, completing this quest required money, something Shi Feng did not have right now. Every player would receive 10 copper coins at the start of the game. Although it was not enough to buy a weapon or equipment, purchasing HP or MP replenishing refreshments was not a problem. When Shi Feng arrived at the front of the two-storied town hall, he was met with a scene of hundreds of people, queuing up into a long line. Regardless of which game it was, the village head or town mayor was unquestionably a target to receive quests from. Naturally, no player would let this chance go. Hey newcomer, queue up if you don't wanna cause a public outrage. From within the queue, a simple and honest-looking male warrior looked at Shi Feng. The warrior held up his hand, pointing towards the back of the line of people. I'm not here to receive a quest. Shi Feng said indifferently as he looked at the long line in front of the town hall. Compared to the other locations, this place had great order and efficiency. Although it would take more time to receive a quest, it was much better than some who could not receive one at all. The male warrior cautiously looked at Shi Feng. Everybody was frantically trying to receive a quest right now, but there was someone who actually said that he wasn't interested towards it. Not even a ghost would believe that. I'm honestly not here to receive a quest. Shi Feng looked at the male warrior. Seeing the person's hostile eyes and how he thought Shi Feng had wanted to jump queue, Shi Feng said with a smile, however, I advise you to receive a quest somewhere else. You'll just be pointlessly waiting here. Why would it be pointless? There were already a few people who came out after receiving a quest. After determining that Shi Feng had no intention to jump queue, the male warrior let out a sigh of relief. He had already been in the queue for over 10 minutes now and he definitely would not want someone to cut in line. However, hearing Shi Feng's firm tone made him curious as to why he would be waiting for nothing. Shi Feng smiled but did not elaborate. Instead, he changed the topic saying, seeing as you're not a bad person, I'll point you towards a brighter path. Kill mobs in the fields. You'll have a better future than remaining here. I'm not going. There are too many monsters in the wild and I can't compete with those other people. This place is still better. The male warrior shook his head. He was not an idiot. At this moment, there were definitely tides of people out in the field area. With just his skills, he probably couldn't even snatch a monster, so he was better off just waiting here. That's because you went to the wrong place. If you go somewhere with few monsters, naturally, there wouldn't be anybody to compete with you. Compared to the areas packed with both players and monsters, the leveling efficiency there is several times better. Not only that, the respawn rate of the monsters there is slow, so a single person could easily handle themselves, Shi Feng said with a smile. Is there really such a place? The male warrior was excited after listening to Shi Feng. He was extremely interested in such a location. He still needed to wait for more than an hour to receive a quest and the rewards he could obtain would only be EXP and some meager amount of money. If he could grind on monsters for an hour unhindered, the EXP he could obtain would far surpass that from the quest. Of course there is. I'll give you a preferential price of 20 coppers if you want to go to such a treasured location. Don't mention EXP, after grinding for a day, the materials you could obtain would earn you more than 40 coppers. If you're lucky, you could make a ton more if a piece of equipment drops. Shi Feng walked closer to the male warrior, whispering into his ears. You're not tricking me, right? The male warrior looked at Shi Feng with hesitation in his eyes. If there was such a treasured location, he could definitely surpass the other players by a lot, but 20 coppers was not a small amount. The monsters in God's domain rarely drop money or equipment, so copper coins were incredibly precious. If you don't believe me, you can pay 10 coppers up front first. You'll know just from trying after you arrive at the spot. If it's true, you can then pay me the other 10 coppers. I'm only telling you this because I see that you're a good person. Just forget it, if you don't believe me. Shi Feng turned and left after saying his piece. Shi Feng wouldn't be doing this if he didn't lack money. At worst, he'll just use some other method to earn money. Just after walking a few steps away, Shi Feng was stopped by the male warrior. Expert, hold on a moment. Let's talk about it, alright. Isn't it just a deposit of 10 coppers? Here, take it. I trust that an expert like you won't trick me. The male warrior revealed an honest smile, resolutely trading 10 coppers to Shi Feng. Seeing your performance, I'll give you a good location. Although this place is slightly far off, there is only a single mage-type level 0 green gnome. It has low defense and a quick respawn rate. Chances are also greater of money dropping. A berserker would be great at killing there. Shi Feng gave the warrior a good grinding location after happily receiving the 10 coppers. The male warrior was relieved when he noticed how familiar Shi Feng was with the wild monsters, even to the degree of knowing the amount of money dropped. He never imagined he would be so fortunate as to meet an expert of God's domain, and not just any expert. Shi Feng might even be a beta tester. The male warrior became even more excited as he thought of this possibility. Brother expert, do you know a location that drops skill books for berserkers? It's really hard to fight against mobs with only a single skill. The male warrior was more fond of Shi Feng now, even treating Shi Feng as his superior. It's fine if you want to know, but it'll cost you 2 silvers, Shi Feng smiled. Who would give out such valuable information after only a short conversation? Shi Feng would not unless there was money involved, of course. The male warrior paled when he heard the price. 2 silvers equaled 200 coppers. Not even the average guild would have that much money. Expert, let's add each other as friends. I'm Lonely Snow. I'll contact you again once I've saved up enough money. The male warrior sent Shi Feng a friend request. All right. Shi Feng accepted Lonely Snow's request. Then I'm off to fight mobs, brother expert. I'll mail you the 10 copper immediately after I've saved up enough. Lonely Snow happily parted with Shi Feng, leaving the long queue and dashing towards the grinding location. Now that Shi Feng had money, he walked towards the fruit stall by the town hall. Boss, how much for this tomato? Shi Feng asked as he held up a ripe, red tomato. Both fruits and vegetables could aid in recovering a player's HP and MP. Their tastes were also quite delicious. The only downside was the bad recovery rate. In normal circumstances, players wouldn't buy them at all, especially during such a period where money was a big problem. Spending money on fruits and vegetables was just wasteful behavior. 2 coppers each. Give me 10 of them. Shi Feng paid the 20 coppers. He walked into the town hall after receiving the 10 tomatoes. Hey newcomer, queue up. Can't you see others are queuing up as well? Swordsman over there, what do you think you're trying to do? Do you know how many people are queuing up behind? The players in the queue became enraged and started criticizing when they saw Shi Feng cutting the line, walking directly towards the town mayor. They would have long since murdered Shi Feng, were it not for the fact that they could be jailed for attacking another player inside the town. Sorry, but I'm really not here to receive a quest. I'm just here to take a look. Shi Feng smiled at the players. He turned to look at the fat town mayor, Cross. Cross, elite, friendly. Level 15. HP 2400. MP 1500. There was not a single player who could beat him at this stage. It was not possible, even with a team. Subsequently, Shi Feng took out a ripe and red tomato, taking a bite out of it. What is this person doing? Hell! He's actually eating a tomato. Each of those costs 2 coppers. Such luxury. The other players could not understand what Shi Feng was trying to do. By coming to the town hall to eat tomatoes, was he trying to show off how rich he was? Halfway through his tomato, Shi Feng suddenly threw it towards town mayor Crossface. The tomato accurately landed on Crossface, spreading bright red liquid all over. System, cross favorability towards you has been decreased by 100 points. Unsatisfied, Shi Feng took out another tomato from his bag, throwing it at Cross. Hypocrite. Fatty. Bloodsucker. You're not fit to be the town mayor. Shi Feng kept cursing as he threw tomatoes, whereas Cross favorability kept decreasing. Cross body turned bright red as tomato juice kept flowing down his body. Adding to his enraged expression, it created an incomparably funny sight. However, nobody within the town hall was laughing. It was exceptionally quiet. All of the players became slack-jawed and dumbfounded at Shi Feng's actions. Just after 20 minutes since God's Domain's opening, there was a player that dared to actually attack an NPC, and not just any NPC, he was attacking the leader of a town, the boss of the beginner's area. This person was insane. Wasn't he afraid of being jailed until his death? Did he no longer want to stay in Red Leaf Town? Even taking your revenge on society shouldn't be done in such a way. Just when the other players were expecting the guards to detain Shi Feng or for the town mayor to kill off Shi Feng in a rage, none of these things actually occurred. None of the players knew that insulting an NPC was not considered an attack. Hence why neither the guards nor Cross attacked Shi Feng. Shi Feng's actions would only lead to the NPC hating him to the bones, and he could forget receiving quests from the NPC in this lifetime. As Shi Feng's last tomato landed on Cross' face, Cross' favorability fell towards hostile. Cross level became question marks and the yellow marker above him quickly turned a crimson red. Damnable insect! I'll send you down to hell! The bright red cross roared loudly as he rushed at Shi Feng. Chapter 4, The Sensation Caused by Death. Chapter 4, The Sensation Caused by Death. Town Mayor Cross' furious roar reverberated throughout the entire town hall. With a high speed, Cross instantly arrived in front of Shi Feng, his fist stretching out towards Shi Feng. The other players were currently reveling in Shi Feng's misfortune, taking the chance to gauge Town Mayor Cross' strength. Cross was a level 15 elite, and a single slap from him was enough to swat the current players to death. However, Shi Feng was foolish to the degree of actually angering the mayor. Not a single person in the entire Red Leaf Town could save him now. He would be jailed until he was on his deathbed, or he would be chased out of Red Leaf Town. However, Shi Feng's surprisingly calm attitude puzzled the other players. Was he already prepared for death? When Cross was about to hit Shi Feng, the stationary Shi Feng finally moved. Like a hunter waiting for his prey, Shi Feng immediately unsheathed his novice sword. With swift motions, he used the sword to defend his body. Pang! Cross' fist landed on the novice sword, sending Shi Feng's entire person flying. Just as Shi Feng was about to fall, he flipped his body, landing steadily on the ground with the flexibility of a cat. However, his HP had instantly decreased by 84, and the novice sword in his grip trembled uncontrollably. The sword's durability had even reduced by 1 point. The weapon would become useless once its durability dropped to 0. Sigh. All the players drew in a cold breath. Seeing Shi Feng's troublemaking, they had initially thought of him as a mere rookie. However, after Shi Feng's recent performance, anybody with a discerning eye could tell he was a very skillful person. Even if Cross had low physical damage as a mage, as a level 15 elite, he could still kill any of the current players in a single strike. Yet, Shi Feng was alive. He had used his weapon to block the attack, reducing the damage to a minimum. He's clearly a mage, and yet his strength and speed are truly shocking. Shi Feng silently marveled as he had looked the lamenting novice sword in his grip. Fortunately, he had added all his points to agility, increasing his attack speed to 4. Otherwise, he would surely be dead by now, having to start his quest all over again. Die, insect! After failing his strike, Cross was further enraged. Suddenly, his clothes were ripped apart, revealing a body covered in pitch-black fur. Cross had turned into a werewolf with sharp fangs. Every player was shocked at this moment. Never would they have thought the mayor was an evil werewolf. Cross arrived at Shi Feng's back in an instant, raising his bright snowy claws and slashing them at Shi Feng's heart. However, Shi Feng revealed a cold grin, even though he only had 16 HP remaining. Cross' claws suddenly stopped. They were only a few centimeters away from dealing with Shi Feng. Unfortunately, Cross was hit by a level 25 guard's charge, entering a fainted state for 1 second. Shi Feng took this chance to quickly move away. Just when Cross was about to rush Shi Feng after awakening, he was interrupted once more by another guard. Both of the guards were level 25 warriors. Although neither of them was elites, the damage they dished out was relatively high. A charge, coupled with a normal attack, had quickly taken 300 HP away from Cross. 2 guards had taken away a total of 600 HP, causing Cross HP to fall to 1700 in an instant. As expected of the guards, their attack power sure is high. Shi Feng chuckled as he looked at Cross' sorry state. Guards were the protectors of the town. They were specialized in protecting the town's civilians and resisting against the invasion of evil beings. At this moment, the mayor had transformed into a werewolf, proof that he was not a human, but a spy for the powers of evil. The guards would naturally not let him go, killing him as if he were no different than the monsters in the wild. On the surface, the conditions of Sherlock's request seemed harsh. In reality, however, players only needed to actively attack the mayor, subsequently surviving the mayor's first strike. Afterward was just smooth sailing. The guards would handle the rest after the mayor revealed his true self. In Shi Feng's previous life, the reason this unique quest could shock the entire White River City was because the Town Mayor was a spy for the forces of evil. This quest had allowed players to have a new perspective towards God's domain. The NPCs were not entirely reliable, as they might be one of the forces of evil in disguise. Simultaneously, the player who completed the quest had shocked everyone with his method of baiting the Town Mayor. The player had racked his brain to complete the quest and, naturally, he wanted to show off his efforts by revealing his strategy. Now, though, it was being taken advantage of by Shi Feng. As such, Cross was now being attacked by the two guards. Although the damage dealt by the guards was very high, Cross' target had never shifted away from Shi Feng. He continuously aimed to kill Shi Feng, but, unfortunately for him, the two guards stuck to him like glue. One of the guards used Bone Crusher, while the other used Thundering Strike, causing Cross' movement speed to plummet. Fortunately, Shi Feng was able to escape death with his 5 points of movement speed. Just like that, Cross over 2000 HP was nearly depleted. When the other players saw Cross dying, many of them started becoming restless. They wanted to land the last strike on the mayor. They did not understand why the guards were attacking Cross instead of Shi Feng but a Town Mayor who was also a level 15 elite. If he died, he would definitely drop some great items. Hiding someplace far away, Shi Feng smiled in disdain in regards to their thoughts. Was the Town Mayor someone they could have ideas about? Although the mayor had become one of the forces of evil, this was only a part of the quest's plot. In the eyes of the other players, the mayor was still in a friendly state. It was not possible to attack the mayor at all. When Cross only had 100 HP remaining, all the other players started moving. All of them simultaneously rushed towards Town Mayor Cross. All of them wanted to give the final strike, snatching away the dropped items. Seeing that Cross was only a hit away from death's door, Shi Feng, too, dashed out. Unfortunately, Cross still died under the guard's blade in the end. Not a single one of the players was able to strike at Cross. Although Shi Feng could attack, he did not want to risk it. After the mayor's death, he immediately took away the mayor's insignia and disappeared into the crowd. NPCs within a city would not yield any EXP or loot if killed. Shi Feng wouldn't even be able to obtain the mayor's insignia were it not for a quest. Crap. The system's bugged. Why can't I attack the mayor? I want to complain. Why didn't the mayor drop anything after death? Some of the rookie players resentfully complained. A level 15 elite had died before their eyes, yet they did not obtain a single advantage. They simply could not accept it. Morin. Don't you know you have a friendly relationship with the NPC? Players can't attack an NPC with a friendly relationship. If you don't even know such common knowledge, why bother playing God's domain? After ridiculing the rookies, the competent players searched for traces of Shi Feng. A player who could kill the Town Mayor in such a way was definitely an expert, someone they should associate with. However, they could not spot Shi Feng, even after looking for a long time. They also did not know his name. They could not help but secretly feel pity. Meanwhile, news of Town Mayor Cross' death spread throughout Red Leaf Village, creating a sensation amongst all the players. At this phase of the game, where players were still worrying over grinding monsters for levels, the leader of a town was toyed to death so simply. This was just too mind-blowing. Not even 30 minutes since God's domain's opening, a news thread appeared on the official site's forums. Mysterious swordsman kills off level 15 elite, Red Leaf Town Mayor. The leader of a town was actually a werewolf in disguise. Exactly what kind of game is God's domain? This news thread instantly caused a sensation amongst the players. It only took a moment for the number of clicks to the page to go past 10 million. Everyone became interested with this mysterious swordsman. Unfortunately, they could not contact the person since nobody knew his name. By now, Shi Feng had already arrived at the dark alley. Mr. Sherlock, this is the mayor's insignia that you requested. Shi Feng passed silver-colored mayor's insignia to the beggar, Sherlock. With the quest's completion, bad news came to both the players who had already received a quest and for those who were currently trying to receive one from the mayor. This was because Cross would not respawn. They would have no place to submit their quest even if it was completed. Red Leaf Town would also no longer have a mayor, though Shi Feng could care less about that. Thank you. Thank you, so much. I have finally attained revenge for my friend. These things should be of help to you. Sherlock passed Shi Feng a delicate little box. Subsequently, Sherlock took the mayor's insignia and left the dark alley. System, unique quest, Sherlock's request, completed. Rewarding 2000 EXP, 20 free mastery points, 1, luxurious ornament box. With a hooah sound, Shi Feng became level 1, and he was only 1000 EXP away from level 2. Shi Feng's level became Red Leaf Town's top 1, only 30 minutes after the start of God's Domain. In normal circumstances, the average player required 1000 EXP to rise to level 1. Such an amount required at least 6 or 7 hours of grinding monsters, as each level 0 monster only gave 3 EXP, time was also needed to look for monsters, to recover, and so on. Factoring in the massive amount of players at the start of the game that was fighting over monsters, taking over 10 hours to arrive at level 1 could be considered average. Why is the unique quest's reward so generous? Was it because I completed it at level 0? Shi Feng became slightly uncertain, but he was still delighted with such rewards. In his previous life, the rewards posted were not as luxurious. Although the amount of EXP was the same, the number of free mastery points was not. The other person only received 10 points for it, as well as a delicate ornament box, while Shi Feng received 20 points and a luxurious ornament box. Free mastery points were extremely precious in God's Domain. Rarely would a quest award 3 to 5 points. This unique quest had awarded 20 points. Hopefully, it won't let me down. Although it isn't a delicate ornament box, it is still the better luxurious ornament box. It should come out. Shi Feng carefully held the ornament box, a nervous gulp coming from his throat. Slowly, he opened the box. Though the EXP and free mastery points were great, what Shi Feng really wanted was the item inside the ornament box. It was an essential item he needed to complete his leveling and money-making plans. It was also a top-tier item that many experts drooled over. Shi Feng would cry to death if something went wrong. Chapter 5, Black Market Challenge. Chapter 5, Black Market Challenge. Translator, Hellscythe_. Editor, Hellscythe_. As the luxurious ornament box slowly opened, a dazzling array of multicolored light burst out from within. Fortunately, Shi Feng was currently standing inside a dark alley. There were no players who would wander over here. Otherwise, such a spectacle would have incited the greed in their hearts and Shi Feng would be killed and robbed. When the glowing brilliance faded, a simple silver necklace and a purple gold ring could be seen lying inside the luxurious ornament box. Carved on the ring's exterior were words resembling the ancient language of elves, and within them stored a tremendous magical power. Fortunately, it is still the ring of gravity. Shi Feng let loose his breath when he saw the appearance of the ring. Carefully, he took the ring out of the box and inspected it. Ring of Gravity, Mysterious Iron rank. Equipment level, 0. Strength +2, Agility +1, Endurance +1. Additional skill, Gravity Liberation. Greatly reduces the gravity acting upon the user. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Great. It's not just bronze rank. After reading the item's introduction, Shi Feng became extremely excited. The situation was far better than he had expected. The equipment in God's Domain was categorized into trash, common, bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic. At the start of the game, players only received trash equipment from the system. This equipment was utterly worthless. At this stage of the game, however, there were no players who possessed common equipment. While you could buy common equipment in large cities, the prices were costly. As for bronze ranked, those were extremely rare and they also came with additional attributes. Mysterious iron equipment, however, only dropped from bosses and, needless to say, they were even more precious. In Shi Feng's previous life, the ring of gravity obtained by the player was only bronze ranked. It gave only an additional 1 point to strength. The skill Gravity Liberation, as well, only lasted for 15 seconds. It was a surprise to Shi Feng that completing the quest at level 0 would earn him a mysterious iron ring of gravity. As for the necklace, it was just a grey item. NPC merchants coveted these items and they were willing to buy them at high prices. After wearing the ring of gravity, Shi Feng added the for-free ability points that came from leveling up all into agility. Shi Feng's agility rose to 12 points, his attack speed to 5 points, and his movement speed to 6 points. He could almost rival a pure agility assassin of the same level now. My agility will reach 20 points after rising to level 3. At that time, I can unlock the hidden basic skill of the agility system. Shi Feng looked at his attribute panel in anticipation. Shi Feng moved his body, feeling it become a lot livelier than before. He wouldn't be in his previous sorry state if he were to face off with Town Mayor Cross, right now. If his agility reached 20 points, the condition of his body would become even greater after activating the basic skill, fast and nimble. He could even rival against those Wulin experts depicted in wuxia novels. Afterward, Shi Feng added 15 of the free mastery points towards his one-handed sword mastery, keeping the remaining 5 points for future use. With his one-handed sword mastery now at a total of 20 points, Shi Feng advanced from apprentice to basic swordsman, and the additional damage dealt by using a one-handed sword increased to 10%. He was still 30 mastery points away from advancing to an intermediate swordsman. Regular attacks were only the basics for a swordsman. If one wanted to become an expert with the sword, skills were a must-have. The more, the better, as this would create more flexibility when in battle, thereby allowing the swordsman to dish out greater damage. Shi Feng was both an expert of the sword and a person who had been reincarnated. Now that he had a special tool such as the Ring of Gravity, he needed a large amount of swordsman skills to display the true potential of a swordsman. He could then level up at a fast pace. Otherwise, it was impossible to increase the efficiency of killing monsters by relying on normal attacks. I recall there being a black market challenge in Red Leaf Town's trade area. Players who cleared the challenge for the first time would be able to obtain a skill book for swordsmen. Most skill books dropped from monsters around levels 3 to 5, and their drop rates were pitifully low. At this stage of the game, there were still no players capable of grinding those monsters. It would be a big waste of time if Shi Feng wanted to obtain the other skill books for swordsmen. He also did not have the time for it. So, the Black Market Challenge was the only way for Shi Feng to quickly obtain a skill book in Red Leaf Town. Trade area of Red Leaf Town. Shops filled both sides of the street. There were pharmacies, smithies, bars and more. It was extremely flourishing, just like a small market. However, the current trade area wasn't as lively as it should be. It hasn't been long since God's Domain started its operation, so most players were busy leveling up instead of enjoying what God's Domain had to offer. As a result, there was only the minority of lifestyle players staying here. They were here to learn auxiliary jobs such as enchanter, forger, pharmacist, chef, engineer, alchemist, etc. Buying herbs at a high price. Contact me directly if you have any. Buying ores, rip-offs can stay away. Sincerely buying high-ranking equipment. Price is negotiable. Willing to pay with credits. Many logistics staffers of workshops and guilds had set up a small stall by the roadside of the trade area. They were mainly here to buy items and equipment. Shi Feng quickly headed towards a 2-storied building without halting. High-ranking gnomes guarded the building, and above the building read Black Market. This place was the dark side of Red Leaf Town, and it was a place of entertainment built by the greedy gnomes. The gnomes' auction house could be seen just after entering the black market. Going down along the basement staircase led to 2 empty fields. One was the battle arena, while the other was the field for the challenge race. At the moment, several players were standing in front of the field. They were receiving the gnomes' challenge. Good luck. You have to succeed this time. Good luck. Stomp those gnomes. A few players were currently cheering with all their might for an assassin player that stood on the field. Their reddened eyes made them look no different than crazed gamblers. The challenge race could be considered a testing grounds for a player's capabilities. Once a player entered the trial grounds, all their attributes would be fixed at 10 points, their skills disabled, and their equipment rendered useless. Within the 30 yards long and 10 yards wide field, players were only allowed to block or dodge the incoming shots from the gnomes' muskets. A victory would ensue once players arrived at the finishing point. The gnomes gave out 3 ranks of challenges: copper prize, silver prize, and gold prize. After a challenge was completed, there would be a 3-day cooldown. There was a fee of 5 coppers for the copper prize, 5 silvers for the silver prize, and 5 gold for the gold prize. Naturally, the higher ranked the challenge, the greater the prize. There was even the chance of obtaining a dark gold equipment. However, if a player obtained the first clear for the challenge in Red Leaf Town, the reward of copper prize may be comparable even to the silver prize. In Shi Feng's previous life, this first clear was obtained by a swordsman named Fiascale, and the person had received a rare skill book for swordsman. After a short while, the assassin on the field was struck. His body lay at the 20 yards mark, still 10 yards away from the final point. Despicable. Just a little bit more. Do you guys still have money? I'll definitely clear it the next time, the male assassin said after reviving from the field. A male cleric shook his head saying, "Boss Stabbing Heart, the 5 of us have already given you all our money. We don't have any more." By the side, Shi Feng shifted his sight towards the assassin. He was shocked after hearing the 2 words, "Stabbing Heart." The person's body was covered in black clothing. He had a short and skinny stature, just like a monkey. Shi Feng could hardly believe that the monkey in front of him was Stabbing Heart, the assassin who ranked at number 10 on Star Moon Kingdom's assassin leaderboard. The assassin named Stabbing Heart shifted his gaze onto Shi Feng. After sizing Shi Feng up, his eyes revealed a gaze as if they had just found prey. With a smile, he walked up to Shi Feng and said, "Nice to meet you, friend. I'm Stabbing Heart, assassin squad leader of the Assassin's Alliance. Lend 5 coppers to me and I'll return 20 coppers to you tomorrow. How about it?" Stabbing Heart was just 10 yards away from the final point this time, so he was unwilling to accept defeat. He had already figured out some of the challenge patterns. He would be able to clear it if given another chance. Hence, he thought of using his guild's name to shock and Shi Feng into lending him 5 coppers. The Assassin's Alliance was a large guild that was well known in the world of virtual gaming. Any veteran gamer would know this name. Someone capable of becoming the squad leader for assassins was definitely a great expert, a figure that was respected by many players. Instead of lending, the average player would definitely just give the 5 coppers to gain some favors. 5 coppers is it? After some thinking, Shi Feng answered, "I can lend you the 5 coppers, but you have to pay back 50 coppers tomorrow." Stabbing Heart was surprised. He was Stabbing Heart, the Assassin's Alliance's famous assassin squad leader. However, Shi Feng's uncourteous reaction was completely different than what he had imagined it would be. Could Shi Feng be a rookie gamer? Seeing Stabbing Heart staying silent, Shi Feng asked, "Still borrowing?" "I'll borrow." Stabbing Heart wanted to weep. Other players would be going, "Expert, expert," when they met him, yet Shi Feng showed no such reaction. However, when he thought about the bountiful reward awaiting him, even 50 coppers was worth it. "Here's 5 coppers. Let's add each other as friends. Don't forget to return 50 coppers to me tomorrow." Shi Feng took 5 coppers out of the 60 he obtained from selling the necklace, not forgetting to remind Stabbing Heart to return the 50 coppers. With tears flowing down his face, Stabbing Heart received the 5 coppers and said, "Fine. I won't forget." Not knowing what Stabbing Heart was thinking, Shi Feng walked away after the trade was completed. He headed towards the green-skinned gnome who was the challenge race's administrator. "Sir, time is money. What business do you have?" The gnome administrator said so in a lofty tone. "I want to enter the copper prize challenge," Shi Feng said as he handed over 5 coppers. After flipping the copper coins a few times, the gnome nodded his head in approval. He opened the wooden door to the challenge race, allowing Shi Feng to enter. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new challenger on the field. Please let us welcome this brave swordsman," the gnome loudly announced. "Boss Stabbing Heart, the kid that lent you money is participating in the challenge race," the male cleric pointed out. The resting Stabbing Heart laughingly said, "That kid's just a rookie. Does he think the challenge race is so easy?" Even though the distance is only 30 yards, the gnome's attack pattern will change after you get past 15 yards and their attack rates greatly increase. Not to mention, even I have difficulty facing them. That's for sure. Even an expert such as Boss Stabbing Heart could only reach 20 yards. I'm guessing that kid will, at most, reach 5 yards before being done in. The male cleric nodded with a smile. Inside the field, the three gnomes standing at the finishing line readied their muskets, aiming them towards Shi Feng. Above the challenge field, the timer started counting down. Challenge start. Chapter 6, Stunning Skills. Chapter 6, Stunning Skills. The instant the countdown ended, Shi Feng's body leaned forward and his legs bent. Just like a leopard, he dashed away from the starting line with explosive force. Shio! By the time the muskets had started ringing and shooting towards the starting line, Shi Feng was already 3 yards away. Subsequently, another volley of musket shots rang out, a total of 6 bullets shot towards Shi Feng's path. Several green lines indicating the trajectory of the bullets covered Shi Feng's body. Shi Feng would become a sieve if his reactions were not keen. Just as the bullets were about to hit, Shi Feng dodged to the right with a sidestep. He rushed forward once more, after avoiding the second volley of shots. Bullet casings fell to the ground consistently as the three gnomes continued to aim and shoot. However, Shi Feng avoided them with the vigor of a leopard, every single time. The way he stayed a step ahead of the bullets made it seem as if he had control over them. It can't be. He's already at the 10-yard mark. Seeing Shi Feng taking less than 5 seconds to reach the 10-yard mark, the male cleric couldn't help but be shocked. It was only a half of Stabbing Heart's time. Stabbing Heart became speechless by the side. He silently watched Shi Feng's advance. He had originally thought of Shi Feng as a fresh noob, someone that he didn't know of and someone that came to the challenge race for fun. Yet, the speed and accuracy Shi Feng just displayed were like a veteran who had tempered himself for countless years on the challenge race. Every move of his was straightforward and efficient, something a rookie definitely couldn't pull off. Even Stabbing Heart himself, after going through the challenge several times, felt he couldn't do any better. Stabbing Heart had the pride of an expert. He did not think that Shi Feng could be stronger than he was. He explained, with such nimbleness, maybe this rookie is an athlete or someone who trained in martial arts. However, the gnomes will change their attack patterns after he goes past 15 yards. He won't be able to hold it by that time. You're right, boss. If it's someone that isn't known to our Assassin's Alliance, he definitely isn't an expert. He'll surely be shocked once he reaches 15 yards. Then, he'll turn into a beehive. Right. After 15 yards, the number of bullets fired will be 12. The target would also no longer be focused on the player himself. Instead, it'll cover a wide area. Dodging to either side won't be an option. The other members of Assassin's Alliance voiced their agreements. They, too, had already witnessed such a scene before, 7 to 8 times, at that. Stabbing Heart passed 15 yards on his first challenge. In the subsequent challenges, however, his furthest distance was 20 yards. The difficulty after 15 yards was clear to behold. He went past 15 yards, an Assassin's Alliance member commented. Stabbing Heart and the others quickly focused their sights on Shi Feng, wanting to see Shi Feng's performance. On the field, the three gnomes became enraged once Shi Feng stepped past the 15-yard line. They no longer aimed as they fired their muskets with wild abandon. Suddenly, the bullet trajectory indicators within Shi Feng's sight covered a large area. There were only 3 bullets that would hit Shi Feng. However, it was game over if even a single bullet hit its mark. Finally, showing your shameless behavior, eh? Shi Feng revealed an indifferent smile. Unsheathing his novice sword, Shi Feng used it to greet the bullets. In his previous life, Shi Feng was always busy with work and leveling up as the captain of Shadow. He had no time to play the challenge race. However, he had seen it quite a few times, so he still had a clear understanding of the challenge race. He knew the gnomes would change their attack patterns after the 15-yard line. The 15-yard distance of the Black Market's challenge race was a bar that tested a player's operating skills. Only those who passed it could be considered to have entry-level operating skills. However, a majority of the players required 2 or 3 months before being able to reach this level. A minority took a month. There were only a scant few experts capable of passing it in one try. Stabbing Heart was one of those few experts. 3 bullets were about to hit Shi Feng's head, chest, and arm, 3 locations. As expected, this kid's no good. The bullets are too numerous and too spread out. He's already forgotten to dodge them. He's even dashing ahead like an idiot. Stabbing Heart knew it was foolishness when he saw Shi Feng rushing towards the bullets. Did he think the challenge would continue if he were just shot by 1 or 2 bullets? Right this moment, Shi Feng's head shifted. He waved his novice sword, creating a white streak of light. Pang! A spark was created. Shi Feng had waved the novice sword just at the right spot, effortlessly hitting the bullet that aimed at his chest. The threat of the 3 bullets was simply resolved by Shi Feng. He had, once more, advanced another section of the distance. Yet, the 3 gnomes did not stop firing. Their muskets in their hands were like machine guns, firing volley after volley of bullets. Within an instant, Shi Feng faced off with another 5 bullets. There were also bullets all around that prevented him from dodging. Dang! 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 Shi Feng swiftly moved his body while waving his sword to deflect the unavoidable bullets. As the bullets passed by his body, his ears could even hear the air being split. Only 3 seconds went by and Shi Feng had passed through the 20-yard mark. He was only 10 yards away from the finishing point. Crap. Boss, who is this kid? He actually used his sword to block the bullets. The male cleric widened his eyes in surprise. Shi Feng had given him an indescribable sense of shock. Although the bullet trajectories were indicated, accurately blocking them was easier said than done. Such an action required extreme precision and skill to carry out. Not to mention, the margin of error allowed was a damnable one. Stabbing Heart suddenly became speechless. Deflecting bullets with a weapon was like walking on a thread of wire high up in the sky. A single misstep would send you plunging into the abyss. As if he was enjoying it, Shi Feng blocked the oncoming bullets over and over. Whereas, the bullets seemed to have a life of their own, intentionally avoiding Shi Feng's body as they flew past. Boss, that swordsman has run past 25 yards. He'll definitely pass the finish line at this rate. The male cleric's heart became a chaotic mess as he watched Shi Feng dance forward, sparks occasionally flashing in front of his body. I have eyes. I don't need you to remind me. Stabbing Heart said in annoyance. He was deeply drawn in by Shi Feng's actions. The moment Shi Feng went past 25 yards. Die, challenger. One of the gnomes at the finish line laughed. The gnome took out an automatic musket, sending a wave of bullets towards Shi Feng. Suddenly, the number of bullets increased to 24. Not only that, their distance from Shi Feng was a mere 5 yards. It was an unavoidable distance for players. Hell! This is cheating! Stabbing Heart unwillingly shouted. The other players became extremely nervous when they saw the scene and they couldn't help but curse at the shamelessness of the gnomes. Facing the hail of bullets, Shi Feng quickly turned grave. Although he had known about the second change at the 25-yard mark, even he would panic in the face of so many bullets. Shi Feng bent his knees, leaping forward like a leopard. He darted headfirst towards the area with the least amount of bullets, reducing the surface area of his body that would come into contact with the bullets. Following which, he madly waved the novice sword, simultaneously creating 4 streaks of white light. Pang! 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 After a series of sparks, Shi Feng's body passed through the storm of bullets. The moment his body was about to make contact with the ground, his free arm pressed downwards. Shi Feng quickly stood up with all his might, rushing past the finish line like a bolt of lightning. Total time spent, 14 seconds. Estimated record time of 18 seconds for copper prize broken. I'm really not used to this soft and weak body, Shi Feng slightly lamented after passing through the finish line. If he was over level 100, with his body's constitution, he could easily carry out the 4 simultaneous sword slashes with great ease. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. This swordsman has passed the challenge. The gnome administrator announced loudly. System, player was the first to pass the copper challenge and break the record. Rewarding player with 1 silver coin and swordsman skill, Thundering Flash. It can't be. It actually gave out the super rare skill, Thundering Flash. This is a skill that even a swordsman over level 100 can't get. Shi Feng thought he was hallucinating. However, he was shocked when he saw the Thundering Flash skill book inside his bag. Thundering Flash, action type. Requires, sword. Rapidly send out 3 sword lights to 10, x 2 yards forward. Each hit will cause 130% damage and also give a damage amplification effect, amplifying the damage of your following attacks by 20% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Without a second thought, Shi Feng clicked and learned the skill. Swordsman was a job that mainly focused on dealing damage to single targets. It didn't have many powerful AoE skills. Thundering Flash was one of the few powerful AoE skills a swordsman possessed. If it were learned during the early periods, it would definitely create a huge gap from the other. Swordsman. After learning Thundering Flash, Shi Feng started to feel himself gaining the makings of a swordsman. You guys continue playing, I'll be leaving first. Don't forget my 50 coppers. Shi Feng looked towards the dumbfounded Stabbing Heart, leaving the black market after calling out to them. Stabbing Heart indifferently nodded his head. Boss, he's gone. He took away the prize, as well. Should we chase after him? The male cleric asked. Stabbing Heart's shock gradually faded after Shi Feng left. He stared at the male cleric, scolding, "Are you an idiot? We'll be lucky if we have time to even curry up to such an expert swordsman. Making enemies of him? Are you courting death? Not good. I have to tell this to guild leader. Luckily, I added him as a friend. Is he called Yi Feng? I can't believe I've never heard of such an expert. Could he be some sword expert in disguise?" Stabbing Heart acknowledged that he could not pass the challenge in such a magnificent way. Especially the last bout after the 25-yard mark, that was just cheating. It was impossible for players to block or dodge. Yet, Shi Feng had done it. At the trade area, Shi Feng met with Potion Master Kevin. He spent 120 coppers purchasing 20, exploding berry, instantly shrinking his wealth down to 30 coppers. However, he still spent it, all to level at the speed of a rocket. Shi Feng took the exploding berries and left Red Leaf Town, running westward. At that moment, all players were at level 0, and all of them were killing level 0 monsters around Red Leaf Town. There were also a few with good techniques killing level 1 baby wolves in a party. A warrior tanking at the front and a damage dealer and healer behind, fighting together in an orderly manner. Although the EXP was shared between several people, the efficiency was a lot higher and there were fewer competitors. However, Shi Feng did not plan to compete with these people. Passing through the level 1 monster area, followed by the level 3 monster area, Shi Feng headed straight towards Red Leaf Forest, a level 5 monster area. There were no players who would go there. There were still no players who dared to challenge level 5 monsters at this stage of the game. Not only was there the suppression due to the difference in levels, but there was also the significant disparity in HP and attack power. A level 5 monster could easily steamroll over a level 1 player. Even a 6-man party was no match for a level 5 monster. There was a heavy penalty whenever a player died. Not only would they lose an entire level's worth of EXP, but their skill proficiency would also be decreased. There were simply no players who would take the risk. Otherwise, hours of their hard-earned EXP and proficiency would become pointless. Chapter 7, Leveling with Ease. Chapter 7, Leveling with Ease. Red Leaf Forest was made up of beautiful maple trees. Level 5 monsters roamed around the woods. To a player below level 3, this was a restricted area. Shi Feng, as well, was no match for these level 5 monsters, even though he had reached level 1. However, Shi Feng ran into the Red Leaf Forest without hesitation. Cautiously, he advanced towards the inner reaches of the forest. Level 5 forest wolves could be seen patrolling around the woods from time to time. Shi Feng was currently just level 1. If he did not stay a sufficient distance away from them, the forest wolf's sensitive nose would smell him out. A level 5 forest wolf had 400 HP. It also had high attack power. It would only take 2 bites from the wolf for Shi Feng's 120 HP to meet its end. Shi Feng's only option was to stealthily avoid the forest wolves, taking a big DT around them. Aside from the forest wolves, Shi Feng also met with adorable bear cubs. The little cubs fumbled and tumbled around on the grassy plains, giving an innocent and cute look. However, they were still level 5 monsters, and they were hated by melee players. This was because of their high HP and defense, making a fight with the cubs very exhausting. As Shi Feng used a tree to root past a bear cub, he heard a wolf's howl coming from behind him. Damn! A wolf den! As calm as Shi Feng was, he still couldn't help but call out. In his previous life, many players came in parties to the Red Leaf Forest. Most of them were level 4 or 5. Aside from grinding a large number of monsters, the main reason players came here was because of the bountiful loot. Skill books, leatherworking materials, and equipment were such examples. There were also a large amount of herbs and ore that were attainable in the forest. However, a single mishap could still cause a party wipe in the Red Leaf Forest. One of the dangers that caused such situations were wolf dens. A wolf den was hidden and hard to notice. If players did not pay close attention, a pack of forest wolves would pounce forth once the players entered the wolf den's area of alertness. If less, there would be 3 to 5 wolves, if more, 6 to 8. It was a party wipe trap. Shi Feng's luck was bad. All at once, 7 forest wolves rushed out of the den. The meat on Shi Feng's body wasn't enough for them to share. The speed of the forest wolves was fast, but Shi Feng wasn't slow either. With his attribute points all going into agility, his movement speed was at 6 points. He was still a level 1 swordsman, in the end. Even if he was a pure agility 1, his speed was still a notch slower than the forest wolves. Seeing the wolves catching up, Shi Feng stopped caring as he activated the life-saving skill, Gravity Liberation. Shi Feng suddenly felt his body becoming as light as a feather. His speed increased by a massive leap, easily shaking off the forest wolves behind him. In the end, a common monster was still a common one. They gave up after chasing past a set area, allowing Shi Feng to keep his life. After running for over 10 minutes, Shi Feng arrived at a range of mountains and hills. Several mountains stood over 100 meters, located in the central region of Red Leaf Forest. The top of the mountains was surrounded by clouds and mist, creating a scene of immortal lands. Finally arrived. Shi Feng looked towards the towering mountain and its surroundings. Discovering a waterfall, he walked towards it. In his previous life, players were mostly over level 20, so their attributes were naturally high. They could do much more than they could while they were low-leveled. Many loved exploring the myriad of places in God's domain. The central region of Red Leaf Forest was one of the famous places, so Shadow Workshop had sent a small party of assassins to investigate. Never would they have thought to find a treasure mountain there. On one of the mountains, they discovered many items, rare ore, herbs, and even treasure chests. At the peak of the mountain, there was a secret silver treasure chest. There were many secretive places in the wild of God's domain. Most of these places housed treasure chests, awaiting to be discovered by players. The items within treasure chests varied considerably, ranging from copper coins to dark gold equipment. The quality of treasure chests could be categorized into common, bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold. However, even the loot from a common treasure chest could rival the drops of elite monsters. Not to even mention how good the loot from a secret silver treasure chest could be. This secret silver treasure box quickly allowed Shadow to become a well-known workshop in White River City. This allowed Shadow to amass quite a fortune during the initial periods of the game. More than just equipment, the secret silver treasure chest had a secret recipe for pharmaceutics and a forging design. In God's domain, the drop rate of pharmaceutical recipes was not even 10,000 to 1, it was even lower for a forging design. You could create bronze-ranked equipment using forging designs, something sorely needed by players. With it, making money would become a simple task. Shi Feng's plan to earn 16,000 credits within 10 days all depended on the design. So naturally, he wouldn't be leaving it for Shadow Workshop. However, low-level players without 40 agility were unable to activate the hidden basic ability, Flying Steps. Without it, they had no way of climbing the rocky mountain. There were also no paths that led up the mountain, leaving rock climbing as the only option. Although Shi Feng did not have 40 points in agility, he had the Ring of Gravity. He could still climb the mountain after activating it. Shi Feng easily scaled up the mountain after activating Gravity Liberation. He was already 5 meters up after a few moments. When Gravity Liberation had 5 seconds remaining, Shi Feng found an empty spot of land to rest while waiting for Gravity Liberation's cooldown. Not long after Shi Feng sat down, the rock wall suddenly shook. A rock giant appeared with bursts of roaring. Rock Giant, Common Monster. Level 5. HP 550. That was quick. Shi Feng had long since been ready when he saw the rock giant walking over. He took out an explosive berry from his bag and threw it towards the rock giant's feet. Sticky orange-colored juice erupted all over the ground. As a level 5 monster, the rock giant had extremely high attack power, HP, and defense. However, it had low attack speed and reaction time. Its body's turn rate was even slower. A player only needed 20 points in agility to easily toy with the rock giant. There were plenty of assassins who loved dealing with such dumb monsters. They could easily be killed without wasting a single HP. Although Shi Feng did not have 20 agility, he had the explosive berries. Each had an effective area of 3x3 yards, reducing movement speed by 30%, and turn rate by 70% for 1 minute. It was a godly tool used to counter dumb monsters. 2 months after God's Domain started, a lot of players would use such a method to kill high-leveled monsters that were slow-moving. However, such slow-moving monsters existed in limited numbers in God's Domain, so grinding on them for quick levels was not possible. The rock giant's speed sharply reduced after being hit by the explosive berry. Shi Feng pulled out his novice sword and rushed towards the rock giant's back, chopping down at it. Above the rock giant's head, 3 points of damage appeared. It was a hardly mentionable damage when compared to its 550 HP. The rock giant also regenerated 1% of its HP every 5 seconds, that was 5.5 HP every 5 seconds. It was very challenging to kill it within a minute. The rock giant tried to turn around when Shi Feng attacked it. However, its body's turn rate was slow, to begin with. Now that there was an extra 70% speed reduction, it was just abominably slow. Shi Feng attacked it twice more, following up with another chop, causing a series of -3, -3, -6 to appear. The effect of chop was not that great due to the level suppression. However, because the rock giant was for levels higher, there was an additional bonus towards skill proficiency. Coupled with one of the swordsman's natural talents, a single usage had increased chop's SP by 3 points. This was an absolute location for raising skill proficiency. After much trouble, the rock giant turned around to face off against Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng did not give it any chance, quickly circling to its back where he continued attacking. Thundering flash. Suddenly, a single sword light caused for damage, followed by another that dealt 5 damage, and the last one that dealt 7 damage. After all 3 streaks of thunder hit its mark, Thundering Flash's SP increased by 3 points. Another few slashes followed. A series of -4, -4, -4 damage was dealt. Though each strike only had an increase of 1 damage, the totaled up damage would still be great. Although the effect of Thundering Flash lasted only for 15 seconds, it had greatly increased the speed of killing the rock giant. The battle could be ended within a single minute now, saving up a precious explosive berry. Even if the rock giant had high HP and attack, it was no different than a practice dummy if it couldn't land a hit on Shi Feng. It was just giving Shi Feng EXP and SP. Skill proficiency could not be increased just by using the skill. When using it on a monster of the same level, there was a 20% chance to increase it by 1 point. For monsters of a higher level, there was a 40% chance if it was 1 level higher, 70% for 2 levels, 100% for 3 levels, 150% for 4 levels, and 200% for 5 levels. The maximum limit was 200%. Now that Shi Feng was killing a level 5 rock giant, his SP increased several times the rate of others. Not even a full minute had gone by before the rock giant finally fell. System: Level 5 rock giant killed. Level difference of 4. EXP obtained increased by 400%. Obtained 120 EXP. Shi Feng's EXP bar increased by a chunk. He was now 880 EXP away from level 2. That meant he needed to kill another 8 rock giants to reach level 2. These mountains in the central region were a great place for leveling up and looking for treasure. Unfortunately, 2 months had passed before people discovered them. Shi Feng searched the rock giant's body after killing it, obtaining a bronze ore. It was a material used to make bronze equipment. He also acquired a piece of hard stone. Subsequently, Shi Feng searched around the empty land. A few moments later he found a rare herb called 100 Souls Flower. It was one of the core materials used to make basic regeneration potion. Just as he got close to it, another rock giant spawned. Shi Feng threw out another explosive berry. Thundering flash. Chop. In just a short moment, Shi Feng obtained another hard stone, 120 EXP and a large amount of SP. Shi Feng continued climbing up when the cooldown finished on the Ring of Gravity. On his way up, he searched for rare herbs while killing rock giants. Following the fall of the 8th rock giant, Shi Feng became level 2. He added all his points into agility, letting it reach 16 points. He was just 4 points away from unlocking fast and nimble. The SP for Chop has also reached 300 points, raising the skill to level 2. The next level required 600 SP. The skill now increased damage by 12 points, and its cooldown was reduced by 1 second. The other players would go crazy if they found out about Shi Feng's leveling speed. Just going from level 0 to level 1 required more than a handful of hours. As for going from level 1 to 2, at the very least, doing so would require 7 or 8 hours. Shi Feng spent less than 20 minutes to reach level 2. His leveling speed was like a rocket launching. Shi Feng walked towards a dead rock giant and searched it. Seems like my luck isn't bad at all. It even dropped equipment. Shi Feng discovered a piece of cloth armor, though he was somewhat disappointed. Gorgeous cloth shirt, common equipment. Level 4. Defense plus 3. Mana plus 10. Durability 20/20. God's domain had just started operating. The drop rate of equipment was extremely low. Common equipment was extremely rare, especially a level for common equipment. There was definitely someone who would buy it at a high price. Shi Feng placed the equipment into his bag. Just as he was about to continue upwards, he suddenly noticed a cave not far ahead. When he walked over to check, Shi Feng's heart rate quickened. Shi Feng spotted a huge rock giant sleeping within the cave. Its entire body was made up of silvery rocks, different from the normal grey-colored ones. Shrews, Special Elite. Level 6. HP 900. Special elites were a lot stronger than normal elites. A regular elite monster could decimate a 6-man party of the same level. However, a special elite required 12 players of the same level to deal with, maybe even 15 players. That meant shrews required 15 level 6 players working together to kill. However, Shi Feng rushed ahead without hesitation. He used Thundering Flash immediately, causing ray after ray of thunder to cut across Shrew's huge body. Damages of -1, -2, -3 appeared above Shrew's head. Chapter 8, Killing Shrews. Chapter 8, Killing Shrews. Even though the damage dealt by Shi Feng was negligible, Shrews still woke up from his deep slumber. Anybody would be enraged when they were abruptly awoken. "I'll flatten you, puny human!" Shrews bellowed. The entire cave shook as Shrews stood. With giant strides, Shrews walked towards Shi Feng. Not giving Shrews any chance, Shi Feng took out an explosive berry and tossed it in front of Shrew's path. Speed was always a rock giant's weakness. There was no exception even for a special elite. Shrews only had a larger size, a stronger attack, and more attack methods. Though his movement speed and attack speed were slightly faster, under the slowing effects of the explosive berry, he was still as slow as a turtle. On the other hand, Shi Feng's movement speed and attack speed were very fast due to his 16 agility. Shi Feng immediately circled to Shrew's back and began his fierce assault. A series of damages appeared above Shrew's head. They were followed by another chop that dealt 6 damage. It had to be said, Shrew's had a frightening defense. Even with the amplified damage from Thundering Flash, a level 2 chop had only dealt 6 damage. A level 1 chop would probably only deal 4 damage. Shrews only turned around after receiving a series of attacks. It lifted its mountain-sized foot and stomped down, towards Shi Feng. As a reincarnated person, Shi Feng had experienced countless battles in God's domain. He did not have a thread of panic in him when facing against Shrews. With a step, Shi Feng nimbly evaded towards Shrew's back, avoiding Shrew's sluggish attack. Shi Feng then followed up with a series of mad cuts. When 5 seconds passed, Shrews regenerated 18 HP, leaving him with a remainder of 886 HP. Half of Shi Feng's efforts had gone to waste within an instant. Compared to common ones, elite monsters or above would regenerate 2% of their HP every 5 seconds during battle. Shrews had 900 HP, so it was 18 HP every 5 seconds. This regeneration had exceeded the damage Shi Feng could deal using normal attacks. Even so, Shi Feng still calmly waved his sword, continuously reaping away Shrews' HP. An average player would have already given up when seeing such high HP and regeneration. Shi Feng would not, though. 16 points of agility allowed Shi Feng to avoid an attack with ease. His high attack speed also allowed the damage he dealt to mitigate Shrews' regeneration completely. However, killing Shrews required a lot of time. It was very dull, just avoiding and madly attacking. Dealing out strong attacks was very tiring, both physically and mentally. With each passing second, Shrews' HP continually fell. 15 seconds later. Once Thundering Flash's amplifying effect disappeared, the damage Shi Feng caused sharply reduced. Each strike of his sword only dealt 1 damage, and chop only took away 4 HP from Shrews. Shi Feng immediately fell into a bitter battle. Another 5 seconds passed, and Shrews once more regenerated 18 HP. However, Shi Feng only dealt 17 damage within that 5 seconds. It wasn't even enough to even make up for Shrews' regeneration. Shi Feng wrinkled his brows. As expected, it was hard to kill off Shrews. It was just a pointless endeavor without sufficient damage. Do I give up? Just as Shi Feng was thinking so. I want to flatten you. Shrews roared as he stomped his foot. Suddenly, the entire cave shook. Sharp stalactites fell from the cave ceiling one after another, covering the entire cave. It even has a party wipe skill. Seeing the bad situation, Shi Feng moved quickly away from Shrews' side, dodging the falling stalactites. The stalactites continuously fell in great numbers. Their speed was quick as well. If a party came into this cramped space, there wouldn't be any place to dodge. They would definitely be party wiped. If it weren't for his nimble body and the somewhat spacious area, Shi Feng would be hard-pressed to avoid these falling rocks. Shrews revealed an exhausted expression after finishing his skill. Shi Feng's eyes shone, he quickly rushed ahead. Thundering Flash. Chop. Suddenly, a series of terrifying damages were caused. Fatigue state. It was a period of weakness that appeared after a boss used a powerful skill. In this state, the boss would have both its attack and defense greatly reduced. With this fatigue state, Shi Feng could see the hope of killing Shrews. Shi Feng took the chance to attack even more fervently. Each sword strike took away 4 HP while Shrews was under both states of fatigue and damage amplification. During this weakened period, Shrews' regeneration also fell to 1%. By the time Shrews returned to his normal state, Shi Feng had already taken away 15% of Shrews' HP. The subsequent battle was filled with persistence. Shi Feng would repeatedly attack to make up for Shrews' regeneration. Every 30 seconds, he would deal a burst of damage with Thundering Flash. Following which, he would await Shrews' use of his big move. This party wipe skill was a nightmare to player parties. To Shi Feng, however, it was a chance. As expected, Shrews would again use his big move after a period of time. Shi Feng took this chance to take away 16% of Shrews' HP. Time passed bit by bit. After using 5 explosive berries, Shrews had 32% HP remaining. When Shrews activated his big move once more, Shi Feng took away another 16% of his HP. Shrews was quickly left with 16% HP remaining. Just as Shrews' HP fell to 15%, a sudden change occurred. Shrews' body continuously shrunk, his attack and defense reducing as well. However, his movement speed and attack speed kept increasing. This change was very disadvantageous to Shi Feng. Although the explosive berry was still in effect, Shrews' attacks were becoming faster. He had nearly landed a hit on Shi Feng. Shi Feng was just level 2. Even if Shrews' attack power had reduced, a single hit was enough to end Shi Feng. If Shi Feng died, he would lose a level and a lot of skill proficiency. It was not something he wished to see happen. Fight. A cold glint flashed through Shi Feng's eyes as he activated gravity liberation. Suddenly, dodging became relaxing. It was impossible to easily give up on a special elite with only 15% HP remaining. Shi Feng continued to circle and madly hack his sword at shrews. Every hit dealt 3 damage, slowly reducing Shrew's HP. Gravity liberation's duration became shorter and shorter. When there were only 7 seconds left, Shrew still had 5% of his HP. Shi Feng would definitely be one-shotted as soon as gravity liberation ended. Quick! 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 Shi Feng's eyes turned blood red as his sword strikes became faster and faster. Just as Shrew's had only 10 HP remaining, gravity liberation ended. Shi Feng's speed dropped sharply. A cold, human-like grin appeared on Shrew's face as he smashed his boulder-like fist down on Shi Feng. Die! The cooldown of Thundering Flash finally finished. Thundering Flash! In an instant, 3 streaks of light passed through Shrew's body. Shrew's final 10 HP was taken away. Boom! Shrew's turned into a pile of rubble. System, Special Elite, Shrew's killed. Level difference of 4. EXP obtained increased by 400%. Obtained 940 EXP. Shi Feng's experience bar abruptly rose by 27%, pushing him a big step closer towards level 3. After killing off Shrew's, Shi Feng searched around in the pile of rubble. The drops of a special elite were far better than a normal elite. Shi Feng obtained an equipment, a skill book, and 16 coppers. The rewards for challenging higher levels sure are good. Even a bronze shield dropped. I can definitely sell it for a high price. It would be great if I could grind it a few more times. Shi Feng looked at the blue cross-shaped shield in his hands. He could already imagine how the guilds would be willing to pay a high price for the shield. Rock Iron Shield, Bronze rank. Equipment requirement, Strength 8. Equipment level, 5. Defense plus 21. Defense rate 23%. Strength plus 2, Endurance plus 4. HP plus 30. The shield could be considered high quality with such attributes. When equipped, the shield would greatly increase defense. HP would also be increased by 110 points, this was equivalent to 1/3 of a level 5 warrior class HP. Using it to dive into level 5 dungeons was more than enough. It could even be used to dive into level 8 dungeons. The skill book was a good one as well. It was a skill that could be used by all melee jobs, parry. It required a melee weapon to be used. It could block a single attack that came from the front, and it had a cooldown of 30 seconds. Parry was a popular skill among all melee jobs. It was a must-learn skill for warrior classes. The skill had a low drop rate, and it was almost never seen being sold on the market, as it was a life-saving skill. You could activate it at a crucial moment, and it might even help you through a crisis. It was especially true when battling against a boss. If the healers could not keep up, then you could use parry to block an attack, giving the healers more time to heal you. Taking a look at skill, Shi Feng decided to learn it. Although he could get a better price if he sold the skill book together with the shield, the action was no different than killing the chicken to get the egg. It was something Shi Feng wouldn't do. Shi Feng continued climbing upwards after killing Shrew's. The bronze shield was worth only a meager amount of money. The real fortune was the secret silver treasure chest. Shi Feng only had 4 explosive berries remaining. However, he was not even a third of the distance to the peak. It was also very easy to meet up with a monster at the resting points. This caused Shi Feng to choose his path more carefully. Half an hour later. After cautiously advancing the entire way up, Shi Feng was finally at the peak of the mountain. The visibility at the top was very poor with all the white clouds and mist. Shi Feng could only see 20 yards in front of him. On his way up, Shi Feng had used all 4 of the remaining explosive berries on rock giants. If another monster appeared, Shi Feng could only give up and start all over again. Just as Shi Feng walked ahead a few steps, a few blurry shadows could be seen up ahead. At this moment, an emergency notification came from the system. System, player has discovered the Lost Lands. Activated hidden quest, Past Glory. Temporarily disabled players' communications to the outside world. Unable to leave the map until quest is completed. Crap, those assassins lied. Shi Feng silently cursed. Those assassins had undoubtedly kept hidden some information. The situation at the mountain peak was entirely different from what the assassins reported. Chapter 9, Might of 8000. Chapter 9, Might of 8000. Although the lies of those assassins angered Shi Feng, he had to remain calm in facing this unknown situation. Even members of a workshop would have their own selfish motives. They would definitely hide some of their important discoveries, silently empowering themselves and making a fortune. There were plenty of such people in a workshop. Be they outer members or core members, after some time, there were always some exceptionally strong people who suddenly appeared, their social statuses abruptly rising. Shi Feng was one such example. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to turn from a core member into the workshop's captain. They only told others about seeing a secret silver treasure chest after coming to the Lost Lands and nothing else. There is definitely something more important than secret silver treasure chest. Is it this hidden quest? Shi Feng called out the system's quest panel, Hidden Quest of the Lost Lands, Past Glory. Aside from the name, there was no other information about the quest. Shi Feng did not even know what he had to do. Is it a region-activated quest? With his 10 years of experience in God's domain, Shi Feng quickly discovered the essence of hidden quests. There were some quests with special characteristics in God's domain. They were only triggered in certain areas. Not only that, these quests did not provide any information. Players were required to search for it themselves. After the quest was completed, it would no longer be triggered again, even if another player came to this place. It could be called as a special kind of unique quest. At the same time, it was a quest filled with extreme danger. Searching for the method to complete the quest in an unknown region also meant dealing with the unknown monsters of the region. For such special quests, the region's monsters were usually several levels higher compared to the surrounding areas. An average player had no chance in completing the quest. There were 6 assassins over level 20 that came to this place last time. The quest was also triggered in this region with level 5 monsters, so the assassins could complete the quest. There's no point in bothering. Since I can't get out, I might as well look around. At worst I'll just die and be sent back to the town. Shi Feng advanced in large strides after thinking it through. A few moments after walking through the mists, Shi Feng spotted a few blurry figures up ahead. It was a city. A city which had been abandoned ages ago. All around, there were ruined houses. Judging from the size of the city and the magnificence of the buildings, it seemed this city once flourished. It was even more prosperous and brilliant than White River City. However, this flourishing city did not have even a shadow of a person now. Shi Feng silently entered the city. He observed the surroundings while looking for clues about his quest. Looking through a city that could fit millions was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hours quickly went by. After searching through tens of streets and hundreds of houses, Shi Feng had yet to find a single clue for his quest. God's domain had just started. It was the best time to widen the gap with others, yet Shi Feng had wasted hours exploring this place. There were plenty of players who had already reached level 1, but Shi Feng was still paused at 34% of level 2. Shi Feng hesitated. Should he continue looking for clues to the quest, or should he just end himself here and revive back at the town? I'll look for another hour. If it's still no good, then I'll return to the town. Shi Feng laid down a time frame for himself. Although quests like these were precious, he did not have that much time to waste. He still had a ton of quests he could do. There was no need to waste away in this place. Time slowly passed by, bit by bit. Shi Feng arrived at the central tower of the city. This place was once a sacred ground for mags. It was the best place to learn magic. Now, however, it was irreparably ruined. Even the magic crystal at the tower's peak had shattered. Shi Feng went up the tower. He stood in the tower's observatory, filling his eyes with the city's scenery. Shi Feng would have slowly savored the sight were he not in a rush. After taking a look around, he still did not find any special locations. Just as Shi Feng was about to leave, young adventurer, welcome to the city in the sky. A white-bearded, old man suddenly appeared. The old man's voice was filled with vicissitudes and wisdom. The sudden appearance of the old man shocked Shi Feng into a jump. He had even thought the old man was some monster that had appeared. However, he let loose a breath after noticing the yellow indicator above the old man. City in the sky. Shi Feng became shocked when he thought of this well-known city of God's domain. City in the sky, the name of this city had once shaken the entire continent of God's domain. There were countless legendary jobs in this city. There was even the famous demigod-ranked sword saint, Ultir. It was a city which was even feared by gods themselves. Unfortunately, the city had fallen during the Third God's War, becoming a regret of God's domain. Respectful elder, is there anything I can help you with? Shi Feng smiled and asked in a formal tone. Help. The white-bearded elder shook his head, smiling as he said, No, I don't need any help. I imagine you wish to become stronger. I can help you with that, but are you willing to accept a test of mine? Of course, I'm willing to receive your test. Shi Feng felt relieved. The trail to the quest, past glory, was here. He didn't have to die back to town, losing both levels and SP. The elder nodded his head in satisfaction, gravely saying, I'll give you 3 choices. The first one is the normal difficulty. After you pass it you'll get a mysterious iron treasure chest. The second one is the hard difficulty, where you'll get a secret silver treasure chest. In addition, you can get additional rewards depending on your rate of completion. The third option is the hell difficulty, where you'll be rewarded a fine gold treasure chest. You'll also receive additional rewards depending on your rate of completion. Young adventurer, which do you choose? 3 choices. Each harder than the other, and each more attractive than the other. The 6 assassins who were over level 20 had chosen the hard difficulty. They returned with the secret silver treasure chest but chose to hide the additional reward. This meant that the additional reward was even better than the secret silver treasure chest. After some thought about it, Shi Feng decided to bravely challenge it. A person who had been reincarnated should have courage. Respected elder, I choose the hell difficulty. Shi Feng was confident he could manage this difficulty. If he could complete it, then it would have a great effect on his future developments. Har har har. Young people sure are full of energy. I truly admire you, but be sure not to regret your choice. The elder disappeared after his hearty laughter. System, quest, past glory, accepted. Face off against 1000 monsters of the same level. Considered passed after killing 500 monsters. Time limit of 4 hours. Quest failure penalty, all attributes permanently reduced by 10 points. Attributes are the essence of a job. If Shi Feng's attributes were all reduced by 10 points, then he was as good as crippled. This penalty sure is ruthless. Shi Feng's scalp started itching as he looked at the countless spectre warriors appearing below the tower. The countdown started. There were 5 seconds remaining before the monsters attacked. Spectre warrior, common monster. Level 2. HP 230. Fighting against one of them would be easy. Against an ocean of them, however, even Shi Feng would start to panic. Rushing in was just plain suicide. Shi Feng would quickly become surrounded and killed. The only choice was to fight the monsters one by one. Shi Feng had a wealth of experience in battling. He quickly ran down the tower and stood at the staircase. The stairs only allowed 2 monsters to pass through at a time, so it was the best place to attack from. Shi Feng would be able to clear this quest so long as he guarded the staircase. Once the 5 seconds were up, every single spectre warrior rushed the tower with wild abandon. However, the staircase was too narrow. As a result, they were blocking each other. Shi Feng only had to face 2 spectre warriors at a time. With regards to the warriors' attacks, Shi Feng could dodge them with relative ease. Thundering flash, chop. 3 streaks of light flashed across, instantly causing a high damage of 60 to all spectre warriors within a 2 by 10-yard area. The chop that followed dealt 33 damage. Within an instant, the first spectre warrior had only half of its HP remaining, whereas the tens of others behind had lost a quarter of their HP. Previously, Shi Feng faced off against high-leveled monsters with very high defense. The effects of thundering flash and chop were both greatly reduced. Now that Shi Feng was facing monsters of the same level, thundering flash could vividly display its prowess as a powerful AoE damaging skill. With thundering flash's damage amplification effect, Shi Feng only needed 5 strikes from his sword to finish off the first spectre warrior. In order to increase his killing speed, Shi Feng activated gravity liberation to increase his attack speed. Coupled with the damage amplification, each warrior only needed 3 seconds to be dealt with. Unfortunately, the Spectre warriors did not give any experience. Instead, skill proficiency had a 100% chance to increase by 1 point. With every death of a Spectre warrior, Shi Feng's SP continuously increased. Shi Feng became very happy after seeing such a sight. The elderly NPC probably had not imagined that a level 2 swordsman would possess such a powerful AoE skill. With such a skill, Shi Feng feared crowd tactics the least. Shi Feng could also easily dodge attacks in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Other players would have most likely failed the quest, yet Shi Feng was able to complete it with perfection. After 2 hours had gone by, Thundering Flash had reached level 2 after its SP increased to 300 points. The skill's damage increased from 130% to 135%, and its cooldown reduced from 30 seconds to 28 seconds. Chop's SP had also increased to 426,600. It would reach level 3 with just a little more. Shi Feng's monster grinding speed increased once more after Thundering Flash reached level 2. The Spectre warriors fell in batches. When there were only 20 over warriors remaining, there was still an hour and a half remaining for the quest. With another use of Thundering Flash, the last remaining 20 Spectre warriors fell as well. Not bad. Here's your reward, youngster. The elder appeared once more with a chuckle. Looking at Shi Feng, the elder took out a fine gold treasure chest and a pitch-black longsword. System, quest, past glory, completed. Rewarding 1 fine gold treasure chest, 1 magic weapon, job related. Obtain title, Might of 8000. Might of 8000, title. When this title is in use, allies in a 30-yard radius will receive an attribute increase of 10%. Simultaneously, title user will obtain an additional effect of strength +5 and endurance +5. I've given you your reward. You can go now. The old man waved his hand after finishing his piece. Shi Feng's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes once more, he was back in the plaza of Red Leaf Town. DI. 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 Shi Feng's system communication continuously rang. Blackie was contacting him. Brother Feng, you finally picked up. How come I couldn't contact you before? What should I do now? I'm already behind others by a level. Blackie was extremely panicked. However, he still patiently asked because he believed in Shi Feng. He had wasted 7 hours just to run to Red Leaf Town. While he was still at level 0, the players that filled the streets were already level 1. How was he to make up for this gap? Nobody would want him in a party now. Their minimum requirement was level 1. A level 0 noob like him would just be pushed aside. My bad, I was doing a quest. Come to the central plaza, I'll take you with me to level. Shi Feng apologized. It had already been over 8 hours since God's domain started, and Shi Feng had spent over 5 hours doing his quest. At this stage of the game, most players had already risen to level 1, while some professional players were already close to level 2. As a person who had been reincarnated, helping Blackie level up was an easy task. It wouldn't take long before Blackie would catch up to the professional players. Chapter 10, Abyssal Blade. Chapter 10, Abyssal Blade. Shi Feng observed his surroundings after hanging up on Blackie. Seeing that nobody paid attention to his sudden arrival, he quickly entered an empty alley. Opening a fine gold treasure chest would definitely cause a commotion. Opening and showing off a fine gold treasure chest at the crowded plaza was a bold action. It was something only noobs would do. Compared to the real world, there were no constraints within the game world. It went without saying, the great powers in the game hungered for great treasures. If a player did not have the capability, one of the best case scenarios was one being killed back to level 0 for the treasure. However, if the treasure did not drop out, then congratulations, you can only live in the city for the rest of your life. While other players were out in the wild leveling up, the only thing you could do was to hang around in the city. After a few months, you could proudly be promoted to City Guide. Shi Feng was not an assassin who was capable of stealth, hiding, and assassination. Currently, he did not have the sufficient strength to protect himself, so keeping a low profile was necessary. Shi Feng quietly observed the empty alley for some time. After he made sure nobody followed him, he took out the black longsword. Shi Feng's brows wrinkled when he looked at the black longsword. Abyssal blade, magic weapon. Job requirement, swordsman. Do you wish to bind the equipment? Should I equip it or not? Shi Feng became frustrated when he looked at the abyssal blade. Shi Feng was very familiar with magic weapons. Magic weapons were different from normal equipment. They did not have any rankings to differentiate them, and they were even rarer than legendary equipment. Its power was without question. However, a magic weapon was a double-edged sword. This was because the weapon had a side effect called backlash. If the player using the magic weapon was not cautious, a single mistake could cripple their account. In his previous life, there were a few experts in Star Moon Kingdom that became top-tier experts because of magic weapons. Even during his peak, Shi Feng could only look up to them. However, after a period of time, 2 of those experts crippled their accounts because they did not deal with their backlash properly. Their only choice was to start a new account. Forget it, let's just set it aside for now. I can't take the risk right now. Shi Feng shook his head as he kept the abyssal blade. He had to earn 16,000 credits in 10 days. The pressure on him was huge. If any mistakes were to happen, then all his efforts before would become wasted. Shi Feng took out the fine gold treasure chest. Shi Feng looked at the gold-plated treasure chest, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. The secret silver treasure chest they brought out the last time already contained a pharmaceutical recipe and blacksmithing design. I wonder what a fine gold treasure chest would give. Shi Feng had been playing God's Domain for 10 years now, and the number of fine gold treasure chests he had seen did not exceed 20. Wars were fought over for every fine gold treasure chest. Shi Feng would not even dare to dream that he could be in possession of one. Shi Feng slowly opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, golden rays of light leaked out from the chest, illuminating the small alley. It would definitely be a dazzling beacon of light if it was nighttime. It would attract everyone's attention. Not daring to take any risks, Shi Feng quickly retrieved all the items from the chest. The dazzling light slowly faded away after the chest was emptied. Fortunately, it was an empty alley, so nobody would notice the short period of radiance. The settings for treasure chests in God's Domain really are damned. Luckily it's daytime here. Shi Feng glanced at the treasure chest by his side, then shifted his gaze towards the 3 treasures in his hands. There were 2 ancient books and a battle armor. The battle armor was a secret silver equipment. It was much worse than Shi Feng had imagined it to be. Sky armor, secret silver rank. Plate armor. Equipment requirement, strength 20. Equipment level, 5. Defense plus 25, strength plus 6, endurance plus 3, agility plus 3. Durability 30/30. Additional attribute, power weakening. Reduce physical damage received by 15% after equipping. Shi Feng became shocked after looking at the battle armor's attributes. Although the level of the equipment was a lot lower than the one in his previous life, its attributes were top tier. If it was worn by a warrior class, the high defense coupled with power weakening would make tanking physical bosses no longer a problem. If this armor was sold now, its price would definitely be astronomical. This is too great. Now I have armor for level 5. Shi Feng happily stored the sky armor. Swordsman wore plate armor as well. When Shi Feng wore it at level 5, he could definitely become a shield warrior. Shi Feng shifted his gaze to the 2 ancient books, becoming shocked once more when he saw their names. Book of Forging, and Records of Potions. These 2 were both extremely rare treasured books. Everyone knew that forging and potion making were extremely hard to learn. Every forging master and potion master were the symbols of strength of a guild. Even Shadow, a guild that possessed 10 city-states, only had 2 forging masters and 5 potion masters. Every one of them was treated like princes. With these 2 books, Shi Feng could create a forging master and a potion master. I remember there being a hidden quest in Dark Moon Valley. Not only would it teach forging for free, it would also reward a forging talent. If I have both the forging talent and book of forging, I could quickly become an advanced forging apprentice. Then I could make bronze equipment and earn a lot of money. Shi Feng recalled a member of Shadow called Hammer Trading. The person had become a forging master because he completed that hidden quest. Dark Moon Valley was a level for monster area. The quest as well was a difficult one and would take up a lot of time. It seems I have to buy some items and make proper preparations. Shi Feng stored the 2 books and sent a mail to Blackie, telling him to meet up at the trade area. Shi Feng then headed to the trade area himself. At this time, there were quite a lot of players at the trade area. Players who were tired of killing monsters would come to the trade area to rest, having a drink and chatting. There were also players selling their loot from grinding. Shi Feng searched for an empty spot, covering the ground with a piece of white cloth. He placed down the equipment and herbs he picked, starting his stall. The level for common cloth armor was priced at 1 silver 20 coppers, while the bronze shield was priced at 21 silvers. It was a fair and cheap price at this stage of the game. Rare herbs, high-level equipment, those interested come and take a look. Shi Feng shouted. There were quite a number of players in the trade area. However, most of them were selling materials such as herbs, ore, etc. Until now, there had not been a single player selling equipment. Shi Feng's shout immediately became everyone's focus. It can't be. There really is equipment. A bronze shield even. What unbelievable luck. I don't even have common equipment yet he's already got a piece of bronze equipment. This is level 5 equipment. Is this a joke? I'm not seeing things right. What's so great about it? Don't forget, there was an expert that killed the town mayor. That was a level 15 elite. Now nobody can receive a quest from the town mayor. Some players that received the town mayor's quest are also fuming with rage. All of them want to eat that expert alive. 21 silvers, this price is too high. I don't even have 1% of that money. The surrounding players were all in shock. God's domain hadn't been open for 10 hours till now, yet someone could obtain such top-tier equipment. The most unbelievable part was that it was even being sold. It should be known that most guilds and workshops would wear the equipment they obtained, increasing their advantage as much as possible. They would definitely not sell them. Right now, players were, on average, level 1. Level 5 equipment was something impossible to imagine, not to mention a level 5 bronze shield. However, 21 silvers was too high of a price. The income of the average player did not exceed 20 coppers, and 21 silvers equaled 2,100 coppers. It was an impossible price for them to shoulder. Shi Feng silently smiled as he looked at the increasing number of spectating players. He never hoped for these average players to buy it. What he wanted was the advertising effect. It was only a moment before a party of players rushed over. Leading them was a shield warrior. Give way, give way. Now that we, Shadow, are here, we are buying everything on the stall. Everybody else can just leave. The party members of Shadow created a path for the shield warrior to walk through. Shi Feng sent them a glance, discovering that the shield warrior was someone he knew. The man was called Flaming Tiger. He was the team leader for Shadow in Red Leaf Town. In his previous life, Shi Feng was constantly used as cannon fodder, preventing him from rapidly rising. Flaming Tiger was responsible for 3/10 of that effort. Shi Feng never thought he would meet up with this man so quickly. You the stall owner? Flaming Tiger became excited as he looked at the blue cross-shaped shield. He then looked at Shi Feng. He did not have the observing eyes skill, so he could not tell Shi Feng's level. However, Shi Feng was only clad in novice equipment, and he did not have any guild's insignia on him. He was definitely just an average player. Obtaining such equipment should be due to good luck. Shi Feng nodded his head saying, "That's right. Good, I want everything here for 1 silver. Flaming Tiger proudly stated. He said it as if everything on the stall was just unworthy garbage, and that giving 1 silver for them was looking up to 1. I don't negotiate prices. Please don't hinder my business by acting like a lord. Shi Feng did not get angry, choosing to ignore Flaming Tiger. At this moment, Flaming Tiger's face became livid. He glared at Shi Feng, coldly saying, "Are you sure you want to oppose us, Shadow? I'll give you one more chance, think carefully before you speak." Suddenly, all 5 other members of Shadow surrounded Shi Feng. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Flaming Tiger, saying in a straightforward manner, "Fools." He actually dared to threaten Shi Feng inside Red Leaf Town. Did he not know it was prohibited to take action inside a town? You're courting death. Flaming Tiger raged, both his eyes turning blood red. He couldn't help but want to kill Shi Feng right this instant. Har har har, truly interesting. A level 5 bronze shield. How could us Assassins Alliance be left out? Another group of over 10 players came at this moment. Every player wore the Assassins Alliance's insignia. The person who spoke up was Stabbing Heart. He became shocked when he saw the stall owner. He did not expect to see Shi Feng, the expert who had cleared the bronze prize challenge in a single try. Shi Feng had even obtained a level 5 bronze shield now, so he had definitely killed a high-leveled elite monster. Stabbing Heart became even more respectful of Shi Feng. Here's 24 silver, I want everything here. Let's become friends. The next time you have any good equipment, you must consider us, Assassins Alliance. Stabbing Heart handed over the 24 silvers without hesitation. Although it was not easy for the guild to collect these 24 silvers, it was definitely worth it if he could become friends with an expert like Shi Feng. All right. Since you're so straightforward, I won't ask for the 50 coppers anymore. I'll contact you in the future. Shi Feng understood Stabbing Heart's intention. It wasn't a bad deal if he could cooperate with such a large guild. Meanwhile, the surrounding players were shocked by Assassin Alliance's overwhelming air, handing over 24 silvers without batting an eye. Now, this was a large guild. Such an action had made a lot of players wanting to sign up for the guild. Compared to the Assassins Alliance, there was no future in joining a guild like Shadow. Everybody sent looks of contempt over to them. After being looked down upon by Shi Feng, then being given a slap by the Assassins Alliance, Flaming Tiger's face became beet red. His eyes nearly crackled from anger. He called over an assassin, coldly saying, "Quiet Wolf, you keep an eye on that kid. I'll let him know what happens when he opposes Shadow." On the other side, Shi Feng had long since left the scene. He was currently purchasing items around the trade area. He now held 24 silvers on his person. It was an amount even greater than the total wealth of an average guild. Now that Shi Feng was an absolute tycoon, he started buying things without a single care. He bought 20 bottles of black steel beer, each costing 25 coppers. He bought 30 smoke bombs, each costing 20 coppers. He bought 100 apple pies, each costing 5 coppers. Eating it recovered 30 HP every second, lasting 10 seconds. He bought 100 magic water, each costing 5 coppers. Drinking it recovered 30 MP every second, lasting 10 seconds. Shi Feng spent a lot of his wealth within an instant, leaving him with only 3 silvers. "Brother Feng, you finally decided to show up. What are we going to do now?" Blackie had been waiting in the trade area for some time now. He wore a dark expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with resentment. God's domain had already been open for over 9 hours now. Aside from obtaining an Explorer title, Blackie did not obtain anything else. He was nearing the point of dying from depression. "Let's go grind some monsters then." Shi Feng smiled, sending Blackie a party request. Chapter 11, Black Steel Beer. Chapter 11, Black Steel Beer. After leaving Red Leaf Town, Shi Feng brought Blackie along as they headed straight towards Dark Moon Valley. "Brother Feng, we're on the path towards Dark Moon Valley. That's a level for monster area. Can't we choose a safer place?" Seeing that Shi Feng's target was level for monsters, Blackie couldn't help but ask nervously. Challenging higher levels in God's domain was extremely difficult. Usually, players would just challenge monsters that are one level higher than themselves. Challenging monsters 2 levels higher required at least a 6-man party for it to be possible. However, even 6-man parties wouldn't carry out such an action. Compared to exhausting themselves just to kill a single level 3 monster, it was much more efficient to just kill a level 2 monster. Shi Feng and Blackie were only 2 people. Ignoring Shi Feng, who was a level 2 swordsman, Blackie himself was still a level 0 cursemancer. He was just free food to a level 4 monster. Going against level 4 monsters just with the 2 of them was utterly suicide. Shi Feng only smiled regarding Blackie's worries. He securely said, "Relax, can't you see that I'm already level 2? That friend of mine is an expert beta tester. If it weren't for our good relation, he wouldn't even tell me such a secret. You can just wait to get on the leveling rocket." Shi Feng pushed all the problems that came with him being a reincarnated person onto his good friend. Now all his actions in God's domain could be easily answered, too. He also didn't have to explain much since Blackie would easily believe him. This was because a beta tester was the best explanation. As expected of Brother Feng, you're still the greatest. No wonder you didn't join Shadow Workshop to earn money. With an expert beta tester giving you pointers, you could definitely earn a lot of money in God's domain. The happiness of my body's lower half will depend on you now. Blackie laughingly said as he became relieved. When joined the party before, he was very surprised to see Shi Feng already at level 2. Currently, there had yet to be any news of a level 2 player in Red Leaf Town. Even elites of a workshop were no exception. However, Shi Feng had reached it. His leveling speed was absolutely terrifying. Blackie knew about Shi Feng's standards. Although his skills weren't bad, he definitely wasn't that good. Before, Blackie still had some suspicions about the news of the beta tester. However, all his worries disappeared after seeing Shi Feng's level, because only a beta tester could make something like this happen. Blackie had also started believing the possibility of Shi Feng earning 16,000 credits in 10 days. Scram! This brother's straight. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie, slightly widening the distance between them. However, Blackie's gaze still carried some impurities, causing Shi Feng to panic slightly. What are you thinking, Brother Feng? My dream lover is the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. Blackie hurriedly explained. The snow goddess. Shi Feng had a very deep impression of this woman. She had performed extremely outstanding in other virtual games. Not only did she possess an absolutely beautiful face and devilish body, but she also had a proud attitude which was backed up by her excellent battle techniques. Because of these traits, she became even better received by the public. After 3 years since God's domain's opening, she had become a top-tier expert within the whole country. She was also the top 10 berserker within the country. She was dubbed as the Battle Goddess. She had starred in plenty of commercials. Her personal net worth at that time had exceeded tens of billions of credits. Not only that, but she was also the vice guild leader of Ouroboros. Millions of players would move with her single command. During those times, Shi Feng was only a minor character within God's domain. He could only look up to Gentle Snow's shadow. Unfortunately, sometime later, Gentle Snow suddenly vanished from God's domain. Her disappearance became a hot topic within God's domain for some time. Brother Feng, look. That's an elite monster. Blackie pointed towards a snow-white fox in the distant paddy field as he shouted. Shi Feng looked over to the golden fields, discovering a white-colored fox. There was even a little rabbit in the fox's mouth right now. Cunning Snow Fox, Rare Elite. Level 2. HP 450. Blackie, your eyesight and luck are seriously too good. You even spotted a rare elite. We're going to earn a fortune this time. Shi Feng stealthily walked closer to the fox as he directed Blackie, you just attack from a distance and leave the rest to me. Rare elites were a special type of elite. They had the same capabilities as a normal elite monster, but the rewards they give out were a lot greater. It would take a long time for it to respawn after being killed. Whether you could meet one depended on your luck. Brother Feng, you must be crazy. That's a level 2 elite. We can't go against it. Blackie wanted to stop Shi Feng. Only a small party of the same level could deal with an elite. Fighting one alone, without any healing, would definitely lead to death. However, Blackie was too late. Shi Feng had quickly circled to the snow fox's back, launching a sudden attack. Chop! A sword strike flew. The snow fox's actions were very nimble. It immediately avoided a vital hit to its abdomen, taking only 32 damage. Such nimble actions. Its defense isn't low either. Shi Feng made a quick judgment after observing how the snow fox dodged and took damage. He had the Might of 8,000 title, so all his attributes were increased by 10%. There was also an additional 5 points to both strength and endurance, increasing his strength to 13 and endurance to 10. His agility was also increased to 17 points. Now his attack power was 29, and he had 260 HP. With great speeds, the enraged snow fox bit towards Shi Feng's neck. It activated the skill, Fatal Blow. However, with 17 agility, Shi Feng's speed was not any slower than the Snow Fox. By the time the Snow Fox had rushed over, Shi Feng's novice sword had already struck down towards the fox's head. Pang! Shi Feng only had 13 points of strength. It was still not enough to block the Snow Fox's attack. 49 damage appeared above Shi Feng's head, and his novice sword's durability decreased by 1 point, as well. On the other hand, the Snow Fox only received 5 damage. The gap between the two of them was as clear as day. We're dead. We're dead. We're so dead this time. Sweat started appearing on Blackie's forehead. He had seen damage from common monsters, but he never imagined that there was such a great difference from an elite monster. Shi Feng was lucky he had blocked the attack with his sword, only taking close to 50 damage. If the attack landed on his body, wouldn't it be over 100? Shi Feng had reached level 2 with great difficulty. If he died this time, he would return to level 1, his great advantage over others would be gone. Move, Blackie! Shi Feng shouted. He really must have gone mad. Fine. Fine, at worst I'll just die once. I'm still level 0, anyway. Blackie clenched his teeth and started chanting a curse, his hands making gestures. A dark arrow shot out, dealing 5 damage to the Snow Fox. Blackie sucked in a deep breath when he saw the damage. He had added all his points into intelligence, yet 5 damage was all he could do. An elite monster's defense was just terrifying. Shi Feng, who was facing the Snow Fox, was under even more pressure. The Snow Fox had very high agility. It was able to dodge whenever Shi Feng wanted to use chop. In the end, Shi Feng could only use normal slashes, dealing 18 damage each time. However, each successful bite from the Snow Fox would deal over 100 damage. It was greatly disproportionate. 10 seconds later, Shi Feng's HP fell to 31, while the Snow Fox still had 244. I guess there's still no way to directly face off against an agility-type elite with such a small amount of skills. Shi Feng looked at the Snow Fox's half-remaining HP. If he continued to drag on this fight, he would be the one to die. He had to start bursting. Shi Feng took out a bottle of black steel beer from his bag. After taking 2 mouthfuls, he became slightly drunk, and his vision started becoming blurry. He then activated gravity liberation, his speed increasing by a huge leap. He arrived at the Snow Fox's side with lightning speed. When Shi Feng looked at the Snow Fox's level again, it displayed level 0, whereas he was level 2. Suddenly, the suppression due to level difference was removed, letting Shi Feng's damage rise. Similarly, however, his body became difficult to control. Die! Shi Feng's eyes were icy cold, his grip around the novice sword tightened. Thundering flash! Hua! 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 3 lightning-quick slashes struck past the Snow Fox's waist, causing it to let out a tragic cry. Damages of -30, -36, -42 appeared on top of its head, instantly taking away a quarter of its HP. Afterward, another chop dealt 43 damage to it. The Snow Fox desperately resisted, but Shi Feng's speed after activating gravity liberation was very fast. Even if he was in a drunken state, with his many years of battle experiences, Shi Feng could still easily maneuver his body. This had placed the Snow Fox at an absolute disadvantage. Damn, what did you drink, Brother Feng? You're suddenly so fierce. Blackie's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he saw Shi Feng's cheat-like performance. At this moment, the fierce Snow Fox had become Shi Feng's plaything. It had 0 chance at resisting. When the Snow Fox had 42 HP remaining, Shi Feng was about to give the last strike. Suddenly, Shi Feng felt a shiver going down the back of his neck. It was as if he had a dagger pointed at his neck. It was a terrible feeling. Shi Feng instinctively leaped forward. In the next moment, a bright snowy dagger had slashed across his original position. Shi Feng had surprisingly avoided that strike. Behind Shi Feng, a figure with an extremely surprised expression revealed himself. He had already kept his presence hidden incredibly well. He did not even let out a single sound. Not only that, after he had raised to level 1, his agility had reached 10 points. However, his sneak attack had actually been dodged. What sort of intuition did Shi Feng have? Friend, we have no hatred or enmity between us. It isn't good doing something like this. Shi Feng focused his gaze on the newly appeared assassin as he coldly said so. If you wish to place blame, then blame yourself for angering us, Shadow. It is too late even if you regret it now. Quiet Wolf said excitedly. He held his dagger in reverse grip, paying attention to Shi Feng's every movement. Quiet Wolf had been following Shi Feng while also reporting his location. He never imagined that they would meet an elite monster. The Snow Fox's current target was Shi Feng. Although Shi Feng had good skills, with the Snow Fox holding him back, Quiet Wolf could definitely find a chance to kill of Shi Feng's remaining strand of life, then he could kill the Snow Fox. There were only benefits for him. As for the Cursemansar on the side, he was just garbage that was not even worth mentioning. Naturally, the Snow Fox wouldn't care about any of this. It just knew that it had to kill Shi Feng. The Snow Fox suddenly bellowed, its snow-white skin turning into a flaming red. Its body also increased in size and its HP rose by 20%. Then, the Snow Fox activated its final skill, Tearing Bite. The skill amplified its damage by 50%, also causing a bleeding damage of 30, lasting for 5 seconds. You can go and regret, now. I'll take care of this Snow Fox in your stead. Quiet Wolf rushed at Shi Feng. He was prepared to kill off Shi Feng the moment he dodged the Snow Fox. Chapter 12, A Timeful Parry. Chapter 12, A Timeful Parry. System, player Quiet Wolf has attacked you and entered a yellow name state. Duration of 1 hour. Any players who attack yellow name players will not receive any penalty. Shi Feng only had 31 HP remaining. Being attacked from both sides by the Snow Fox and Quiet Wolf put Shi Feng in a very dangerous position. Despicable. Standing at a distance, Blackie scolded Quiet Wolf for sneaking an attack at such a moment. However, he couldn't change a thing about it. The two of them were too far apart. It was too hard for him to land a hit on Quiet Wolf. He could only aim his attack on the Snow Fox, hoping to kill it off a second earlier and not letting Quiet Wolf profit off of them. Although mags had high output, compared to hitting monsters, it was far harder to land a hit on players unless they stood still without moving. This was because the moment the dark arrow shot out, there would be a prediction line appearing. In a situation where the distance was great, players with good standards could usually dodge it. If it was an expert, then dodging it would be a piece of cake. Just as the Snow Fox and Quiet Wolf were about to rush up, the corners of Shi Feng's mouth revealed a cold smile. He had been interacting with Quiet Wolf in shadow for years now, so he was extremely familiar with Quiet Wolf's strengths and habits. Shi Feng took 2 steps back, forming a perfect triangle between the Snow Fox and Quiet Wolf. Shi Feng gripped the novice sword tightly in front of his chest. He stood there without moving as he awaited the arrival of their attacks. Did he give up? Quiet Wolf started looking down on Shi Feng when he saw Shi Feng preparing to block with his sword. Although players could reduce the damage received by defending the attack, the Snow Fox was an elite. Even if Shi Feng could defend it, the attack would still cause around 50 damage. With just 31 HP remaining, Shi Feng couldn't even take a hit. The Snow Fox was a step ahead, biting towards Shi Feng. Tearing Bite, just in time. Instead of retreating, Shi Feng advanced. He rushed towards the Snow Fox. The novice sword blocked the Snow Fox in its mouth. Using the life-saving skill Parry, Shi Feng could block a frontal attack once. Shi Feng then continued by lifting the Snow Fox. The Snow Fox had low power, so Shi Feng had easily tossed it towards Quiet Wolf. Everything happened too quickly. Quiet Wolf, who was rushing towards Shi Feng, could not react in time. In an instant, his shoulder was bitten by the Snow Fox. A damage of -164 appeared on Quiet Wolf's head. His HP was instantly cleared down to 0. How? Quiet Wolf was unbelievably shocked. His heart was filled with unwillingness as he stared at Shi Feng's ridiculing smile. He never imagined that players could do such a thing. If he had known about it, he definitely wouldn't rush forward, just to get himself killed. At this point, regardless of how unwilling Quiet Wolf was, his HP had turned to 0. His body could only fall and turn into starlight. He had even dropped a piece of equipment. In the distance, Blackie became dumbfounded. He had even forgotten to attack the Snow Fox. Blackie, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and attack the snow fox. Shi Feng yelled and rushed at the snow fox again. After Blackie started reacting again, he chanted a curse, madly attacking the snow fox. Without Quiet Wolf's disturbance, the near-death snow fox was just a decoration. Within 10 seconds, the snow fox released a wail before falling down. System, Rare Elite, Cunning Snow Fox killed. Obtained 130 EXP, Shi Feng was level 2 now, so this amount of EXP was nothing to him. What Shi Feng was concerned about was the loot. Rare Elites were the love of all gods domain players because of their shocking drop rates. Furthermore, this was the first kill of the snow fox, so the loot must be even better. It can't be. It actually dropped a weapon. Shi Feng obtained a staff and armguard. Blackwood Staff, Bronze rank. Level 1. Equipment requirements, Strength 5. Attack power plus 8. Intelligence plus 3, Vitality plus 1, Mana plus 30. Durability 20. This equipment would greatly strengthen a mage. Not only was its attack power high, it even gave an additional 3 intelligence. If a mage equipped it, then their damage might increase up to 2 levels. Fox Skin Gloves, Common rank, Leather armor. Level 1. Equipment requirements, Strength 3. Defense plus 4. Durability 20. On the other hand, Quiet Wolf had contributed a pair of level 0 common leather shoes with plus 3 defense. And here I thought it was some grey trash equipment. It seems Quiet Wolf's luck isn't that bad, being able to obtain a piece of common equipment. Shi Feng had a different view of Quiet Wolf now. Obtaining a piece of common equipment at the starting period of the game definitely depended on luck. However, Quiet Wolf's luck now benefited Shi Feng instead. Swordsman could wear both plate armor and cloth armor. Now that Shi Feng had 2 of these new items, his defense had increased by a lot. Blackie, your equipment. Shi Feng passed the Blackwood Staff to Blackie. However, Blackie did not receive the equipment. He had a hesitant look on his face. Killing the snow fox depended entirely on Shi Feng. Blackie wasn't of much help, yet he had received the best equipment, a piece of bronze equipment no less. At this stage of the game, there weren't many players capable of owning such an item. It was extremely valuable. What's happened to you? Aren't we good brothers? Why are you being courteous with me? Besides, you're a curseman, sir. Once you've reached level 1, you can fully exert the staff's greatest capabilities. With that, we can level even faster. Shi Feng said in a serious tone as if he knew what Blackie was thinking. After some thought, Blackie was able to make sense of it. He no longer refused it, saying, "Thanks. I'll definitely use it properly. Now. That's much better." Shi Feng laughed. "Let's go. We're going to Darkmoon Valley." Red Leaf Town, Quiet Wolf, what were you even doing? Not only did you die, you've even dropped a piece of expensive equipment. Do you know how precious that equipment is? Flaming Tiger snapped as he cursed. Quiet Wolf's expression was as gloomy as dark water. That pair of shoes was something he had obtained after grinding for 7 hours, and now he had actually lost it. Even his heart was bleeding right now. Although he had wanted to explain, he did not know how to. Should he say how he was toyed with by Shi Feng? That wasn't something he was willing to admit. However, even if he wanted to snatch the equipment back, he wasn't an opponent for Shi Feng. "Brother Tiger, I discovered a rare elite in the wild. I didn't think I would be discovered by that kid when I was about to kill off the elite. That kid had even brought along another person. In a 1 versus 3 situation, I wasn't their opponent at all." Quiet Wolf pretended to be enraged as he turned black into white. He continuously tempted Flaming Tiger. That brat should have killed the rare elite by now. He must have obtained some good equipment. They were on the path towards Darkmoon Valley. We could still catch up to them if we chase after them. We might even be able to get back the equipment. Rare elite. Flaming Tiger's eyes started to shine. He no longer questioned Quiet Wolf. Instead, he was extremely interested in the loot of the rare elite. He said excitedly, "Let's go. We'll immediately chase after them. They actually dare to steal my equipment. I will make them regret even playing God's domain." Within a short moment, Flaming Tiger gathered all the members of Shadow Workshop present in Red Leaf Town. He brought along 11 workshop members and rushed towards Dark Moon Valley. No matter what, he wanted to kill off Shi Feng and obtain his equipment. At this moment, Shi Feng and Blackie had already arrived at Dark Moon Valley. There was a smithy beside the flowing creek. Shi Feng and Blackie quietly stood in front of it. They were looking at a bare-chested, middle-aged uncle. In his hand, the man wielded a steel hammer. Ding! Dang! He kept hammering on the crimson-red ore. Time slowly flowed by bit. Brother Feng, are we still going to wait? It's already been half an hour now. Blackie said. We have to wait. Without patience, he won't give us the quest. Shi Feng affirmed. In his previous life, hammer trading had passed by this place on accident. He had discovered a smithy here. However, the blacksmith here didn't pay any attention to him regardless of how hammer trading talked to him. This had enraged hammer trading, so he decided to drag it on with the blacksmith. He kept standing to the side, sending death glares to the blacksmith. He had never imagined that after some time, the blacksmith would actively speak up. Not only that, the blacksmith even gave out a hidden quest. This had allowed hammer trading to learn the forging talent, becoming the forging master of the era. When Shi Feng thought about obtaining the forging talent, coupling it with the book of forging, advancing into an advanced forging apprentice became a very easy task. When that time came, gold coins would rain into his pockets. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, do you two have an interest in forging? The middle-aged blacksmith suddenly asked. Yes, sir. We've loved forging since we were young. Shi Feng immediately said. The middle-aged blacksmith nodded his head, saying in a satisfied tone, then since you love forging, I can teach it to you. But first, could you help me retrieve 100 pieces of meteorite ore? They can be found on the west side of Crimson Star Mine. Of course. We would gladly be at your service. Shi Feng respectfully answered. System, Hidden Quest, Road of Forging, accepted. Player is requested by Forging Master Jack to obtain 100 pieces of meteorite ore from Crimson Star Mine. Crimson Star Mine was the nest of level for kobolds. These monsters loved ore the most. They would spend every day mining within the mines. As such, kobolds were born with great strength. However, they had short limbs. Because they stayed underground for long periods of time, their range of vision was short. They could only detect enemies within a 35-yard distance. This distance was also the maximum range of attack for a mage. At the mine's entrance, there were many kobolds walking around. An entire group of them would be attracted even if only one of them was attacked. Kobold. Level 4. HP 420. Here. First, some food and drink to fill ourselves. We'll start work after that. Shi Feng brought out a black steel beer and an apple pie. Blackie didn't understand what Shi Feng was trying to do, but since it was Shi Feng's request, he must have his own reasons. Blackie sat down and started eating. 10 seconds after eating the apple pie, all of Blackie's attributes were suddenly increased by +1 points, the effect lasting 30 minutes. After drinking the black steel beer, Blackie's vision started becoming hazy. When he looked at the distant level for kobolds, their levels were suddenly reduced by 2, becoming level 2. Alright, let's start then. A bottle of black steel beer's drunken effect only lasts 30 minutes. Shi Feng stood up. He took out a smoke bomb and walked closer to the mine's entrance. Then, he threw it at the group of level 4 kobolds. There were currently over 10 of them there. Smoke bomb. Able to reduce the visibility in a radius of 10 by 10 yards. Duration of 1 hour. The smoke bomb was able to reduce a monster's vision by 10 yards. It wasn't particularly useful against other monsters. However, it was great when facing kobolds. Their vision was now reduced to 25 yards. As long as a mage attacked from a 30-yard distance, the kobolds would not be able to spot them at all. They could only stand there and wait for their death's attack. Shi Feng pointed to the kobolds within the smoke. Blackie was half-doubting Shi Feng's actions, but he still chose to believe in Shi Feng. His mouth started chanting a curse. A moment later, a dark arrow shot out, landing directly on the foremost kobold. Chapter 13, Blackie's Good Luck. Chapter 13, Blackie's Good Luck. The kobold within the smoke was hit, 21 damage appearing above his head. The kobold became furious after being inexplicably attacked. Like a searchlight, the kobold looked around in all directions with his blood-red eyes. Such an action had also caused the other kobolds to start being on guard. Within the forest, Blackie's heartbeat kept on speeding up. He was extremely panicked. Although the kobolds looked to be level 2, their attributes 100% belonged to a level 4. Drinking the black steel beer allowed a player to become drunk, significantly increasing the player's courage. As a result, all enemies seen by the player would have their levels reduced by 2. However, this would not reduce the kobolds' attributes. If these kobolds came rushing at them, only death awaited Shi Feng and Blackie. Yet, Blackie's worries were for naught. The attacked kobold looked at its surroundings. However, it did not discover any enemies. After whining for a bit, it returned to its original state. The other kobolds also stopped paying attention to their deranged companion as they continued walking about. Relax. They won't attack us as long as you maintain a 30-yard distance. Shi Feng clapped Blackie's shoulders as he confidently commented. He had been planning all this ahead of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent that much money buying all those items. Blackie became even more courageous after Shi Feng's encouragement. He continuously chanted curses and shot out dark arrows. The kobold only had 420 HP, and it couldn't withstand Blackie's bombardment at all. After receiving more than 20 dark arrows, it breathed its final breath. Meanwhile, the other kobolds by its side did not show any reaction at all. Blackie became excited when he saw the first kobold fall. He had killed a monster for levels higher. Although the EXP was shared due to being in a two-man party, the amount of EXP he received was still plenty. His experience had risen by 5% within an instant. This meant that Blackie would level up after killing 20 kobolds. He was even safe and unharmed. If the monsters did not disappear completely, their leveling speed would be terrifying. With such a great way of leveling, they would be able to rise even to level 6 very effectively. Blackie now understood why Shi Feng was so confident. Even if they had wasted several hours from traveling, being able to grind on monsters here was definitely worth it. After a while, the group of 20 or so kobolds in front of the mine's entrance was cleared out completely. Blackie had also raised to level 1. After he equipped the Blackwood staff and added all his free ability points into intelligence, his damage was increased by a large leap. He could now take away 45 HP from the kobolds in a single hit. Meanwhile, the group of kobolds had dropped 12 copper coins and a level 3 common cloth armor. There were also 5 pieces of meteorite, or Blackie's luck was quite good. According to what Shi Feng had known, the drop rate of meteorite ore from the kobolds was not high, only 1 would drop out of 10 of them. Nearly 1,000 kobolds needed to be killed to obtain 100 pieces of meteorite ore. Now, however, just a group kobolds had given them 5 pieces of meteorite ore. After storing the drops, Shi Feng went on to lure more monsters. With the advantage of his 16 agility, Shi Feng's speed was faster than the kobolds. Within moments, he had lured over 30 kobolds. He also maintained the distance of around 20 yards, but not exceeding 25 yards. When he had lured all the kobolds into the smoke cloud, Shi Feng increased his speed abruptly. He quickly distanced himself over 25 yards from the kobolds, causing them to lose their target. After losing their target, the kobolds stood on the spot in a daze. Blackie, who stood over 30 yards away, took the chance to attack. The group of over 30 kobolds took less than 10 minutes to be cleared. They dropped another 21 coppers and 6 pieces of meteorite ore. Shi Feng and Blackie's experience also greatly increased. In such a way, Shi Feng continued luring monsters while Blackie continued dealing damage. Although the process felt mechanical and boring, Blackie was not complaining one tiny bit. On the contrary, he became even more vigorous with each kill. He wished he could just kill all day without resting. After an hour, Blackie's level had also risen to level 2. His dark arrow rose to level 3, and his damage went from more than 40 to more than 60. Such a rocket-like leveling speed made him speechlessly happy, giving him even more motivation to aim for level 3. Their kobold killing efficiency also increased by quite a bit with Blackie's greatly improved damage. The only downside was the increase in MP consumption following the Dark Arrow's level up. Fortunately, there was the magic water that Shi Feng had bought. With it, Blackie could fully regenerate his MP before Shi Feng had lured a new group of monsters, allowing him to deal damage without pause. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was observing Blackie's condition while he lured a suitable number of kobolds. Other than that, he was just picking up the loot. The number of copper coins and meteorite ore were steadily increasing. After another hour of Blackie's effort, they had managed to collect 73 pieces of meteorite ore, 6 pieces of common equipment, and 264 coppers. They would be able to gather the remaining meteorite ore if they grinded for another hour. The system notification rang out just at this moment. System, player Lonely Snow has sent you 10 coppers. Subsequently, Shi Feng received a communication request. The person contacting him was Lonely Snow. You are. Shi Feng had just finished luring a group of monsters. Since he had nothing to do, he accepted the call request. Hello, brother expert. I'm Lonely Snow. We met before at the town hall, and you've even pointed me to a grinding spot. That place was just too great. There wasn't anybody stealing mobs from me, and I could also easily handle them. I'm already level 2 now. I've also looted a lot of materials and copper coins. I've already mailed you the 10 coppers. I wonder if you've received it. Lonely Snow was extremely excited. Previously, he was worried that this expert would not bother with him any longer. This was because experts were usually very proud, they wouldn't even look at minor characters like him. Lonely Snow had earned over 60 coppers from that treasured location he purchased. His level had even risen to level 2, leading the other players by quite a lot. Spending 20 coppers for this were definitely worth it. So it was you. I've received the 10 coppers. Shi Feng only remembered about it after being reminded. Indeed, there was such a matter. However, that was when he needed the money to kill the town mayor a little earlier, so he had just casually given out some pointers. He didn't really mind regarding the remaining 10 coppers. Brother expert, the level 2 dungeon, Deathly Forest, has already been opened, so I wanted to invite you to dive into the dungeon. My friends are all veterans, and they are all level 2 now. They will definitely not drag you down. Of course, all swordsman equipment obtained from the dungeon will belong to you. Do you perhaps have the time? Lonely Snow was slightly nervous. Experts usually disdained bringing along other people, especially rookie newbies. It was the reason why Lonely Snow mentioned that there were level 2 veterans in the party. He was afraid Shi Feng would just outright reject him. Deathly Forest. Shi Feng had a deep impression of this dungeon. As long as the number of level 2 players in Red Leaf Town reaches a certain amount, the first level 2 dungeon in Red Leaf Town, Deathly Forest, would be opened. Along with the Deathly Forest's opening, players of God's domain were made known to the difficulty of dungeons. Deathly Forest was only conquered after many players had reached level 4 or 5. Meanwhile, Deathly Forest's true purpose was to increase the number of skills a player could possess. The monsters within the dungeon mainly dropped the basic skill books for every job. However, the most precious item within the dungeon was the forging design. Only the final boss, Werewolf Philo, dropped it with a very low probability. Shi Feng was very interested in this forging design. If he could learn it, then he would be able to further progress in his plans. Fine. However, I have a condition of my own. I will be bringing a cursemancer, so all cursemancer and swordsman equipment will belong to me. Also, I want all materials and design papers that the boss drops. If you all are willing to agree to this condition, then I can go with you. Shi Feng had just casually asked for the majority of the profits. However, he did not feel anything wrong with it. Lonely Snow started sweating all over after hearing Shi Feng's condition. As expected, an expert's asking price was definitely high. However, when Lonely Snow considered the strengths of a beta tester, he still reluctantly agreed. All right then, I agree. I'll tell it to the others. Expert, when will you be free to come? We'll meet at the dungeon's entrance in another 2 or so hours. Shi Feng estimated Blackie's killing speed. In over an hour, they would definitely be able to finish gathering the 100 pieces of meteorite ore. That's good. Then I'll start preparing over here. I'll see you at the dungeon's entrance, brother expert. Lonely Snow ended the call, a heavy weight being freed from him. At this moment, there were 3 other people standing beside Lonely Snow. Every one of them was level 2. What did that expert say? A handsome ranger asked. Lonely Snow explained it to them word for word. What dog's fart expert? He's just here to take advantage and rip off equipment from us. What's the point of inviting him? If we add another 2 damage dealers, we can enter the dungeon all the same. A shield warrior angrily cursed. The male cleric standing at a side curled his lips, saying in a bad mood, then his saying that all mage class equipment belongs to his friend. Lonely Snow advised, that person is a real expert. He's also a beta tester. He definitely has a deep understanding of the dungeon. He might even be able to guide us through it. Don't you all want to clear the deathly forest? So, what if he's a beta tester? He just had an extra month of experience in God's domain and a rough understanding of it. Besides, the data has long been changed after the game's official release. Even if he knew a lot about the deathly forest, how much use could there be? The shield warrior asked in disdain. He felt that those beta testers were only lucky. Their actual skills and strength might not even be comparable to them. We'll see how it goes after they arrive. If it's no good, then by that time there will be a lot more level 2 players. It won't be too late, even if we find someone else by then. The leading ranger said. After hearing this ranger speak, the others nodded their heads in agreement. At this moment, there was a flash of light in Dark Moon Valley. Shi Feng had finally raised to level 3. Unfortunately, the leaderboard for levels had yet to be opened. Otherwise, he would definitely be ranked first on Red Leaf Town's leaderboard for levels. Finally level 3. Shi Feng hurriedly added 4 attribute points towards agility, letting his agility reach 20 points. System, player's agility has reached 20 points. Activating agility hidden basic skill, fast and nimble. Fast and nimble, active. When activated, possess a body exceeding the normal man. Body's degree of freedom is completely released. Shi Feng suddenly felt a gush of strength from his entire body. He also felt his body becoming unspeakably agile. His 5 senses also received a great improvement. These improvements allowed Shi Feng to better exert his body's potential. Besides Shi Feng reaching level 3, the last kobold that Blackie killed had unexpectedly dropped a level 1 bronze equipment, war boots. Shi Feng couldn't help but admire Blackie's luck. Common monsters of level 1 to 3 would not drop any bronze equipment. The drop rate of bronze equipment from level 4 wild monsters was 1 out of 10,000. Yet Blackie had actually got it, his luck was just heaven-defying. Brother Feng, what are the attributes? Let me see as well. Blackie said so excitedly. The warboots attributes are quite good. Shi Feng displayed the attributes. Recruits warboots, bronze rank, plate armor. Level 1. Equipment requirement, strength 6. Defense plus 8. Strength plus 1, endurance plus 1. Movement speed plus 1. Durability 20/20. This is too great. With this equipment, Brother Feng's speed would become even faster, Blackie happily said. Before, it was only him who obtained a bronze equipment. It had troubled him to no end. Now that Shi Feng had one as well, his heart became relieved as he said, Brother Feng, how many? Meteorite or are we still missing? Not many. Just 4 more pieces. We'll be okay after another wave. Shi Feng looked into his bag. Unknowingly, there were already 96 pieces of meteorite ores in his bag. If someone else had come here to grind, they might have needed 5 to 6 hours to obtain this many. Luckily, there was Blackie. They had gathered most of it after just killing a few hundred kobolds. Just when Shi Feng was about to lure more monsters, his keen senses detected 3 blurry figures were closing in from behind Blackie. Blackie, dodge quickly. Shi Feng yelled as he pulled out his novice sword. With lightning speed, Shi Feng rushed over. Blackie remained ignorant of the situation. He was still stuck being happy, unaware of the things approaching him. Only finding out now? You're too late. He'll be the first one. 3 figures suddenly appeared. They were 3 assassin players, and one of them was Quiet Wolf, the person who was killed before. A mage being simultaneously ambushed by 3 assassins would die, without question. There would be no suspense to it, even if Blackie was 1 level higher than them. Chapter 14, Extraordinary Player's Physique. Chapter 14, Extraordinary Player's Physique. The simultaneous attacks from the 3 assassins caused a lot of damage to Blackie. Even though he wore several pieces of common cloth armor, he had still lost nearly half of his HP. System, Guild, Shadow, has attacked your party. All party members are allowed to attack members of Guild, Shadow, without penalty. Duration of 1 hour. I'll fight you guys. Blackie knew he was sure to die. His speed was not comparable with an assassin's. However, he also wanted to retaliate before he died. Blackie started chanting a curse, firing a dark arrow towards Quiet Wolf at 0 distance. Quiet Wolf smiled in disdain. Although the arrow was unavoidable, he still had 80 HP at level 0. How strong could a Cursemancer's attack be? Could it possibly instant kill him? Hong! The dark arrow hit Quiet Wolf. A damage of 76 points appeared above Quiet Wolf's head, instantly leaving him with only some leftover HP. Quiet Wolf immediately became dumbfounded after seeing such damage, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The other 2 assassins were equally shocked. How is this even a Cursemancer? This was just a cannon. The person who dealt the damage was also shocked. Blackie had never imagined that the level 3 dark arrow would be so powerful. In reality, however, it wasn't just the level 3 dark arrows taking effect. There was also the high damage Blackwood staff, the aura effect of Might of 1000, and the bonus damage from level suppression. Such extreme damage was only possible with all these added together. Crap, let's kill him, brothers. His staff is definitely a mysterious iron equipment. As a veteran gamer, Quiet Wolf quickly reacted, revealing his greed towards Blackie's weapon. Blackie being able to deal such a high damage was definitely due to a mysterious iron weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to nearly instant kill Quiet Wolf. Suddenly, the other 2 assassins became full of energy as they rushed towards Blackie. Not to mention a mysterious iron weapon, they didn't even have a common weapon. If they could get Blackie's mysterious iron weapon, then they would profit beautifully. The 3 assassins attacked again, leaving Blackie with only 6 HP remaining. When they saw that Blackie was about to die, the 3 assassins became even more excited. The mysterious iron weapon was about to come into their hands. At this moment, with unbelievable movement methods, Shi Feng appeared in front, blocking Blackie. 3 sword strikes blocked the attacks from the 3 assassins, creating 3 sparks. All 3 assassins were sent flying backward. Before the assassins could get over their shock, streaks of thunder appeared within their vision. 3 streaks of thunder struck the assassins that were still floating in midair. Damages of -32, -41, -50 appeared on all 3 of their heads, all of their HP dropping to 0. Their bodies turned into starlight and disappeared within an instant. Because assassins had low defense and were under level suppression, the effect of a level 2 thundering flash was extremely horrifying. Brother Feng, Blackie became dumbfounded as he looked at Shi Feng's back, dumbly saying, "Are you Brother Feng?" Everything had happened all too quickly. Shi Feng had suddenly appeared and swung his sword 3 times, blocking 3 attacks from different directions. Then, he had followed it up with a thundering flash. All of these actions had been carried out within an instant. It was so fast that the assassins could not even react. Shi Feng's actions and reactions were just inhuman. If Blackie wasn't familiar with the Shi Feng in front of him, he might have even thought it was someone else pretending to be Shi Feng. After sweeping his gaze around, Shi Feng discovered 8 players surrounding them. Leading these players was Flaming Tiger. Shi Feng no longer dared to stay behind, hurriedly saying, "Why are you still in a daze? Let's go." Shi Feng had activated Fast and Nimble, completely releasing his body's degree of freedom. However, even though he had a constitution that could keep up and react to his thoughts, his actual body's attributes were too low. He had a very hard time controlling his body, and it was also mentally taxing. Taking explosive maneuvers 2 to 3 times was still possible, but doing it long-term was definitely too much. The enemies also consisted of numerous healers and jobs that equipped plate armor. Shi Feng and Blackie's only choice, now, was to run away. Blackie continuously nodded his head. Everyone go at them. You must definitely get me my bronze equipment and take over this mine. Flaming Tiger licked the corner of his lips. He was extremely excited. He did not mind the death of the 3 assassins at all. Originally, Flaming Tiger was still burning with rage. They had spent hours at Dark Moon Valley searching for Shi Feng and his partner, causing their leveling speed to fall greatly. However, they had accidentally discovered Shi Feng and Blackie grinding monsters. At first, Flaming Tiger had wanted to immediately surround and kill the two. However, when he saw Blackie utilizing the smoke cloud at the cave's entrance to kill the level for kobolds, Flaming Tiger nearly died from excitement. His hatred towards Shi Feng had also reduced by a large half. He had even wanted to thank Shi Feng for giving him such a valuable location. The difficulty of killing monsters of a higher level was famously known. If he could kill level for monsters without any harm, then his leveling speed would be absolutely horrifying. It won't be more than 10 hours before he would be leading the other players. After he had gained a huge advantage over others, the task of uniting Red Leaf Town would be at his fingertips. When that time came, he might even become Shadow Workshop's captain. Countless virtual game companies had closed shop because of God's Domain's opening. There were billions of players joining God's Domain. To obtain their share in this, many enterprises and financial groups started investing in God's Domain, one after the other. God's Domain could be said to be the most profitable virtual game in the world. Flaming Tiger thought about how he would be able to stand out in Red Leaf Town. He thought about forcefully taking the large guilds down a peg. He also thought about becoming Shadow's captain. When that time came, obtaining expensive cars, beautiful ladies, and luxury mansions were only a matter of time. When Flaming Tiger thought of these things, he became unspeakably excited. He had to appreciate Shi Feng for giving all of these things to him. However, appreciation remained just appreciation. He still couldn't let the bronze equipment on Shi Feng and Blackie go. Brother Tiger, those two are too fast. We can't catch up to them. A berserker said. They are lucky that they run fast. However, this precious piece of land is enough. Flaming Tiger's eyes shone when he looked at the mine. He had already fantasized himself leading Red Leaf Town with flair. Brother Tiger, what about Quiet Wolf and the other two? The 3 of them fell back to level 0. They also lost quite a lot of skill proficiency, an elementalist asked. Flaming Tiger rolled his eyes at his subordinate, asking, is this even a problem? You saw as well just now. The kobolds within the smoke cloud won't attack players if they are attacked from a distance. Those are level for monsters. Leveling will be easy, so hurry them over here. Brother Tiger is still the smart one. Being able to find such a precious spot, Brother Tiger will definitely become the #1 person in Shadow. The elementalist started bootlicking Flaming Tiger. Scram! #1 person in Shadow. I am the #1 person in God's Domain. Flaming Tiger angrily responded. The other members of Shadow also agreed, one after another, laughing at the elementalist for licking on the wrong boot. A moment later, 3 mage players started attacking from a distance. As for the other players, they lured the monsters into the smoke cloud. Under Flaming Tiger's command, they started killing the kobolds in an orderly manner. Great, this is just great. Even after sharing a kobold's EXP with so many people, my experience still increased by 2%. Brother Tiger, this is really fantastic. These monsters also drop ore and a lot of money. Not only that, but these kobolds also respawn quickly. We can grind here without limits until we reach level 6. By that time, we Shadow will definitely become Red Leaf Town's #1 guild. The members of Shadow started laughing happily. It wouldn't take many hours before every one of them reached level 6. It was already great just imagining how they would suppress the other guilds in Red Leaf Town. Har har har. Consider yourselves lucky for following me. The other team leaders are nothing. When the time comes, I'll become Shadow's captain. Flaming Tiger was in a great mood. With such an increase in experience, it wouldn't take an hour before he rose to level 2, compensating for his previous losses. Meanwhile, at the nearby location of Crimson Star Mine, Blackie was grinding his teeth in anger. Brother Feng, are we just going to let this go? That was hard to obtain information that came from a beta tester, but now it's just profiting these people. I get angry just from thinking about it. These people from Shadow are just shameless. Fortunately, I didn't join them. Shi Feng shook his head as he looked at the system panel's clock, smiling indifferently. They dare to steal my things. We'll let them enjoy it for now. In a moment, we'll let them know after happiness comes sorrow. Chapter 15, After Happiness Comes Sorrow. Chapter 15, After Happiness Comes Sorrow. Time passed, bit by bit. Shi Feng and Blackie did not just do nothing. They were killing level for roaming gnomes in a place not far from Crimson Star Mine. Roaming gnome, common. Level 4. HP 400. Compared to the kobolds, the roaming gnomes were much agiler. They were very good at dodging. However, their attack and defense weren't all that good. Moreover, Dark Moon Valley had yet to be developed. The monsters here were more numerous, and there was nobody here to compete with. There was no need to search for monsters to kill. Shi Feng was already a level 3 swordsman, while Blackie was a level 2 cursemancer. After activating Fast and Nimble, the roaming gnome's dagger had no chance of even touching Shi Feng. As for Blackie, his damage was even fiercer after drinking a black steel beer. With Shi Feng entangling the gnomes in the front, and Blackie dealing damage from behind, killing off the roaming gnomes became very easy. The efficiency was even better than grinding off the kobolds. In the front of the Crimson Star Mine, groups of kobolds laid still before the mine's entrance. Copper coins and various kinds of ores were scattered all over the ground. Brother Tiger, this place is just too great. It's just been over half an hour, and everyone is already level 2. So much money dropped, as well. Har har har, keep up the effort everyone. You three, lure more monsters. As long as we continue grinding this way, it will only be 3 to 4 hours before we can rise to level 3. Flaming Tiger excitedly commanded the 3 assassins that just recently arrived to lure the kobolds. The mags were already level 2, so the speed of killing the kobolds had increased by a big leap. Luring a group of over 30 kobolds was not enough for them. Brother Tiger, something dropped here. A berserker held onto a book as he shouted. Bring it here, let me have a look at it. Flaming Tiger said while smiling. He licked his dried lips when he saw something dropped. After Flaming Tiger received the book, he suddenly started laughing loudly. Great, really great. Not only has the spot that kid found after much effort been taken over by me, but if he knew a rare skill for swordsman was even in my hands. I really want to see that kid's look of regret. Brother Tiger, I saw that kid when I came here. They were still nearby killing roaming gnomes. I'm guessing that they are still unwilling to leave and still thinking of this place. Why don't we go over and kill them? Save us some trouble. A cold glint flashed through Quiet Wolf's eyes. They were filled with killing intent. He was overcome by a great resentment after being killed twice by Shi Feng. Flaming Tiger waved his hand, with a disdainful smile on his face as he said, then let them look. Watch at how fast we level up and earn money, and at how we become the tyrants of Red Leaf Town. Meanwhile, they can only watch from aside with their hearts full of regret and unwillingness. Har har har, I feel great just thinking about it. Although Quiet Wolf still held some resentment over it, when he imagined Shi Feng's unwilling appearance and how he could only exhaust himself killing roaming gnomes, Quiet Wolf's heart felt a great gust of pleasure. Just you wait. The moment I reach level 6 will be your death. Quiet Wolf did not actually give up on killing Shi Feng. Instead, when he thought about the pleasure he would feel after killing Shi Feng when he was level 6, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Meanwhile, in the forest 60 yards south of the Crimson Star Mine, Shi Feng was using a tree to hide while he observed Flaming Tiger and the others. Brother Feng, can the two of us handle it? Blackie asked in a worried tone. These 11 people were not just any average players. They were experts that had passed Shadow Workshop's examination. Moreover, there were 2 healers on their side. It was impossible to kill all of these people just by depending on the 2 of them. Relax. The time is almost up. We'll just watch the show. Shi Feng looked at the time, indifferently saying, in a moment, you go stand at the back. Kill whoever has low HP, don't let even one of them get away. Time is almost up. Blackie didn't understand what it meant. Shi Feng pointed towards the smoke cloud in front of the Crimson Star Mine's entrance, saying with a smile, "That flaming tiger must think that killing monsters of a higher level is easy. The smoke bomb that we placed before we left has a time limit, and only 2 minutes are left before the hour is up. Did they think they could continuously enjoy my domain after stealing it from me? Now, I'll teach them how to be proper human beings." Blackie was struck with a realization. His worship towards Shi Feng became even greater now. Brother Feng is still the smartest. Those brats from Shadow are definitely goners this time, Blackie said with a grin. The reason they could cross levels and harmlessly kill kobolds was that of the smoke bombs. They definitely couldn't do without them. If there were no smoke bomb, then the consequences would be horrifying. 2 minutes later, the smoke cloud in front of the Crimson Star Mine slowly dispersed. "Brother Tiger, why is that smoke cloud disappearing?" An elementalist asked Flaming Tiger after noticing the disappearing smoke cloud. "The smoke cloud disappeared. It can't be." Flaming Tiger abruptly woke up from his nap. When he looked over at the mine's entrance, the smoke cloud really did disappear. If it's gone, then fine. The smoke cloud might be a periodic thing. Don't bother with it, keep on grinding. Just as Flaming Tiger finished speaking, the usually stupid-looking kobolds that did not retaliate suddenly looked towards the members of Shadow Workshop in unison. There were over 40 kobolds with blood-red eyes. The kobolds let out angry growls after finally discovering the people who had been attacking them. Suddenly, they all came rushing forth. The members of Shadow did not react at all. Within an instant, they were surrounded and given a beating by the kobolds. A level 2 player could hardly take 3 hits from a kobold, not to mention a group of kobolds. 7 players died within a blink of an eye. The backline players became a mess as they ran for their lives. However, the kobolds were very fast. It only took them moments to catch up to the escaping mags. For each mage, they were gifted a hammer to their heads. The mags quickly lie still on the floor, never to rise up again. Crap, what is going on here? Why did these kobolds suddenly become insane? Flaming Tiger cursed. He quickly turned tail and ran the moment he noticed the situation turned bad. They had risen to level 2 after much effort. However, this death sent them all back to level 1. There were even 3 assassins who were level 0. It was an absolute loss. With such an increase and decrease, the dream becoming the tyrants of Red Leaf Town also perished. Instead, the current members of Shadow weren't even up to par with the average player. They were even further away from the other guilds. Flaming Tiger's heart started to bleed in pain. "We meet again, Brother Tycoon," Shi Feng said with an indifferent smile. He currently blocked Flaming Tiger's escape path. After seeing Shi Feng's sneer, even an idiot would understand that the kobolds' rebellion had something to do with him. "You're dead for sure, kid. You dare to actually scheme against me. If I don't kill you back to level 0, then my name will be read backward." All of Flaming Tiger's hair stood up in anger. He raised his shield and swung it at Shi Feng. Compared to the other members of Shadow Workshop, Flaming Tiger's skills were clearly a tier higher. With one hand, he used his shield to block Shi Feng's vision, while he used the other to stab his short sword towards Shi Feng's vital point. It was simple, yet sinister, and it was very hard to stop. However, Flaming Tiger's confident strike struck air. "Where is he?" Flaming Tiger fixed his gaze to the front. However, there wasn't even a shadow of a person present. "Over here." Shi Feng stood behind Flaming Tiger, his sword waving down. Chop. A damage of -36 appeared above Flaming Tiger's head. His HP had instantly gone from 220 to 184. When Flaming Tiger was hit, he hurriedly spun around and used Shield Bash. However, Shi Feng had long since seen through Flaming Tiger's movements. He took a step backward and spun his body around, hiding by the shield. Then, Shi Feng arrived once more at Flaming Tiger's back, giving him another sword slash. Without the use of any skills, Shi Feng could only deal 23 damage to a shield warrior with high defense. "You coward! Don't hide if you have the ability. I can kill you anytime I want." Flaming Tiger could not land any hits on the agile Shi Feng. His HP was constantly decreasing, and only 83 points of it remained now. He had no way of dealing with Shi Feng's attacks, so he decided to start ridiculing Shi Feng in hopes of provoking him, allowing Flaming Tiger the chance to kill Shi Feng. "Sure, I'll stand here without dodging. Come attack me then," Shi Feng answered without hesitation. Flaming Tiger silently smiled. He never imagined that Shi Feng was such a fool, taking the bait with just a small amount of stimulation. "Watch how I'll toy with you to death." Flaming Tiger raised his shield and used charge at Shi Feng. If Shi Feng didn't dodge, then he could only take the hit forcefully. In terms of strength, Flaming Tiger wouldn't lose to Shi Feng. However, only disappointment was waiting for him. Just when Flaming Tiger was 2 yards away from Shi Feng immediately used Thundering Flash. 3 streaks of thunder went past Flaming Tiger's shield, directly landing on his body. 3 high damages appeared above Flaming Tiger's head, -28, -35, -41, his HP instantly dropping to 0. "You! Despicable!" Flaming Tiger glared at Shi Feng. He was furious to the point of spitting out blood. If it weren't for himself rushing towards Shi Feng on his own accord, he wouldn't have been struck by all the attacks of that skill. "Are you alright, Brother Tycoon? I said I would stand here without dodging, but I've never said I wouldn't move my hands. How could you be so gullible, even rushing over, yourself?" Shi Feng spread out his arms, showing that it was all a mistake, saying, "Oh, right. I still have to thank Brother Tycoon for earning me so many ores. You've saved me a lot of time." Flaming Tiger pointed towards Shi Feng, wanting to say something. However, his body had already turned into starlight and disappeared. He couldn't even utter a single word, only leaving behind a pile of ore and a single book. Chapter 16, Everyone's a Liar. Chapter 16, Everyone's a Liar. In Red Leaf Town's noisy plaza, flashes of white light appeared. Following which, figures of players appeared, one by one. These players were the revived members of Shadow. These people had down and extremely depressed expressions on their faces. Nothing could beat the pain and entangled feeling of having recently gained something, then losing it again. Just a moment ago, they were still dreaming of becoming the tyrants of Red Leaf Town. Their levels were increasing, it was like flying. In the next second, however, they died. Not only had their levels and skill proficiency decreased, but the experience they had at level 1 was also lower than before. They were much worse off compared to the average player. Flaming Tiger's expression after reviving was even more livid. His eyes alone could eat a person alive. "System, player Yi Feng has killed you. You will be revived in Red Leaf Town after 3 seconds. At the same time, you will lose 1 level, and all your skill proficiencies will be reduced by 100 points. Yi Feng, I will not let you off. I will definitely make you wish for death." Flaming Tiger let out an angry bellow after looking at the numbers displayed by the system. His actions had caused the other players to quickly avoid him, not daring to look at this madman. After venting for a while, Flaming Tiger ordered the other members of Shadow to check their bags, checking for the items they dropped. Although this death caused great losses for everyone, there wasn't just the EXP gained from killing kobolds. There was also loot. This was also the only thing they could be happy about. At the very least, they did not busy themselves for nothing. When Flaming Tiger took a look into his bag, a sweet taste suddenly entered his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "At once. Immediately. We head for Dark Moon Valley, now. I must kill that kid." Flaming Tigers bellowed, his anger reaching up to the skies. The skill book that he planned on using to ridicule Shi Feng was gone. It was an extremely rare skill for swordsmen, and it was also the most valuable item they got from grinding kobolds. Now, it was gone. However, the most unforgivable thing was that the skill book had fallen into Shi Feng's hands. In the end, all of Flaming Tiger's efforts had become Shi Feng's gains. This was something that he would not tolerate. His hatred was something that could not be resolved, even if he were to kill Shi Feng back to level 0. The other members of Shadow did not understand what had happened to Flaming Tiger. Going to search for Shi Feng right now was just a futile effort. Nobody would be foolish enough to wait for them to take revenge. Shi Feng would definitely slip away, snickering at them in some other place. At this moment, Flaming Tiger's system communication rang. Who is it? Disturbing me at this time, are you trying to die? Flaming Tiger cursed after the call connected. Flaming Tiger, your temper sure has grown after not meeting for a day. The voice on the other side was ice cold, as if in a furious rage. Flaming Tiger felt the familiarity of that voice. When he found the corresponding identity to their voice, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Brother Zhang, it is you. I'm currently educating my subordinates. I never thought Brother Zhang would contact me. Brother Zhang, please don't mind it. I wasn't speaking about you just now. Enough. I already know about your problem. Just looking at the damage you've caused towards Shadow's development in Red Leaf Town, looking at what the good you've done has accomplished towards Shadow's development in Red Leaf Town, I'll come to you immediately. From now onwards, you don't have to continue being Red Leaf Town's team leader. Silent Rain, the team's elementalist, will take over temporarily. If you're still not level 2 by the time I arrive in Red Leaf Town, then you can just get lost. Shadow doesn't need garbage. Flaming Tiger became spiritless after hearing these words. His hatred for Shi Feng would never be washed away, even by the 5 lakes and 4 seas. Meanwhile, in Dark Moon Valley, Shi Feng and Blackie were picking up the drops from the members of Shadow. Shi Feng was currently holding the skill book dropped by Flaming Tiger. Flaming Tiger really is too generous. He had even left me such an item. Shi Feng chose to learn the skill without hesitation. Windblade, action type. Requires, sword. Level 1. Proficiency 0, 300. Ambush an enemy outside 5 yards and within 30 yards. Movement speed will be increased by 40% when rushing towards the target and attack speed increased by 20% for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 25 seconds. A swordsman mobility would be greatly increased with this skill. It was a great counter to rangers and mags who love to kite. Brother Feng, the meteorite ore we need are all here. There are also quite a few bronze or Shadow really helped us big this time. Blackie laughed loudly. As he was collecting the ore from the ground, he noticed a piece of dark green Oregon. Picking it up, he asked, Brother Feng, what is this, star crystal? When Shi Feng heard about the star crystal, he ignored the meteorite ore below his feet, instantly turning around and running towards Blackie. Damn, it really is a star crystal. Blackie, your luck is really too good. You even picked up such a thing. Shi Feng said excitedly as he carefully looked at the dark green ore after receiving it. Every monster in the world had a chance of dropping a star crystal. The chances were 1,000,000 to 1. Maybe it was trash to other people, but to Shi Feng, it was a priceless treasure. It was also the thing he needed the most. Brother Feng, what is this star crystal for? Blackie curiously asked. Shi Feng was usually calm and indifferent. Such an excited reaction from him displayed the preciousness of the star crystal. It's for eating, but not for players. Shi Feng smiled slightly but did not continue explaining as he kept the star crystal. It's for eating. Blackie was slightly confused. Who would eat a rock? However, Shi Feng must have his own reasons for not explaining, so Blackie did not continue asking about it. A moment later, all the drops were collected. They had received a total of 14 pieces of meteorite ore, and 32 pieces of bronze ore. Not only had they completed Shi Feng's quest, they even had some leftovers. Subsequently, the 2 of them arrived at the smithy. Master Jack, I have collected the meteorite ore you asked for. Shi Feng handed over all of the meteorite ore, not leaving even one behind. These were all quest items. A stack of them would only sell for 1 copper to an NPC. It was utterly worthless. Not bad, young man. However, if you wish to become an outstanding forger, you still need to have enough strength to obtain precious ore. There is a powerful kobold chieftain. Go kill it to prove your strength. Master Jack said eloquently as he stored away the meteorite ore. System, Hidden Quest, Road of Forging. Kill the kobold chieftain inside Crimson Star Mine. Time limit of 1 hour. When Shi Feng saw that there was still a second stage to the quest, Shi Feng wished he could curse Hammer Trading. He had caused Shi Feng big trouble this time. As expected, everybody would have kept something to themselves. Nobody could be trusted. Everyone's a liar. In Shi Feng's previous life, Hammer Trading had not mentioned a second stage of the quest. Now a second stage, time-limited quest had appeared. It was even against a chieftain monster. That wasn't an elite monster you simply run across. A chieftain was even stronger than a special elite. It was the equivalent of a dungeon's boss. Shi Feng was just level 3, and a leader monster was just too deadly to him. In Shi Feng's previous life, Hammer Trading was level 16 when he accepted the quest. Completing the quest was extremely easy. Forget it, let's have a look at it first. He could do nothing about being tricked. However, Shi Feng did not plan to give up. The forging talent had too great of a use, and Shi Feng must learn it. Following which, Shi Feng and Blackie cleared the way of kobolds as they headed towards the deeper parts of the Crimson Star Mine. Compared to the kobolds at the entrance, the kobolds inside were no longer level 4, they were level 5. They took more time and energy to kill. Often, another kobold would respawn before one was killed. If there weren't enough black steel beer to reduce the kobold's level by 2, then Shi Feng and Blackie's killing speed would be completely unable to keep up with the respawn rate. Half an hour later, Shi Feng and Blackie arrived at the deepest part of the Crimson Star Mine. It was a large piece of empty land. There were over 10 kobolds mining for ore in the surroundings. There was a huge figure standing in the center of the empty area. It was a kobold that wore armor, and it was constantly giving out commands to the other kobolds. Kobold Chieftain, Chieftain rank. Level 5. HP 2100. Just its HP alone could cause a person despair, not to mention the heavy armor worn on the Kobold Chieftain. Its defense was definitely high. It was nearly impossible for physical-type attacks to cause a lot of damage. Moreover, Chieftain rank monsters had a recovery speed of 2% HP every 5 seconds when in battle. That meant the Kobold Chieftain would recover 42 HP every 5 seconds. It was not a number to look down upon. An average level 5 player with physical type damage might not even be able to deal 42 damage within 5 seconds. As for using the smoke bombs to kill the Kobold Chieftain safely, that was completely impossible. A chieftain monster's range of vision was extremely wide. Even a kobold would have a vision range of 55 yards. Using the smoke bomb to reduce its vision by 10 yards would still leave it with 45 yards. Even for rangers, who had the furthest firing range of 40 yards, it was not enough. Shi Feng thought through it again and again as he looked at the Kobold Chieftain before him, helplessly laughing. Do I really have to use that? Chapter 17, Magic Weapon Released, Famed Swordsman Born. Chapter 17, Magic Weapon Released, Famed Swordsman Born. Brother Feng, can we really beat this Kobold Chieftain? Blackie had not an ounce of confidence in him when he looked at the Kobold Chieftain. Ignoring its horrifying amount of HP, the giant axe on its back was enough to terrify someone. If Blackie were hit with that axe, he would definitely turn into meat paste within an instant. I don't know. Shi Feng shook his head. Plans can never keep up with change. There was not a single terrain within the mine that could be used. They could only fight the Kobold Chieftain head-on if they wanted to kill it. The Kobold Chieftain was the most powerful monster Shi Feng had met up with to this point. If he had enough time, Shi Feng would come here when he was level 5, with a full body of bronze equipment. He would have an 80% chance by then. However, there was little left of the time that Forging Master Jack gave him. If he wanted to finish the battle within the 20 minutes remaining, then he would need to send out a small party of level 5 elites to do so. However, there were only 2 of them. Their equipment was also poor. Trying to kill the Kobold Chieftain within 20 minutes was utterly impossible. However, there would be dire consequences if the quest was not finished. There was only one chance to do this hidden quest. If it failed, Shi Feng would not be able to receive it ever again. Thus, Shi Feng was even more unwilling to give up this quest. I can only try it. Shi Feng unwillingly took out the magic weapon, Abyssal Blade. In his previous life, the number of magic weapons Shi Feng had personally witnessed could be counted on his fingers. Anybody who had seen a magic weapon's power would be brought to submission by it. Whereas, those who could properly wield a magic weapon was as rare as a phoenix's feather. Crimson War God was one such person. He had grown to fame within a guild war that had involved over 100,000 people. During that war, Crimson War God held a blooded magic weapon, the Crimson Ghost Axe. He rushed into groups of thousands of warriors with the axe and slaughtered. There was no one who could block his giant axe. In the end, the enemy guild was forced to retreat in embarrassment. Crimson War God had created the scene of one man defending against 10,000. After that war, he built up the glorious War God Empire. There was also their madman, Wind Chaser. He held the magic weapon, Evil Spirit's Roar. With only the bow in hand, Wind Chaser had single-handedly defended a city. Of the thousands of enemy players, not one of them could enter within 100 yards of the city. Using a single arrow, Wind Chaser had even sniped Outstandingly Extraordinary, the guild leader of Imposing Expert. Outstandingly Extraordinary had been standing further than 100 yards from the city at that time. As long as they were a magic weapon user, then they would be famous, top-tier experts in God's domain that were respected by all. System, do you wish to bind the Abyssal Blade? Shi Feng sucked in a deep breath, choosing to bind. He did not care anymore about the backlash of the magic weapon. Since those people could control the magic weapons, then how could he, as a reincarnated person, lose to those newbies that had yet to grow up? The moment the binding was finished, Shi Feng could clearly feel his entire body's strength being sapped away. His levels, as well, dropped one after the other, becoming level 0 within an instant. In another moment, however, a force of strength started flowing through his body. His body's current constitution was even stronger than when he was level 3. When he checked the Abyssal Blade attributes, Shi Feng became even more shocked. Abyssal Blade, magic weapon, one-handed sword. Attack power 24. All attributes plus 10. Attack speed plus 3. Ignore monsters level by 5. Attacks have a 15% chance to cause 2x damage, 10% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all stats by 30%, lasting 20 seconds. If wielder belongs to any swordsman job, all skill levels plus 2. Increase free ability points received by 2 points for every increase in level. Equipment level 0. Can be leveled up. Devour 10 level 5 bronze equipment and 1 level 5 mysterious iron equipment to level up to level 5. Can be evolved, unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for the wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Ollises, using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from being able to provide the wielder with immense strength, there would be a backlash after a certain period of time. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Seeing such attributes and these many additional skills, the Abyssal Blade was no different than a god's weapon. However, there were still 35 of these famed swords, and the Abyssal Blade was just one of the lower-ranked ones. It was hard to imagine what kind of sword the first-ranked was. Brother Feng, please don't scare me. How did you become level 0? Glancing at Shi Feng from the side, Blackie became shocked. It had already been troublesome just facing the kobold chieftain. Now that Shi Feng had fallen back to level 0, how could they fight it? Relax. Use the smoke bombs to clear off the small mobs first. Leave the kobold chieftain to me. Shi Feng called up the attribute panel, placing all 6 free attribute points into agility. His agility had reached 20 points exactly, activating, fast and nimble. Shi Feng was very eager to test his sword on the kobold chieftain. Character, Yi Feng, human. Affiliated Kingdom, Star Moon. Title, Might of 8000. Job, Swordsman. Level, 0. HP, for 60. Attack power, 72. Defense, 4. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 8. Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 20, Endurance 22, Intelligence 13, Vitality 13. System, Strength has reached 20 points. Activating hidden basic skill, Smashing Fists. Able to destroy trash weapons with bare hands. System, Endurance has reached 20 points. Activating hidden basic skill, Robust Physique. Along with the activation of the hidden basic skills for strength and endurance, Shi Feng could now utilize the full potential of his current body. He was no longer a 3-second hero. Although he was level 0, his current attack power and attributes were far above that of when he was level 3. His HP was even more awesome. It wasn't any worse than a level 5 shield warrior's HP. Not to mention Shi Feng still had a bunch of high-level skills. He could definitely fight it out with the kobold chieftain. While Shi Feng was getting used to his body, Blackie had cleared all of the kobolds in the surrounding areas, leaving behind only the kobold chieftain. Wait for me to pull aggro, then you can start madly attacking. Shi Feng instructed. Taking a step forward, Shi Feng rushed towards the kobold chieftain. Windblade. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng had arrived in front of the kobold chieftain. The kobold chieftain had yet to react before 2 streaks of black light slashed at its neck. Suddenly, blood splashed from its neck, causing the kobold chieftain to scream in pain. 2 frightening damages appeared above its head. The kobold chieftain finally reacted. However, just as it lifted its giant axe, another sword flash passed through an unprotected area of its body. Chop. Another -105 damage appeared on the kobold chieftain. The power of a level for chop was shocking. When the giant axe landed on the ground, it created a large crater. However, Shi Feng had long since retreated and followed up by using a level for thundering flash. 3 streaks of violent thunder passed through the kobold chieftain's gigantic body, creating damages of -84, -101, -123. Shi Feng had taken over 600 HP away from the kobold chieftain after just a single exchange. The might of the famed sword, the abyssal blade, even shocked Shi Feng himself. Blackie, who stood a distance away, was even more dumbfounded. Chapter 18, 9 Dragon Slash. Chapter 18, 9 Dragon Slash. The kobold chieftain became enraged when he was dealt the heavy damage by Shi Feng's surprise attack. The blood that leaked from its wound became its stimulant. The kobold chieftain raised its giant axe, bombarding Shi Feng with one attack after another. The kobold chieftain could not react appropriately towards Shi Feng's previous surprise attack. It could only instinctively attack, so its attacks were aggressive. Against the wild attacks of the kobold chieftain, even a level 5 shield warrior or guardian knight would die within an instant. Shi Feng could only retreat under such intense attacks. He did not have any chance to retaliate. He also needed to dodge the incoming rubble the size of fists. If they hit him, it would cause quite an amount of damage. A man and a beast exchanged moves at high speeds. If it were an average man, he most likely would not be able to make a single move. He would be halved by the giant axe, becoming very much dead. Blackie, hurry and attack it. I can't hold on for much longer. Shi Feng had been dodging for a whole 7 or 8 seconds now. When he saw Blackie, having yet to attack, he shouted loudly. They were currently facing a chieftain boss, not a little elite. The attack patterns of a chieftain boss were not as monotonous as an elite's. It had a variety of attacks. The chieftain boss was a monster that possessed intelligence. It would even change its attack pattern for specific players. Couple that with a strength that was 2 to 3 times that of a normal elite, the chieftain boss was stronger than an elite by at least 4 times. Although Shi Feng had only exchanged blows with the kobold chieftain for 7 or 8 seconds, it felt like several minutes had gone by. Just from blocking attacks and the occasional counter-attack had already taken over 100 HP from Shi Feng. If this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before his HP reached 0. With the famed sword, Abyssal Blade, Shi Feng's attributes were greatly increased. It allowed 3 hidden basic skills that were most important to a melee player to be activated. With these skills, Shi Feng was able to exhibit extraordinary attacks and dodges continuously. If he did not possess the Abyssal Blade, Shi Feng would have died long ago. I'll come help you, Brother Feng. Blackie realized his mistake as he finally reacted. He hurriedly waved his staff, his mouth chanting a curse. After aiming at the kobold chieftain, he shot a dark arrow. The dark arrow landed on the kobold chieftain's body, only dealing 17 points of damage. Blackie's mouth became wide open after seeing this damage. He couldn't help becoming astonished by a chieftain monster's defense. Blackie could cause over 50 damage if he attacked a level 5 monster, however, it was only a third of that amount now. It could be seen how shocking a chieftain monster's defense was. On the other hand, Shi Feng could deal over 100 damage in a hit. What kind of attack power was that? Shi Feng abruptly slashed the Abyssal Blade in mid-battle. Chop! A black light dug itself through a gap in the kobold chieftain's attack. Peng! Shi Feng took 3 steps backward before stabilizing his body, over 30 damage appearing above his head. On the other hand, only the kobold chieftain's giant axe was pushed back, pausing slightly in mid-air. It worked. It seems like my strength is just barely enough. Shi Feng was very satisfied with the attack this time. During battles within God's domain, not only could players defend and dodge, but they could also interrupt a monster's attack. This would cause the monster's attack to stop briefly, ending the monster's offensive. It was a high-leveled battle technique. Such techniques only started becoming popular half a year after God's domain's opening, especially in boss battles. If the main tank, did not learn such techniques, the end result would be a party wipe. This was because there were no players capable of blocking a boss-crazed and continuous attacks. The kobold chieftain's momentary pause had caused it to reveal a weak point. Shi Feng rushed in without hesitation. Gathering all his strength into his hand, Shi Feng gripped the Abyssal Blade tightly and continuously struck the kobold chieftain. For streaks of sword light hit the unarmored parts of the kobold chieftain. With the damage amplification effect, Shi Feng's attack instantly took to 300 HP away from the kobold chieftain. Adding in Blackie's attack, the kobold chieftain only had little over 900 HP remaining. Ayo! 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 The kobold chieftain started going into a frenzy. It threw its giant axe to a side, pulling out 2 machetes from its waist. The change in weapons caused the kobold chieftain's attack patterns to change. If the kobold chieftain was a berserker when he held the giant axe, then after wielding the pair of blades, the kobold chieftain was a dual-wielding swordsman. The kobold chieftain now combined strength with agility, no longer just using violence to oppress its opponent. The attack pattern of the pair of blades was no longer monotonous. The kobold chieftain's attack speed had a large increase as well. Just after Shi Feng dodged one of the blades, the other came following behind. Shi Feng hurriedly used the Abyssal Blade to block it. Dazzling sparks were created when the blade and sword intersected with each other. Shi Feng's entire person was sent flying away. When Shi Feng was still in mid-air, he saw the kobold chieftain leaping with all its might, its machete raised high for a frontal assault. Is it going all out? Shi Feng was shocked, hurriedly using parry. Hong! The Abyssal Blade blocked the machete. However, Shi Feng was like a meteorite as he fell heavily to the ground. Shi Feng had thought the kobold chieftain's attack to be over. However, as it fell from the sky, its twin blades plunged downwards as well, with Shi Feng's chest as their target. Shi Feng was unable to move to dodge the attack. Phantom kill. Instantly, a doppelganger of Shi Feng appeared 3 yards away from him. With lightning speed, Shi Feng swapped places with his doppelganger. When the kobold chieftain landed, both its blades stabbed into the doppelganger's chest. The doppelganger's HP madly fell, over 300 HP disappearing within an instant. Just as the kobold chieftain revealed an excited smile, Shi Feng appeared behind its back. The Abyssal Blade in his hand was also letting out a faint black glow. 9 Dragon Slash. 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade appeared, silently floating in mid-air and circling Shi Feng. Although Shi Feng could not completely control all 9 swords, using the 9 of them for a simple attack was not a problem. Shishasha. 9 abyssal blades danced as if they were playful sprites, continuously penetrating the kobold chieftain's body. Small values that were just over -10 continuously appeared on the kobold chieftain's head. Although the damage was very low, the quantity was high. Including Shi Feng's chop and normal attacks, the kobold chieftain's HP fell close to 500 HP. Seeing the kobold chieftain wanting to turn around, Shi Feng did not dare give it any chance for counterattack. Immediately, Shi Feng used Abyssal Bind. The kobold chieftain could not move for 3 seconds, and its defense was reduced by 100%. In a battle, where even blinking would get you killed, 3 seconds was enough to change the results. The kobold chieftain could not move after being bound by the pitch-black chains which came from the abyssal blade. The 9 abyssal blades continued attacking without stop, creating damages of over -20 with each hit. The kobold chieftain's HP madly fell, leaving it with only around 200 HP within a moment. Awoo! The kobold chieftain bellowed as it became thoroughly berserk, its body size becoming 2 folds larger. Shi Feng watched as the 3 seconds passed by. The kobold chieftain's strength was no joke after becoming completely berserk. Its strength had increased by at least 30%. However, all of Shi Feng's attacks and life-saving skills were still on cooldown. As if having seen through Shi Feng's distress, the kobold chieftain's face revealed a mocking expression. 2 large blades came crashing towards Shi Feng, their speeds like that of flying arrows. At the moment of life and death, Shi Feng noticed a kobold miner respawning from the corner of his eyes. Immediately, Shi Feng activated Gravity Liberation, followed by Wind Blade. With lightning speed, Shi Feng dodged a chop from the twin blades and rushed towards the kobold miner's front. Ayo! 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 When the kobold chieftain saw the near-death Shi Feng actually dodging its attack, its strong legs abruptly stomped on the ground, pushing it straight towards Shi Feng. Blackie felt chills down his back as he watched Shi Feng fighting. Regardless, his mouth never stopped chanting curses, sending out one dark arrow after another. However, the kobold chieftain's speed was too fast, trying to hit it was just too hard. Fortunately, there was more than a 20-yard distance between the kobold chieftain and Shi Feng. The kobold chieftain would still need some time to catch up to Shi Feng. Within this period, Shi Feng might even be able to kill off the kobold chieftain with the 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade. However, both Shi Feng and Blackie had underestimated the kobold chieftain's explosive strength. Not only were its strength and defense greatly increased, even its agility had a great increase. It only took 2 seconds for the kobold chieftain to reach over 20 yards. The kobold chieftain lifted its twin blades, strongly slashing it down. The kobold miner in front of Shi Feng was split into 2, and a rain of blood fell 5 yards around it. This slash had closely brushed past Shi Feng's cheek, nearly taking his life away. Seeing the kobold chieftain preparing to slash down its other blade, Shi Feng strongly raised the abyssal blade in his hand. 3 streaks of thunder penetrated the kobold chieftain's body, taking away its last remaining 130 HP. Seeing the kobold chieftain finally fall, Shi Feng let loose a breath of relief. The chieftain monster is truly too strong. Even if Shi Feng came here at level 5 fully equipped with bronze equipment, he would still be a goner. He could only kill it due to luck. Compared to a level 2 Thundering Flash, the level 4 Thundering Flash only had a cooldown of 24 seconds. The cooldown had finished just in time, allowing Shi Feng to escape death. System: Level 5 Kobold Chieftain killed. Level difference of 5. EXP obtained increased by 500%. Obtained 2350 EXP. Shi Feng immediately rose to 76% of level 1. System: Congratulations for becoming the first player to kill a chieftain monster. Kobold Chieftain's item drop increased by 200%. Reputation in Star Moon Kingdom increased by 10 points. Suddenly, the Kobold Chieftain's body started expanding. Its size continued increasing until its body exploded with a boom, scattering a pile of items all over the floor. Chapter 19, Evil Whip. Chapter 19, Evil Whip. When the Kobold Chieftain exploded, items scattered all over the floor. Copper coins paved the floor as well in a copper glow, shining through the entire mine as if celebrating Shi Feng's success. At the moment, Blackie sat paralyzed on the ground, cold sweat pervading his entire body. It was as if all of his strength was sapped out from his body. He could not care less about the drops on the ground. This battle was truly difficult. There was no time to even take a breath. Every minute and every second were a soul-shocking moment that stimulated the eyes. Every moment of the battle just toyed with Blackie's heart. He would not be able to take it at all if he did not have a strong heart. As for Shi Feng, who could battle against the kobold chieftain head-on, what kind of heart did he possess? This is too great. We won, Brother Feng. You really are my idol. Blackie loudly shouted in extreme excitement. Seeing Shi Feng's calm face, Blackie was filled with respect for him. Although Shi Feng's former strength was quite good, surpassing many average players, he was still just an average professional player. Shi Feng's skill had never been out of reach for Blackie. Shi Feng had been previously quick to get excited. He would even get into an endless conflict over a piece of common equipment as if he was an unsheathed blade. However, the current Shi Feng was hugely different than before. It was as if he became a different person. The present Shi Feng was extremely calm and did things without hesitation. He gave off a certain serenity that resembled that of a dormant dragon. He did not do anything outstanding normally, yet when he did, it would shock the world. Blackie, wasn't your idol gentle Snow? Shi Feng slightly smiled as he said so. Of course gentle Snow is my idol. However, you're awesome as well, Brother Feng. Usually, you keep quiet without revealing anything, but now that you've shown it, even such a powerful kobold chieftain was done in by you. Not even a true professional gamer could compare to you, so how could I not admire you? As they said, the shade is better under a large tree. Brother Feng, you should teach me how to play a cursemancer. Even in my dreams, I've dreamt of becoming a professional gamer. In Blackie's eyes, Shi Feng was just like a mountain of gold. He was glad for the choice he had previously made. If he had gone to Shadow Workshop, he would probably still be a nameless gold farming member. He wouldn't even have the chance to meet an expert, forget about becoming a real expert. All right. Shi Feng smiled. Blackie's character was just so straightforward. When Shi Feng was fired in his previous life, Blackie had resigned as well, without hesitation. Blackie had given up a job with an annual income of millions just to share the suffering together with him. Naturally, Shi Feng wouldn't betray Blackie. He would teach Blackie whatever he could. Although Shi Feng had not played a cursemancer before, he had still observed plenty of expert cursemancers. Shi Feng knew the general direction to develop a cursemancer, and it was more than enough to give pointers to Blackie. Brother Feng, how do you think I should place my points early on? Do I go full intelligence? Blackie asked. Shi Feng shook his head, saying after some thought, although it isn't bad to go full intelligence during the beginning periods, agility is a must if you wish to become a powerful cursemancer. Aside from just increasing your movement speed, agility can also increase your casting speed. Cursemancers have very few life-saving skills, are slow runners, and have many skills that require chanting. A cursemancer's spells are also weak in power. They mainly rely on curses to deal damage. However, unlike elementalists, who are literal cannons, time is required for a cursemancer to unleash that damage fully. Hence, after adding intelligence up to 20 points, you should place half of your free ability points into agility. This will ensure your safety as well as allow you deal more damage. In Shi Feng's previous life, there was an extremely powerful cursemancer. That person had broken the traditional point allocation method of a cursemancer by adding a large amount of agility. Not only could he deal damage both quickly and fiercely, but he was even more powerful in PK. He had destroyed assassins that were counters to mags. Even in death, those assassins had not landed a single hit on that cursemancer, breaking the law that stated mags would die if they were closed in by a melee player. After that incident, many cursemancers had started adding agility, causing assassins to be endlessly depressed as they became bullied constantly by cursemancers. Blackie nodded his head. He felt that Shi Feng's words made sense, saying with a smile, all right then. After my intelligence reaches 20 points, I'll go full agility. After finished discussing how to add points for a cursemancer, Shi Feng and Blackie started picking up the drops. The kobold chieftain deserved to be a chieftain-ranked monster. Adding on that it was the first kill, its drops were extremely bountiful. It had dropped a total of 8 pieces of bronze equipment, 1 grey giant axe, 2 plate armor, 2 leather armor, 3 cloth armor. Aside from those, there were also 273 coppers and 3 skill books. There was Mock for shield warriors, Silent Steps for assassins, and Evil Whip for cursemancers. Blackie, your luck really is too good. This Evil Whip skill book is rare with an extremely low drop rate. It is also one of the few control and damage skills that a cursemancer has. As long as the skills level is high, it will become a godly skill for grinding monsters. Shi Feng tossed the Evil Whip skill book to Blackie without hesitation. He also gave 2 of the level 2 cloth armor to Blackie. Evil Whip. Cast time 3 seconds. Use 5 thorns to bind a target in a fixed area. As long as the target exits the area and breaks the thorns, every thorn will cause a base damage of 20 points, with an additional 30% spell damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Blackie became ecstatic when he saw the skill, learning it quickly. With this skill, his battle standards would be increased by a big leap. After he switched to the 2 pieces of equipment, it was as if he turned from an air gun into an artillery cannon. Blackie's intelligence increased to 20 points, increasing his spell damage to 48, and also activating the hidden basic skill for intelligence, Rapid Cast. Rapid Cast allows the player to skip the chance of spells that are below 1.5 seconds, requiring only action to cast it. Also, allows the caster to better focus on attacking their target. As for the 2 pieces of plate armor, they were their Recruit's Heavy Armor and Black Steel Armguard. However, amongst these pieces of bronze equipment, Shi Feng only fancied the Black Steel Armguard's attributes. Black Steel Armguard, Bronze Rank, Plate Armor. Level 3. Equipment requirements: Strength 9. Defense plus 14. Strength plus 2, Endurance plus 2, Agility plus 1. Durability 20/20. The Recruit's Heavy Armor was just mediocre. The level 5 Recruit's Heavy Armor could not compare to the Sky Armor at all. However, plate armors were still precious, so it could be sold for a good price. The 2 pieces of level 3 Bronze Leather Armor could be sold as well. Amongst these pieces of equipment, the most valuable one was the Grey Giant Axe. It was definitely the darling of berserkers. Grey Giant Axe, Bronze Rank. Level 5. Equipment requirements: Strength 15. Attack power plus 21. Strength plus 5, Endurance plus 2. Durability 30/30. It was the absolute weapon for violence. If a berserker got a hold of this weapon, their damage would become extremely violent and horrifying. If I could create a hype over this Grey Giant Axe, it would definitely be worth a lot of money. Shi Feng slightly smiled. He had a plan in his heart to make a load of money using the Grey Giant Axe. Afterward, Shi Feng and Blackie returned to the smithy. Master Jack, I've killed the kobold chieftain. This is its skull. Shi Feng said respectfully as he took out a kobold's skull. Master Jack, who was currently hammering away on steel, glanced at the kobold skull. After he confirmed that Shi Feng had done it, he satisfyingly said, "Not bad, young man. It seems you do have the right to inherit my forging skills." System: Hidden Quest, Road of Forging, completed. Player has learned forging. Player has become a basic forging apprentice. Player has obtained the forging talent, Forging Genius. Rewarding 10 pieces of 100 refinement steel. Forging Genius. After a successful forging, there is a fixed chance to increase 2 proficiency points. 2 proficiency points were not to be looked down on. It should be known that a basic forging apprentice making a piece of common equipment only had a 20% success rate. After successfully making the equipment, there was a 40% chance to obtain 1 proficiency point. Now, however, Shi Feng had a chance to obtain 2 proficiency points as long as his forging was successful, increasing his efficiency for promotion to the next rank by several folds. Becoming an intermediate forging apprentice required 1,000 proficiency points. An average player required more than 10 days, at the very least, to become one. Their supply of materials must also be continuous, as the horrifying rate of failure would waste large amounts of materials. With the forging talent, Shi Feng could now save a lot of materials, saving him quite the amount of money. On the other hand, 100 refinement steel was a good support material for making bronze equipment. It could increase the success rate of making a bronze equipment by 10%. With the forging talent and book of forging, Shi Feng couldn't help but wish to start forging equipment immediately. However, he needed materials if he wanted to forge equipment, and in a large amount as well. If he were to collect the materials himself, it would waste too much time. He could only purchase them in bulk. However, that required a lot of money. Not only that, making common equipment would not earn him any money, but instead cause him to lose it. Only bronze equipment could be sold for a good price, but that required forging designs that Shi Feng did not have. Deathly Forest is a must-go. Shi Feng thought about the bronze equipment forging design that could be obtained from within the Deathly Forest. The equipment that could be forged using the forging design was both cheap to make and had very good attributes. In his previous life, there were quite a few forgers who became rich because of that design. Just as Shi Feng turned around to leave. "Young man, you truly make me look differently at you. Even after so many years of forging weapons, it is still my first time seeing a magic weapon," Master Jack called out to Shi Feng. He had sent his gaze towards the pitch-black sword hanging around Shi Feng's waist. Even if the black sword was rusty and looked like a fire poker, it could not escape the eyes of a master forger. Chapter 20, Curse of the Abyssal Blade. Chapter 20, Curse of the Abyssal Blade. Shi Feng was surprised when Master Jack stopped him. "Young man, are you willing to let me have a look at this sword?" Master Jack looked at Shi Feng with eyes filled with a burning desire. His tone was no longer indifferent, but instead a little whispered. Shi Feng was at a loss at Master Jack's sudden initiative request. However, it seemed logical after Shi Feng gave it some thought. The preciousness of a magic weapon, not to mention a famed sword forged by a master smith, went without saying. A famed sword was the lifelong pursuit of every master forger. They would definitely want to experience it after seeing one. Seeing Shi Feng hesitating, Master Jack quickly said, "You can be at ease. I only wish to see it, and I won't let it be for nothing. If you have any requests, do mention them." When Shi Feng heard this sentence, he became extremely excited. This was a master forger. Just by simply forging, he could create a piece of equipment of mysterious iron rank, secret silver rank even. His request was just to have a look at Shi Feng's sword. Shi Feng agreed without hesitation. He passed the abyssal blade over to Master Jack. NPCs couldn't steal items from players, so he was completely unworried whether or not Master Jack would do away with the abyssal blade. He would allow Master Jack to look at it however he wished afterward. Shi Feng would ask for a secret silver one-handed sword. By then, he would be able to fully display a swordsman's true strength. Master Jack held the abyssal blade that looked like a fire poker, both praising the delicateness of the blade and marveling at its strength. After looking at it for over 10 minutes, Master Jack unwillingly returned the abyssal blade to Shi Feng. "Young man, this is a good and infinitely powerful sword. However, the curse on this sword is extremely evil. The more you unleash the power of this sword, the stronger the curse will get. At the very end, its wielder will become trapped in the endless abyss. It will be too difficult if you wish to control this sword with your strength, and the curse will easily devour you," Master Jack earnestly cautioned. Shi Feng knew about this point. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated for such a long time before binding the abyssal blade. "Master Jack, do you perhaps have any methods to weaken the curse?" Shi Feng asked. Although he knew some weakening methods, he did not have the ability to carry them out right now. "Young man, you should know that the master smith Odysseus forged this sword. There is only one of it in God's domain, and only one of the other 35 famed swords could match up to it. Many unimaginably terrifying existences were killed in order for these famed swords to possess unparalleled power. After death, these existences were sealed into each sword by master smiths. It was impossible to suppress these swords without extremely great power." Master Jack's tone was filled with unparalleled reverence, but he immediately smiled and said, "However, it isn't that there is no way to weaken the curse. May I ask what kind of method is there?" Shi Feng quickly asked. "If you wish to suppress a great power, you would need an equally great power to do so. The power sealed within the sword is a curse. If you wish to weaken it, you will need to have sufficiently great luck." Master Jack lamented, "In the continent of God's domain, some stones have gathered the luck of God's domain. These stones are named lucky stones. As long as you have a lucky stone, then you could counterbalance the curse. Although this piece of stone could be found throughout the whole continent, there are only a very few people who could obtain it. Even I have not seen it before. Trying to find one is truly too difficult. If you can find a piece of this stone, then I can help you weaken the curse on your sword. Seeing Shi Feng's slack expression, Master Jack shook his head in consolation, saying, "Young man, you have to know that the lucky stone is extremely rare. You shouldn't feel discouraged. It is normal not being able to find one. Only those who are blessed by God can obtain a lucky stone, and they are people that we cannot compare to." "Master Jack, is it this piece of stone?" Shi Feng slightly smiled as he took out the dark green colored star crystal. "Right, this is a lucky stone." Master Jack nodded his head after seeing the dark green colored star crystal. However, he became stunned a moment later. He was looking at Shi Feng as if he were looking at a monster. Shi Feng shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it was nothing. Shi Feng had been sluggish before because he found out that Master Jack was able to use the lucky stone to suppress the abyssal blade. It should be known that there was quite a few master forgers in the Star Moon Kingdom. However, the number of master forgers capable of using a lucky stone to suppress the curse of a magic weapon could be counted on a single hand. Shi Feng had never thought that the Master Jack in front of him would be one of them. "Master Jack, can you weaken the curse now?" Shi Feng asked with anticipation. After a few moments, Master Jack finally recovered to his previous calmness. Pretending to be indifferent, he said, "Okay, no problem. I can finish it within half an hour." To the side, Blackie held onto his stomach as he tried his best not to laugh. However, Master Jack's stupefied expression was truly too much for Blackie. He had to run off into the forest before laughing loudly. Half an hour later, Shi Feng received the abyssal blade. He discovered some changes to the abyssal blade's introduction. The abyssal blade was personally created by Master Smith Ollises, using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from being able to provide the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every so often. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, then the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Shi Feng's heart relaxed by a lot after seeing the description in this paragraph of words. At the very least, the backlash won't be too powerful in a short period of time. Shi Feng stored away the abyssal blade. Suddenly, he noticed a lot of messages that had been sent by Lonely Snow. All of the messages asked why Shi Feng had yet to arrive, and how much longer would he need to reach the Deathly Forest. "Blackie, let's go dive into a dungeon." Shi Feng sent a reply message stating that he would come immediately. Because of the issue with the abyssal blade, Shi Feng had completely forgotten about the appointed time. He let Lonely Snow wait more than half an hour. However, Shi Feng would make the appropriate compensations within the Deathly Forest. "Okay. I was just worrying that I won't have a chance to try out my new spells," Blackie said excitedly. When Shi Feng and Blackie arrived at the dungeon area of the Deathly Forest, the entire Deathly Forest was filled with people. Level 2 players were everywhere, and many players were forming parties to enter the dungeon. Open party for Deathly Forest, welcoming violent damage dealers, for waiting for 2. Effective party for Deathly Forest, we are just missing a powerful healer, guaranteed to clear. Seeing such a scene, Shi Feng shook his head slightly. He walked towards Lonely Snow who was waving his arm. In Shi Feng's previous life, the players had been stuck at the Deathly Forest for a long time. The dungeon was only cleared when the majority of players were level 5. "Brother Expert, you're finally here. Those friends of mine are already becoming impatient from waiting. Let us hurry." Lonely Snow was burning with anxiety when he saw Shi Feng leisurely walking over. Afterward, Lonely Snow brought Shi Feng and Blackie to the gathering point of the party. "Lonely, this is the expert you said. I thought he was a person with 3 heads and 6 arms, but it seems he's nothing more than this." The male cleric, Wordless Summer Night, saw Shi Feng wearing novice equipment. There was also a fire poker that hung around his waist. It looked as if it was some trash weapon he had randomly picked up. When Wordless Summer Night saw this, he couldn't help but ridicule. Brother Wordless, how could you say such things about Brother Expert? He is a dignified beta tester, so he definitely must have something extraordinary. Otherwise, how would he dare to take all equipment for swordsman and cursemancer? The shield warrior, battle to the end, stood to the side and sneered. The two of them had already felt displeasure for Shi Feng. This was because Shi Feng had wanted to take away all plate armor and mage equipment immediately after joining. Wouldn't they just be working away for nothing? If it were not for their boss wanting to have a look at Shi Feng, they would have long since invited other players and dove into the dungeon. Now that they saw Shi Feng in such poor equipment, they could criticize him and force him to leave. Lonely Snow wanted to retort as Shi Feng was someone he had personally invited. However, Shi Feng's equipment did not give Lonely Snow any chance to do so. He could only stare in silence. Alright, let's party up. A lot of people have already entered the Deathly Forest. If we don't dive in, we won't have a chance at competing for the first kill. As the party's leader, the handsome male ranger, waving slowly but surely interrupted as he said. Blackie wanted to argue back, but Shi Feng stopped him. Shi Feng thought nothing of the two people's ridicule. No matter what he said, he and Blackie had left them waiting for more than half an hour, so couldn't he just let them speak a few more sentences? Just as they finished partying up, the shield warrior furiously said, "Crap, this noob is just level 1. He's just here to swindle equipment. Boss, Deathly Forest is a level 2 dungeon. If we let a level 1 noob enter the dungeon, aren't we just waiting to get wiped?" Wordless Summer Night looked towards the ranger, waving slowly, showing his displeasure. Lonely Snow was equally shocked when he saw Shi Feng's level. It should be known that many players had already risen to level 2. How was it possible for a beta tester not to reach level 2? Boss waving slowly looked towards Shi Feng. Before this, he still had some hope for Shi Feng, but now it was all gone. He suddenly said in a cold tone, "Did you die once before this?" "Nope." Shi Feng shook his head, honestly saying, "However, entering Deathly Forest at level 1 is enough. Then you can go now. We don't need such an expert like you here. We hope you can understand." Waving slowly coldly said, his brows slightly wrinkled. "Boss, this must be a misunderstanding. How about we try it out first?" Lonely Snow explained. "Try it out." Wordless Summer coldly laughed. "Then who will be responsible when we die? You should know that we still lose experience if we die in a dungeon. Although it is low, that is still 10%. Can this noob repay such a loss?" Wordless, "Don't make it hard for Lonely." Waving slowly repeatedly said, "Lonely, I know you are trying to cover for this swordsman, but I have to take responsibility for our party. I will only find veterans to enter the dungeon. I will not waste time partying up with a novice. You have two choices now, one is to follow us into the dungeon, two is to leave the party together with them." "I will leave the party." Shi Feng did not want to embarrass Lonely Snow. He immediately left the party, turning to leave. "Blackie, will party up with other people and enter the dungeon." "Alright." Blackie smiled with a hee-hee, leaving the party without a second thought. Humph, humph. Their expert's identity has been seen through. At least he has some self-awareness to leave after knowing he can't swindle equipment anymore. The shield warrior grinned and jeered, "Lonely, you really are gullible. Such a noob would trick only you. You need to learn properly from boss." Waving slowly in the future. Lonely Snow's face turned livid after hearing this. However, he did not feel that he was mistaken. Shi Feng was definitely an expert. Boss waving slowly, "Sorry for this." Lonely Snow chose to leave the party. He was prepared to join Shi Feng in order to determine whether or not his judgment was correct. "You?" Waving slowly was immediately stunned. He never thought Lonely Snow would be so decisive. It was simply a foolish decision. He would have long since chased Lonely Snow away if it wasn't because he had good techniques. Wordless Summer Night looked towards Lonely Snow, saying with a cold smile, "Lonely, you better not regret the choice you made. You'll regret when we clear the Deathly Forest and obtain great equipment. You'll regret it for 10 years, 20 years that you didn't follow boss." Waving slowly. Chapter 21, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Chapter 21, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Being said in such a way by Wordless Summer, Lonely Snow did not give any rebuttals. He only lowered his head and left, chasing after Shi Feng. Waving slowly squinted his eyes. When he thought about Shi Feng equipped in a body of trash equipment, he could not understand what methods Shi Feng had used to cause Lonely Snow to follow him. Lonely Snow had even given up on the clearing deathly forest. Boss, let's ignore that foolish Lonely Snow. At worst, we'll start looking for people again. There are plenty of level 2 players now, Battle to the End said in disdain as he watched Lonely Snow. Waving slowly nodded his head. Lonely Snow's leaving did not cause any loss to their party. As for Shi Feng creating a party to dive into the deathly forest, not to mention clearing the dungeon, nobody would go in with a level 1 player. In front of the deathly forest's entrance, Shi Feng and Blackie continuously shouted to recruit people. Open party for deathly forest, no rigid requirements, okay as long as you're a veteran gamer. 2 waiting for 4. Shi Feng shouted. When everyone heard of it, many level 2 players had run over. It was because Shi Feng's requirements were very low. Many small parties would choose people based on equipment quality, they needed a few pieces of common equipment to pass. However, who would have that many pieces of common equipment in the early periods of the game? Party me, party me. I'm already a level 2 cleric. Party me. I'm a level 2 shield warrior. I also have a piece of level 1 common plate armor armguard. In just a moment, Shi Feng had invited 4 people. These 4 people were quite happy originally. There were over 10 people currently present, but only they were chosen. However, after they saw the party leader, Shi Feng's level, they left the party in rage one after another. Fuck, it's just a noob coming to die in the deathly forest at level 1. If you want to enter the dungeon, enter it by yourself. I won't accompany you. No wonder there are no requirements for the party. Want us to give you a ride? Not a chance. The 4 people were extremely enraged, and the voices they made were practically roars. Every player at the deathly forest could hear it. Hee, even a level 1 player dares boast about entering the deathly forest. He just wants to tag along for experience and equipment. Lucky for me I didn't go over. There are all sorts of birds in a large forest. Who would be foolish enough to enter the dungeon with a level 1 noob? Isn't that just looking to be abused? One after another, the level 2 players laughed at Shi Feng for overestimating himself and for his foolishness. Get lost if you don't wish to party up. We're not begging you all to come. Blackie became enraged after listening to them. Shi Feng's techniques had long since convinced him, yet these people were calling Shi Feng a noob. Can a noob kill a level 2 rare elite when he was level 2? Can a noob kill a level 5 chieftain when he was level 0? These people were just a group of snobs and idiots. Crap, my knowledge has been widened. A level 1 noob party can be awesome. I really want to see how you 2 gather a full party. The cleric that just left the party said with a cold smile. At this moment, Lonely Snow ran over. When he saw Shi Feng, he hurriedly said, "Brother expert, give me an invite. I want to enter the deathly forest together with you guys. I have 2 pieces of common plate armor equipment on me, defense is 24. Alright. Shi Feng immediately sent an invitation. Blackie never imagined that Lonely Snow would actually leave his original party and come to them. He suddenly had a good impression of Lonely Snow. Blackie clapped Lonely Snow's shoulders, heartily laughing, "You have good eyes. Don't worry, following Brother Feng definitely won't be a mistake." Nonsense, nonsense. Lonely Snow was still slightly worried within his heart. The grinding spot Shi Feng had simply pointed him to had allowed him to rise to level 2 quickly. However, Shi Feng himself hadn't even reached level 2, and he was still wearing very poor equipment. Lonely Snow just couldn't understand how it could be so. The spectating players by the side all became dumbfounded. There was actually someone who would enter the dungeon with a level 1 noob. This person had good equipment, at that. The brand new plate armor and boots on Lonely Snow must definitely be common equipment and not trash equipment. Although Lonely Snow had joined the party, not a single player had joined them after Shi Feng had recruited for over 10 minutes. With just 3 of them alone, it was impossible to enter and clear the dungeon. At this moment, waving slowly but surely brought a group of people. Brother expert, still hasn't partied anybody. We've already invited another 3 strong members. All of them have at least 2 or 3 pieces of level 1 common equipment. The cleric, Endless Summer Night, said to Shi Feng in ridicule. Waving slowly only sent a glance towards Shi Feng, then moved his sight towards Lonely Snow, saying, "You won't have a future if you follow him around. Before we enter the dungeon, you could still consider it over properly. I guarantee that you definitely won't suffer a loss." Afterward, Waving slowly shifted his gaze towards Blackie. Previously, all his attention had been on Shi Feng, having ignored Blackie. Now that he took a closer look, Blackie's clothing looked brand new. Blackie was even holding a blackwood staff. His equipment should be quite good, and he was also level 2, so his techniques should be good as well. You're not bad as well. Why don't you join our party? You should know that we are an elite party. It's not something average players could compare to. If we're together, leveling, grinding, and dungeon diving will be easy. Waving slowly looked at Blackie with a smile. Get lost. Trying to poach me over just based on your little party. Blackie scolded as he pointed his blackwood staff at Waving slowly. At the same time, he had selected to display the halo effect of the bronze equipment, saying, "It's just 2 to 3 pieces of common equipment. I have 3 bronze equipment and 2 common equipment." Waving slowly and the others were shocked. They never thought Blackie was that powerful. He actually possessed 3 pieces of bronze equipment. During this period of time, a person having 2 to 3 pieces of common equipment was considered an expert. As for having a piece of bronze equipment, that person would definitely be an expert. Every guild would fight over for that person. However, the Blackie before them actually had 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Waving Slowless party also became surprised. When they saw the halo effect of the bronze equipment, their eyes had nearly popped out of their sockets. No wonder Shi Feng behaved that boldly. Shi Feng had nothing to fear because he had grabbed an expert's favor. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow, who stood beside Blackie, was slack-jawed. He looked at Blackie in disbelief. Lonely Snow had originally thought of Shi Feng as a rarely seen expert. He had never imagined that Blackie was the true great expert. Fellow brother, if you party up with such a noob and enter the dungeon, it would also be a burden on you. Not to mention failing to clear the dungeon, you might even have to die once. How about you come with us? All pieces of mage equipment from the dungeon are free for you to choose from. Although Waving Slowly was enraged for being given such a slap, if he could rope over Blackie, then the chances for clearing the dungeon would become a lot greater. I agree with your views. Joining a group of noobs such as yourselves really will be a burden to me, Blackie chuckled. You, Waving Slowless face turned beet red, furiously saying, then let's see who clears the deathly forest first. Finishing his piece, Waving slowly spun around and left. He did not believe that a party with a noob in it could clear the deathly forest. Humph, he's just a powerful damage dealer entering the dungeon. Does he really think he could clear it? Wordless Summer jealously murmured. Right. We are all veteran gamers. We are definitely stronger in dungeon diving than they are. The shield warrior curled his lips. After Waving Slowless party left, the number of people applying for Shi Feng's party had also suddenly increased. Such an effect was mainly caused by the equipment that Blackie wore. At this period, bronze equipment was definitely the proof of an expert. Even if there was a noob as the party leader, an expert with 3 pieces of bronze equipment could be considered as strong as 2 people. The advantage of having such an expert was definitely greater than an average party. However, Shi Feng was no longer inviting people at random this time. There was a definite requirement. Such an action had caused the 4 players who had left Shi Feng's party previously to regret immensely. How could they have acted on impulse? Now, Shi Feng wouldn't give them a chance even if they wished to join. Just as Shi Feng was fervently recruiting party members. At the southwest part of the Deathly Forest dungeon's entrance, a great disturbance suddenly appeared. Many players had run over, one after another, every one of them having excited expressions. It can't be. Meeting in such a place, Blackie's 2 eyes stared straight ahead. Shi Feng was also shocked. They could even meet such an important figure in a small location like Red Leaf Town. It was just unimaginable. Could it be that Red Leaf Town was a place that had crouching tigers and hidden dragons, only, Shi Feng had never discovered it before. Chapter 22, Recruitment Storm. Chapter 22, Recruitment Storm. As more players started going there, Shi Feng's area turned leisurely. Brother Feng, I'm not seeing things, right? Or am I dreaming right now? Blackie rubbed his eyes as he asked with uncertainty. Shi Feng was speechless. With a bitter smile, he looked towards the three-man party that caused this disturbance. The newcomer was not just anybody, she was Blackie's idol, goddess Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow's body was covered in a suit of gorgeous silver-colored plate armor, revealing her fine and curvaceous body. Adding to her angelic beauty and snow-cold temperament, even women's hearts would be moved by her. As well as a large group of men. Even Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that Gentle Snow was the most perfect woman he had seen before, be it regarding appearances, body, or temperament. There was not a single female celebrity who could match up to her. As for the two people on each side of Gentle Snow, Shi Feng was very familiar with them as well. He had seen them before on big news channels. They were all famous experts in God's domain. One of them was also an absolute beauty named Zhao Yueru. If Gentle Snow could be said to possess a perfect body and appearance, then Zhao Yueru possessed a devilishly enticing body and appearance. Every one of her movements was like a temptation that could influence a person's heart. Adding on the fiery red robe that she wore, her body radiated a wild-like charm. Such bewildering charms had caused many men wanting to go over and assault her. If you really did such a thing, however, then congratulations. You've just earned a one-way ticket directly to hell. This was because words such as big breasts, no brains, and as delicate as a flower were not applicable to Zhao Yueru. In God's domain, she had another nickname of the Flame Witch. The reason why she held this title was that of the mountain of corpses she had piled up using these male players. There had once been a guild leader of a large guild that had tried assaulting Zhao Yueru. As a result, the guild that had over 100,000 players became no more. Zhao Yueru even hunted their guild leader. The incident only came to an end when that guild leader was killed back to level 0. From then on, the title of Flame Witch had been cast on Zhao Yueru. Compared to the Snow Goddess and Flame Witch, the priestess by their side could only be considered normal. She was not overly beautiful, her techniques were not bad, and she was also within the top 100 rankings of Star Moon Kingdom's priest leaderboard. Two absolute beauties plus a great beauty, such a combination had created brilliant scenery in the deathly forest. Hundreds of players surrounded them, trying to become acquainted with the three women. Unfortunately, the three beauties did not even look at them. Sister Yueru, these people are really scary. How about we return and level up? The timid Xiao Yuer whispered. He, Yuer, don't be afraid. With Gentle Snow here, even if you give these hateful, vulgar men 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare come over here, Zhao Yueru said with a smile, proudly sticking out her chest. Gentle Snow only nodded her head in reply. Regarding these salivating, vulgar men, she did not even place them in her eyes. Although the drops from elite monsters are not bad, the drop rate for skill books is higher at the Deathly Forest. If we don't grind for a few more skill books, we will level up very slowly in the future, Gentle Snow quietly said. Zhao Yueru nodded her head in agreement. Although the three of them had killed quite many elite monsters, the number of skill books that dropped was very little. Until now, the three of them had yet to learn even 3 skills. It was really affecting their strength utilization and grinding efficiency. Effective party for Deathly Forest, looking for a healer and MT, 3 waiting for 3. After taking a few looks, Shi Feng continued shouting. Although Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru were indeed attractive, Shi Feng was no longer a child. He had seen plenty of beauties, especially after he became Shadow's captain. Many beauties would willingly throw themselves at Shi Feng. As for Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, it was good enough to just look at them for pleasure. Such beauties were not something Shi Feng could have thoughts about. His main goal right now was to get down to business. However, Shi Feng's shouting did not yield any replies. Not a single player had even glanced at him. All of them were staring and salivating at Gentle Snow's group of 3. Even Blackie was no exception. His eyes had nearly popped out of their sockets from staring. Shi Feng sighed, helplessly shaking his head and continued shouting and recruiting people. Crap, what is this fool blabbering about? Do you really think anybody would commit suicide together with you in the dungeon? Quickly scram, you level 1 noob. Stop distracting me from looking at beauties. Quite a few players started to express their discontentment. 2 high-quality beauties had already shown up, yet instead of trying to get closer to them, Shi Feng was actually making noise here. What would you do if those beauties were scared off? That person is interesting. He can actually attract the hostility of so many people. Did he do something immoral before? Xiao Yue revealed a crescent moon-like smile, giggling as she pointed at Shi Feng. Zhao Yueru aimed her eyes over as well. She felt nothing special from Shi Feng. He was even dressed in tattered clothing. Zhao Yueru felt that Shi Feng was just trying to seek attention from the crowd. She suddenly said in disdain, "He is definitely doing so to grab our attention. Let's not bother with him and quickly party up 3 people to dive the dungeon." Regarding the number of men who had tried to attract their attention, there were just too many of them. Zhao Yueru had seen all kinds of methods these men had used before, and Shi Feng's method was not a rare sight at all, but instead outdated. Gentle Snow did not voice out any opinions, only taking a look at Shi Feng. She felt an odd feeling coming from Shi Feng. This was the spirit of a hidden sword. Gentle Snow was especially concerned about the fire poker hanging around Shi Feng's waist. "Gentle Snow, what happened to you?" Zhao Yueru curiously looked at Gentle Snow. She did not understand why Gentle Snow would keep staring at the extremely ordinary Shi Feng. "It's nothing. Maybe it's just my imagination. We should hurry up and recruit some people to dive the dungeon." Gentle Snow shook her head, no longer looking at the fire poker at Shi Feng's waist. Originally, Shi Feng's party already had trouble recruiting for people. However, because of Zhao Yueru's single sentence, nobody else had paid attention to Shi Feng's party, even if his party had an expert present. Shi Feng expressed his helplessness when seeing their hundreds of players queuing up in front of Zhao Yueru. The 3 women's arrival had really bad timing. "Brother Feng, why don't we go over there as well?" Blackie shamelessly suggested. "Scram? What do you take me for?" Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie. This fellow was just too shameless, forgetting friendship after finding love. Instead, Lonely Snow was the better one. He was a truly honest man. In the beginning, Lonely Snow had only taken a few glances but stopped after giving out a few praises. He had even helped Shi Feng in recruiting people by his side. Blackie did not dare to speak again after being scolded by Shi Feng. He could only silently look on in envy at those players in the queue. Over 10 minutes later, Shi Feng still had not recruited a single person. Similarly, Gentle Snow's party had also not recruited a single person. However, in Shi Feng's case, it was because nobody had come to join his party. Whereas for Gentle Snow's party, it was because the players that wanted to join did not match up to their specifications. One party was in heaven, while the other was on earth. Shi Feng had no more choices. He could not just continue dragging on in such a way, his time was precious. He could only make exceptions in recruiting. Efficient party for Deathly Forest, we have an expert leading the party, clear in 1 try, no limit to levels, looking for healers and damage dealers, 3 waiting for 3. However, Shi Feng's words had caused many players to send over looks of disdain. Even if you were trying to attract attention, you should have a lower line. Currently, there had already been tens of level 2 players who had died out of the dungeon. Every one of them had said the Deathly Forest was impossible to clear. On the other hand, Shi Feng said his party had no level limits. Then wasn't he trying to say that he only needed 1 person to clear the Deathly Forest? Was this possible? However, Shi Feng's lower line had still attracted some players' attention. Within a few moments, a group of level 1 players had come running over to join. Chapter 23, Tyrant Bear. Chapter 23, Tyrant Bear. Tens of level 1 players came running over. The area in front of Shi Feng's party had also started becoming lively. This person is really something. He is so desperate to enter the dungeon that he would even want level 1 noobs. Did he not know that there has already been a level 2 elite party that had returned after dying? Who cares about him? A noob is a noob after all. We won't be able to understand their thoughts. The long queue of level 2 players started laughing one after another at Shi Feng's actions. They all wanted to watch Shi Feng become a joke. Those guys are really interesting. Even I don't have much confidence in clearing the Deathly Forest, yet they actually want to clear it with a group of level 1 players. Zhao Yueru's lips curled up slightly, revealing an exuberant smile as she looked in Shi Feng's direction. Her voice carried a hint of ridicule and disdain. Gentle Snow also sent a glance towards Shi Feng from a distance. Shi Feng's temperament was both calm and confident. He did not become angry from being laughed at. Every one of his movements was very mature, not much different from the experts in God's domain she had seen before. However, she did not understand from where Shi Feng's confidence came. Deathly Forest was Red Leaf Town's first dungeon, and it was also everyone's first time being in touch with a dungeon in God's domain. Their difficulties were an unknown. Even the elite parties of guilds would carefully choose their members before entering the dungeon. On the other hand, Shi Feng did not care in the slightest, as if just gathering 6 players was good enough. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. He's just a level 1 player, so how could he clear the Deathly Forest? Gentle Snow caressed her elegant hair, her heart no longer thinking about Shi Feng's odd actions. She looked at her hand, at the player information displayed on it: level 2 summoner, magic attack 28, HP 150, defense 8, movement speed 4. Fail. Next. Afterward, another Cursemancer stepped forward. The person tensely sent his own attributes to the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. On the other side, Shi Feng as well was looking at player data. Although he did not have a lower line, he did have a bottom line. The equipment and levels of these level 1 players were much worse than the level 2 players that Gentle Snow's party were recruiting. However, they were still players. As long as they did not simply add their 8 free attribute points early on, the chance of clearing the Deathly Forest with a 6-man party was very high. As for those shield warriors and guardian knights who solely added strength or weapons job but did not add agility, all of them were rejected. Big brother, please party me. Although I am just a level 1 guardian knight, I have a piece of level 0 common equipment. Also, all 8 of my attribute points are still available. I can completely add them based on your requirements. A youth named Koda pleaded, his eyes filled with expectations. Shi Feng was slightly surprised. A guardian knight that did not add any attribute points could actually reach level 1. It was a masterpiece. It had to be known that guardian knights had very low attack, making the killing of monsters difficult. Normally, they would party up to kill monsters. To increase grinding efficiency, they would add a few points of strength. Otherwise, leveling up would be too slow. Guardian Knight Koda. 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 When Shi Feng looked at Koda's face, and also his tall and muscular body, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he entered into deep thought. His memory seemed to have such a person in it. That's right. It's Tyrant Bear. Shi Feng managed to remember it. Tyrant Bear's name was Koda. Tyrant Bear was the core MT of the first-rate guild, Brilliant Stars. During the early periods of God's domain, Tyrant Bear was constantly unsuccessful. He was even kicked out by third-rate guild, Heaven's Crown. After entering Brilliant Stars, Koda suddenly started to shine. He turned from being a normal party's MT into the core elite party's MT in the guild. He was ranked 15th on the Guardian Knight leaderboard of Starmoon Kingdom. Koda was known for both being able to attack and defend. Shi Feng had never thought that the Tyrant Bear would run up to him on his own. Koda was such a shy person, as well. It was totally different from the Tyrant Bear of 10 years later. Suddenly, Shi Feng had an idea. Currently, the Tyrant Bear had yet to join Heaven's Crown, not to mention Brilliant Stars. If Shi Feng could poach Koda over and turn Koda into his own MT, then wouldn't dungeon diving in the future be a lot easier? Big brother, I guarantee that I will absolutely listen to your commands when inside the dungeon. Please consider it over. Koda's tone carried hints of begging. Shi Feng had nearly let loose a laugh. The great Tyrant Bear would actually speak in such whispered tones just for a position in the dungeon. However, Shi Feng still held it in. The level 1 players that had come here all held hopes of getting lucky. The other parties that entered the Deathly Forest with level 2 players were already no good, not to mention level 1 players like them. If they could enter once into the Deathly Forest and fortunately obtain 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, then it would be of great help to their future development. At that time, entering into a large guild would become much easier. All right, I can add you in. Shi Feng's face turned grave as he said, however, you should know that bringing a level 1 noob like you into the Deathly Forest isn't easy. I can't just carry you through the Deathly Forest, and then after you get equipment, you join some other elite parties. Wouldn't I just be striving for nothing? When Shi Feng finished his speech, quite a few level 1 players had suddenly sent over looks of disdain. Weren't you also a level 1 noob? However, Shi Feng did not care about what these people felt. He continued saying, I wish to form a stable party. Even if we need members, it would be with stability as the priority. If you wish to enter the dungeon, you need to be prepared for the long term. When I call you for dungeon diving, you must come. You cannot reject because you have some other matters. So, what will be your choice? When the other players heard Shi Feng saying so, they suddenly turned quiet. Shi Feng's intentions were very clear. If you wish to enter the party, then you won't be able to join other parties in the future, not to mention joining a guild. Everybody knew that entering a guild was the best method to increase your own strength quickly. Currently, they did not have the qualifications to join any of those guilds. So, they were here to try their luck, hoping to obtain 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. They might even be able to join those guilds afterward. So, how would they be able to give up their chances of entering a good guild just to enter a dungeon? Kohler had also never imagined that Shi Feng would give such a demand. However, it was still reasonable. You couldn't just expect other people to bring you up, then leave when you become strong. However, Shi Feng lacked the persuasiveness when he said these words. At this moment, Blackie stood out and furiously said, just looking at you noobs, there is nobody that would want you down in the dungeon. And you still wish to join a guild in the future and enjoy their benefits. Are you thinking yourselves as experts, or are you taking us for idiots? Kohler thought what Blackie, their expert, had said made sense. Even a level 2 expert with 3 pieces of bronze equipment was in this party, whereas Kohler himself was just a novice noob. So, what right did he have to complain? Many thanks for Big Brother Expert's pointers. Little Brother will definitely strive to fulfill his own role. Kohler continuously thanked Blackie. Blackie felt somewhat uneasy from being thanked and referred to as an expert by Kohler. Blackie was just a complete imposter of an expert. However, being called such by someone made Blackie want to become an expert in God's domain even more. Blackie, beautifully done. Shi Feng stretched out a thumbs up, quietly praising Blackie. Shi Feng never imagined Blackie would tame the tyrant bear just like that. The tyrant bear had also called Blackie a big brother with a face full of respect. Blackie suddenly became confused. He did not understand what he had done that was worth being praised by Shi Feng. However, he was still very happy. At least he had done something for Shi Feng, although he didn't know what he had done exactly. Over 10 minutes later, Shi Feng finally gathered 6 players. They could start dungeon diving now. Chapter 24, Hell's Roar. Chapter 24, Hell's Roar. Although Shi Feng's party was gathered, the observing level 2 players had started laughing. They were not laughing because all the players Shi Feng had invited were level 1. Instead, the jobs that were in the party were just too exotic. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. This noob really is something, and even I am starting to admire him. They are simply a suicide party. I really pity that expert for actually bringing along such an exotic player. The expert had even agreed to let him be the party's leader. The queued-up level 2 players started a debate, and there were quite a few players who were holding their stomachs while laughing loudly. He is just playing to the gallery. Zhao Yueru wrinkled her brows slightly. She turned her head away after taking a look at Shi Feng, her heart slightly discomfited. Before, she would be the focus of everyone wherever she went. Today, however, everyone's attention was on an inconspicuous noob like Shi Feng. Although everyone was jeering at him, he was still their focal point. All right, Yueru, we should hurry and gather enough people. If we waste any more time, we will be left behind by the frontline players. Although Gentle Snow felt that Shi Feng seemed to be an expert regarding levels, methods of recruiting people and such, he was just too far from being referred to as an expert. As for the notion of inviting Shi Feng into their guild, it was no longer present now. Their Ouroboros only accepted experts. Got it. Zhao Yueru turned towards the swordsman in front of her. With a little vengeance, she directly said, "Datter's not bad, but too bad we don't want a swordsman." The swordsman suddenly became spiritless. How could he not see what Zhao Yueru meant? Subsequently, he turned his head and glared at the distant Shi Feng, his eyes filled with hatred. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who knew nothing about what has happened, was currently activating the deathly forest. System, please select activation difficulty. System, normal, hard, hell. Shi Feng chose hell without hesitation. Suddenly, the transfer passage in front of the deathly forest changed. It changed from a silvery grey color to pitch black. At the same time, a flickering skull that had its mouth wide opened could vaguely be seen. Meanwhile, the party members of Shi Feng's party all received a notification. System, you have chosen Hell mode of Deathly Forest. Death penalty increased by 100%. Suddenly, the faces of the members of the party turned deathly white. Death penalty increased by 100%, doesn't that mean if they died within the dungeon, they would lose 20% of their EXP? 1 or 2 hours of effort were required to make up for that EXP. Brother Feng, you chose the wrong one. Aren't we going down the normal dungeon? Blackie hurriedly walked over and whispered a reminder. Nothing's wrong. It's Hell mode. What would I be doing here if it isn't to dive Hell mode? Shi Feng snapped. The drop rate for forging designs was extremely low. If it was normal mode, then Werewolf Felt's drop rate was only 1%, hard mode had 5% and hell mode had 30%. Although normal mode could be cleared without limit every day, who would have so much time to do so? Meanwhile, hard mode could only be cleared 5 times a day, and the probability of the forging design to drop was also not great. As for hell mode, it could only be cleared once a day, but it was also the one that had the most hopes of dropping it. Feng. Brother Feng, what are you saying? Hell mode of the Deathly Forest. Just look at our party. It is problematic to even clear normal mode, not to mention hell mode, Blackie panicked. Before, he had already seen several elite parties that had returned after dying. According to what these people had said, the monsters in the Deathly Forest were extremely strong. Their intelligence was extremely high as well. It was impossible to beat them without reaching level 4 or 5, so they had all left after giving up. If they dove into a hell mode dungeon now, with noobs like them, that would truly be going down into hell. Relax. If I weren't certain, even I wouldn't do it. Shi Feng clapped Blackie's shoulders, saying confidently with a smile. Alright, let's go inside then. Shi Feng led the party by entering first, followed by Blackie. Lonely Snow had also entered with a dazed head, he was prepared to tread this path to their very end. As for the remaining 3, they hesitated for quite some time. We better go in. The expert has already gone inside, so what do we, level 1 noobs, still have to be reluctant for? Moreover, we're entering the hell mode of the Deathly Forest. Even mentioning it would be a glory, Kohler encouraged. The other 2 felt that it made sense and had also followed into the dungeon. Meanwhile, the area in front of Gentle Snow's party was completely silent. All of the level 2 players were stunned. They were not just shocked, but thunderstruck. A level 2 elite party couldn't even clear the normal mode, yet a party that mainly consisted of level 1 players had actually chosen the hell mode of the Deathly Forest. Snow, did I see wrong? That's hell mode, right? Zhao Yueru asked. Gentle Snow nodded her head, her beautiful eyes kept staring at the flickering skull. Her expression turned extremely serious. That fellow must have abandoned himself to despair, entering hell mode after determining that he couldn't clear the normal mode. We'll see how they come out dead in a moment. Zhao Yueru laughed. We don't have that sort of time. Let's go, we've gathered enough people. Gentle Snow led the way towards the Deathly Forest dungeon. She selected normal mode for the difficulty of the dungeon. If there were no problems with normal mode, they would enter hard mode after. Within the dungeon of the Deathly Forest, there was a dark and gloomy forest. From time to time, there would be a chill wind blowing, causing a shiver down one's body. Aside from Shi Feng himself, every member of his party was tightly packed around the dungeon's entrance. They did not move even an inch for fear of attracting any monsters that would wipe their party. "Brother Feng, why do I keep feeling a cold wind blowing by my back?" Blackie asked in worry. "Blackie, you need to bring out some temperament of an expert, only then will you have the possibility to become one. It is just hell mode. Aside from the monsters here having a little bit intelligence, their battle methods being a little bit complicated, and their attack, defense, and HP are a little bit higher, there isn't much else. Oh right, there is also a little bit more monsters here." After some thought, Shi Feng felt that he had nothing more to add. Suddenly, every member of the party sent looks of disdain towards Shi Feng. When diving a dungeon, even a small difference in attack and HP could cause a team wipe. As for Shi Feng, he had just simply explained. Moreover, what did he mean by just a little more intelligence? They had experience before the battles with monsters in God's domain. Regarding those monsters with slightly higher intelligence, even with the same attack and HP, their strength would still be increased by 1 or 2 folds. Alright, stop minding these little matters. I'll be explaining the strategy for this dungeon in a moment, so you guys better listen carefully. If you don't follow through, then your lives will become forfeit. Shi Feng waved his hands, ready to start explaining the strategy to conquer the dungeon. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from the dark and gloomy forest, causing the trees to sway madly. Ayo! 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 After the howling wind came a furious roar that resounded throughout the entire deathly forest. Countless birds were scared, flying off into the sky. Blackie and the others were stunned by such an imposing aura. They were just youths around the age of 20. They had never experienced any great hardships, not to mention being tempered through life or death situations. It was their first time facing such a lung-piercing roar. Compared to hearing the traditional roar of a tiger in the forest, this roar was much more shocking to the human heart. "This thing is what we should pay attention to," Shi Feng calmly said at this moment. The largest difference between hell mode and hard mode was this roar. Although it did not have a specific name to it, the players in Shi Feng's previous life had dubbed it as Hell's Roar. Chapter 25, Night Ranger. Chapter 25, Night Ranger. Shi Feng's words confused the other members. Wasn't it just a roar? What was there to pay attention to? When Shi Feng looked at everyone's contemptuous expressions, he couldn't help but gravely say, "Listen, will you all? Hell's Roar is not as simple as what you think it is. In a moment, follow my demands while advancing. If anyone makes a mistake, don't blame me for immediately kicking you out of the party." Being lectured by Shi Feng in such a way, the other members all became serious. Nobody wished to leave the party. "In a moment, Cola and I will walk in front. Lonely Snow, you walk in the middle and protect the oracle. Blackie, you and the summoner will walk at the back. Remember, you must not break formation regardless of any activities. Without my command, nobody is allowed to be the first to attack, do you all understand?" Shi Feng explained the basics of formations once to the party. The reason Shi Feng had allowed the Guardian Knight, Kohler, to walk in front was that he let Kohler add all of his free ability points into endurance. His HP now reached 310 points. With this much HP, Kohler could resist a little longer, sharing some of Shi Feng's burden. The dungeons in God's domain were unlike the dungeons in other virtual reality games. The degree of freedom within the dungeon was high, and the dungeons, themselves, were very large. There were even quite a few player parties who had wandered around in the dungeon for hours without even meeting a single boss. Although the deathly forest was not as large, it was still possible to become lost within the dark and gloomy forest. If someone were to become lost, Shi Feng only wished to say he. The scary part of the deathly forest was that players could become lost once they entered the forest. Eventually, the players would mysteriously die one after another. In Shi Feng's previous life, there were countless players who had entered the forest and died over and over again in such a way, without even meeting the shadow of a monster. If they had good luck and met a monster, then the result was a party wipe. Only after many experts of guilds had done it, did everyone finally understand the dreadfulness of the deathly forest. They had acknowledged that it was a terrifying dungeon that was impossible to clear without reaching level 5. When Shadow Guild reached level 5, they had organized hundreds of players to scout out the paths in the Deathly Forest. They had paid over hundreds of lives to finally have a clear understanding of the Deathly Forest's map. The entire Deathly Forest had 36 paths. However, only 3 of them led to the first boss, Willy. These 3 paths were paved with the lives of many players. 2 of these 3 paths were extremely dangerous. Without sufficient strength, death would be the only result. There was only one path that had very few monsters. Under Shi Feng's lead, everyone walked into the forest. The moment they entered the forest, everyone discovered that there were too many pathways through the forest. They did not know which one was the right path. However, Shi Feng had chosen one without hesitation. Everyone else closely followed him while being cautious of their surroundings. After walking for about 5 minutes, they met their first monster. Suddenly, everybody started to become tense. Don't act on impulse. Listen to my commands. Shi Feng loudly shouted. In front of them was only a level 2 elite monster, a night rabbit. However, due to the dungeon strengthening, its attack, defense, and HP were all greatly increased. Its HP was a whopping 700 points. Coda, you lure the monster over. Oracle, pay attention to healing. Everyone else, don't start the attack without my command. Shi Feng quickly gave out orders. The Guardian Knight, Coda gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He carefully walked towards the night rabbit's attack range. Everyone else was nervous to the extreme. Although this was only a level 2 elite, they were currently in the hell mode of a dungeon. However, everyone's nervousness was for naught. The moment the night rabbit with a person's height saw Coda, it immediately dashed over. Coda had very successfully lured the night rabbit over. Moreover, he did not panic when he lured it. He retreated while using his shield to block the night rabbit's attacks. However, even though every attack landed on the shield, the damage was still terrifying. Just a single hit dealt 42 damage. By the time Coda returned to the front of the party, his HP had already dropped by a third. The Oracle, whose name was Drowsy Sloth, had good awareness. He had given out healing the moment Coda entered his casting range. However, every heal could only add 24 HP to Coda. It was completely not enough to stop Coda's HP from falling. Brother Feng, are we still not attacking? Blackie was slightly nervous. At this moment, Coda's remaining HP did not even reach 1/3 of its total. Bringing an Oracle into a dungeon was just a complete mistake. Amongst the healer jobs, Oracles had the weakest healing abilities. However, since Shi Feng had chosen so, Blackie could only acknowledge it. Now that their MT was close to death, it would be unacceptable if they still did not attack. Hold on. Shi Feng resolutely said. Time passed bit by bit. Coda continuously used his shield to block the claw attacks of the night rabbit, whereas his HP continuously decreased. Coda only had 20% HP remaining, yet Shi Feng had yet to give out the command to attack. Just when everyone thought that Shi Feng wanted to give up on Coda, a flying arrow pierced through the forest, shooting directly for the party's Oracle, Drowsy Sloth. Lonely Snow had not reacted at all as Drowsy Sloth was struck directly on his chest. A very great damage of -123 points appeared. At this moment, Shi Feng shouted, Sloth, use life payment. Use the damage you received to heal Coda. Blackie, hold back the night rabbit to let Coda recover. Lonely, come with me. Everyone else attacks the night rabbit. Oracles were indeed the weakest regarding healing. However, Oracles had high HP, they would not be easily one-shotted. Also, Oracles had 2 skills when they first start out. One was Life Prayer, while the other was Life Payment. Life Payment could turn the damage received by the user into a heal to be used on other players. In the early periods of the game, healers did not possess many skills or equipment. In regards to such a situation, Oracles had a greater advantage over other healers when entering the Deathly Forest. It was the reason why Shi Feng had given up on choosing a priest over an Oracle. After finishing his piece, Shi Feng rushed into the forest. Do you think I will let you run away? Shi Feng coldly said as he looked at the dark shadow running through the forest. Windblade. Shi Feng turned into a phantom, chasing directly forward. The reason why Shi Feng did not let anyone attack the night rabbit was to use Coda as bait. Shi Feng wanted to lure out the dark hand hiding behind the scenes. Although the night rabbit looked terrifying, an elite party could face up to 2 or 3 of them at once without any problems. However, in Shi Feng's previous life, the reason why even a level 5 elite party could be party-wiped was that of the dark shadow in front of Shi Feng. This dark shadow used the night rabbit as bait, luring players into attacking it. The dark shadow, on the other hand, would ambush the healers from behind. As the night rabbit was occupying everyone else, there was no way to save the healer. In the end, everyone died. Inside the deathly forest, if players did not deal with this fellow, the result would be a party wipe. With the increased movement speed from Windblade, Shi Feng quickly caught up to the dark shadow. Shi Feng waved out 3 sword slashes, sealing the dark shadow's path of advance. The black shadow knew that it could not escape. It immediately turned around, unsheathing a pair of knives to block Shi Feng's attack. Dang! 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 With the abyssal blade, Shi Feng's strength was frighteningly high. His attacks caused the dark shadow to take 3 steps back, and each step it retreated would be followed by the damage that was over -10. In the end, the dark shadow revealed its figure under the moonlight. Night Ranger, Special Elite. Level 2. HP 1458, 1500. Seeing the Night Ranger being repelled, Shi Feng immediately used Abyssal Bind without giving him a chance. 9 pitch-black chains appeared to bind the Night Ranger, preventing him from moving for 3 seconds, and his defense reduced by 100%. Thundering Flash. Chop. Damages of -81, -98, -119, -124 appeared. When the 2 skills landed, a frightening amount of damage appeared, taking away a quarter of the Night Ranger's HP. No matter how capable the Night Ranger was, it could not break free from the binding of the 9 chains. He could only silently take a beating for 3 whole seconds. Shi Feng was unrestrained as he sent out sword slash after sword slash, piercing through the vital point on the Night Ranger's chest. By the time the Night Ranger broke free from the bindings, his remaining HP did not exceed 700 points. Wretched human! The Night Ranger was enraged. He brandished his twin blades like a gale, engulfing Shi Feng. At this moment, Lonely Snow finally caught up. A charge from him had caused the Night Ranger to enter a fainted state, at the same time breaking the Night Ranger's gale-like blade. Shi Feng took the chance to slash at the Night Ranger's neck. Lonely Snow also brandished his large axe at the Night Ranger. By the time the Night Ranger had awoken, he only had a remnant of his HP left. The Night Ranger abruptly hacked his twin blades towards Lonely Snow, sending him flying backward and dealing 64 damage. The Night Ranger turned his head to stare at Shi Feng, once more brandishing his twin blades and slashing horizontally towards Shi Feng's neck. Dang! Shi Feng used parry with his sword. Without giving the Night Ranger any chances to retaliate, Shi Feng lifted up the Ranger and tossed him back. Then, Shi Feng followed up with a couple of sword strikes, finishing off the Night Ranger. Shi Feng conveniently picked up the 2 items that dropped, then immediately ran towards Kohler's location to provide help. Laying by the side, Lonely Snow became dumbfounded after seeing Shi Feng's agile skills. His heart filled with shock, Lonely Snow had even forgotten to follow Shi Feng to support. There was such a way even to kill monsters. Chapter 26, Miraculous Technique. Chapter 26, Miraculous Technique. By the time Shi Feng returned to the party, the elite Night Rabbit only had 1/3 of its HP remaining. Everyone had coordinated properly, Kohler tanked in the front alone, while the others vigorously dealt damage. However, to control aggro, Blackie did not madly deal damage. Instead, he used Evil Whip to pin down the Night Rabbit, giving Kohler some breathing space. Kohler's performance was also very good. He steadily tanked the monster, and he also had good control over aggro. Kohler was not at the level of a novice, but there was still a long road ahead before he became an expert. Kohler, don't always try to block with your shield. It isn't a must to block an attack like the other virtual reality games. You can also dodge to avoid an attack. That way, you could reduce the stress on the healer. For everyone else, focus your attacks on the target. Don't just randomly attack, aim your attacks at the wild rabbit's claws or other weak points. That way, you can reduce a lot of burden on the MT. Shi Feng did not directly go up to help Kohler, but instead, he taught everyone how to battle against monsters. If everyone battled while regarding God's domain as a traditional game, the results would be disastrous. This was because the healing given out was usually far from being able to keep up with the damage received. Some parties would bring an extra healer. However, this would result in the damage being insufficient. The result was still a party wipe. Players only slowly got used to the combat style in God's domain several months after the game opened. The players then would no longer be as cute and simple as they were now. Shi Feng wanted to cultivate everyone to build a foundation for his future workshop. So naturally, he needed to let these people learn the combat styles of God's domain earlier. Everyone thought Shi Feng was also a noob, so they held slight dissatisfaction within their hearts. The expert did not say anything, so why was a noob like him giving out commands? However, Shi Feng's words made sense, so they still consciously did as Shi Feng said. Kohler had also started to change his battle style. He was no longer using his shield to block the attacks rigidly. Instead, he retreated a step back when the wild rabbit launched its attack, taking the chance to avoid it. Although Kohler still needed to use his shield to block most of the time, it had still greatly reduced the burden on the healer. Such a change allowed killing the night rabbit to become even easier. The few level 1 noobs were also slightly surprised. There was some change in their opinions towards Shi Feng. Shi Feng was not as unbearable as they had imagined him to be. Shi Feng only smiled at this situation. He did not mind their thoughts at all. Shi Feng only felt that Kohler was quite good after seeing his performance. Although Kohler was a first-rate expert 10 years later, he currently was still far from that point. If it were an expert MT, they would not retreat, but choose to dodge the attack without even moving. Such a decision was because if the MT moved, the monster would move as well. This situation would cause trouble for long-range damage dealers, which would result in the loss of a lot of damage. However, such a technique required a bounty of experience in battle and a body with dexterous reactions. Kohler still needed a lot of training. The elite night rabbit fell within a moment. It dropped a skill book for berserkers, whirlwind slash. It also dropped 3 coppers. Everyone could not help but be amazed by the drop rate of hell mode. A skill book dropped just after they killed an elite monster. If they killed over 10 elite monsters, then wouldn't they be able to obtain over 10 skill books? It should be known that skill books were extremely rare, and even a common skill could sell for 1 silver. Shi Feng naturally knew of their thoughts. However, not even hell mode had that high of a drop rate. It was only 3 to 4 times that of hard mode. Afterward, Shi Feng passed whirlwind slash to the stupefied Lonely Snow, then he passed a level 1 bronze defensive plate armor to Kohler, the knight. Ranger dropped the armor. With these items, the party's strength slightly increased. Kohler's mouth could not close after receiving the defensive plate armor. He hurriedly thanked Shi Feng for it. With this bronze plate armor, not only had Kohler's defense increased by 14 points, but his HP had also become 350 points. Aside from Shi Feng and Blackie, everyone else on the scene was filled with envy. Bronze equipment was the identification of an expert. Outside the dungeon, it was impossible to obtain a piece of bronze equipment, even if you begged for it. And this piece of equipment was obtained by Shi Feng, alone. Yet, Shi Feng gave it to Kohler without hesitation. Everyone's opinion towards Shi Feng changed quite a bit. They felt such a party leader was not bad at all. Shi Feng was unlike the other party leaders who would prioritize themselves when equipment dropped. As for bronze equipment, forget giving it away to a temporary party member, they would definitely keep it for themselves. Afterward, everyone followed Shi Feng as they advanced. Although the dark and gloomy forest was scary, everyone was no longer as nervous as they were before going through a stimulating fight. From time to time, 1 or 2 patrolling elite night rabbits would appear in front of them, and they would also respond to it quickly. When there were 2 night rabbits, Kohler would tank one of them, while Shi Feng and Lonely Snow would rush over and kill the other. As for the ranged players, they would prioritize attacking the night rabbit in front of Shi Feng. The night rabbit's 700 HP would be gone quickly under the fierce bombardment. Afterward, the party supported Kohler and finished off the other night rabbit. Within moments, 2 night rabbits were no more. With this process, a skill book, Restore, meant for healers also dropped. The skill had a 2-second cast time. When learned by oracles, the skill could instantly restore 37 HP. It was far better than Life Prayer. It did not share the same cooldown as Life Prayer, so the two could be used in coordination to negate the damage caused by the elite night rabbits completely. Drowsy Sloth continuously thanked Shi Feng and the other party members for letting him learn the skill book. Restore was an extremely important skill for conquering dungeons. If it were to be sold outside, it could go for at least 2 or 3 silver coins. Don't mind it. Skill books are meant to be used. Let's continue onward. Shi Feng smiled as he answered. Aside from AoE attack skill books, healer class skill books were the most expensive and rare. However, the Deathly Forest was a dungeon meant to let players build up their foundation in God's domain. In Hell mode, the drop rate for basic healing skills was very high. In Shi Feng's previous life, he had obtained for healing skill books just after entering Hell mode of the Deathly Forest once. It was not considered valuable. After more than an hour, Shi Feng's party arrived at a flat grassland. They had finally met the first boss of the dungeon. Willy, Chieftain rank. Level 3. HP 6000. Willy was a ferocious night rabbit. Its height was as tall as 2 people, and sharp steel claws decorated its paws. These claws loved creating a feast of fresh blood, and those caught by it would be ripped to shreds, turned into a river of blood. It was unknown how many players had died a gruesome death under these claws. A short distance away from Willy, there were 7 elite night rabbits on guard. These 7 rabbits were very close to each other. As long as one of them was attacked, the other wild rabbits would rush over as well. There was also a great possibility of attracting the boss. Even if it were Shi Feng, he would not be able to face off against 7 night rabbits, not to mention including a boss. However, if they did not finish off the 7 night rabbits, there was no way for them to attack the boss. Brother Feng, what should we do now? This place has too many night rabbits. The game isn't giving us any chances. Blackie was very anxious. Although the boss was in front of them, the system had dealt them such a hand. This difficulty was just too great. No wonder it was a hell mode dungeon. It was impossible to pass through without absolute strength. The system's setting also angered everyone. Who could fend off 7 elite night rabbits? Even a level 5 guardian knight would not be able to do it. You all wait for me behind that rock. Kola, get ready to receive the monster. Everyone else is not allowed to attack without my command. Shi Feng pointed towards a large rock nearby. Shi Feng naturally knew that there were 7 elite night rabbits here. Everyone abided by Shi Feng's command without question. All the monsters they had killed on their way here relied on Shi Feng's commands for success. They killed quite a lot of night rabbits, and everyone had obtained 1 or 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Blackie even had 5 pieces of bronze equipment. Their party's strength has definitely surpassed the other elite parties. The credit for such an achievement belonged to Shi Feng's commands. As for Shi Feng, he had run to a location that was 40 yards away from the 7 night rabbits. He quietly hid within the bushes, observing the night rabbits' every movement. Everyone understood that Shi Feng was trying to lure monsters. However, the 7 night rabbits were too close to each other. Shi Feng was a swordsman. He did not possess any long-ranged attacking capabilities, so how could he lure monsters? Time passed bit by bit. Everyone was extremely anxious. If Shi Feng accidentally failed, then it would be a party wipe. However, Shi Feng was calm. He moved not an inch as he watched the faraway night rabbits. At this moment, a cool breeze blew past. A dead leaf on the trees was sent flying over. Seeing the dead leaf hovering down towards the night rabbit, Shi Feng picked up a small stone beside him. Gently, he tossed the stone over. The direction the stone flew to was towards the night rabbit closest to their boss. We're finished. Everyone understood what kind of outcome this would be. It would definitely be a combination of one boss and 7 night rabbits rushing towards them, turning them into blood sacrifices. The moment the stone was about to hit the night rabbit, the dead leaf just happened to have blocked between the stone and the night rabbit. The stone struck the dead leaf, smashing it onto the night rabbit. The night rabbit abruptly turned to look at its surroundings, only discovering a leaf. However, how could a leaf hitting it be so painful? Subsequently, the night rabbit left its unit to observe the surroundings. It looked around aimlessly, not knowing what it was trying to find. It had unknowingly moved over 20 yards away from its unit, and it was still moving further and further away. Too godly. Lonely Snow could not help but exclaim, his eyes had nearly popped out of their sockets. Everyone else had dumbly nodded as well. What kind of accurate judgment and aim was required to hit the dead leaf while hitting the night rabbit, and thereby confusing the night rabbit's hatred, causing it to look for its target blindly? Even calling it as an ultimate skill was not excessive. Was Shi Feng really a noob? He couldn't be some gaming god here to make a fool of them, right? Summoner, the rest is up to you. Shi Feng walked to the rock's location. He looked at the summoner, clapping the person's shoulders as he spoke, smiling. Chapter 27, Shi Feng's Improved Party. Chapter 27, Shi Feng's Improved Party. Translator, Hellscythe_. Editor, Hellscythe_. Hearing Shi Feng's comment, the summoner, Gluttonous Mouse, suddenly panicked. He did not understand what Shi Feng wanted him to do. If he had performed badly and was kicked from the party as a result, he would regret it until he died. It was hard to find a good party during this time, not to mention a party with an expert leading it. It was impossible to join such a party, even if you begged. Relax, I won't let you do anything dangerous. You just have to summon out a flame sprite and follow my instructions. You don't have to do anything else, Shi Feng said with a smile, trying to ease the nerves of Gluttonous Mouse a little. Currently, summoners were not strong, mainly due to the incapability of their skills. A summoner's method of attack mainly relied on their summoned creatures, whereas their normal attack was the low-damage magic bullet. However, a summoner with awesome skills could become a one-man army. It was especially true for summoners who could call out powerful elemental creatures. They could kill elite monsters as if they were just playing around. Party leader, rest assured, I'll definitely do it. Gluttonous Mouse loudly said, his tone filled with respect. He was like a student who had met his teacher. Everyone else, distance yourselves from that rock, 20 yards away from it would be the best. Pay attention not to lure the other monsters. Shi Feng turned around and said to the other party members. Yes, party leader. The other party members loudly replied. Their current attitudes were completely different from before. Shi Feng was slightly shocked by everyone's performance. Why was each and every one of them so obedient all of a sudden? However, Shi Feng did not know that the single stone he threw just now had completely shocked every one of them. They were filled with admiration towards Shi Feng's stone-throwing technique. Such skill and accuracy were definitely not something a normal person could do, professional players might not even be able to do so. Worshipping the strong was a common sight within a game. These level 1 noobs were no exception. At this moment, the gaze everyone used to look at Shi Feng was completely different. Before, they merely felt that Shi Feng was a good commander. Now, however, Shi Feng was a strong person they worshipped. They had faintly grown a sense of reverence for Shi Feng. Standing to the side, Blackie clapped Lonely Snow's shoulders, proudly saying, "How is it? Following Brother Feng isn't bad, right?" Lonely Snow silently nodded his head, rejoicing for the decision he made to follow after Shi Feng. Shi Feng was definitely a beta tester expert. Without sufficient experience and practice, such techniques were impossible to accomplish. Only a beta tester could possibly do it. Har har har. What do you plan to do in the future? Blackie suddenly asked. He started to hatch ideas towards Lonely Snow. Blackie wanted to poach Lonely Snow for their workshop, even though the workshop was still non-existent. There was a 100% chance for Kohler to join them, but Lonely Snow still did not have any plans to move in such a direction. The future. Lonely Snow had never considered it before. He was but an average player. He did not have any big ambitions, only wanting to earn some cash from playing games. He said honestly, I have never considered it before. I see that your techniques are quite good. Why don't you join us for now? Blackie nonchalantly asked. Really? Lonely Snow had anxiety about his future after Blackie's question. He did not know where he wanted to go. If he could party with an expert, then it could not get any better. Of course. However, we still need to look at your future performance. We don't just simply accept people, Blackie proudly said, pretending to be an expert. "Thank you, Brother Black." Lonely Snow happily responded. He never imagined his luck would be so great as to be noticed by an expert. Seeing Lonely Snow agree, Blackie released a sigh of relief. Currently, Blackie was just a fox pretending to be a tiger. He couldn't help out Shi Feng much in God's domain, but he could still help out in regards to administration. There wasn't even a shadow of their workshop as of this moment. There was also the debt of 16,000 credits. The workshop's members consisted of only Shi Feng and himself. It was definitely the poorest workshop in history. If this was found out by the others, they would definitely turn around and leave. Now, Blackie could only fake being an expert to lure people to join their workshop. At this moment, Shi Feng was currently explaining the contents of the operation to the summoner. The operation was to let Gluttonous Mouse lure the remaining 6 night rabbits by controlling his flame sprite. Because the night rabbit that was closest to the boss was no more, luring the other night rabbits would not attract the boss. They could lure the monsters with ease. The flame sprite was extremely weak. Its HP was only a pitiful 15 points, and it would die in a single hit. However, its movement speed was extremely quick. Adding to its very small size, trying to hit it would be a difficult task. Start the operation. Mouse, remember to maintain a distance of 4 yards or above while circling around the rock, Shi Feng reminded once more. Gluttonous Mouse nodded his head. Carefully, he controlled the flame sprite to lure the 6 night rabbits. When the sprite entered the 35-yard distance, the nearest elite night rabbit discovered the flame sprite. Suddenly, it turned its body around and rushed towards the flame sprite. The other night rabbits also came rushing along. Seeing the night rabbits taking the bait, Gluttonous Mouse immediately controlled the flame sprite and ran. The 6 night rabbits were in hot pursuit, but their speed could no match for the flame sprite. In a moment, the flame sprite had arrived beneath the large rock. It had lured the 6 night rabbits over and started circling around the large rock. On the other side, Kohler had already aggroed the night rabbit that had left its unit. Kohler interchanged between blocking and using his new skill, Divine Strike. With the effects of 2 pieces of bronze equipment, a single hit from Divine Strike had caused 26 damage. It was a lot higher compared to the 11 or 12 damage caused by a normal strike. Also, Divine Strike had the added effect of increasing hatred. It became a lot easier to hold aggro. The night rabbit was killed off within a short moment. It dropped 5 coppers. After this night rabbit was handled, only the 6 night rabbits that kept on circling around the large rock remained. I'll lure the night rabbits. Kohler, pay attention to pull the monster. Shi Feng picked up another small stone, throwing it at the night rabbit that ran at the rear. The night rabbit rubbed its cranium after being struck on it. The rabbit turned around, discovering Shi Feng that had thrown the stone. The night rabbit suddenly became enraged. It madly hopped towards Shi Feng with its powerful legs. As for the other night rabbits, they were still excitedly chasing after the flame sprite, failing to notice the disappearance of one of their companions. Receive it. Seeing the night rabbit was only 20 yards away from the party, Shi Feng commanded. Kohler rushed ahead, sending a divine strike towards the night rabbit's head. The night rabbit's target immediately changed, extending its claws towards Kohler's cranium. However, Kohler had reacted quickly by dodging his body sideways. After avoiding the attack, Kohler continued by using punishment. The skill had once more strengthened the night rabbit's hatred to Kohler. Everyone, focus fire. Shi Feng inwardly applauded after seeing Kohler's performance. He had never imagined Kohler's ability to learn would be this great. He had already found out about the night rabbit's attack patterns after going through slightly more than 10 battles. No wonder he was the core MT of a first-rate guild, 10 years later. His potential was limitless. The night rabbit in front of Kohler had fallen within 20 seconds. It had even dropped a skill book for swordsman, Double Chop. Shi Feng immediately learned it without reservations. Double Chop, action type. Requires, sword. Level 1. Proficiency 0, 300. Rapidly deals damage twice. Every slash of the sword deals 120% plus 15 damage, also increasing bleeding effect by 20%. Duration of 10 seconds. Stacks up to a maximum of 5 times. Cooldown, 8 seconds. This skill book had greatly increased Shi Feng's explosive power. As for the problem of getting used to the skill, it was non-existent for Shi Feng. After playing for 10 years as a swordsman, the skills belonging to the job were deeply ingrained into Shi Feng's bones. As long as Shi Feng got a hold of these skills, he would be able to utilize them to their greatest potential. Shi Feng had also lured the remaining 5 night rabbits over, one after another. The party had killed the rabbits one by one, and following the death of the final night rabbit, a golden glow appeared around Shi Feng's body. He had risen to level 2. At the same time, the 5 night rabbits had contributed to the party a piece of bronze plate armor for guardian knights. The equipment increased Kohler's HP to 390 points and his defense to 56. It had also increased Kohler's ability to resist against the Night Rabbit chieftain, Willy. Chapter 28, The Horror of Hell Mode. Chapter 28, The Horror of Hell Mode. With the elites that were on guard all dead, only the boss, Willy, remained on the open field. At this moment, Willy was laying on the ground, sleeping. It would scratch its back from time to time, completely unaware of its missing henchman. Everyone, recover for now. I'll explain the method to raid Willy in a moment. Shi Feng wanted everyone to ease up first. It would not be easy to face off against Willy. The fight would require a high degree of concentration because a single mistake would cause everyone to be buried together. Hearing Shi Feng's command, everyone sat down to recuperate. They ate and drank to recover to their best state. Shi Feng's finger waved and shook as he called up his attribute panel. He had recently reached level 2. Because of the Abyssal Blade, the free attribute points he obtained exceeded other players by 2 points. The choices he could make with his points were slightly more than the average player. In the initial period, it was sufficient for the agility of a swordsman to reach 20 points. However, Shi Feng increased his to 30 points. There would be a fixed increase in the body's flexibility when agility reached 30 points. Subsequently, Shi Feng added the remaining points into strength, making it easier for him to contend with the boss. Shi Feng had on him 3 pieces of bronze equipment, a mysterious iron ring, and a magic weapon. Shi Feng attributes had basically reached his own requirements. Character, Yi Feng, Human. Affiliated Kingdom, Star Moon. Title, Might of 8000. Job, Swordsman. Level, 2. HP, 520. Attack power, 88. Defense power, 39. Attack speed, 15. Movement speed, 13. Attributes, Strength 32, Agility 30, Endurance 24, Intelligence 13, Vitality 13. With such attributes, Shi Feng had more confidence dealing with Willy. Seeing everyone recovered, Shi Feng started explaining, Willy has 2 skills. One of them is Killing Feast. When used, Willy will ignore hatred and randomly attack the nearest players. Blackie and Lonely, you two have to pay attention to your positioning. The other skill is Death Claws. Cola, you have to distance yourself from the boss before this skill is used. Lonely Snow, pay attention to interrupt the boss. I'll remind you when the time comes. Another point to take note of, Willy is very smart, so don't keep on using the same attack pattern. Alright, that's it. If we're ready, then start the battle, Cola. Brother Feng, is there nothing else we have to pay attention to? Blackie walked up to Shi Feng's side, whispering. This place was the hell mode of the Deathly Forest. Not everyone was an expert, as well. However, Shi Feng's explanation was so simple that it made them feel conquering this boss was very easy. However, there were so many elite parties which had died inside normal mode, so how could hell mode be so simple? Party leader, are there no details we need to pay attention to? Everyone was very worried. They all held anticipation in their gazes as they looked towards Shi Feng, hoping that he would speak more about the finer details. They were noobs, so there were a lot of things they did not understand. In regards to an expert like Shi Feng, the things he felt were common knowledge, were definitely not common to noobs like them. Elites could not be compared to a boss. The other elite parties must have definitely died at the hands of the boss. Although their equipment was better than an elite party's, they were still level 1 noobs. They clearly knew their own worth. You guys worry too much. Relax. When the time comes, I'll tell you what you should do and when you should do it, so don't worry about it. Kohler, start the fight and remember to dodge more often. A single healer will not be able to match up to the boss damage, Shi Feng smiled. He felt his party members were quite interesting. They were much more serious about the details than he had thought. In his previous life, Shi Feng had entered Hell Mode dungeons countless times as the captain of Shadow. There was also no lack of 100-man dungeons amongst those times. So, how could he not know how to guide a few noobs to beat a small boss? Kohler had no choice but to go at it hard. Willy abruptly leaped up the moment Kohler entered its detection range. Its mouth salivated when it saw Kohler, and its two pairs of steel claws intertwined to produce sparks. Kohler had clearly stimulated Willy's heart of massacre. It lifted its steel claws and hastily dashed towards Kohler. Start casting heals. All damage dealers prepare to attack Willy's limbs. Shi Feng commanded when he saw Willy's menacing appearance. Just when Shi Feng finished speaking, Willy had arrived before of Kohler. Before Kohler could react, its sharp claws had fallen from the sky, slashing at Kohler's neck. Pang! Kohler instinctively used his shield to block the steel claws, forming 3 brilliant streaks of sparks. There were also 3 claw marks left on the shield. Due to the immense rushing force, Kohler was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps as he stabilized his body. Above his head, a damage of -103 appeared. Before Kohler could even attack, Willy once again waved out its steel. This time, Kohler was sent flying with his shield, and a damage of -105 points appeared. Only at this moment did the heal land on Kohler, recovering 43 HP for him. It was a truly insignificant amount when compared to the damage Kohler received. Everyone was shocked. The movement speed and damage of the boss was too horrifying. If Kohler did not possess 2 pieces of bronze equipment, or if he did not block the attacks with his shield, he would have simply died from these 2 strikes. Lonely Snow, use charge on Willy. Blackie, use evil whip. Shi Feng had long since expected such a situation. He quickly instructed Blackie to use a binding skill. Lonely Snow reacted by using a charge to block Willy's next attack and saved Kohler's life. However, Lonely Snow's attack had only caused -11 damage to Willy. He became dumbfounded by it. He had added most of his attribute points into strength, and he even had 2 pieces of bronze equipment on him. Yet, he had dealt such a small amount of damage. It should be known that the boss in front of him had 6,000 HP. Blackie also finished chanting from the side, sending out his evil whip. 5 streaks of pitch-black thorns suddenly constricted Willy's legs. Shi Feng took the chance to circle around to Willy's rear. With the abyssal blade in hand, he used double chop on Willy's neck, causing -66 and -67 damage. His attack also caused a bleeding effect, causing Willy to lose 8 HP every second, lasting for 10 seconds. The high damage immediately caused Willy to switch its hatred to Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng did not give it any chance. With his 30 agility, Shi Feng easily dodged away from the steel claws, appearing 5 yards away from Willy. Ayo! 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 Willy furiously bellowed as it rushed at Shi Feng. Ranged players start attacking. Kohler, come over and hold Willy after you're done recovering. Shi Feng systematically retreated while he dodged Willy's claws. However, the others watching Shi Feng were shocked to their souls. This was because Willy's claws would graze by Shi Feng's cranium every time it attacked, blowing his hair into a dance. Although everyone was shocked, they never stopped attacking. Magic attacks were sent out one after another, whereas Lonely Snow used Whirlwind Slash at Willy's rear. However, not one of those damages had exceeded -20 points. Willy's HP slowly decreased. When it was occasionally struck by Shi Feng, its HP would drop by a segment. Willy's HP had fallen to 90% within a moment. Willy became enraged as it started a mad dance with its claws. It used death claws, greatly increasing its attack speed. Shi Feng was nearly hit by it. Fortunately, however, he had used the abyssal blade to block the attack, only receiving -130 damage from it. At this moment, the Kohler rushed up with his full HP. He used a divine strike on Willy's head, followed by a punishment. Willy's hatred only switched to choler after a series of attacks. The switching of hatred had also interrupted Willy's death claws, returning Willy to its normal state. Seeing Willy change targets, Shi Feng waved out a thundering flash. 3 streaks of thunder passed through Willy's body, dealing -92, -116, -137 damage. At the same time, giving Willy a damage amplification effect, it allowed others to deal 20% more damage to it. The fight with Willy became much easier. Blackie was sending out dark arrows without stopping, each dealing over -50 damage. Whereas the others only managed to deal over -20 damage to Willy. Being given a painful beating, Willy was just about to turn around and attack Shi Feng when choler used both divine strike and punishment once more. Willy's hatred was quickly pulled back to choler. When Willy turned back to choler, Shi Feng used a chop on it. In such a way, Shi Feng and choler took turns aggroing Willy, causing it unable to attack any players. Willy's HP continuously dropped until it was 30%. Willy entered a berserk state, its body increasing by several sizes. Melee players stay away from the boss. Blackie, use evil whip. Healer, heal me. Shi Feng loudly shouted. In its current state, Willy was definitely going to use its big move, Killing Feast. Lonely Snow and choler immediately distanced themselves from the boss after hearing Shi Feng's command, letting Shi Feng tank the boss by himself. When the two of them had run out of the 10-yard range, Willy disappeared. No one understood what happened. When Willy reappeared, it had already arrived at Shi Feng's back, and its steel claws abruptly descended. Shi Feng had long since been ready for this. He used his sword to block the incoming claws. However, just after blocking this attack, Willy once again disappeared and again appeared behind Shi Feng. Within 2 short seconds, Willy had attacked Shi Feng's back 7 times. Fortunately, Shi Feng's agility had reached 30 points. It was barely enough to match up to Willy's speed. However, every attack Shi Feng blocked would still take away a significant amount of HP from him. The heals he received also continuously recovered his HP. If Shi Feng did not possess 520 HP and blocked every claw that came at him, Shi Feng would have died from Willy's Killing Feast with 100% certainty. At this moment, Shi Feng's remaining HP did not reach 100 points. Get rid of it! Shi Feng loudly shouted. After using his big move, Willy would enter a weakened state. It was the perfect chance to kill it. Everyone continuously greeted Willy with their attacks, finally shaving off Willy's remaining 30% HP. It dropped for items. Just as everyone was about to let loose their breaths, Shi Feng took a look at everyone's current status. The healer, Drowsy Sloth's remaining MP did not reach 20%, and the other mag's MP did not reach 10%. Shi Feng hurriedly said, "Everyone, sit down and recover immediately." Everyone was confused. Didn't the boss just die? Why must they be in such a hurry? However, everyone still listened to Shi Feng's command to sit down and recover. Before they had even sat down and recuperated with food and drinks for 5 seconds, a violent roar entered everyone's ears. The roar had shaken the entire deathly forest, and following it, a black shadow leaped out from within the forest. The black shadow was a gigantic werewolf. The werewolf looked at Willy's corpse, then looked towards Shi Feng and the others. Its pitch-black eyes suddenly turned crimson red. Just when it wanted to release a roar, Shi Feng dashed towards it with Wind Blade. Immediately, Shi Feng used Abyssal Bind. 9 chains appeared and bound the werewolf and its mouth, preventing it from making a sound. At this moment, everyone finally saw the werewolf's statistics. It had a whopping 2 bars of HP. Werewolf Felt, Lord Rank. Level 3. HP 12,000. Crap, why is there a Lord boss? Blackie cursed. They had barely rested just after killing a boss, and now there was a Lord in front of them. Lords were a rank higher than chieftains. The game was literally trying to kill them. Everyone remember, absolutely do not let Werewolf Felt let out another roar. Shi Feng continuously reminded everyone. However, the others were clearly frightened. Not because of Werewolf Felt's body and HP, but because of that pair of horrifying crimson eyes. They gave off an intimidating feeling to everyone that made it hard to move. Chapter 29, Extraordinary State. Chapter 29, Extraordinary State. In front of the dungeon of the Deathly Forest, the numbers of level 2 players gathering were increasing. There was also an endless stream of players diving down into the dungeon. Because there were a lot of level 2 players, there was quite an amount of players who had set up stalls, pedaling to the side. Good quality level 0 common equipment, don't miss it when you pass by. You can only go down the dungeon with good equipment. Equipment is limited, hurry over and buy. Small HP potions instantly heals 90 HP once. A must-have tool for a battle that is worthy of you. God's domain had been open for over 10 hours now. The players here were all level 2 players. After over 10 hours of battling, they had gathered quite a few items. Many level 2 players had intended to sell the items which they had no use for, switching them for something they could use. Such a situation had caused business to flourish at the Deathly Forest. Although the number of players in front of the Deathly Forest continued to increase, the number of parties entering the dungeon kept on decreasing. Only those parties that were unaware would enter the Deathly Forest. However, after those players had been properly nurtured by the Deathly Forest, they suddenly discovered their previous beliefs to be very naive. Hence, they obediently stood in front of the dungeon. They talked about life with other parties while watching new parties enter the dungeon with a smile. They had also investigated reports of the Deathly Forest together with the experienced parties, mutually improving their strategies to conquer the dungeon. Following wave after wave of players entering and dying out of the dungeon, the Deathly Forest had finally become the sore point of every player in Red Leaf Town. Every player who entered the Deathly Forest only had one impression of the dungeon. It was extremely horrifying. Currently, in the resurrection graveyard of the Deathly Forest, 6 streaks of white light flashed into existence. Following which, 6 figures revealed themselves from within. There is just no way to clear this dungeon. Snow, I think we would be better off grinding monsters or doing quests. Just after reviving, Jiaoyueru stamped her delicate feet, her chest heaving up and down. The cuteness of her enraged, yet delicate appearance instantly attracted the attention of a crowd of male players. Gentle Snow shook her head, saying in contemplation, "Our gains inside the Deathly Forest are relatively good, so we can't just easily give up. But the forest inside the Deathly Forest is too large. Adding in the great number of small paths, we would easily become lost without a map. However, I believe that amongst the numerous pathways, there must be a few that lead to the boss location. The other paths are only there as a trap to confuse us. That is why we are always being ambushed by the night rabbits. The more we fight, the more night rabbits will come. For now, let's investigate for some information and see if we can complete a map for the Deathly Forest." Everyone felt that Gentle Snow's speculation made sense, especially about the part where they attacked the night rabbits. Occasionally, a chilling arrow aimed at the cleric, Xiao Yue, would appear from within the forest. If it wasn't for Xiao Yue's skill at dodging, they would have long since party wiped. Also, the deeper they went into the forest, the more numerous the night rabbits became. In the end, the night rabbits became too overwhelming in numbers. They were unable to shoulder all of the rabbits, which resulted in their return through death. If they could find the correct path, they might have already cleared the dungeon by now. Jiaoyueru could only nod her head in agreement. The party's leader was, in fact, Gentle Snow, and Gentle Snow's speculations were always very accurate. Jiaoyueru could not help but believe in her. Going with the suggestion, Gentle Snow and Jiaoyueru nonchalantly shouted a few times, stating that they wanted to trade information about the Deathly Forest. It couldn't be denied, the striking effect created by 2 great beauties calling out. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the Deathly Forest started to boil as players rushed over, one after another. Every one of them wanted to be the first in position. Too many of the male players, this was a great chance for them to talk to a goddess. Who knew, if the goddess had looked upon them they might be able to live a blessed life in the future. Meanwhile, inside the hell mode of the Deathly Forest, the sky within the dungeon had already darkened. Thousands of birds soared to the skies, leaving the forest in a deadly silence. Werewolf Felt was not any common monster. It was a very famous werewolf. In the past, it massacred countless in Red Leaf Town, nearly turning Red Leaf Town into a town of death. In a fit of rage, the Star Moon Kingdom had sent out its army to surround Felt. In the end, after being heavily wounded by the great swordmaster, Hilton, Felt had escaped into the Deathly Forest to treat its wounds. It was the reason why the dungeon of the Deathly Forest existed. In Hell mode, Felt had 3 absolute skills. The first one was Death Stare. Enemies who Felt stared at would have their attack speed and movement speed greatly reduced. If one had a weak willpower, they might not even be able to move. Presently, only Shi Feng had 30 points in agility. After he had activated the 3 hidden basic skills he possessed, he gained a certain amount of resistance towards the Death Stare. As for the other people, their reactions would become very sluggish. That was why Shi Feng remained the one to keep Werewolf Felt in check, whereas Drowsy Sloth continuously healed Shi Feng. However, Drowsy Sloth's casting speed had slowed by half. As for the melee players, they were no help whatsoever. However, it was not because they did not want to help, but it was because they had no way of helping at all. Werewolf Felt's attack speed was just too fast. It was to the degree where they couldn't react to its attacks. It was as if they were facing off against an expert that came straight out from a wuxia novel. Normal people had no chance to interfere whatsoever. They would only be creating more trouble if they had rushed up to the battle. So, it was still better to just watch from the side. Currently, only the ranged mags dealt damage. However, the damage caused was just too low. Even Blackie's dark arrows were only dealing -24 damage each. Lonely, interrupt the roar. Seeing Felt abruptly inhaling, Shi Feng immediately shouted. Lonely Snow had long since prepared for this moment. Immediately, he went forward and used charge, causing Felt to enter a 1-second fainted state. Then, he quickly retreated. Shi Feng took the chance to use Thundering Flash, Double Chop, and Chop. One attack after another landed on Felt's chest. Before Felt could even regain its breath, it had spat out a mouthful of blood. Shi Feng had caused a terrifying -500 damage to it. Within an instant, Felt's HP had fallen to 78%. Everyone watching became dumbfounded. Regarding Shi Feng's powerful actions, they only had one word to say: amazing. They were even more impressed by Shi Feng's eyesight. He had actually discovered such a weakness on Felt's body. Now, everyone was further reassured that Shi Feng was not as simple as he seemed. However, Shi Feng did not display any great excitement. Although they had interrupted Hell's Roar and avoided a party wipe, this would create a reverse effect. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Werewolf Felt's condition became much more pleasant. It spun its head around and immediately slashed its sharp claws at Shi Feng. The slashing speed of Felt's claws was even a notch quicker than before, filling the sky with the afterimages of its claws. However, Shi Feng was not a weakling either. Strength, agility, and endurance, Shi Feng activated the hidden basic skills of all 3 of these attributes. With these skills activated, it meant that Shi Feng's constitution was no longer that of an average player, but an extraordinary one. Shi Feng's greatest asset in coming into the Deathly Forest was this extraordinary state which he could activate at any given moment. With it, he could do things that normal players couldn't. Under a sky filled with after-images of claws, Shi Feng could still remain safe and sound. It was as if Shi Feng was dancing under the afterimages. Occasionally, Shi Feng used his sword to fend off the attacks which he could not avoid. This was the power of being under an extraordinary condition. His 5 senses became extremely sensitive, and his brain's processing abilities became exceptionally focused. Shi Feng could utilize his body to its greatest potential. If it was an average player, however, they would be unable to carry out such feats. It was both mentally and physically taxing to the extraordinary condition. If Shi Feng had not become accustomed to it before, he would only be able to maintain such a state for a few seconds. Claws and sword intertwined, creating countless dazzling sparks. Both sides had their HP continuously falling. Fortunately, Shi Feng was able to survive the exchange with Drowsy Sloth's timely heals. Afterward, under Shi Feng's command, Lonely Snow would occasionally interrupt the Hell's Roar, while Kohler would hold back Felt whenever Shi Feng was in danger, and Blackie would use Evil Whip to contain Felt's movements. In such a way, Werewolf Felt's HP continuously decreased, 70%, 60%, 30%. Everyone stand in a straight line facing the boss. Quickly. Shi Feng hurriedly shouted when he saw Werewolf Felt's HP nearing 30%. Werewolf felt would become the most frightening when its HP decreased to 30%. During this time, it was impossible to interrupt the hell's roar. They could only take it head on. No one had any hesitation, they knew that the boss was about to go berserk. They immediately took action, forming a straight line against Werewolf felt, while also maintaining a 30-yard distance away from it. The moment Werewolf felt's HP reached 30%, its fur started changing colors. Within a moment, its fur had become snow white, and 2 streams of blood leaked from its eyes. Its chest also started to quickly expand, as if it was a swelled-up frog. Shi Feng immediately activated gravity liberation, quickly arriving in front of everyone else. "Cola, use protection blessing on me!" Shi Feng loudly shouted. Protection blessing was able to reduce the damage taken by a party member by 50% for a duration of 6 seconds. It was a life-saving skill with a 5-minute cooldown, and right now was the perfect moment to use it. Protection Blessing, of Guardian Knights and Shield Wall, of Shield Warriors. These 2 skills had a high drop rate inside the Hell mode of the Deathly Forest. Before, the reason why Shi Feng had wasted time on clearing out some unnecessary night rabbits was all to obtain this skill, Protection Blessing. Chapter 30, Crimson Blade. Chapter 30, Crimson Blade. Kohler had long since been ready for this moment. The instant Shi Feng let out the command, his mouth began chanting divine texts. Streaks of golden divine texts rushed at Shi Feng. Protection Blessing. Suddenly, Shi Feng was surrounded by countless golden divine texts, giving off a dazzling golden glow. At the same time, Drowsy Sloth, at the rear of the line, continuously cast Recover and Life Prayer, pulling Shi Feng's HP back up to full and returning him to his best condition. Prepare for a battering attack. Absolutely do not leave from my back. Seeing Werewolf felt's line of sight shifting towards them, Shi Feng held the abyssal blade across his chest as he commanded. Hearing Shi Feng's words, everyone started to tense up. Their hearts were not courageous, to begin with. Now, their hearts started to madly beat. They were being covered in a cold sweat even before Werewolf felt used its skill. Suddenly, Werewolf felt moved. Its expanded chest started moving upwards, moving past its throat and to its mouth. Within an instant, everyone aside from Shi Feng felt their hearts stop beating. It was as if the world had turned grey and silent. The soaring birds in the sky had also turned motionless. Everyone could clearly see the multitude of grey-colored waves being emitted from Werewolf felt's body. Streak after streak, it continuously expanded. The dark grey ripples quickly arrived in front of everyone. However, they could not move even a muscle. It was not because they did not wish to move, but because their bodies could not keep up with the speed of their thoughts. Everyone could feel that time was moving by at an exceptionally slow pace. However, everyone understood that although the movement of time appeared slow, in reality, it was moving at the pinnacle of speed. Just like absolute experts crossing swords, the moment the exchange happened, time would move exceptionally slowly. At this moment, only Shi Feng slightly moved. Phantom Kill. The instant the dark grey ripples arrived in front of Shi Feng, his doppelganger had blocked in front of him. At the same time, the doppelganger used parry. Subsequently, the grey ripples made contact with the doppelganger. However, they were blocked by the doppelganger's parry, whereas the doppelganger himself retreated a step back. He only stabilized his body after colliding with Shi Feng. Just after the doppelganger stabilized himself, another wave of ripples came smashing. The ripples passed through the doppelganger's body this time, causing his HP to instantly decrease by 300 points. Behind him, Shi Feng had also received -30 damage, while the others behind Shi Feng received -20 damage. However, the ripples did not stop with just one wave. When the third wave of ripples passed through the doppelganger, his body had instantly disintegrated. A damage of -100 points also appeared above Shi Feng's head. Subsequently, wave after wave of dark grey ripples followed. Shi Feng's HP fell time and time again until only 90 points remained. When the final wave of ripples was about to get rid of Shi Feng, he used parry. Hong! Shi Feng retreated a big step backward. However, he did not receive any damage. The people behind him were also unharmed. However, their HP after going through several waves of attacks did not exceed 50%. At this moment, Drowsy Sloth's recover had only landed on Shi Feng's body, pulling Shi Feng's HP back to 140. Following which he used life payment, recovering 130 HP for Shi Feng. Within a moment, Shi Feng's HP had returned to over 50%. This roar really is powerful. I even thought we were finished. Blackie wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead. If Shi Feng had not blocked in front of them, they would all be goners by now. When he thought back to how Shi Feng nearly died, Blackie's heart started beating rapidly, reaching 180 beats per minute. If Shi Feng died, then they would die as well. There was nobody else in the party who could pin down Werewolf Felt for a long period of time. At this moment, everyone looked at Shi Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Never would they have imagined that Shi Feng would ingeniously use his doppelganger to block two of those onslaughts. He had also used parry on the final attack. The way Shi Feng had calculated both damage and HP was absolutely brilliant. Such a technique definitely belonged to the realm of gods. Stop daydreaming, all of you. Quickly attack the boss, it's in a weakened state right now. Shi Feng only shrugged his shoulders at his party's reaction. Such a technique could be done by many experts in a few more years. However, Shi Feng had yet to relax. The thing he had to pay attention to the most right now was the boss. Only he knew how hard it was to deal with Werewolf Felt. Windblade. With gravity liberation activated, Shi Feng instantly arrived in front of Felt. He tightly gripped the abyssal blade, continuously sending attacks towards Felt's chest. Thundering Flash. Double Chop. Chop. Damage that exceeded -100 appeared above Werewolf Felt's head, one after another. The other party members were also able to deal damage of over -20 with each attack. Very quickly, they had reduced Werewolf Felt's HP down to 15%. When they saw that Felt was about to die, everyone revealed smiles of excitement. Don't be careless. Blackie, use your evil whip. Lonely Snow, prepare to interrupt with charge. Shi Feng commanded as he dodged Werewolf Felt's attack. Being told what to do in such a way, everyone's hearts suddenly constricted. A death stare and a hell's roar was already unimaginably terrifying. If it was any other party here, they would have long since revived back at the graveyard. Could Werewolf Felt actually have another powerful skill? How horrifying was this hell mode? Shi Feng constantly paid attention to Werewolf Felt's HP. Just when Felt's HP fell down to 10%, its third big move finally came. Death Berserk. This move would increase Werewolf Felt's attack speed by 100%, its movement speed by 40%, and its attack power by 100% until it died. It was precisely this move that had caused countless elite parties to curse out in madness. After activating Death Berserk, Werewolf Felt's fur started turning red. In a moment, it had become blood red in color. Adding in its crimson red eyes and sharp fangs, Felt looked remarkably like a blood fiend. Its terrifying appearance had caused everyone to inadvertently retreat a step backward. They could clearly feel the air of danger given off by Felt. Shi Feng used another double chop, stacking the bleeding effect to 5 layers. Afterward, he spun around and ran. After activating Death Berserk, there was no one under level 5 who was able to block Felt. That included Shi Feng, even if he had a magic weapon. The only method was to kite it and slowly grinding Felt to death. The moment Shi Feng had escaped the 10-yard distance, Felt's thick thighs suddenly doubled in size. One of its legs abruptly stomped the ground, sending it flying like an arrow, rushing towards Shi Feng. Shi Feng was about to arrive at the location of the large rock, but behind him, Felt's speed was just too fast. He definitely could not make it. Shi Feng abruptly made a 90 degrees sharp turn. Hong! Without making any turns, Werewolf Felt smashed straight into the large rock blocking its path, turning it into rubble. Fragmented rocks the size of a person's head were sent flying more than 10 yards away. Seeing such horrifying strength, even a fierce man such as Kohler had his heart trembling. If he were struck by those claws, then he would definitely become meat paste. At this moment, Shi Feng had already distanced himself over 20 yards from Felt. Meanwhile, the attacks from the mags never stopped. They continuously ground away Felt's HP. Shi Feng's plan to kite Felt was a success. Every time Werewolf Felt was about to catch up, Lonely Snow would charge at it. He then followed it up with a bone crusher, greatly reducing Felt's speed. Afterward, he pulled away from Felt once more. When Lonely Snow's skills were on cooldown, Blackie would use Evil Whip to constrict Felt once more. The skills of the two of them had a quick cooldown. With Shi Feng's occasional Abyssal Bind, they had formed a perfect cycle to toy with Werewolf Felt without pause. Finally, when Felt only had 1% HP remaining, Shi Feng abruptly turned around. Wind Blade. Thundering Flash. Chop. Double Chop. Shi Feng's single sword slashed at Werewolf Felt's chest, taking away its final 1% HP. System: your party is the first to clear a Hell mode dungeon. Rewards increased by 100%, loot increased by 100%. System: cleared Hell mode of Deathly Forest. Rewarding 8000 EXP. At this moment, Werewolf Felt exploded, dropping out over 10 items. And amongst them, there was one that made Shi Feng's eyes shine. Crimson Blade. It was a sword that had the color of fresh blood. It gave off a dull red glow, and there was also faint drops of red liquid dripping off the edges of the blade. The entire sword revealed a dense killing aura. Shi Feng never imagined that the item with an abysmal drop rate would actually appear in front of him. TL Notes. 1. Kite, a term in video gaming and elsewhere to describe when a ranged fighter skirmishes with a hand-to-hand fighter by running and shooting. This can have two purposes: A. to damage the enemy while staying outside of hand-to-hand range, or B. to make the enemy follow you so you can lead them to a specific location. Chapter 31, Hell's Book. Chapter 31, Hell's Book. Shi Feng walked over without hesitation. He quickly picked up the one-handed sword filled with killing intent. The Crimson Blade was one of the rarest drops within the Hell mode of the Deathly Forest. It was also the best sword for a swordsman below level 6. Crimson Blade, Secret Silver Rank, One-Handed Sword. Level 3. Equipment requirement: Strength 12. Attack power plus 21. Strength plus 5, Agility plus 6, Endurance plus 3. Durability 30/30. Its attack power alone could rival a level 5 two-handed bronze axe. With the 6 extra points in agility, it could increase the attack speed of a swordsman by quite a lot. The Crimson Blade was definitely a precious weapon for swordsmen. Unfortunately, Shi Feng could not equip it yet. His experience was currently at 69% of level 2. There was still quite an amount before he could reach level 3. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to equip it even if he had reached level 3. This was because swordsmen would only activate the dual-wielding talent after they reached level 5. At that time, Shi Feng would be able to wield 2 one-handed swords. By the time Shi Feng was level 5, he would be able to wield the Abyssal Blade on his main arm, and the Crimson Blade on his subarm. His attack power would be invincible amongst level 5 players. Shi Feng felt great just thinking about such a future. Brother Feng, hurry up and pick up the equipment. I'm dying of anxiety here. Blackie urged. That's right, party leader. You can't just enjoy it by yourself. At least let us have a look at what equipment dropped. The loot on the ground had nearly blinded everyone's eyes. The anxiety burning in their hearts had even caused them to forget their joy of reaching level 2. They all wished to take a look at the drops of the 2 Hell mode bosses. As for rushing over to snatch the loot, there was nobody present who would do such a thing. Even if the items on the ground were valuable, they still wouldn't do it. If they had done such a thing, although they could feel great for the moment, they would instead regret their actions for the rest of their lives. This was because Shi Feng was the true treasure here. Even if Shi Feng wanted all of the equipment, there would not be a single person who would refuse him. After all, the only reason they could make it to this point was all because of Shi Feng. That was why everyone was just standing by the side, obediently watching instead of rushing up to fight for the loot. All right. No need to rush. Shi Feng smiled. He quickly began to collect the items on the ground. Shi Feng was very satisfied with everyone's performance. They were unlike the players Shi Feng would occasionally party up with in his previous life. When the boss died, those players would rush up in unison to snatch the equipment. They immediately disappeared once they took all the equipment, leaving Shi Feng enraged and speechless. The reason Shi Feng did not set the party so that only the leader could pick drops was to test everyone's intentions. It was better to discover those treacherous people early on. Now that nobody had rushed up to snatch the items, Shi Feng could be more at ease with them. In a short moment, Shi Feng had collected all the loot on the ground. There were a total of 19 pieces of equipment and 5 silver coins. Such a harvest could rival the assets of a large guild in its entirety. Arranging his bag, Shi Feng's lips curled up into a smile. He found a forging design. Garrison armor forging design. Able to create a piece of level 3 bronze-ranked chest armor after learning the design. Materials required: 20 copper ores, 5 bronze ores, 5 magic essences. This piece of equipment was a good item. As long as a party's MT equipped it, diving into the normal mode of the Deathly Forest would become much easier. Not only did it have high defense and strength, it also increased maximum HP by 200 points. It was an extremely important piece of equipment for any MT. In Shi Feng's previous life, when this equipment was released, every guild madly fought over it. They also ignored all costs to enter the Deathly Forest in order to obtain this forging design. When Blackie saw Shi Feng's excited smile, his heart became even more anxious. It was needless to say for the other people, if a person's sight could kill, Shi Feng probably would have died over hundreds or thousands of times by now. The items are not bad. Here, you guys have a look. Shi Feng did not waste any more time. He immediately displayed the attributes of all the equipment. There were a total of 15 pieces of equipment. Amongst them, there was only a single secret silver equipment, which was the Crimson Blade. There were also 5 pieces of mysterious iron equipment and 9 pieces of bronze equipment. The bronze equipment dropped by the bosses of Hell mode were all of the highest quality. The bronze equipment dropped by elites were far from comparable. Amongst all the equipment, after the Crimson Blade, the most valuable items were the pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Out of the 3 modes of the Deathly Forest, only Hell mode dropped mysterious iron equipment, whereas normal and difficult only dropped bronze equipment. Blackie's luck had always been good. Amongst the 5 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, there were 2 pieces of the dark color set meant for Cursemancers. The dark color set was definitely the set equipment for Cursemancers below level 5. There were a total of 5 pieces in the dark color set: head, chest, legs, shoes, arm guards. This time around, the parts that dropped were the chest and shoes. These 2 items had placed a wide smile on Blackie's face. Brother Foam, I really love coming down to Hell. Let's come here once every day. That way, I can complete the dark color set, and if anyone dares look down upon us at that time, I'll blast him to pieces. Blackie showed off the dark color set in his hands. After wearing the dark color set, Blackie felt himself becoming closer to an expert. His magic attack was increased to 66. A single level 3 dark arrow could take away more than half the HP of a level 1 shield warrior. If he could complete the dark color set, then a single dark arrow could one-shot a shield warrior. He put on the suit of ash grey for robes, coupled with glistening pitch-black boots. Everyone could tell they were pieces of a set with just a glance. The others drooled when they saw the black luster of the dark color set. Their hearts were filled with hatred and envy for Blackie. They had never imagined entering Hell would be such a great experience. They truly hoped they could enter Hell a few more times in the future. The remaining 3 pieces of mysterious iron equipment were the set pieces for Guardian Knight, Shield Warrior, and Elementalist. Amongst those present, only Kohler was a Guardian Knight. Thus, Shi Feng gave the piece of equipment to Kohler and stored the others. As for the remaining bronze equipment, Kohler received a shield and Lonely Snow received a greatsword. Both pieces of level 2 equipment had the best attributes possible on them. Drowsy Sloth and Gluttonous Mouse also received a piece of bronze equipment each. Quite a few pieces of Shi Feng's equipment were also replaced. Amongst the bronze equipment, there were 3 pieces that belonged to swordsmen. The 2 pieces of equipment that remained were stored away by Shi Feng. When everyone had changed their equipment, it was as if the entire party had a makeover. Every piece of their equipment was incomparably brilliant. Just a glance was enough to tell that they didn't just have common equipment. The entire party had also risen to level 2. Blackie's experience was even at 98% of level 2, just a tad bit short of level 3. The other 4 items were a forging design, a potion recipe, a rare skill for cursemancers, and a notebook. The rare skill for cursemancers overjoyed Blackie. It was an AoE skill called Hell Flame. Hell Flame deals 150% flame damage to an 8 by 8 yard area. Duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 36 seconds. It was a godly skill for grinding monsters during the early periods of the game. What is this thing for? Shi Feng looked at the old notebook in his hand. He could not recall the hell mode of the Deathly Forest dropping such an item. Taking a look inside, Shi Feng discovered words which he could not understand. However, Shi Feng knew these words belonged to the ancient language of the elves. Within God's domain, any items which had a relationship with the elven language were definitely not common items. Just like the Ring of Gravity, there was a string of elvish words carved onto it. They had allowed the ring to possess unimaginable powers. It seems I have to make a trip to the library. Shi Feng felt this notebook was not as simple as it seemed. In his previous life, he entered the hell mode of the Deathly Forest tens of times. However, he had never seen such an item drop before. There was no such news from the other teams in the guild as well. The likelihood of the notebook dropping only on the first kill was high. If Shi Feng wanted to make heads with the situation, he had to translate its contents at the library. Brother Feng, what are we going to do afterward? Grinding mobs. Blackie was eager to try out the new skill he learned. That's fine as well. We'll grind and do quests in Dark Moon Valley. The monsters there drop quite a lot of ore, Shi Feng said after some thought. With the forging design in hand, all that was left was to obtain the materials. However, Shi Feng needed a lot of materials. Now that Blackie had Hell Flame, it should be a lot quicker to kill kobolds and gnomes. Furthermore, Shi Feng knew of a few good locations where it would be suitable to use Hell Flame. Shi Feng turned to look at the others, saying, "Will you guys follow us or do quests on your own?" Big Brother Feng, how could you leave me out of grinding mobs? I've already planned to follow Big Brother Feng in the future. Kohler smiled like a fool as he gently caressed his new shield. Big Brother Feng, can we join as well? Drowsy Sloth and Gluttonous Mouse were both high schoolers. Currently, they had their heads lowered in embarrassment. However, they did not wish to give up such a chance. Shi Feng was a great expert. They would reap endless benefits if they could learn a thing or two by staying by his side. Shi Feng said, smiling, "Of course you are all welcome to join." Suddenly, the two of them revealed excited expressions, both their hands clenched up in excitement. Since nobody is opposed to it, then we will go grind in Dark Moon Valley. After finishing his piece, Shi Feng called out the system panel. He selected the dungeon's party teleportation, parting with the Deathly Forest. Chapter 32, Stunning Invitation. Chapter 32, Stunning Invitation. There was a sea of players in front of the Deathly Forest. Currently, they were all gathered around the dungeon's entrance. Such a situation was due to the actions of the large guilds of Red Leaf Town. The elite teams of these large guilds had all arrived at the Deathly Forest. They were all prepared to challenge the dungeon. These teams were much stronger than the loosely made elite parties. Common equipment covered their entire bodies. There were even pieces of bronze equipment in the mix. That's Heaven's Crown's core MT, immovable mountain. Never have I imagined that even he would come to this place. Someone will surely clear the Deathly Forest this time. HMPH, Heaven's Crown is just a third-rate guild. Look over there, even the sub-leader of Assassin's Alliance, Stabbing Heart, is here. Also, the Guardian Knight named Warsoul by his side is the top 5 knight of the Assassin's Alliance. He is even stronger than the immovable mountain. The players in the surrounding area started a discussion amongst themselves. They held optimistic views towards these large guilds at clearing the Deathly Forest. It was to be expected, as there were over 10 guilds currently present, both large and small. Amongst these guilds, the most well-known guild would be the second-rate guild, Assassin's Alliance. Following them would be the third-rate guild, Heaven's Crown. The others were just some unknown guilds, but they still would not be looked down on. This was because a workshop stood behind every guild. These workshops hired experts. Average players could not compare to them. Each large guild wanted to build its reputation in Red Leaf Town. Conquering their first dungeon in Red Leaf Town was the perfect way to do so. Hence, all of the large guilds made ample preparations for the dungeon. They spent large sums of their assets to buy equipment and medicine. They also bought a lot of information on the Deathly Forest. So, they were extremely confident about conquering the dungeon. Boss waving, these guild teams have gorgeous equipment. They will definitely clear the Deathly Forest this time, Wordless Summer Knight commented with a pained expression. Waving slowly but surely crossed his arms in front of his chest. He nodded slightly, saying in a helpless tone, "The Deathly Forest is too difficult. We party wiped before we even met the boss. In the end, parties like ours only became scouts for the guilds. What's there to brag about being a guild's expert? Boss, it's not our skills that are lacking. The dungeon is just too horrifying. It has too high of an equipment quality requirement," the shield warrior, Battle to the End, said in disdain. He held contempt for the guild experts deep in his heart, and he was sure only their equipment prevented them from clearing the dungeon. "That's right, boss. If our party had such equipment, we would have long since cleared the Deathly Forest," Wordless Summer Knight confidently said. Speaking of dungeons, Wordless Summer thought of Shi Feng's party. He giggled as he said, "It's not like we didn't have any gain. We've killed 2 night rabbits and even got a skill book for berserkers. Compared to that party led by Captain Noob, we're much stronger. They still haven't shown themselves. I guess they've already fled from embarrassment. It sure is a pity for Lonely Snow. If he followed the boss, then he would have been given this skill book. If he found out about it, he would regret not following us into the dungeon. That's right. Lonely Snow doesn't know how to appreciate the kindness given to him. Now, he will definitely regret not following the boss," Battle to the End laughingly said. Lonely Snow's skills are still quite good. I don't know how that noob managed to gain the favor of that expert called Blackie. However, no matter how great that expert's techniques are, with dead weight pulling him back they would still party wipe. He is probably too ashamed to show himself right now. If he had gone with us, we might have cleared the Deathly Forest by now. Waving slowly was silently pleased with Blackie's end. "Boss, the guilds are going to enter now," Wordless Summer said. However, just as the guilds were about to enter the Deathly Forest, the dungeon's teleportation gate suddenly changed color. It instantly turned from a silvery gray to a pitch-black color. There was also an indistinct skull that was roaring. The many members of the guilds couldn't help but retreat a few steps back. What is this situation? Such a question appeared within everyone's hearts. However, they quickly received their answer. 6 figures suddenly appeared in front of the dungeon's entrance. Each and every one of them was clothed in glorious garments. Just by standing there, the 6 of them caused others to feel a faint pressure, especially the cursemancer with the black-colored staff. The dark grey-colored equipment on the cursemancer was clearly a set. A single glance was enough to tell they were not common goods. The materials it was made of were much better than bronze equipment. Eh? Why are there so many people? Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings, discovering these people were the elite teams of large guilds. He was slightly confused as to why all these people were blocking the dungeon's entrance. Shi Feng's party members also started to panic. The pressure from being watched by so many people was no weaker than facing off against a boss monster. Boss waving, look. Isn't that the noob? Wordless Summer pointed towards Shi Feng. Waving slowly knitted his brows. Shi Feng was not the only person he spotted, there was also Lonely Snow. He curiously asked, how could they be here? Didn't they run away long ago? In my view, I think they did not even enter the forest of the dungeon. They knew they could not clear the dungeon, but they were also afraid of embarrassing themselves. So, they stayed in there until now. Battle to the End laughed, but now they just happened to get caught after leaving the dungeon. Just look at how ugly Lonely Snow's expression is. Har har har. As expected of a noob, he doesn't even have the courage to enter the dungeon. Waving slowly but surely felt Wordless Summer Knight's words made sense. If not, how could Shi Feng's party have returned safely? Waving slowly and the other party members experienced the horrendousness of the Deathly Forest. After entering the forest of the dungeon, there were only 2 possible results: either they cleared the dungeon, or they party-wiped. There was no possibility of a third option. Now that Shi Feng's party had returned safely, there was only one possibility: they never entered the forest. It was impossible that they cleared the deathly forest. During the time Waving Slowly and company started laughing at Shi Feng's party, the players surrounding Shi Feng had already laughed themselves into madness. Such a scene confused Waving Slowly and party. Why were these people laughing at Shi Feng's party? Were they actually famous? What Waving Slowly's party did not know was that Shi Feng's party had already become famous throughout the entire deathly forest. Shi Feng's party mainly consisted of level 1 noobs, yet they entered the hell mode of the dungeon. There was no action more foolish than this. It would be hard for others not to notice such an action. As they say, bad news has wings. Har har har, that exotic player is back. I actually admired him for entering the hell mode of the deathly forest, but he was just a coward. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts too much from laughing. The players surrounding Shi Feng's party understood their actions. They had foolishly entered the hell mode of the dungeon, so they could not enter deep into the dungeon. Instead, they stayed around the dungeon's entrance and looked for a time to leave the dungeon in secret. Unfortunately, even God would not help them. They coincidentally left just to be seen by the many guilds. Brother Feng, what's wrong with these people? Blackie looked at the laughing players laying on the ground. Scratching his head, he asked with an odd tone, did their brains go bad? Why are they holding their stomachs and laughing on the ground? Who knows? Maybe their brains had a cramp. It seems we shouldn't play God's domain too long, especially for the first time. Shi Feng did not think their appearance had any relation to the actions of these people. We better leave. This is just giving me the creeps. The other members of the party nodded in agreement. The players in the deathly forest were truly strange. Big brother, please hold on for a moment. Just as Shi Feng's party was about to leave the dungeon's entrance, a ringing voice entered everyone's ears. Taking a look at the voice's origin, a beautiful and pure maiden dressed in a pure white mage's robe was seen walking towards Shi Feng's party. Shi Feng recognized this person. She was Star Moon Kingdom's top 100 cleric, Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer walked to Shi Feng with an embarrassed look, a blush appearing on her tender white cheeks. She whispered, "Nice to meet you. I am Xiao Yuer of Ouroboros. We met before entering the dungeon. Our party's leader wishes to have a chat with you about the Deathly Forest's dungeon. I wonder if you would be interested in sharing." Chapter 33, Changing from Arrogance to Humility, 1. Chapter 33, Changing from Arrogance to Humility, 1. Xiao Yuer's appearance shocked everyone present. Every player present knew who Xiao Yuer was. After all, she was the goddess party mate. Coupled with Xiao Yuer's beauty and purity, she was firmly implanted in everyone's memories. However, why would such a pure maiden invite a noob? Furthermore, what was harder to imagine was the person who invited the noob was not Xiao Yuer, but the goddess, Gentle Snow. Who was Gentle Snow? She was the publicly acknowledged snow goddess in the virtual gaming world. There were countless Mr. Perfects who wanted to approach her. There was even a trust fund baby who had offered 10 million credits just to have a meal with Gentle Snow. However, that person did not even receive a word from her. Scram, that trust fund baby was naturally enraged. Thus, he sought to get revenge and turn Gentle Snow into his possession. Yet, a few days later, this trust fund baby was dumbfounded. His father, a self-made wealthy man, suddenly became a poor pauper. All of his father's properties had, within a night, become someone else's possession. When the trust fund baby's father found the cause, he nearly beat his son to death. From then onwards, everyone finally knew the dreadfulness of Gentle Snow. However, Gentle Snow's fans had further increased in number after this incident. Gentle Snow was like a true goddess from the legends, divine and inviolable. Such a goddess had actively invited such a noob. How could it not shock people? Currently, everyone was no longer in the mood for laughter. There was only envy and displeasure. What virtue and ability did a noob have to be invited to chat with the goddess? Damn, this noob must have some dogshit luck. Why him? I'm so handsome, yet the goddess won't even speak a word to me. I, Jade Wind Tree, I'm an expert in God's domain, but why won't the goddess come have a chat with me? Could it be that I am too handsome? Or does the goddess prefer a wilder type? The goddess must want to understand the situation inside the Hell Mode dungeon. That's why she looked for him. I never imagined even noobs would have such benefits. If I had known earlier, I would have also entered Hell Mode once. Everyone started their own discussions. They glared at Shi Feng, having thoughts of disdain and envy towards him. They could not help but want to kill him right that instant. Boss waving slowly, I didn't hear wrong, right? That noob actually received an invite from the goddess. I must have heard wrong. Wordless Summer Night pinched his thick cheeks, saying with a foolish expression. It should be right. However, the goddess must have something she wishes to ask. He was only lucky, that's all. The prideful waving slowly deemed Shi Feng being able to chat with the goddess was all just due to his luck. Battle to the End nodded his head to the side, agreeing to waving slowly but sureless opinion. Gentle Snow was an existence they had looked up to. They were people of completely different worlds. Not to mention having a chat with her, they had already felt incredibly lucky just by being in the deathly forest with Gentle Snow. Just when everyone thought Shi Feng would smugly agree to the invitation, Shi Feng had instead given a contradictory answer. Not interested. I'm in a rush for time. Shi Feng turned around and left immediately after responding. He did not care about Xiao Yuer in front of him at all, and he cared even less about Gentle Snow's invitation. Now that the forging design was in his hands, he only lacked ore. The quicker the garrison armor made its appearance, the greater Shi Feng's income would be. If he missed out on this great chance, he would lose a large sum of coins. Blackie had been extremely excited when he thought he would be able to get close to the goddess. Shi Feng's answer, however, nearly drove him to madness. There must be a mispositioned nerve inside Shi Feng's brain to reject the invitation. It was not just Blackie who was dumbfounded, even Xiao Yuer was shocked motionless. It was the first time she met a man who actually rejected Sister Snow's invitation. Many men begged for such an invitation, yet all of them remained empty-handed. Could this man be a fool? Let's go. What are you daydreaming about? He turned and asked his motionless party members when Shi Feng discovered nobody following him. Brother Feng, that's an invitation from the Snow Goddess. Won't you think about it some more? Blackie requested. His mind was bordering insanity right now. At the same time, his heart continually prayed for Shi Feng to agree quickly. Such a great chance would be impossible to come by in the future. I've already said I don't have the time, Shi Feng responded with a smile. Shi Feng became speechless when he looked at Blackie's prayerful eyes. No matter what, Blackie's reverence for the Snow Goddess would not change one little bit. Currently, Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru walked over. Clad in a silvery white plate armor, Gentle Snow was undoubtedly the focus of the entire deathly forest. Everyone's eyes were glued to her perfectly curved body, their mouths drooling. Nobody had imagined Gentle Snow would personally make an appearance. Everyone's envy and hatred for Shi Feng grew even more. You can be at ease. I will not waste too much of your time. This piece of bronze equipment can be your compensation. Gentle Snow carefully watched Shi Feng. She discovered Shi Feng was indeed different from other people. Although Shi Feng had a typical appearance, his body gave off a calm and steady feeling. There was also a faint murderous aura radiating from his body. Such temperament could only be honed after experiencing countless life-or-death battles. Snow. Zhao Yueru was shocked. She never thought Gentle Snow would think so highly of Shi Feng. Her beautiful eyes unwillingly turned towards Shi Feng. Her brows slightly creased, and she said in a contemptible tone, I don't think this fellow is worth a piece of bronze equipment, a piece of grey equipment at best. They had already been respectful by inviting Shi Feng over for a chat. However, not only did Shi Feng not appreciate their kindness, he even rejected them immediately. If someone else received such an invite, they would have long since come running over to fawn over them. It was the first time Zhao Yueru met such an unattractive man who took such an action. She firmly believed Shi Feng had some scheme in his mind and there was nothing good about him. No need for the bronze equipment. I have those things, myself, Shi Feng waved his hand, saying in an uncaring tone. He never tried to flatter the witch, to begin with, but he never imagined she would speak of him in such a way. However, he was not a poor ghost, he did not need any charity. Zhao Yueru's beautiful eyes measured up Shi Feng. She couldn't help but let loose a faint laughter, playfully saying, "Such an unyielding spirit. You clearly want it, yet you're refusing to admit it. Snow, this fellow is really insincere." Yueru, gentle Snow impatiently sent Zhao Yueru a glance, hinting her not to overdo it. To begin with, they were the ones who took the initiative to send the invite. It would not be proper to look down on others now. Zhao Yueru pouted. She shot a glance towards Shi Feng, puffing out her prideful twin peaks as she helplessly turned her head away. She did not think a poor fellow like Shi Feng would have anything they wanted. "Sorry, please receive this piece of equipment as an apology." Gentle Snow took out a level 0 bronze belt meant for a swordsman and traded it to Shi Feng. She wanted to put an end to this matter. Shi Feng did not reject the offer after seeing Gentle Snow's sincerity. If he rejected it, it would only show how petty of a man he was. At the same time, he would cause Gentle Snow to think he did not wish to reconcile. He couldn't just keep on refusing the kindness of others. Besides, he was indeed missing a bronze belt. And here I thought you had some great ability. In the end, you still need it, Zhao Yueru said in disdain. She inwardly felt unfortunate to lose a piece of bronze equipment. They obtained this piece of equipment after killing a rare elite with much difficulty. It was an absolute waste now that their efforts were benefiting Shi Feng. Shi Feng slightly wrinkled his brows. Not even a man would be able to stand being mocked and ridiculed in such a way, not to mention a reincarnated person like Shi Feng. Since Miss Snow gave me a piece of bronze equipment, it is only proper for me to reciprocate in kind. Let this item be the return gift. Chapter 34, Changing from Arrogance to Humility, 2. Chapter 34, Changing from Arrogance to Humility, 2. Gentle Snow's eyes flashed when Shi Feng also wanted to gift her something. She felt astonished and thought Shi Feng was an interesting person. Shi Feng conducted himself properly, and he was not as hard to get along with as she had imagined. "You? Gifting Snow a present? Do you think Snow would even want it?" Zhao Yueru could not help but turn her head around. Her fresh red lips curled into a seductive smile, and her eyes held a sneer within them. She was silently laughing at Shi Feng's overestimation of himself. What kind of item has Gentle Snow not seen before? Even luxury cars worth over 10 million could not catch her attention, not to mention an item within a game. Currently, Shi Feng took out a piece of paper from his bag. This drawing was one of the drops from the boss. Shi Feng nonchalantly passed the item over to Gentle Snow. When Zhao Yueru saw Shi Feng take out a piece of scrap paper and give it as a present to Gentle Snow, she could not help but coldly say, "Are you trying to make a fool of us?" "No," Shi Feng said in a serious tone. "Snow gave you a piece of bronze equipment, yet what about you? You took out a piece of scrap paper to trick her. Do you think a piece of scrap paper could compare to a piece of bronze equipment? If you're not playing us for fools, then what are you trying to do?" Hearing Shi Feng's answer, Zhao Yueru was further enraged. Behind Shi Feng, Blackie and the others were each covered in a cold sweat. Even if you did not wish to chat with the goddess, you still should not make a fool of her. Wasn't this just courting death? They clearly obtained a good amount of equipment inside the dungeon, and just simply giving one of those pieces would easily solve the problem. If Shi Feng's actions angered the goddess, even if the goddess herself did not take action, the players surrounding them would surely kill them off for her. Seeing a mishap about to occur, Blackie thought of giving away the bronze staff he held. However, Gentle Snow gladly received the scrap paper Shi Feng gave her. Suddenly, Blackie and everyone else's mouths formed a 0H shape. The goddess accepted it. What kind of situation was this? "Thank you for your present, I like it very much. Now, can we go somewhere with fewer people to have our chat?" Gentle Snow smiled in appreciation. Shi Feng also smiled and nodded in agreement. Looking at Gentle Snow's faint smile was like watching a dazzling sun that warmed a person's heart. It would be hard to forget such a smile, even after a lifetime. "Snow, you're going to forgive his rude actions just like that?" Zhao Yueru asked in a puzzled tone. "It's alright, Yueru. I like this item very much." Gentle Snow turned around after commenting, letting Shi Feng lead the way. Zhao Yueru was stunned. She just could not understand what kind of drug Shi Feng had given Gentle Snow. Was a piece of scrap paper enough? Just what was this piece of scrap paper? Snow, just what did that fellow give you? Zhao Yueru whispered. Just by seeing the fire polka on Shi Feng's waist, she could tell Shi Feng would not be able to give anything valuable. However, Gentle Snow still happily received it. Such a result puzzled Zhao Yueru significantly. A potion recipe for the basic strength potion. When consumed, it will increase a player's strength by 6 points for half an hour, Gentle Snow calmly replied. What? Zhao Yueru leaped up in shock. How could he have such a precious recipe? Potion making was very hard to learn. The recipes needed were famed for being rare drops, even the current Ouroboros only had a few normal recipes, not to mention rare recipes. A recipe that was capable of increasing the strength of a player by 6 points was unheard of until now. If the current level 2 players could have an extra 6 points in strength, that would equate to an additional 12 attack power. Such a potion would have a significant effect when they dove into a dungeon. Regarding guilds who frequently conquered dungeons, the value of this recipe far surpassed that of tens of pieces of bronze equipment. As long as the basic strength potion were for sale, the supply would never be able to meet the demand. Yet, Shi Feng gifted such a recipe away. Did Shi Feng not know the value of this recipe? However, Zhao Yueru shook her head, denying this assumption. Before, she had seen the confident expression on Shi Feng's face. He knew the immense value it had towards their guild. Currently, Zhao Yueru turned her head once more towards Shi Feng. A tinge of red appeared on her cheeks when she thought back to what she said before. She felt humiliated. She actually called a rare recipe a scrap paper. When she thought of Shi Feng's smile, he was definitely laughing at her lack of knowledge. He was such a hateful bastard. Now you finally know. I've already said he wasn't simple. Gentle Snow smiled at Zhao Yueru. Even after Gentle Snow and Shi Feng left the scene, the surrounding players had yet to recover themselves. What kind of situation was this? A noob actually received the attention of the goddess. Was this person really a noob? Boss waving slowly, that noob left with the goddess. Wordless Summer Night was very upset. After watching the goddess being very courteous with Shi Feng, even an idiot could tell Shi Feng was not that simple. Don't mind it. I've heard from others that the noob entered the hell mode of the Deathly Forest. The snow goddess must have intentionally invited him to learn about the difficulty of hell mode. Waving slowly did not believe that he would misjudge a person. Shi Feng was definitely a noob. He must have just been incredibly fortunate. Before, he managed to gain the favor of an expert. Now, he also somehow managed to obtain the favor of the goddess. In a rock pit over 200 yards south of the Deathly Forest, Gentle Snow and Shi Feng sat facing each other. Surrounding them was a beautiful scenery and gurgling streams. As for the others, they stood to the sides. None of them tried to eavesdrop on the conversation between Shi Feng and Gentle Snow. They comfortably sat down and started chatting amongst themselves. I wonder what business Miss Snow has for me. The Deathly Forest. Gentle Snow openly said, I want the strategy for the Deathly Forest. State your price. I'm afraid Miss Snow is overthinking things. How could I have the strategy to the Deathly Forest? I've only entered the dungeon once. Shi Feng would not admit to possessing the strategy. It would bring about the suspicion of others. After all, God's Domain was a game constructed by the main God system. Even beta testers would not know a detailed strategy for the dungeon. It was still possible to trick amateurs such as Blackie, but it was impossible to trick Gentle Snow. Troubles would arise if Shi Feng were to generously share his strategy. Gentle Snow smiled sweetly. Her eye swept once across Shi Feng's party members before calmly saying, if I'm not mistaken, the equipment your party members are wearing all came from the hell mode of the Deathly Forest. Although your party has 1 or 2 players with proper techniques, everyone knows you had invited 3 level 1 noobs as temporary members. Such a party was able to enter hell mode, and even came out with quite a lot of equipment. Do you think I would believe you if you said you did not have any information? Let's not twist our words around. I know you're a beta tester, and not just any beta tester. You must have done detailed research on the Deathly Forest. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon at all. This basic strength potion recipe is the best evidence as to why I would say you've cleared it. You can rest assured, however, that I will not reveal your secret. Gentle Snow fixated her gaze on Shi Feng as if she saw through Shi Feng's entire being. All right, what you say is correct. Shi Feng shrugged his shoulders, silently letting loose a breath. He never thought Gentle Snow would fill up the questionable gaps. It would not be any better for Shi Feng if Gentle Snow thought in such a way. State your price then. Gentle Snow was all smiles with Shi Feng. It was as though she was saying, did you think I could not control a person like you? This lady knows everything. Chapter 35, Changing from Arrogance to Humility, 3. Chapter 35, Changing from Arrogance to Humility, 3. Seeing Gentle Snow smile with confidence, Shi Feng was already snickering in silence. Sheep's wool comes from a sheep. If you wish to earn money, it was natural to obtain it from a wealthy person. A first-rate guild like Ouroboros was unquestionably an appropriate target. According to Shi Feng's knowledge, the guild, Ouroboros, had already conquered over 10 virtual reality games. However, the appearance of God's domain had shaken the virtual gaming world. It was dubbed as mankind's second world. It caused the collapse of many other virtual reality games. Afterward, countless companies started madly investing in God's domain, nurturing their guild, growing their influence, and building their place in the virtual financial world. Naturally, Ouroboros also invested in God's domain. They, too, wanted to share a bite of the countless assets. Also, Ouroboros was not just wealthy, it also had a great background. The number of experts working under Ouroboros exceeded over 1,000. These 1,000 men were famed as the God-slaying army in God's domain. The existence of these 1,000 experts allowed Ouroboros to establish a large virtual empire. They unified over 80 cities in God's domain that each had a population of over 1 million players. Ouroboros was a true tyrant in God's domain. During Ouroboros' peak, it was the equivalent to the entire Star Moon Kingdom. As for Shadow, it had only established 10 cities that did not have populations exceeding 1 million players. In such a way, Ouroboros had become a peerless tyrant in the real world. Their position was truly unimaginable. It should be known that Star Moon Kingdom was a relatively large kingdom, even amongst the hundreds present in God's domain. It was at the upper middle ranks. One could clearly see Ouroboros' prowess when compared to it. How could Shi Feng not wish to work with such a powerful guild? It was just the risk of working with Gentle Snow was too high. Because of her particular identity, the information she could get a hold of was just too great. Shi Feng could not help but be cautious of her. It was why he intentionally revealed some hints, especially with the recipe for the basic strength potion. He wanted to see Gentle Snow's reaction. If she behaved in a bad way, Shi Feng would naturally act ignorant and push all responsibility away. However, the present situation was undoubtedly the one Shi Feng looked forward to the most. Since you've already explained, my asking price isn't high. 20 silver coins. Shi Feng calmly stated. To a small guild of current times, 20 silver coins would already be their entire fortune. Even a 100-man money farming group would need 2 to 3 days to collect such an amount. Zhao Yueru sucked in a cold breath, nearly jumping up when she heard Shi Feng casually ask for 20 silver coins. She stared at Shi Feng, furiously saying, "Why don't you just rob someone? That would be a faster way." "I would do it if I could get that much money," Shi Feng said with a smile. "You should know there is a lot of skill books, weapons, and equipment for players inside the Deathly Forest. They can quickly increase the strength of players. If you could conquer the Deathly Forest a step earlier, the benefits it would bring towards future developments go without saying. Can't you make it a little cheaper? 20 silvers. Even we, Ouroboros, can't simply take out that much money." Zhao Yueru thoroughly disliked Shi Feng now. However, when she thought about the importance of the Deathly Forest, she still used a softer tone to speak to Shi Feng. "Sorry, but no negotiations. If you don't agree to it, then I can only consider working with some other guild." Shi Feng remained firm with his decision. He had been very sincere in dealing with Gentle Snow. If it was still not possible, he could only consider the Assassin's Alliance. The Assassin's Alliance was wealthy and imposing. Before, they spent over 20 silvers to buy Shi Feng's level 5 bronze shield. "I understand. 20 silvers then. However, we need some time to collect the money. After all, our Ouroboros area of influence isn't in White River City, but at the capital, Star Moon City. There are only a few Ouroboros members close to White River City. Give me a day's time, take these 7 silvers as a deposit. I will compensate you with 15 silvers a day later. Gentle Snow had never imagined Shi Feng's appetite would be so great. 20 silvers was still a lot to her. However, the importance of clearing the deathly forest was too great. They had to grasp it as soon as possible. At the same time, Gentle Snow knew that silver coins were precious during the early periods of the game. Hence, she had given a little more to Shi Feng as interest. Alright. Here is the map of the deathly forest, and also the things you need to pay attention to when fighting against the boss. Shi Feng also knew what Gentle Snow had said was true. Wanting to gather 20 silver coins would not be easy. Ouroboros did not have as great of influence in White River City as the Assassins' Alliance did. Shi Feng sent mail to Gentle Snow containing detailed introductions to the Deathly Forest. With Gentle Snow's abilities, they should be able to clear normal mode easily. Gentle Snow looked at the strategy she received for the Deathly Forest, her heart slightly shook only after a slight glance. She never imagined the Deathly Forest would be so horrifying. Just the number of paths available already numbered 36. 33 of them were dead ends. There was even a Night Ranger who moved based on opportunity. There was also a detailed description of the boss and when it would cast its skills. She definitely got more than 20 silvers worth of information. If she sent others to explore the paths bit by bit, the cost would exceed 20 silvers. Suddenly, another change occurred to Gentle Snow's perception of Shi Feng. She felt Shi Feng was not as simple as he seemed to be. He was certainly an expert. Only an expert could have such a profound understanding of the dungeon. However, Gentle Snow had no recollection of an expert swordsman like Shi Feng. In 3 days Ouroboros is planning to enter the first level 5, 20-man dungeon, the Dark Moon Graveyard. I wonder if you will be interested in joining. Gentle Snow beautiful eyes looked towards Shi Feng as she invited him to the team dungeon. She already acknowledged Shi Feng's strength. If Shi Feng was with them, entering the team dungeon, they might have an easier time in it. From aside, Blackie looked at Shi Feng with dumbstruck eyes. His admiration for Shi Feng had already reached the level of worship. He never imagined Shi Feng would be so awesome as to conquer the snow goddess in a few moves. The goddess even wished to invite him to raid a dungeon. How great of an honor was this? There were countless men who dreamt of raiding a dungeon with the snow goddess. However, Zhao Yueru became irritated after hearing Gentle Snow invite him. Shi Feng was but a beta tester. At most, he had experienced God's domain a few more days than they did and had a deeper understanding of the Deathly Forest. However, the 20-man team dungeon had only opened after the game's official release. It did not exist during the beta test, so there was no way for Shi Feng to know anything about it. Also, Shi Feng wasn't some powerful expert. What point would there be in inviting him? He would just be wasting a slot in the dungeon. Shi Feng entered a thought. There were a lot of good items that dropped from a 20-man dungeon. It had been particularly true for the Dark Moon Graveyard, which dropped a lot of worthwhile equipment for swordsmen. The attributes of the equipment from that dungeon were also much better than the ones obtained from wild bosses. However, Shi Feng was not able to organize a 20-man party, so it wouldn't be a disadvantage to join Gentle Snow for a round. Alright, but leave a few spots for me. Also, all swordsman equipment and forging designs must belong to me, Shi Feng answered with a nod. Can't you be a little more humble? Zhao Yueru looked at Shi Feng, pouting. She felt Shi Feng was going too overboard. If Gentle Snow had asked anyone else, they would have readily agreed, even going as far as to forego getting any equipment. Shi Feng, however, even wanted priority over equipment. He was not courteous with them at all. Gentle Snow did not imagine Shi Feng was truly different from the other people. He did not play around with his words. However, it was interesting that he would say whatever he wanted. Following which, Gentle Snow looked towards the party members behind Shi Feng. Although they were noobs, their equipment was all of good quality. They could barely manage in the 20-man dungeon. Thus, Gentle Snow said, "Fine. Let's at each other as friends then. We'll be in touch when the time comes." "All right. You can just contact me a few hours before raiding the dungeon. I'll arrive on time. Shi Feng accepted Gentle Snow's friend request. Subsequently, Shi Feng and his party members left the small rock pit, heading towards Dark Moon Valley. When the group passed through the Deathly Forest's dungeon, Stabbing Heart of the Assassin's Alliance abruptly called out to Shi Feng, "Brother Yi Feng, I nearly failed to recognize you. I never imagined you actually knew a big shot like the Snow Goddess. You must not forget a brother like me in the future," Stabbing Heart jokingly said as he walked towards Shi Feng. "Nonsense. I just happened to meet with Miss Snow by chance," Shi Feng replied with a smile. "Brother Yi Feng, you are too humble. Based on your strength, you are absolutely worthy of becoming friends with the Snow Goddess. After all, both of you are experts of the same level." Stabbing Heart thought Shi Feng was very humble. It was no wonder he was such a great expert. The way he conducted himself was different than ordinary people. Stabbing Heart wanted to befriend Shi Feng even more now. "Our Assassin's Alliance is preparing to enter the dungeon. I wonder if Brother Yi Feng would be interested in joining us. Of course, you can pick any of the equipment that you want. You are too courteous, Brother Stabbing Heart. However, I still have some things to attend to. I will definitely join if there is another chance in the future." Shi Feng politely rejected the offer. Stabbing Heart spoke in a loud voice. Surrounding players clearly heard his words. At first, everyone thought of Shi Feng as just a noob. His being called upon by the Snow Goddess was just due to luck. Even now, Stabbing Heart of the Assassin's Alliance wished to befriend Shi Feng. Just what sort of situation was this? The Assassin's Alliance was a large guild that was famous throughout White River City. As the sub-leader of the guild's elite group, Stabbing Heart would not need to interact with normal players at all. However, he tried to befriend Shi Feng. Shi Feng had actually rejected him. Shi Feng was just too domineering. If someone were to call Shi Feng a noob, nobody would believe them. There was something strange about the situation. Everyone guessed that Shi Feng must be a hidden expert that normal players did not know of. Otherwise, why would big shots try to meet Shi Feng one after the other? Boss waving, that Stabbing Heart actually tried to befriend that noob. "I'm not dreaming, right?" Wordless Summer Night was shocked. Was this Shi Feng really the noob they met before? Waving slowly but surely was currently upset in his heart. Initially, his heart still held hope that Shi Feng was just a noob. Now, however, that hope was utterly destroyed by Stabbing Heart. Shi Feng was not a noob. He was definitely an expert, just like Lonely Snow had said. Shi Feng might even be greater than Lonely Snow had described him to be. If Lonely Snow followed Shi Feng, then his future would certainly be filled with boundless prospects. On the other hand, they had chased Shi Feng away. They had missed a great chance for them to befriend an expert. "Boss, why don't we go over and apologize? An expert is a magnanimous person. Who knows, he might even forgive us. At that time, we, too, could gain the favor of an expert," Battle to the End suggested. Wordless Summer Night nodded his head in complete agreement. Just as Shi Feng's party was about to leave the Deathly Forest, waving slowly but surely and the others came running over. "Big Brother Expert, we've had some misunderstandings before, so we're here to apologize to you. We hope you can forgive our ignorance. Here's a silver coin to show our sincerity. We hope Big Brother Expert can take us under your wing." Waving slowly was all smiles as he apologized. The arrogance he had before was completely gone now. Wordless Summer Night and Battle to the End were also sincerely apologizing without stop. They wished to grind monsters with Shi Feng. "If you guys don't have anything else to say, then please leave. I still have matters to attend to, so I don't have any time to waste with you." Shi Feng spun around to leave after replying. He did not mind one little bit in regards to waving slowly and the others' previous behavior. However, wanting him to carry them. Not a chance. As for Lonely Snow, he only shook his head in regards to waving slowly and the others' actions. If they had known that their actions would lead to such results today, maybe they wouldn't have acted so in the beginning. Watching Lonely Snow leave with Shi Feng, Wordless Summer curled his lips into a frown, saying in a sour tone, "Bar. What's there to be amazed about? In the future, I, too, will become an expert." However, only waving slowly knew Lonely Snow would become successful in the future. He was already in a different world than them. TL notes. 1. Carry, a gaming term used to refer to a player who largely contributed to the team's victory. Chapter 36, Hazard Gnome. Chapter 36, Hazard Gnome. Translator, Hellscythe_. Editor, Hellscythe_. After leaving the Deathly Forest, Shi Feng's party rushed towards Dark Moon Valley without rest. At the current stage of the game, many players had already risen to level 2. Aside from raiding the dungeon at the Deathly Forest, they would stay in Brook Hills to kill level 2 cheater cubs. Only a few experts would go to the level 4 area, Dark Moon Valley, to level up. However, along with the increase in player levels, it wouldn't be long before Dark Moon Valley would become occupied. After spending over half an hour returning to Dark Moon Valley, the scene they met with was the same as what Shi Feng expected. A few elite parties who were uninterested in the dungeon were currently killing level 4 kobolds that were wandering around the outer parts of the valley. These elite parties were quite skilled. They lured 2 or 3 monsters each time, with the shield warrior tanking in front and preventing the kobolds from closing in on their mage and healer. The healer was continuously healing from behind, barely maintaining the shield warrior's HP. Although it was taxing to grind in such a way, the gains from the fight were equally good. The 3 kobolds had dropped 2 coppers and some stone materials. In God's domain, only monsters level 3 and above would drop skill books and bronze equipment. Although the chance was only 10,000 to 1, it was still enough to cause players to go on wild goose chases. Currently, bronze equipment was very valuable, even more so were skill books. With these enticements here, there would be many experts who would come forth, even if there was some danger involved. After taking a few glances, Shi Feng turned and left towards the inner parts of the Dark Moon Valley. The other party members who were new to the Dark Moon Valley were very nervous. It was especially true when they saw the level for monsters scattered throughout the entire area. Their breaths became slightly hurried. However, Blackie was extremely calm when he saw these level 4 kobolds. After all, he had previously killed hundreds of them. He did not seem panicked, unlike the other party members. He simply followed Shi Feng, entering the deeper regions of the valley. As for the elite parties, they could not help but be shocked when they saw Shi Feng's party enter deep into the valley. They had never imagined the newcomer party would have such courage. There were very few players currently present in Dark Moon Valley. It had yet to be completely developed, so there were a lot of kobolds in the middle of the valley. The deeper one headed towards the center, the greater the number of kobolds. There would even be groups that consisted of 10 or more kobolds. Grinding monsters there was just too dangerous. The lowest number of kobolds they had to face was at least 4 or 5. It was not worth risking an unwarranted death. Unfortunately, these people did not know Shi Feng was more insane than they previously thought. Shi Feng did not just enter the deeper regions of the valley. Instead, he went towards the core of the Dark Moon Valley. There was a good location to grind monsters there. Not only was there a large number of monsters, but their respawn rate was quick as well. Most importantly, the drop rate therefore was high. Regarding understanding, Shi Feng was like the local god of the area when it came to the Dark Moon Valley. Be it the location of the monsters, the number of monsters available, or their respawn time, Shi Feng had spent countless hours researching in his previous life. His goal at that time was to increase the grinding speed of his party, all to improve his position within Shadow. Life was truly fascinating. Shi Feng's sacrifice towards Shadow in his previous life had currently turned around to help himself instead. It could increase his own party's level more quickly, while at the same time guaranteeing him a steady supply of ore. Moving along the path of broken rocks, groups of 4 or 5 level 4 kobolds would occasionally appear. However, it was just a small matter with the equipment of Shi Feng's party. Looking at the party's guardian knight, Kohler, be it with HP or defense, he could easily tank 4 kobolds at the same time. The healer, Drowsy Sloth, could maintain Kohler's HP above 80% without wasting much effort. If Kohler had let a monster past, then Lonely Snow would go up and push it back. As for the others, they would fervently deal damage. A simple sword strike from Shi Feng could already deal over 100 damage, whereas Blackie's dark arrows could each deal 88 damage. The fight could not get any easier than this. Within moments, the 5 kobolds were all dealt with. Compared to the elite party outside, Shi Feng's party was stronger by several folds. Shi Feng simply picked up the stone materials and ore that dropped, then continuing deeper into the Dark Moon Valley. After spending over an hour moving forward, Shi Feng's party had finally arrived in front of a mountain. The massive mountain was hundreds of meters in height. Kobolds no longer filled the area surrounding the mountain, wandering gnomes had replaced them. These wandering gnomes each held a small shovel in their hands, using it to dig into the rock wall of the mountain. There were also quite a few gnome overseers that inspected the surrounding areas with a whip in hand. Brother Feng, the monsters here are just too numerous. Are we really going to grind here? Blackie's heart shook slightly when he took a look around. He discovered hundreds of wandering gnomes around the vast mountain. There was even a few level 5 gnome overseers. Compared to the groups of over 10 kobolds outside, this place was a literal battlefield. Kola also gulped down a mouthful of saliva, worriedly saying, "Party leader, I'm not trying to boast, but tanking 6 or 7 of them is my limit. I really can't manage this many monsters." It wasn't just Blackie or Kola. The others, as well, were apprehensive. Wandering gnomes occupied the entire mountain, and these gnomes were very close to each other. As long as they made a mistake while luring, then they would have to face off against hundreds of level 4 monsters. Such a large number of monsters was much scarier than the Lord rank felt. I know you guys can't fend all of them off. However, whoever said about letting any of you tank hundreds of gnomes? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at his party members. He was extremely clear regarding the party's standards. Facing off against 10 gnomes at the same time was nearly their limit, so how could they deal with hundreds at the same time? Even a level 10 player would be finished when met with hundreds if level 4 monsters. However, wasn't there a good saying that stated, if you can't outfight them, outrun them? Shi Feng's agility had reached 30 points. Including the bronze shoes he had, his movement speed had exceeded the wandering gnomes by at least 4 points. He could easily kite the gnomes and let Blackie use the AoE skill, Hell Flame. The efficiency of grinding in such a way was several times greater than that of killing individually. Following which, Shi Feng told everyone about his plan. He needed Blackie to get the timing right, maximizing the effect of Hell Flame. As for the others, they were responsible for taking out the gnomes with low HP. When Shi Feng had chosen his position, he grabbed a handful of stones and rushed towards the nearby gnome overseer. Just as Shi Feng approached the 20-yard distance, the overseer had started yelling loudly. Its screams attracted the attention of many of the surrounding wandering gnomes. Shi Feng waited first for a moment, avoiding the whip of the gnome overseer and allowing the wandering gnomes to continuously gather. When about 30 gnomes had gathered, Shi Feng turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Afterward, he threw a small stone that struck another gnome overseer. The overseer who was struck loudly bellowed, bringing along over 20 of its brethren and rushing at Shi Feng. Within moments, Shi Feng had lured over 60 monsters. However, Shi Feng was not yet satisfied. He started circling the mountain as he lured monsters, and within 5 minutes, there were hundreds of wandering gnomes and more than 10 gnome overseers chasing behind him with all their might. Unfortunately for them, Shi Feng's equipment was just too good. His speed was 30% greater when compared to the gnomes. Including Shi Feng's extraordinary techniques and control over his body, he was able to toy with the gnomes whichever way he wanted. "Blackie, get ready to cast," Shi Feng reminded. "All right." Blackie was extremely excited. This was his first time using AoE magic, so he did not know what kind of effects it would have. Subsequently, Blackie's fingers started gesturing in mid-air. Brilliant magical seals started appearing, forming into a dazzling magic circle that gave off a peerless aura. As Blackie spat out the last syllable, the land shook. Jade green flames rushed to the sky, devouring the entire gnome army. A field of damages over 100 had appeared. Within 5 seconds, every gnome chasing after Shi Feng received over 200 damage, their remaining HP less than half. However, the target of these gnomes had also changed. They no longer went after Shi Feng, but Blackie instead. Shi Feng abruptly stopped. He pulled out the abyssal blade and rushed forward. Thundering flash. Not only did the level 4 Thundering Flash have a low cooldown, but its attack range also increased to 15 by 3 yards. It had nearly covered the entire gnome army. 3 streaks of thunder flew past the gnome army, creating 3 damages of over 120 points to every gnome. The attack had completely devoured the remaining HP of the gnomes. As for the low HP ones that remained, they were quickly held back by Kohler. Lonely Snow then rushed forward and used a whirlwind slash, thoroughly ending the remaining gnomes. Their hundreds of gnomes had been wiped out, leaving behind a floor covered with items. Meanwhile, everyone's experience madly rose. EXP of over 10 points appeared one after the other, dazzling everyone's eyes. Hooah! Blackie had risen to level 3. This is too awesome! Blackie roared in exhilaration. This is only the beginning. They will still respawn in a moment. Shi Feng laughed, let's quickly pick up the drops. Suddenly, everyone started busying themselves. Even with 6 people retrieving the drops, the loot of hundreds of gnomes still required them to spend a lot of time doing so. However, moments after they started collecting, a gnome that piloted a gigantic robot suddenly appeared. The gnome's face was crimson red. It immediately rushed towards Shi Feng's party with unparalleled rage. Not good. It's the hazard gnome. Everyone spread out. Shi Feng shouted the moment he laid eyes on the gigantic robot. Chapter 37, Rocket Boots. Chapter 37, Rocket Boots. The moment everyone saw the giant robot piloted by a midget gnome, they instinctively knew he was something very dangerous. After hearing Shi Feng's reminder, they ignored the loot on the ground and immediately ran towards the forest without a shred of hesitation. Naturally, Shi Feng would not stay behind either. The hazard gnome was a very dangerous monster. It was especially true when he first made his appearance. He was even stronger than Werewolf felt with its Death Berserk activated. Hazard Gnome, Special Elite. Level 5. HP 1600. There was a very small chance for the Hazard Gnome to appear after clearing out the Wandering Gnomes and Gnome Overseers. However, his appearance also signified the start of a player's nightmare. There was a saying in God's domain that warns people not to look down on gnomes just because they were midgets. If they were enraged, they could easily extinguish your life at any given moment. In his previous life, Shi Feng met the hazard gnome once before. At that time, he was with an elite party who was grinding for ore. After killing the gnomes, the hazard gnome appeared. They did not imagine they would meet a special elite, so they had all excitedly rushed at him. However, the situation ended up in a tragedy for the 20-man party. The hazard gnome's 1600 HP must not be taken lightly. His defense was an abnormality, capable of reducing 80% of the damage he received. A level 4 berserker using an axe could only take 2 HP from the gnome. On the other hand, the hazard gnome's attacks were even more powerful. Everyone would get a free trip back to the city after he fired a burst of bullets. Although Shi Feng's party had tried their best to run away, the hazard gnome's hatred for their evil deeds was clearly implacable. The rockets on the robot's back suddenly ignited. The steel machine that was over 3 meters tall rushed at high speed towards Shi Feng's party. While being chased, Blackie attacked with his dark arrow as he ran. Although the arrow had struck the hazard gnome, it had only caused a meager minus for damage. Blackie's eyes widened when he saw the damage. He said in a dumbstruck manner, disgusting. If the robot wasn't protecting this gnome, I could one-shot him anytime. Don't mind it for now and focus on running. Pay attention to dodging the bullets. As long as we are 1,200 yards away from the mountain, the hazard gnome will return. Shi Feng never thought, just after a lecture from him, Blackie's skill would improve to the degree of being able to hit his target while moving. However, fighting head-on with the hazard gnome would be very foolish. Blackie understood Shi Feng's intentions. He turned around and started chanting Evil Whip, binding the pursuing hazard gnome with 5 thorns and greatly reducing the gnome's speed. With this, everyone managed to gain quite a distance from the gnome. When the hazard gnome broke free from the 5 thorns, high damages of -23, -24, -23, -23, -24 suddenly appeared on his head. His HP had turned to 1479 within an instant. The damage caused by the evil whip was just ridiculous. Blackie was shocked. Before, his level 3 Dark Arrow had only dealt minus for damage. On the other hand, the Evil Whip had caused over 100 damage total. The difference between them was just too great. Did the Hazard Gnome have that kind of fetish? Shi Feng saw hope when the Hazard Gnome's HP suddenly fell by a portion. The Hazard Gnome did not have any immunity towards plant-based attacks. Shi Feng immediately commanded, "Everybody stop running. Kohler, get the Hazard Gnome's hatred and let his back face toward the group. The others attack and mind your positions. As long as the Hazard Gnome lifts up his gun, immediately dodge the muzzle. Blackie, attack immediately after Evil Whip's CD finishes. We have a chance to get rid of him." Whether they would live or die before they ran out of the 1,200-yard mark was an uncertainty. So, why not fight it out? Who knows, they might even be able to get rid of this Hazard Gnome. In Shi Feng's previous life, there were no players who killed the Hazard Gnome before. If they were to kill him now, something good might drop. Currently, the Hazard Gnome's hatred was targeted towards Blackie. However, Lonely Snow was a step ahead of the gnome, using charge on him. He used a whirlwind slash on the gnome, causing 3 points of damage. Although the damage was low, the momentary fainted state it caused gave Kohler a chance to use Divine Strike, followed by Punishment. The two attacks caused -3, -2 damage, and the additional hatred they attracted had the Hazard Gnome locked onto Kohler. The Hazard Gnome extended the electric sword on the robot's right arm, violently slashing at Kohler. Kohler blocked the attack with his shield. His body retreated 3 steps backward and a damage of -147 appearing above his head. Kohler was shocked. When the next attack from the electric sword came, he hurriedly dodged and rolled to the side, avoiding the attack completely. Drowsy Sloth immediately healed Kohler twice, returning close to 100 HP to Kohler. Such fierce damage, Lonely Snow was shocked as well. He no longer dared to stay, turning around and running more than 10 yards away from the gnome. He would definitely die, even if he were only struck once by the electric sword. On the other hand, Shi Feng was not afraid of him. He immediately arrived at the Hazard Gnome's back, using out a series of skills: Thundering Flash, Double Chop, and Chop. The occasional critical hit would also cause -16 damage. Compared to the others, Shi Feng's damage was already very high. However, the Hazard Gnome only gave a look of contempt towards Shi Feng's attacks. He continued using his electric sword to attack Kohler. A series of fierce attacks had forced Kohler to constantly retreat backward. His HP was continuously falling as well. Behind, Drowsy Sloth's healing could not keep up with the damage Kohler was receiving. He could only watch as Kohler inched closer to death. At the most crucial moment, Shi Feng used Abyssal Bind. 9 pitch-black chains bound the Hazard Gnome, giving Kohler a breather. Within the 3 seconds, the Hazard Gnome had only lost 7% of his HP after being barraged by everyone's attacks. The total damage the party dealt was not even the equivalent of a single Evil Whip from Blackie. When the 3 seconds had ended, the Hazard Gnome regained his freedom. The green-skinned gnome revealed a mocking smile on his face, his tiny hands moving around and manipulating buttons. The robot's arm holding the electric sword made a roundabout slash, creating a beautiful arc. Shi Feng's entire person was sent flying. He smashed into a tree and lost 286 HP. Kohler rushed up in a hurry, his HP having recovered by more than half. He used Divine Strike and Punishment once again, trying to pull back the Hazard Gnome's hatred. However, the Hazard Gnome had actually ignored Kohler. Instead, he lifted the gun in his left hand, aimed it and fired a burst of bullets at Shi Feng. A barrage of densely packed bullets flew towards Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng had yet to land after being sent flying, so it was impossible to dodge the bullets. Phantom Kill. Shi Feng's doppelganger instantly appeared before him. The doppelganger waved his blade, continuously blocking the bullets. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had already activated Gravity Liberation. He jumped up to a treetop, avoiding the attack range of the Hazard Gnome. However, his doppelganger had already been killed. After finishing a cartridge of bullets, the Hazard Gnome started changing magazines. Afterward, he continued to rush at Shi Feng. Everyone else could only continue attacking, shaving away the Hazard Gnome's HP bit by bit. However, Shi Feng was not easy to hit after he activated Gravity Liberation. Shi Feng also used the trees for protection. He was barely dodging the flying bullets as he continued kiting the gnome. As for Blackie, he would immediately use Evil Whip as soon as it was ready. The hazard gnome's HP continuously fell, 64%, 50%, 30%, 20%, 10%. When only 10% of the hazard gnome's HP remained, the gnome suddenly jumped out of the metallic machine. He wore a pair of rocket boots and started to escape. It can't be. Monsters can actually escape. Blackie watched as the hazard gnome ran, with extreme speed, to a location without people. The others were also shocked. They never imagined the gnome would have such a high intelligence. He ran the moment he knew he could not win the fight. We can't let him escape. We will have fought for nothing otherwise. Kohler immediately chased after the gnome. He had been bullied by the hazard gnome just a moment ago, so his heart was currently filled with anger. How could he let the hazard gnome escape after having taken advantage of them? You want to escape? Not a chance. Shi Feng chased after him with Wind Blade. However, the hazard gnome was unperturbed. He sent Shi Feng a mocking expression before pressing a button on his waist. The rocket boots spewed out large amounts of flames, ready to fly away. TL notes. 1. Within 3 seconds, the effective duration of Abyssal Bind. Chapter 38, Twin Snake Ring. Chapter 38, Twin Snake Ring. The hazard gnome's shameless rocket boots shocked everyone. They had never seen a monster that was so good at escaping before. Its human-like expressions and actions were completely different from NPCs. The hazard gnome was like a person pretending to be an NPC. 2 streaks of crimson flame flared, slowly lifting the hazard gnome into the air. Unwillingness filled everyone's hearts. However, they could no longer stop it, but only watch the hazard gnome flee with their own eyes. The mags in the party were over 40 yards away from the hazard gnome. Lonely Snow as well was over 30 yards apart from it. It was not within the range of charge. Also, the faint effect of charge would become ineffective because the target was floating in midair. Only the movement speed increase would take effect. Currently, only Shi Feng was close to the hazard gnome. He was only 15 yards away from it. However, Shi Feng did not have any range attacks. Even if he chased after it, the hazard gnome would raise over 20 yards from the ground by the time he arrived. In the end, Shi Feng would only watch the hazard gnome escape. 9 Dragon Slash. Shi Feng knew he could not catch up. He waved the abyssal blade, shrouded in black mist, in his hand. Within an instant, 9 streaks of black mist shot towards the hazard gnome. Shi Feng was not willing to allow such a smart hazard gnome leave. Initially, Shi Feng only thought of the hazard gnome as an average special elite. He had never imagined the gnome to be so much like a player. Throughout his 10 years of playing God's Domain, Shi Feng rarely saw such intelligent gnomes. Their main god system wouldn't simply bestow a small monster with high intelligence. Such bestowals usually had a deeper meaning behind them. For example, those human heroes or legendary beings were all great characters. Their existences caused people to shudder. Although the intelligence of this hazard gnome did not reach the level of those heroes or legendary beings, he was still much smarter than a boss monster. There might even be unimaginable gains by killing it. Currently, the hazard gnome's displayed information changed. He suddenly became Arcus Maddox. Arcus Maddox, Lord rank. Level 5. HP 600. Shi Feng felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this name. It seems that he had heard of it before, yet he could not recall anything about it. However, the gnome only had 600 HP, Shi Feng was confident he could kill the gnome with the 9 Dragon Slash. Just when the 9 sword shadows were about to pierce Arcus Maddox, the gnome took out a few steel balls from his small bag. He threw their balls at the phantoms of the abyssal blade. Brilliant sparks flared up the moment the 2 attacks came into contact. Hong! 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 A series of explosions forced the phantoms of the abyssal blade back. Just when the phantoms were prepared to attack Arcus Maddox once more, he immediately flew over 30 yards away. Meanwhile, the 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade could only attack targets within 30 yards of its reach. Shi Feng could only watch helplessly as Arcus Maddox escaped. Crap! How could there be such a monster? His escaping ability is just a bug. 1. Blackie stared at the fleeing Archismatics as he cursed. Kohler was grinding his teeth in hatred as well, sending a few punches towards a nearby tree. The other party members felt displeasure also. Everyone fought long and hard against this elite monster. However, just when they were about to reap the rewards of their efforts, their prize grew wings and flew away. Was there anything more depressing? Brother Feng, let's continue chasing it. Blackie discovered that the gnome's movement speed was not fast. Also, there should be a limited amount of fuel powering that pair of boots. Who knows, the gnome might land just after a while. Forget it. Let's continue grinding gnomes. Shi Feng shook his head. If they could chase the gnome, Shi Feng would have long since chased after it. However, the gnome's rocket boots were just too powerful. It was titled as one of God's domain's godly escape tools. Currently, the boots had just been activated. Its speed would abruptly increase in a moment, and the gnome would disappear in the blink of an eye. It would be an impossible task if they wished to find the gnome. As expected, the flames gushing out from the rocket boots greatly increased after a moment. Shio! Archismatics disappeared from the air, unable to be seen anymore. Best not let us meet again. You can dream of escaping the next time. Blackie said in an unfortunate tone as he looked towards the spot where Archismatics had disappeared. In his heart, Shi Feng felt that it was a pity to let the gnome go. However, it would no longer be dangerous when they grinded on wandering gnomes from now on. After this experience, the hazard gnome most likely would not show himself ever again. Let's go, continue grinding on the wandering gnomes. Shi Feng turned around and said to his party. Brother Feng, you're still the best. How could I not think of it? If we killed all of this bastard's kinsmen, we'll see if he doesn't show up again. Blackie laughingly said. Shi Feng was speechless. He turned around and left, no longer paying any attention to the fantasizing Blackie. Suddenly, Shi Feng stopped his feet in shock. Damn, our luck really is too poor. I never thought that Archismatics would actually appear here, and he was also a level 5 hazard gnome. Shi Feng tightly clenched his fists, his brows wrinkled. It was the first time he became so enraged. When everyone looked at Shi Feng's wrathful expression, they could faintly feel the surroundings become chilly. They could not help but retreat a step, their foreheads covered in a cold sweat. Before, they felt Shi Feng was a calm and easygoing person. Never would they have imagined Shi Feng would become so terrifying after becoming angry. The forest around them no longer seemed lively but more like a frozen hell, silent, cold, and dark. Brother Feng. Are you all right? Blackie carefully asked. He was shocked. Shi Feng was completely different from when he was mad or arguing with others. It was the first time Blackie saw Shi Feng enraged to such a degree. Oh, it's nothing. Shi Feng reacted, replying with a smile. He stored back the dense killing intent into his heart. Such killing intent was slowly honed throughout the years Shi Feng had played God's domain. Compared to the tyrant bear Kohler of 10 years in the future, there was nothing special about Shi Feng's killing intent. However, at present, it was considered unbearable for Blackie and the others. Shi Feng finally recalled the name of Archismatics. Archismatics was a famous Grandmaster engineer within God's domain. 3 years after Archismatics shocked the nation by creating the Sky Fortress, Twin Snake Ring, he had gone on to establish the Gnome Empire. With it, the new update, Emergence of the New World, also activated. At that time, countless superguilds started expeditions towards the fortress, Twin Snake Ring. However, all of them were annihilated, and Archismatics was the cause of such a result. On the other hand, Shi Feng was completely unaware of a great character had appeared right before his eyes. He also lost the chance to kill Archismatics, so how could Shi Feng not be enraged? Party leader, there's a box here. Did it drop from Archismatics during the explosions? Gluttonous Mouse, who had been silent all this while, asked as he picked up a small metallic box from the grass. Shi Feng received the box and took a look at it. He discovered the words Archismatics carved onto the metallic box. Shortly after Shi Feng opened the box, he said suddenly with a laugh, "Great. Good job, Mouse. With this, we didn't fight for nothing after all." When the group saw Shi Feng in a happy mood, they knew the item must be very precious, as common items were nothing in Shi Feng's eyes. As to wanting the item for themselves, none of them ever had such thoughts. They had long since made Shi Feng their idol, and being able to aid their idol naturally made them happy. Let's do it this way. You guys stay here to grind and level up. I still have something that needs to be done. Notify me when you have all reached level 4. Shi Feng kept the metallic box and hastily made the arrangements. Nobody could help him with the following matter. Only Shi Feng was able to proceed. Everyone felt reluctant when they heard Shi Feng's command. However, hearing Shi Feng have plans for them after they reached level 4, their anticipation grew as they abided Shi Feng's arrangements. Subsequently, Shi Feng left the deeper regions of the Dark Moon Valley. The party had Blackie's AoE skill. Killing 7 or 8 gnomes at a time was no problem at all, and their leveling speed was at least 2 or 3 times faster than the other parties. On the other hand, what Shi Feng needed to do was to utilize this metallic box, and to forward the first step of his plans in God's domain. TL notes. 1. Bug, a fault in the game that causes unexpected results when an action is carried out within the game. Chapter 39, Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 39, Philosopher's Stone. After leaving the Dark Moon Valley, Shi Feng rushed towards Scarlet Lake. He had also activated gravity liberation to save more time. The players on their way to the Dark Moon Valley saw Shi Feng speeding past them like a gale of wind. His speed was shockingly fast, and his figure was just a blur. Who is that person? Which assassin is he? His speed is so fast. No, look at his waist. That's a sword hanging there, not a dagger. He should be a swordsman. Crap. Are the current swordsmen that OP? The widely spread rumor on the forum stated that a mysterious swordsman killed the mayor of Red Leaf Town. There was also a powerful swordsman at the Deathly Forest that received an invitation from the Snow Goddess. I would have played as a swordsman if I had known about this earlier. Say, do you think they are the same person? Definitely not. I saw the swordsman that killed the mayor. That male swordsman was as big as a black bear. His arms alone were thicker than our thighs. He had forcefully killed that level 15 mayor. The players passing by started a discussion as they watched Shi Feng depart. They were inwardly speechless towards the swordsman job. They should have played as swordsmen if there was such a powerful job. However, it was too late now. Shi Feng might have laughed it off if he had known their thoughts. There was no strongest job in God's domain, only the strongest player. Shi Feng ran for over 2 hours through their vast plains. He activated gravity liberation over tens of times, escaping the pursuit of high-leveled monsters. He passed through the level 6 map, Wolfman's Ruins, and the level 8 map, Oro Fort, before arriving in the level 10 area, Scarlet Lake. Scarlet Lake was the playground of level 10 water elementals and little fishmen. Watching from a high location, Shi Feng could see groups of little fishmen patrolling. The closer it was to the Scarlet Lake, the more there were of little fishmen. The central region of the Scarlet Lake was the nest of the little fishmen, whereas annoying water elementals filled the water of the lake. Due to the densely packed and large number of monsters in the Scarlet Lake, the little fishman's curse skill was extremely horrendous. It could absorb a player's attributes and turned it into their own. The longer they fought, the stronger they would become. They were extremely hard to kill. Including the fact that there were no quests here, there were rarely any players who would willingly come here to level up. However, Shi Feng had to enter into the deeper regions of the Scarlet Lake. The metal box dropped by Arcus Maddox was extremely precious. If Arcus Maddox were to know it fell into Shi Feng's hands, he would most likely bleed out in rage. There was a treasure map inside the box, and the treasure it hid was located at Scarlet Lake. Shi Feng had played God's Domain for over 10 years now. He had done extensive research regarding the history of God's Domain. He truly did not think Arcus Maddox would have this treasure map. It was the record of a heaven-shaking secret. 900 years ago, alchemy master Molotov had created an item with all his effort. Wars were waged between the large countries in God's Domain for this item. There were over 10 heroic figures that fought over it. However, this item became lost in the end, its whereabouts unknown. It had become an unsolved mystery in God's Domain. Meanwhile, the treasure map in Shi Feng's hands, by chance, recorded the location of this item. This item was the Philosopher's Stone. It was a sacred item for alchemy. If alchemists could obtain the Philosopher's Stone, then they would have the ability to transform stone into gold, amassing immense wealth. They would even be able to revive the dead, breaking the alchemy law of equivalent exchange. Who would have thought such a sacred item would be placed in such an unremarkable location as Scarlet Lake? However, the Scarlet Lake was still a dangerous place for Shi Feng. After all was said, there was still a gap of 8 levels between Shi Feng and the monsters here. With the suppression due to levels, Shi Feng was not an opponent for the level 10 monsters, not to mention the attribute-stealing little fishmen. However, Shi Feng could not help but take the risk. The earlier he obtained the Philosopher's Stone, the earlier his heart could be at ease. If he waited until he was level 7 or 8, someone else might claim the item. He wouldn't even be able to feel regret when that time came. Shi Feng took out the metal box from his bag, carefully taking out the treasure map within it. He started researching it in detail. The marking on the treasure map was very clear. The treasure was located directly below the little fishman's nest. However, how would Shi Feng be able to circle around all these little fishmen? The problem with the water elementals also needed to be solved. Although water elementals had low HP, they had a 60% immunity to physical attacks. They also had a movement speed reduction skill, so they were a headache for melee players. After observing for half an hour, Shi Feng discovered that the little fishmen were not always on patrol. They would eventually take a break. Also, these little fishmen were only active by the lake's shores. They hardly ever entered the water, because once they entered it, their movement speed would sharply reduce by 60%. Shi Feng could use this short rest period to rush into the lake, and once he was in it, the little fishmen would not be able to chase after him. As for the water elementals under the water, Shi Feng could use the doppelganger of Phantom Kill to lure them away. Then, he could swim to the cavern below the little fishman's nest. If Shi Feng did not operate through his plan properly, he would definitely die. If he died, his losses would not be minor. It was not the experience loss that was a problem, however. With his advantage as a reincarnated person, Shi Feng could quickly recuperate the experience he lost. Only, he would be sent back to the town after dying once, and the time he would waste by returning here was just too much. 10 more seconds. Shi Feng watched the patrolling little fishmen, his heart estimating the time for him to sprint out. Time passed second after second. A group of patrolling fishmen watched their surroundings. After discovering nothing out of the ordinary, they entered a small wooden hut by the lake to rest, emptying the land by the lake. With all his might, Shi Feng dashed towards the shore. When Shi Feng was about 30 yards away from the lake, another group of patrolling fishmen discovered Shi Feng. They immediately sounded out an alarm, their hands wielding short swords as they rushed toward Shi Feng. When faced with for level 10 little fishmen, as powerful as Shi Feng was, he was not their match. Shi Feng's only hope was to jump into the water. However, the little fishmen were very quick, taking only a short moment to catch up to Shi Feng. They waved their short swords, slashing them at Shi Feng's back. Shi Feng knew he could not outrun the fishmen. He turned around and used Abyssal Bind on one of them, then continued by using parry to block another one of his attackers. As a result, Shi Feng stopped the other little fishmen from moving forward. Using the power behind the fishman's attack, Shi Feng managed to pull away a distance of over 3 yards. He activated gravity liberation and then jumped onto the lake. However, the other little fishmen were quick to catch up, jumping into the lake after Shi Feng as well. Plop. 4 little fishmen fell into the water. Shi Feng, however, was madly running above the lake's surface. Walking on water was a skill that could only be activated after agility reached 80 points. However, Shi Feng had the ring of gravity. As a result, his body had reached a state of near weightlessness after activating gravity liberation. Including his agility that was over 30 points, he, too, could move on the water's surface. His speed would not be reduced by the water. In a few moments, Shi Feng had shaken off the unyielding little fishmen. He ran to a location not far from the little fishman's nest, diving into the water. Just after entering the water, Shi Feng discovered a cavern that was surrounded by a lot of water elementals. The water elementals were encircling around the cavern as if they were protecting something. Water Elemental, Common Monster. Level 10. HP 750. Shi Feng used Phantom Kill. His doppelganger swam over, luring the water elementals. Just as Shi Feng planned, a group of water elementals had discovered the doppelganger. One after another, they chased after the doppelganger. Meanwhile, the doppelganger swam upwards. Although the water elementals had high movement speed underwater, it was an entirely different story when they were above ground. They were the opposite of the little fishmen, becoming extremely slow once they reached the shore. With the water elementals lured away by his doppelganger, Shi Feng took the chance to quickly swim towards the cavern. Before Shi Feng even reached the cavern, the system notified him of the death of his doppelganger. The doppelganger had only earned Shi Feng over 20 seconds. After killing the doppelganger, the water elementals discovered an intruder near the cavern. They all hurriedly swam back to the cavern entrance. After discovering Shi Feng, the speed of these water elementals increased by a fold as they sped towards Shi Feng. Chapter 40, Sun Temple. Chapter 40, Sun Temple. Above the scarlet-colored lake, the speeding water elementals created waves of water that struck at the little fishman's nest. Waves that were as tall as a person enveloped the entire nest, destroying many of the small wooden huts on it. The hundreds of little fishmen inside the nest entered a frenzy. They screamed and bellowed, each of them holding weapons as they jumped into the water and swam towards the cavern below the nest. Jewel-layered protection. Shi Feng took a look behind him, shocked. As if hundreds of water elementals were not enough, now there were also hundreds of little fishmen following behind. With this amount, even 2 or 3 elite groups of players would not amount to anything. Shi Feng had no choice but to increase his speed and rush into the cave. There was still a thread of hope for survival. However, Shi Feng's speed underwater was very slow. It was incomparable to the druids who had their seal transformation, where their movement speed was increased by 50% when moving underwater. Instead, Shi Feng's movement speed was reduced by 50%. Soon, Shi Feng was just 50 yards away from the cavern's entrance. However, the enraged water elementals approached Shi Feng as if they were flying, their distance between Shi Feng shortening quickly. 42 yards. 28 yards. 20 yards. 10 yards. Just when Shi Feng was only 5 yards away from the cavern entrance, the water elementals had caught up with Shi Feng. They waved their gigantic icy fists towards Shi Feng's head. The attacks from water elementals carried a freezing effect that reduced movement speed. As long as they hit Shi Feng, the water elementals would cling to him till death. Shi Feng hurriedly spun around and used parry, blocking the fist of the first water elemental. Using the water elemental's immense strength, Shi Feng's body retreated backward by quite a distance. However, the remaining water elementals also rushed at him. It seems I'll be going back to town. Shi Feng looked at the hundreds of water elementals in front of him, feeling powerless. Just when Shi Feng was about to give up, he had floated into the cavern. Inside, he saw a human-shaped ghost roaming about. It was roughly 30 yards away from Shi Feng. Shi Feng gave caution to the wind. If he had to die, then he would die trying. At the very least, he could obtain a little more information for future preparations. Hence, Shi Feng used Wind Blade, his speed increasing by a large leap. Like a gale, Shi Feng swept through the water and rushed to the shore of the cavern, escaping the clutches of the water elementals just in the nick of time. The moment the water elementals left the water, their speed was sharply reduced. They could not catch up to Shi Feng's mad dash at all. After leaving the water, Shi Feng quickly rushed towards the human-shaped ghost. The moment the abyssal blade was about to slash across the ghost's neck, Shi Feng suddenly discovered the half-transparent ghost did not actively attack him. Shi Feng abruptly turned the tip of his sword away, the blade sliding past the ghost's side. It did not attract the ghost's hatred. Close one, Shi Feng felt cold sweat down his back when he looked at the ghost's information. Brave 1, Floyd. High Lord. Level 25. HP 360, 000, 360, 000. If Shi Feng had attacked this brave one and attracted his hatred, even if he had 100 lives, he would still end up dead. Within God's domain, brave ones were only second to heroes regarding strength. Their position within a kingdom was even higher than that of a marquis and was second only to a duke. Even if such a great character had died and turned into a ghost, he was still a monster of the great lord rank. He was a tyrant amongst monsters. Without 100-man group of elite players, it was impossible to kill off this ghost. Could he be the guardian of this place? Shi Feng looked at the brave one, Floyd, silently guessing in his heart. There were usually guards posted around places with treasure. As for the little fishmen and water elementals outside, they could be considered, at most, as guard dogs. They were unfit to guard an important treasure. Shi Feng did not dare to stay any longer. After all, there was still a large group of monsters chasing after him. He hurriedly ran towards the inner regions of the cavern. The cavern was very large. There was a flight of stairs that led straight into the depths of the cavern, and following it down ought to lead Shi Feng to the Philosopher's Stone. When Shi Feng was right before the stairs, a sea of water elementals and little fishmen had rushed at him. It was as if they had an undying grudge against him. You lower lifeforms dare to sully this divine place. Prepare to receive divine punishment. Floyd's gaze suddenly erupted in rage, pulling out a dark golden greatsword from his back. The sword gave out a surge of evil that made it seem as if it were the master of the world. When Floyd raised the greatsword, the surrounding air started becoming heavy, following which, Floyd gave out a loud bellow as his arms swung the greatsword with all their might. A strong wind, followed by a sword flash, swept through all the water elementals and little fishmen. Each and every one of the monsters turned into ash, and the cavern's entrance instantly transformed into a pile of rubble. Strong? Shi Feng exclaimed in shock. He had sorely underestimated the strength of a brave one. Floyd's single sword could easily wipe out a 100-man group of level 30 elite players. A 300-man group might be needed to even have a fighting chance. It was unexpected that the water elementals and little fishmen did not even have the right to become guard dogs. They were all annihilated in an instant. Shi Feng wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Luckily, he was a human and not a lower life form. Otherwise, his outcome would be similar to those water elementals and little fishmen. This place is truly vicious. I guess I can only go downward now. Shi Feng looked at the collapsed entrance. Not even an earthworm could find a way through the debris. The stairs that led down were spiral-shaped. The rocky walls surrounding it were also enchanted with a kind of light-based magic, brightening the entire stairwell. However, this stairwell was extremely long. Fortunately, there were no dangers here. After walking for an entire half an hour, Shi Feng finally arrived at the end of the stairwell, at the beginning of a wide and spacious hall. The hall was about the size of an entire football field, and it looked similar to a shrine of sorts. Made out of gold and jade, the two sides of the hall were carved with an abundance of illustrations and texts. There was also an altar at the deepest part of the shrine. Above the altar was a treasure chest made of pure gold. On each side of the treasure chest, there were two statues made of gold, both of them holding a greatsword in their hands. System: player has discovered the Sun Temple. Sun Temple. It was the first time Shi Feng had heard this name. In his previous life, there was no information on the Sun Temple. It might have been because no player had activated it before, so there was no information about it on the official website. However, looking at the situation, it should be very dangerous. However, Shi Feng couldn't care less about it as he walked towards the golden altar. His target was the Philosopher's Stone, and the golden chest before his eyes should be holding the item. The moment Shi Feng stepped onto the altar, he clearly felt a chill permeating his body. The chilliness came from the two gigantic golden statues. Shi Feng did not know what sort of consequences there would be if he continued onwards to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. However, he no longer had any choice. The cavern's entrance had already been sealed off, so he could only decide after grabbing the Philosopher's Stone. Shi Feng slowly opened the golden treasure chest. Golden rays of light leaked out from the chest, illuminating the entire temple. Subsequently, the golden rays started to fade, revealing 3 items inside the chest. Shi Feng pocketed the items with zero hesitation. Crap, how could the Philosopher's Stone end up in such a state? Shi Feng looked at the thumb-sized blood-red stone, feeling extremely disappointed. Philosopher's Stone, damaged. Epic rank special item, dropped after death. A sacred item for alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone can be used to turn stone into gold, revive the dead, and has many more unfathomable uses. However, the Philosopher's Stone was damaged and broken into 5 pieces by the Sword Emperor, Knight. Nevertheless, the Philosopher's Stone possesses immense strength. As long as the 5 pieces are gathered, it will be able to recover all of its strength. Active effect: due to being damaged, the Philosopher's Stone possesses less than a tenth of its original strength. It is only possible to use it for alchemy conversion and elemental refinement. Although the effects were greatly reduced, Shi Feng was still satisfied with it. These 2 abilities would enable Shi Feng to accomplish a lot. As for the remaining 2 items, one of them was the Golden Greatsword, a level 10 fine gold weapon. The other item was an instantaneous movement magic scroll. A great treasure indeed. Shi Feng looked at the Golden Greatsword in his hands with extreme excitement. Aside from magic weapons, it was the best item a level 10 player could have. If a level 10 player were to equip this greatsword, they could definitely become invincible amongst players of their same level. At this moment the 2 statues by the side shook. Their eyes released a red glow, locking their sights on Shi Feng. Shi Feng used the instantaneous movement magic scroll without hesitation. Golden-colored magical seals suddenly wrapped around Shi Feng. The spell on the magic scroll had a cast time of 3 seconds, and it was capable of sending the player to a selected location. This magic scroll was extremely precious. Although there were only a few copies of it in the entire God's domain, dying in this place was a much greater loss to Shi Feng. Just as Shi Feng was about to be slashed by the golden statues, he vanished from the temple. Chapter 41, Commotion in Town. Chapter 41, Commotion in Town. Red Leaf Town, Fountain Plaza. The entire plaza was dyed crimson by the setting sun. There were quite a lot of lifestyle players, setting up food stalls and selling snacks that were unique to God's domain. These snacks tasted delicious, and they were much better than the delicacies in real life. Also, their selling price was just 2 or 3 coppers. It was truly a bargain. Many players would come here to rest and taste the delicacies of God's domain after a day's worth of hard-fought battles. After all, they could only earn tens of coppers in a single day, and after deducting the expended costs, they would only be left with slightly over 10 coppers. So, giving them a treat should not be a problem. There were quite a few couples sitting on the stone benches, chatting. They ate the food they bought as they enjoyed a lovely time. Suddenly, every player in Red Leaf Town received a system announcement. System: a player has triggered a special storyline. Insurrection of the Little Fishmen has been activated. An expedition quest has been activated in Red Leaf Town. Players can now receive the expedition quest from the Adventurers Guild. Completing the expedition quest will reward players with bountiful rewards and guild reputation. All the players were shocked. In Red Leaf Town, a place where quests were extremely rare, there was actually an expedition quest. Moreover, the rewards were great. It was truly unimaginable. Who was the awesome person that actually triggered a special storyline? The player who achieved this feat attracted the attention of every player in Red Leaf Town. Everyone wondered what great rewards this player gained for activating the storyline. After all, activating a storyline was definitely a rare occurrence. So, how could the rewards be few? Quite a lot of players started having their own wicked thoughts. They wanted to kill off the player who activated the storyline quest. Unfortunately, the system announcement did not reveal the player's name. Compared to the average players, the various large guilds were in a state of turmoil. At this stage of the game, aside from clearing dungeons, there was not a single quest that was capable of increasing guild reputation. A guild required guild reputation to level up. As long as their guild could reach level 2 a step earlier, they would be able to obtain the corresponding guild benefits, creating a large advantage over the other guilds. Currently, the other towns surrounding Scarlet River also received the same system announcement. It wasn't just Red Leaf Town. All of the large guilds began strategizing a plan for their crusade against the Little Fishmen. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who was the cause of all this commotion, currently sat inside the auction house. The auction house was a very convenient place. The items placed on auction by players were not just limited to Red Leaf Town, they could be seen and bought in the hundreds of towns and small cities under the influence of White River City. However, the auction house was very cunning. They charged a 5% handling fee for all items auctioned, so the items there are usually very expensive. However, the auction house was unquestionably the best place for players to sell certain items anonymously. Also, it had been quite some time since God's domain started. The players had already amassed quite an amount of coins, and the large guilds should have already piled up a lot of funding. If Shi Feng were to set up a stall in Red Leaf Town, not only would he attract attention, he might also be targeted by people like Flaming Tiger. More importantly, the reason Shi Feng chose the auction house was that there were too few players in Red Leaf Town who could afford the items he planned to sell. However, it was a different story if there were hundreds of towns competing for them. Hence, Shi Feng placed a mysterious iron plate armor on the auction house, setting its base price at 25 silver coins. Then, he placed 5 pieces of bronze equipment, with the base price of the plate armor at 3 silver coins, and the others at 2 silver coins. As for the level 10 fine gold greatsword, the result of placing it on auction would be too terrifying to imagine. This weapon was worth at least 2 gold coins, which was the equivalent of 200 silver coins. Currently, even 1 silver coin was extremely precious, so who would be able to even afford the weapon? Following which, Shi Feng searched his bag via the half-transparent screen. Initially, players were gifted with a bag that had 100 slots. However, it was far from enough for Shi Feng. Every player could equip a maximum of 7 bags. So, Shi Feng immediately bought 6 of the largest bags currently available. Each of the bags had 25 slots, and each sold for 40 copper coins. 6 bags meant 240 copper coins. Such an amount was definitely unaffordable to normal players, but it was just a small sum to Shi Feng. Shi Feng's storage space increased by a lot after equipping the 6 bags. Afterward, Shi Feng left the auction house and set up a stall not far from it. He was not the least bit interested with the storyline quest he triggered. He would not fight over the rewards with the others. He already had his fill, so it was only proper for the others to have the leftovers. Buying magic essences and stones in bulk. A stack, too, of magic essences for 6 coppers, a stack of stones for 10 coppers. Shi Feng loudly shouted. At this stage of the game, magic essences were some of the materials needed to practice enchanting, whereas stones were one of the building materials engineers needed. However, many level 0 to level 3 monsters would drop these materials when killed, so they were barely worth anything. The materials the many guilds obtained were also sufficient to supply their own lifestyle players, so they would never buy any of them. As for normal players, they would only occasionally buy these materials. However, there was still an ocean of players that did not know how to deal with these materials. They would usually sell these materials to NPCs at a low price. A stack of 20 bottles of magic essence sold for 5 coppers, and a stack of 100 stones sold for 9 coppers. Shi Feng bought them at a price of 1 copper coin higher, so there were quite a lot of players who were willing to sell their materials to him. An extra copper per stack would still be quite a significant income. Magic essence was one of the required materials to make the garrison armor. Besides that, large amounts of copper ore and bronze ore were also needed. These ores were scarcely available, and all the large guilds bought them in bulk. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to get a hold of them. Shi Feng also originally planned to grind for ore. However, now that he had the Philosopher's Stone, ore was no longer a problem. The Philosopher's Stone could carry out elemental refinement. That meant it could refine stone. There was a great chance to obtain ore, even rare ore. There was absolutely no need for Shi Feng to personally grind for them, he could just buy them at an extremely low price. Because of this, tens of thousands of players had effectively become Shi Feng's laboris. Very quickly, a large crowd of players had gathered in front of Shi Feng. "Big brother, I have 6 stacks of magic essence here. Will you take them? I have 3 stacks of stone, do you want them?" Many players started asking Shi Feng, worried that his bag would fill. After all, they just had too many magic essences and stones. There were no players who were willing to buy these materials. However, it was also a shame to just sell them to the NPCs, so the materials just stayed inside their bags. "I'll take all of them. Just trade them over," Shi Feng said. Before this, Shi Feng amassed quite a bit of wealth. Including his transaction with Gentle Snow, he was in possession of quite a lot of coins. Shi Feng could definitely buy large amounts of magic essences and stones. A player was selling 3 stacks of magic essences here. A player was selling 5 stacks of stones there. Within moments, Shi Feng had acquired 60 stacks of magic essences and 85 stacks of stones. The money that remained in his pockets was less than 10 coppers now. Sorry, but I'm full, Shi Feng packed up his stall after explaining. Suddenly, the many remaining players who came to sell off their magic essences and stones had faces filled with disappointment. Big brother, will you still buy them in the future? A player asked. I will. However, it will still be a period before I do buy them. You all can save them up for now. Shi Feng resolutely said. The amount of magic essences and stones Shi Feng just purchased was far from enough for him to become an advanced forging apprentice. 3. After leaving the business street, Shi Feng arrived at the Forging Association. He paid 5 coppers to rent a basic forging room for 1 hour. Inside the basic forging room, all the equipment needed for forging was provided. Players did not need to buy their own equipment. The intermediate ranked forging room was a lot better. It could increase the success rate of forging by 3%. However, it costs 1 silver per hour to use that room. As for advanced forging rooms, those were not available in small towns. They were only available in cities. However, their prices were extremely staggering. TL notes. 1. Lifestyle players, players who focus on their auxiliary jobs, i.e. forgers, alchemists, potion makers, etc. 2. A stack. This is a gaming term used to refer to a group of identical items which will take up only 1 space slot in the player's bag. The stack of items has a maximum limit as to the amount of items it can hold within a slot, i.e. a full stack of magic essence has 20 bottles of the item. If a player has 21 bottles of magic essence, a second stack will be created in the player's bag. Chapter 42, Elemental Refinement. Chapter 42, Elemental Refinement. Forging Association, inside a forging room. Shi Feng took out a stack of stone, placing it on the table. A stack of stone had 100 pieces in total. They immediately filled up the round table, some even fell to the ground. Time to see how good you actually are, Shi Feng smiled as he retrieved the crimson-red Philosopher's Stone. If the Philosopher's Stone were seen by someone else, the consequences Shi Feng would face would be immense. Hence, Shi Feng rented a forging room. Without his permission, nobody could enter the room. Shi Feng took a piece of stone from the table and used the Philosopher's Stone on it. System, do you wish to use the Philosopher's Stone for elemental refinement? Shi Feng immediately chose yes. Following which, the Philosopher's Stone started emitting a faint red glow. A mysterious power flowed into the stone. Pang! The stone the size of a fist suddenly turned into yellow sand, scattering to the ground. The result was a failure. However, Shi Feng revealed a calm smile at the result. It did not perturb him in the slightest. Afterward, he picked up another stone and tried again. Ore was very precious. A normal copper ore sold for 2 coppers, they were only worth 1 copper coin if sold to an NPC. A stack of 100 copper ore could be sold for 200 copper coins to guilds, and they would still fight over them. Compared to a stack of stone, which only sold for 10 copper coins, copper ore was just too expensive. Elemental refinement extracted the metal element out of the stone. However, some stones did not possess any metal element. So, it was only natural that they turned to sand. Such failures were just too common. Peng! 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 There was still no ore after 10 consecutive tries. Shi Feng started becoming depressed. The success rate was just too low. Shi Feng even started to suspect that these stones were picked from a desert to result in all the yellow sand. Relax, relax. There are still many stones left. Shi Feng sucked in a deep breath, reassuring himself. He picked up another piece of stone, trying elemental refinement once more. Pang! This time, the stone still scattered into a pile of sand. However, in the middle of the yellow grains, there was a piece of metal that had a purplish-red luster. It was copper ore. With the first piece of copper ore in his hands, Shi Feng let out a relaxed breath. His hands started moving at a faster pace. All the stones above the stone table turned into yellow sand within moments. The stack of stones had yielded a total of 23 pieces of copper ore and 2 pieces of bronze ore. Compared to copper ore, the price of bronze ore was 3 times that of copper ore. They were worth 3 copper coins when sold to NPCs. Due to the rarity of bronze ore, players would buy them at 7 copper coins apiece. Seeing the ores on the table, Shi Feng felt the Philosopher's Stone was truly a gold mine. Even if the Philosopher's Stone was currently damaged, it was still out of the ordinary. It was no wonder why many kingdoms were willing to muster up their armies and fight for the Philosopher's Stone. Having the Philosopher's Stone in hand was the equivalent of having a wealthy treasury. At that time, a kingdom would find it hard not to become prosperous. Shi Feng kept the ores on the table and brought out another stack of stones. Stack after stack of stones disappeared, whereas the amount of yellow sand had piled up into a small hill. Fortunately, the forging room could be cleaned of rubbish with just a click of a button. After pushing the clean button, the small hill of yellow sand vanished from sight. After spending an hour's time, Shi Feng had refined 40 stacks of stones. He had obtained a little over 7 stacks of copper ore and a little over 1 stack of bronze ore. They would be worth over 20 silver coins if Shi Feng sold them. Meanwhile, the cost of obtaining these ores were only 4 silver coins. The difference was 5 times the price. It was an absolute profit. Most importantly, ores dropped in very small numbers, so it was impossible to buy them in bulk. Shi Feng received a system notification the moment he had left the forging room. System: the violent bear armor you placed at the auction house has been sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 31 silvers 53 coppers have been placed in your bag. System: the dark star boots you placed at the auction house has been sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 3 silvers 21 coppers have been placed in your bag. A series of notifications from the auction house had caused Shi Feng's lips into a smile. As expected, the greater the competition, the higher the price would go. Shi Feng was very satisfied with the amount the items sold for. He never imagined that a mysterious iron plate armor for shield warriors could actually be sold for over 30 silver coins. It seems there were a lot of wealthy people within the area of influence of White River City. After selling the equipment, Shi Feng had suddenly become a wealthy tycoon. With over 50 silver coins in his pockets, even his confidence was different now. Currently, players would still be happy over having 20 to 30 copper coins on their person. Shi Feng already possessed more than 50 silver coins. Including the silver coins Gentle Snow owed him, if Shi Feng were to sell off the copper ore he had immediately, he would instantly become wealthy. With gold. However, he would not sell the ores. These ores were the foundation for Shi Feng to earn big money. Following which, Shi Feng rented the forging room for another hour. He turned the remaining stones into ores. His luck was better this time around. From 45 stacks of stones, he obtained 10 stacks of copper ore and 2 stacks of bronze ore. With this, Shi Feng had a total of 17 stacks of copper ore and 3 stacks of bronze ore. It would be quite some time before Shi Feng could use them all up. With money in hand now, Shi Feng once more arrived at the central area of the Forging Association, at the administration area. Currently, there were quite a few forger players that were groomed by guilds, renting forging rooms. This is just evil. It actually costs 5 coppers for an hour. My guild just gave me 30 coppers. That's not enough at all. That's considered good already. At least the equipment is all there. Look at the forging equipment. Even the most common required a few silvers. An entire set would cost over 30 silver coins. It's just a blatant rip-off. You still haven't seen the intermediate forging room. It costs 1 silver an hour, but the room only increases your success rate by 3%. Even a first-rate guild would not be able to handle such a price. A few forgers continuously complained. They bitterly detested the prices set by the Forging Association. However, there was also a hint of bragging carried in their voices. After all, they had the support of their guilds, whereas normal players wouldn't even be able to rent a forging room, not to mention increasing their forging levels. Shi Feng circled these players, walking towards the manager of the association, saying, "I want to rent an intermediate forging room. May I know how long you wish to rent it for?" The ashen youth who was the association's manager excitedly asked. Currently, a majority of the adventurers were poor blokes. Every one of them only rented the basic forging rooms, and even then, they rented with unwillingness. So, a great change occurred to the manager's servicing attitude when he was able to see a rich adventurer like Shi Feng. Looking at the time, it was currently morning in the real world. When using the virtual gaming helmet, a person could not stay within God's domain for too long. 2 hours then. Shi Feng said after some thought. All right, here is your key. That will be a total of 2 silver coins. The manager handed the key over to Shi Feng, smiling. Shi Feng took out 2 shiny silver coins, placing them on the table and turning around to leave. The players who had previously been discussing the deviousness of the Forging Association were all dumbstruck. They even thought they were hallucinating. However, they were indeed silver coins on the table, and not the scarlet-yellow copper coins. Crap, a tycoon! A male elementalist said in envy. Brother Tycoon, little sister knows how to warm beds. Another pretty and flirtatious female player winked at Shi Feng, flattering him. Isn't it just some dirty money? I will definitely become an intermediate forging apprentice a step ahead of him, a male priest said in a sour tone, even though he knew it to be impossible. The facilities of the intermediate forging room were much better than the basic one. On the surface, the room itself only increased the success rate of forging by 3%. However, including the facilities that came with the room, the success rate was increased by at least 5%. To a forger, a difference of 5% success rate was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 43, Book of Forging. Chapter 43, Book of Forging. Shi Feng took the key to the intermediate forging room and went up the second floor, ignoring the flirting young lady. The first floor of the Forging Association only had basic forging rooms, whereas intermediate forging rooms were located on the second floor. When compared to the first floor, there were far fewer people on the second floor. There were only NPCs walking around. Players would not come to this place at all. Also, there were only 20 intermediate forging rooms, unlike the basic rooms, which numbered at 50. Shi Feng entered the intermediate forging room. The room was much larger and refined. The facilities available were also better than the basic room, especially the hammer and flame. These 2 items were not simple at all. Shi Feng held up the silvery white hammer that was placed on the iron-woven felt. 100 refinement hammer, bronze rank. Forging items. When forging, the success rate is increased by 3%. Requirements, strength 4. Just this 100 refinement hammer alone was hard to obtain by players. The best hammers NPCs sold were common hammers. Those hammers did not increase the success rate of forging. As for stealing this 100 refinement hammer, it was an impossible task. Items that belonged to the forging room could not be taken away by players. The flame here was extraordinary as well. Instead of the usual scarlet, yellow color, the flame here burned with a scarlet, green color. It was not a common flame, but a mysterious flame. Shi Feng took a look at its description. Scarlet Devil Flame, Tier 1 Mysterious Flame. Special item, possesses extremely high temperatures. Items smelted with the flame will have higher purity. When refining potions or forging items, there will be a definite increase in success rates. Mysterious flames were rare and powerful flames. These flames had varying strength, and they could be categorized into 9 tiers. The first tier was the weakest, whereas the 9th tier was the strongest. However, even a first-tier mysterious flame was not something that could be easily obtained by players. Due to the mysterious flame's rarity, its price within God's domain was extremely high. Including the fact that both potion making and forging required mysterious flames, the prices of mysterious flames had become even more shocking. There was once a tier for flame that caused tens of first-rate guilds to fight over it. After the death of millions of players, the flame finally ended up in the hands of the world dominators. Not long after, a master potion maker in World Dominators rose to become a Grandmaster potion maker, increasing the influence of the World Dominators by a large leap. Shi Feng had a great yearning within him when he looked at the burning mysterious flame. It was the thirst of a forger. Just when Shi Feng was in deep thought, he suddenly recalled a matter. On the 2nd month of God's domain's operation, the third-rate guild, Glorious Light, had discovered a Tier 2 mysterious flame, Ice Blue Devil Flame. The flame was found in the 100 Ghosts Forest, and its discovery induced great envy into the other guilds. At that time, there were a lot of lifestyle players who had applied to join Glorious Light, allowing the guild's power to abruptly increase and becoming the tyrant of a small city. However, there were also many guilds who gathered information in secret, wanting to obtain a mysterious flame for themselves. Naturally, Shadow was no exception to this. Shadow had discovered the location and method of obtainment of the mysterious flame from Glorious Light's inner circle. Unfortunately, such mysterious flames only appeared once, never appearing again after they were gone. This discovery caused many guilds to waste their efforts. As he was thinking about the ice blue devil flame, Shi Feng suddenly started having intentions towards this mysterious flame. If he could make it his own, it would definitely be of great help to him in the future when he started his own guild. Moreover, the flame would be of great help in pushing Shi Feng to become a true forger. 1. However, Shi Feng still needed to hash out a proper plan to obtain the ice blue devil flame. He needed to prepare many things before he could obtain the flame. Following which, Shi Feng took out the garrison armor's forging design. Without wasting time, he immediately chose to learn it. System, you have learned how to forge the garrison armor. Afterward, Shi Feng placed all the needed materials onto the stone table. Then, he took out the immensely precious book of forging and started to forge. Shi Feng was a basic forging apprentice. His success rate for forging a level 0 common equipment did not exceed 20%, and after a successful forging, there was a 40% chance for him to obtain 1 proficiency point. If Shi Feng were to forge the garrison armor, a level 3 bronze equipment, his chance of success would not exceed 5%. Successfully forging a piece of bronze equipment would bring an additional bonus, which was a 100% chance to obtain 2 proficiency points. However, 1,000 proficiency points were needed to become an intermediate forging apprentice. Obtaining such a large amount of points required equally large funding to support it. There was no way for a lifestyle player to support such a large sum of money by themselves. The forgers in guilds all started out by forging common equipment. There was not a single guild who would allow these lifestyle players to forge bronze equipment right off the bat. To begin with, they didn't even possess a forging design for bronze equipment, and even if they did, they wouldn't carry out such an action. The success rate of a basic forging apprentice was just too low, and the materials needed were just too expensive. A single failure would cost 1 silver coin or more. It was a loss that not even guilds could handle. Moreover, they couldn't even collect that many materials to make the equipment. However, Shi Feng did not have such worries. He had the Philosopher's Stone, so he did not lack in resources. Furthermore, the materials needed to make the garrison armor were cheaply priced. It only required 5 bottles of magic essences, 5 pieces of bronze ore, and 20 pieces of copper ore. The cost of making the garrison armor was only 80 copper coins. When compared to the cost of making other bronze equipment, it was at least 20 coppers cheaper. The garrison armor also had very good attributes, so it was extremely welcomed. Shi Feng wouldn't have to be troubled over figuring out how to sell it. The most important thing was the Book of Forging. The Book of Forging could increase the success rate of forging common equipment by 70%, bronze equipment by 50%, mysterious iron equipment by 30%, secret silver equipment by 20%, fine gold equipment by 10%, dark gold equipment by 5%, and epic equipment by 1%. With such attributes, the Book of Forging could allow a player to become a master forger easily and unimpeded. Basic forging apprentices originally had a 20% success rate at forging common equipment. Including the 70% from the book, the success rate would become 90%. Further including the facilities of the intermediate forging room and removing the possibilities of mistakes, the success rate of making common equipment was 99% or higher. Unless the player was a pig, 2, failure was impossible. The Book of Forging's frightening abilities could clearly be seen from this. As for the garrison armor, Shi Feng had a 5% success rate for making it. Including the 50% from the book, the 3% from the room's facilities, and also the effects of the mysterious flame, Shi Feng now had a 60% success rate for making the garrison armor. Not to mention bronze equipment, even if common equipment had a 60% success rate, it would still drive forger players mad. Such a high percentage for success was something unimaginable to forgers. Following which, Shi Feng started slowly making the garrison armor according to the forging design's requirements. He first smelted the copper and bronze ore in the fire. After being in the fire for 5 minutes, the ore started to melt and form a lump. Afterward, Shi Feng added in the magic essence, letting it burn for another minute before removing the red-hot ore and placing it onto the metal felt. The ore's scorching hot temperature caused Shi Feng to sweat. However, Shi Feng did not dare be careless, as the following process was the most important part. After finishing the preparations, Shi Feng held the 100 refinement hammer and readied it to hammer the fiery ore. Dang! 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 Sparks flew in all directions. The hammering sounds echoed throughout the wide forging room. Shi Feng struck every hit with careful precision. In his previous life, Shi Feng did not learn forging. He only learned the gathering skill. However, he still knew quite a lot about forging. After all, he had conversed with a master forger quite often, so he was knowledgeable to the degree of not making certain low-leveled mistakes. After hammering the ore over 100 times, Shi Feng felt that it was perfect. Shi Feng wiped away the sweat on his forehead, carefully selecting the crimson ore's interface and clicking the complete button. Following which, the red-hot ore started transforming. Within 5 seconds, it had transformed into a silvery-gray colored armor. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. However, equipment's successful forging did not just depend on its appearances, there was also its quality. Quality included the equipment's attributes and rank. Bronze equipment that was badly forged would have their ranks decreased to common, or their base attributes would not be up to standards. Hence, Shi Feng selected the information of the armor, checking whether it was a success or a failure. TL notes. 1. A true forger equals part is referring to the ranks for a forger, i.e. forging apprentice, forger, forger. 2. Unless the player was a pig equals idiot. Changed Icefire Devil Flame to Ice Blue Devil Flame as of the 7th of December 2017. Chapter 44, Change. Chapter 44, Change. Although Shi Feng could handle failure, there was nobody who was willing to squander their money for no good reason. So, Shi Feng was, more or less, slightly nervous. After Shi Feng selected the option to check the armor's information, 3 words appeared on the panel: identification in progress. The red loading bar slowly increased. The system was currently determining the statistics of the equipment. After 3 seconds had passed, the system finished identifying the armor and revealed the armor's information. Garrison Armor, Bronze Rank Plate Armor. Level 3. Equipment Requirement, Strength 10. Defense plus 22. Strength plus 2, Endurance plus 2. HP plus 150. Durability 35/35. Additional ability dash. Defensive power, reduces damage taken by 3%. Restricted to shield warriors and guardian knights. System, Garrison Armor has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 800 EXP. Great. It even has an additional ability, Defensive Power. Shi Feng was extremely happy when he saw the additional ability on the Garrison Armor. He never imagined his first try at forging a piece of bronze equipment would be a success. He even obtained so much EXP. It was no wonder why the master forgers in his previous life never went out to grind, but their levels were not a bit low. Not only had the Garrison Armor forged met the standard attribute values, but it also possessed an additional ability. Originally, the Garrison Armor did not possess defensive power. However, when the forger exhibited extraordinary skill, coupled with the presence of the mysterious flame, there was a chance for an additional ability to appear on the equipment. In such occurrences, the price of the equipment would be increased to another level. Shi Feng took his time sizing up the Garrison Armor, feeling the texture of the silver-gray metal and admiring its eye-catching design. The average piece of bronze equipment was absolutely no match for it. Shi Feng was very satisfied with his creation. Currently, common equipment was still the mainstream equipment for players. Even if players were to reach level 6 in the future, it would not be a surprise to find them wearing only common equipment. After all, it was too hard to obtain bronze equipment. As for the elite parties, just having 1 to 2 pieces of bronze equipment was considered being blessed. The Garrison Armor could be used by both shield warriors and guardian knights, If Shi Feng were to sell the armor, the elite parties would definitely welcome it. After all, the quality of an MT's equipment could ease the difficulty of conquering a dungeon a lot. Even if Shi Feng were to set the price at for silver coins, these parties would still buy the armor, regardless the cost. As for the defensive power of the garrison armor, its benefits towards a party's MT went without saying. Shi Feng would not accept anything lower than 5 silver coins for this armor. With his first experience at successful forging, Shi Feng continued forging garrison armors. However, Shi Feng took out the 100 refinement steel this time. He wanted to know what effects the steel would have when it was used to forge equipment. Within 10 minutes, the second garrison armor took form. However, the color on this garrison armor was different than the previous one. Instead of having a silvery gray color, it was pitch black now. After going through 3 seconds of identification, the system displayed the statistics to Shi Feng. Garrison heavy armor, bronze rank plate armor. Level 3. Equipment requirement, strength 14. Defense plus 25. Strength plus 2, endurance plus 4. HP plus 150. Durability 40/40. Additional ability dash. Defensive power, reduces damage taken by 5%. Restricted to shield warriors and guardian knights. System, garrison heavy armor has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 1000 EXP. System, due to your forging genius, forging proficiency has been increased by an additional 2 points. Currently, Shi Feng had completely forgotten about the additional proficiency points that his forging talent gave him. Instead, his eyes were fixated on the garrison heavy armor. The attributes on the armor were already comparable to a piece of level 3 mysterious iron equipment. The price tag on it was at least 10 silver coins. Shi Feng never imagined that the 100 refinement steel would create such large changes. Shi Feng had no choice but to admit that the item given by a master forger was not ordinary. Unfortunately, Shi Feng only had 9 pieces of 100 refinement steel remaining. Naturally, now that Shi Feng knew the effects of the 100 refinement steel, he would not simply squander them away. He would set them aside and use them when he had good equipment to forge. 2 hours quickly passed by. Shi Feng forged garrison armors without stopping during this time. He had obtained a total of 23 pieces of garrison armor, but he also failed to forge 4 pieces. Shi Feng was very satisfied with the result. A single, successfully forged garrison armor could easily remedy the loss of the 4 failures. At the same time, Shi Feng himself had also risen to level 3. His current level was not that far from the expert players. Moreover, his forging proficiency had increased to 44 points. Such an increase was at least 4 to 5 times faster than those forgers that belonged to guilds. Following which, Shi Feng left the intermediate forging room and arrived in front of the auction house. He immediately auctioned off the 11 pieces of garrison armor that did not possess defensive power, their base prices set at 4 silver coins. As for the garrison armors and garrison heavy armor that possessed defensive power, Shi Feng placed them aside for now. He wanted to let these guilds and elite parties have a taste of the armor first. That way, the remaining garrison armors could be sold at an even better price. Afterward, Shi Feng set up a stall in the trade area, casually yelling out. Following which, many players ran over to Shi Feng, selling their stones and magic essences to him. After purchasing the materials for half an hour, Shi Feng took a look at the time. It was near nightfall in God's domain. The monsters at night became much more powerful and killing them became much more difficult. This period was not suited for leveling, and Shi Feng should rest as well. Currently, he was still using the virtual gaming helmet, not the virtual gaming pod, to play God's domain. The virtual gaming pod could provide the energy and nutrients required by the player's body at any time. It could also stimulate the body's muscles, preventing the body from weakening due to playing God's domain for long periods. Shi Feng's finger tapped and clicked, calling out the system interface and choosing to log off. Currently, within the cramped rented apartment, the sunlight had long since seeped through the windows and scattered throughout the room. The temperature within the room was also starting to rise. Shi Feng took off the gaming helmet. He lifted up his body and stretched. After more than 10 hours of inactivity and lying on the bed, Shi Feng's body was numbed throughout. He needed to move around before he could return to normal. Shi Feng started doing push-ups, sit-ups, and other forms of basic training. In this extremely materialistic age, body training had already become indispensable in one's life. After tens of years of constant research, scientists have managed to obtain a huge breakthrough in strengthening the human body and prolonging its lifespan. Mankind could now retain their youth for a longer period. The breakthrough also increased the average lifespan of a person to 100 years old. At the same time, scientists had pointed out the necessity of working out the body. Henceforth, the age of exercise had arrived. In current times, sports tournaments and fighting competitions were the attention of the public eye. Just in the university alone, there were already plenty of sports societies and martial arts societies, and they were very welcomed by the students. In the current society, those who did not possess a trick up their sleeves would be looked down upon. On the other hand, those celebrity athletes and martial arts experts were absolutely revered. In the university, there was never a lack of beautiful women surrounding the distinguished athletes and students who often participated in mixed martial arts competitions. As for pretty boys, their time has long since faded from popularity. In his previous life, Shi Feng did not pay much attention to his body. As a result, he nearly caused its destruction. By the time he wanted to train his body, he was no longer young. Even if he had trained with all his might, the effects would not be great. In this life, Shi Feng would not be the same as before, naturally. He would not solely pay attention to God's domain, ignoring his body's training. After training for half an hour, Shi Feng's entire body was covered with sweat. It looked as if he had just taken a shower. Just when he was about to dine on his cooked instant noodles, his phone started ringing. Shi Feng looked at the contacting person. Unexpectedly, it was the usually silent female class monitor, Zhao Ruoshi. "Class monitor, what's up?" Shi Feng asked after answering the call. According to Shi Feng memories, aside from attending classes, Shi Feng never had any contact with the female class monitor. Within the 4 years Shi Feng had spent in the university, he had not spoken over 100 sentences with Zhao Ruoshi. "Shi Feng, hurry over to school. I failed to notify you of this because you do not live in the male dormitories, but now I'm telling you. At 11 o'clock, there will be an important matter being announced at Teaching Block 3, Classroom 401. Shi Feng looked towards the electronic clock on his table. It was already 10:30 right now. He answered, "All right, I'll go there immediately." Chapter 45, The Inferior Student of the Class. Chapter 45, The Inferior Student of the Class. Cutting off the call, Shi Feng immediately ate his instant noodles and hurried to school. When he was on the road, Shi Feng finally recalled this incident. It was one of the reasons that caused his parents to fall gravely ill. In Shi Feng's previous life, he and Blackie joined Shadow Workshop. When Zhao Ruoshi called him to go to the school, he chose to continue playing God's domain instead of going. He joined Shadow Workshop after much trouble. If he wanted to rise in position within Shadow, he needed to have a good performance. How could he have the time to care about small matters that happened in the classroom? As a result, his university recommendation became non-existent. Although it was just a recommendation, it could allow students to find better jobs. The stress levels of the current society were extremely powerful, and jobs were not easy to find. Such a recommendation would be a stepping stone towards the higher levels of a company. Shi Feng's parents were deeply worried after they found out about this incident. It was also because of such worries that caused the mental stress on his parents to increase substantially. Only, Shi Feng's parents never revealed it to him. Instead, they encouraged him. They didn't want him to worry about their household debts. As a result, they became both physically and mentally exhausted, falling gravely ill a year later. In this life, Shi Feng did not wish to repeat such a disaster, even if the recommendation was absolutely useless to him. However, he also wished to know the reason that caused him to lose the recommendation. Shi Feng was considered average regarding results amongst his class. There were absolutely no problems with him obtaining the recommendation. He did not have a share in it. The only reason he could think of, for such a situation, was the incident that would happen today. After walking into the university, Shi Feng discovered a very interesting situation. The school was crowded, there was an abnormal number of students in the university today. Usually, there would not be that many people within the university grounds. The students would usually study in the library or gather outside to have some fun. Worst case scenario, they would just stay in their dormitories and play games. Unlike the current situation, they wouldn't normally come out for a stroll. When Shi Feng walked towards teaching block 3, he discovered that the normally empty classrooms were packed with people. All of them were fully occupied. What is happening today? Shi Feng was puzzled. The moment Shi Feng entered classroom 401, he could feel the air in the room was slightly odd. His classmates all shifted their gaze towards him, their expressions filled with astonishment. Shi Feng was like something that should not be there, yet had actually appeared. The male students only glanced at Shi Feng. They did not pay him any attention as they continued with their conversations. Meanwhile, some of the gorgeously dressed females in the class sent Shi Feng expressions of disgust. However, Shi Feng had long since gotten used to such reactions. When he was about to turn around and look at them, the females immediately turned their heads away. Fellow student Shi Feng, you're here. Find a place to sit. When fellow student Ling Filong arrives, everyone in the class will be present. The female monitor, Zhao Ruoshi, had a calm expression on her face when she spoke to Shi Feng as if it was all just for formality's sake. However, Shi Feng could faintly feel a hint of expectation in Zhao Ruoshi's eyes when she turned around to look at him. However, that expectation was not targeted towards him, but most probably towards the Ling Filong she spoke of. All right. Shi Feng nodded his head, simply choosing a corner to sit down in. As for sitting and starting a conversation with the other male classmates, Shi Feng could tell it would be impossible just by looking at their expressions. In regards to such a situation, Shi Feng could only let loose a bitter smile. In his previous life, he truly has failed at being a functioning human being. However, there was nothing he could do. To save money, he never participated in any of the student gatherings or class events. He had long since become an invisible existence within the class. In the eyes of his classmates, Shi Feng might be a very reclusive person. Why is this person here? The class monitor should be the one who notified him. I never thought he would actually show up. He's just an inferior student in the class. Just looking at him makes me mad. Look at how cunning his eyes are. Don't tell me he took a fancy to this young lady? Disgusting. The students in the class started a quiet discussion about Shi Feng. They were very shocked at Shi Feng's arrival. Usually, Shi Feng would never participate in any events, but now, this person, himself, actually showed up. Their disgust towards Shi Feng was clear in their speech. Their tones when speaking also showed how much they looked down on him. The reason for such treatment was because Shi Feng was weak. He was also often bullied by students from other classes. Moreover, he was the inferior student who was always too poor to join the class outings. It was just an embarrassment to be in the same class as him. Although their voices were soft, Shi Feng could still hear them clearly. It was better to say they let Shi Feng hear their conversation. Learning was only secondary in everyone's eyes. The truly important thing to have was a strong body. After all, the current age was one where body training was strongly emphasized upon. However, Shi Feng's weak body clearly did not fit the current age. So, naturally, he had become an outcast within the class. However, Shi Feng simply laughed away at his situation. He was no longer a child, so why would he be angry over the actions of these children? Currently, his heart was only concerned about the matters regarding the recommendation. Not long after, a robust youth entered the classroom. The youth's height was an entire 1.9 meters. This person was Ling Filong. According to Shi Feng's memories, Ling Filong was a person with many tricks up his sleeve. After he graduated from university, he managed to woo the princess of a large corporation. 3 years later, he became the corporation's CEO. However, due to the virtual world's influence towards the real world growing ever larger, Ling Filong invested in God's domain as well. At that time, he looked for Shi Feng, his classmate, wanting to collaborate in God's domain. At that time, Shi Feng was the captain of Shadow Workshop. He was also the guild leader of the guild, Shadow. Shadow was barely considered a second-rate guild during those times. However, it still had control over a large city with a population of 500,000 people. Considering they were once classmates, Shi Feng agreed to Ling Feilong's proposal. Afterward, although Shadow earned quite a lot of money from the collaboration, Ling Feilong earned even more. At the same time, Ling Feilong groomed several powerful subordinates. Then, he somehow managed to gain the favor of a first-rate guild, abandoning Shadow. Everyone watched as Ling Feilong entered the classroom. The male students all stood up, displaying their respect towards him. On the other hand, the gorgeous female students from before sent meaningful gazes towards Ling Feilong. Even Zhao Ruoshi had some changes to her calm expression. Shi Feng had plenty of experience with women in his previous life, so he could tell Zhao Ruoshi was somewhat interested in Ling Feilong. What kind of situation was this? Shi Feng could not make heads of the current situation. It would be fine if it were just the other students, but Zhao Ruoshi was the class flower. She had a calm personality, an oval face, a graceful body, and even her family background were good. Normally, male students from other classes could be seen chasing after her. However, none of them ever entered her eyes. So, why did she take a fancy upon Ling Feilong? Was Ling Feilong fated to become a protagonist in life, a person who was loved and welcomed by all? Everyone, sit down. Like a leader, Ling Feilong naturally walked up to the lectern. He gratefully said, "Thank you for coming to congratulate me. I would not be here today were it not for all of your support. Brother Feilong, you are too humble. More than 5,000 people entered the school's fighting competition, yet you've managed to enter the top 10. You are the pride of our class. You now have the rights to enter Jin High City's fighting competition without going through the pre-selections. This feat is not achievable by the average person. You mustn't forget about us once you've become a martial arts master in the future." "That's right, Brother Feilong. We're looking forward to you becoming the champion." The students in the class gave their congratulations one after the other. Some of the female students even thought of throwing themselves at Ling Feilong. However, Shi Feng was an exception. He was truly dumbfounded. Originally, he thought a huge incident occurred, but it was just the school's fighting competition having just ended. They were only here to congratulate Ling Feilong for being able to enter the city's fighting competition. If it was before, Shi Feng might have envied Ling Feilong. After all, there were just too many people who liked fighting competitions. Those who were able to participate in the city's fighting competition were much more appreciated than some big celebrity. This was due to the difficulty of entering the fighting competition. There was a strict selection system, and it was considered good to have 3 to 4 people selected out of 10,000. If these selected participants performed well, they might even get a contract to become the spokesperson for a large enterprise. With all the celebrity advertisements that would be offered, it wouldn't be difficult to amass wealth. Their futures would have boundless prospects. However, along with the rise in popularity of God's domain, people became even more addicted to fighting battles and wars in the game. After all, being able to personally experience the fight was still the best experience. The lack of danger of fighting in the game only made it even more exciting. As a result, many experts became idols of the players in God's domain. Chapter 46, Meeting an Acquaintance. Chapter 46, Meeting an Acquaintance. As everyone was giving their congratulations to Ling Feilong, the person, himself, had his eyes swept over to a corner of the room, the corner where Shi Feng sat today. His eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction when he looked at Shi Feng. He was the pride of the class and, even more so, a future celebrity. Yet, an inferior student like Shi Feng actually did not intend to flatter him. After a round of flattery, Ling Feilong allowed the students to return to their seats. "I thank everyone for your support. Please quiet down for a moment. I am here today because I have a matter that I wish to discuss," Ling Feilong said. Hearing Ling Feilong's announcement, everyone listened attentively. Only Shi Feng remained uninterested towards Ling Feilong's matter. However, Shi Feng could not help but pay attention after hearing Ling Feilong speak. "It's something related to the school's recommendation." Ling Feilong calmly said, "Everyone knows how I am obsessed with fighting. However, my grades at school aren't that good, so it has caused some problems with my recommendation. So, I wish for someone here to give up a spot. The school has already agreed to this, so I am here to discuss this matter with everyone else. Brother Long, this is only a trivial matter. It is only a recommendation. As the pride of the class, as long as Brother Long requests it, there will definitely be someone in the class willing to give up their spot, a bootlicking male student said. Although everyone in the class agreed to this person's words, there was nobody who willingly stood up to give away their recommendation. In the end, finding a job was just too hard. The recommendation was much more valued than a person's educational background when working inside a big company. If they were to give up their recommendation, what would they do in the future? As for the ones who had no rights to the recommendation, to begin with, naturally, it was easier to be brave standing from a safe distance. They continuously incited the others like hot-blooded madmen. Ling Feilong's expression slightly darkened when he saw nobody taking initiative. Since everyone is reacting so proactively, it won't be good if I'm the one who does the choosing. How about this, let's raise our hands and vote, Ling Feilong suggested with a smile. That's a good idea. Brother Feilong is the smartest. Then let's start voting. The hot-blooded madmen all stood up one after another, their faces holding expressions of delight at the misfortune of others. Shi Feng, who sat by the wall, was suddenly enlightened after looking at this scene. Crap. So it was these bastards who stole my recommendation. A wrathful flame ignited within Shi Feng's heart. He was truly a fool in his previous life for actually working with Ling Feilong. Not in this life, however. If Ling Feilong wished to cause trouble for him in this life, he couldn't be blamed for reacting in kind. Maybe it was a continuation of his previous life, but the voting results did not change in the slightest. The students immediately sat Shi Feng on their throne. Fellow student Shi Feng, you are really lucky. I'm slightly envious of you. You'll get to have Brother Long cover for you from now on, you should be grateful to us. Everyone in the class started congratulating Shi Feng as if Shi Feng had just won a 5 million credit lottery. Fellow student, Shi Feng, thank you, truly. After school is over today, I invite you to come with me for a drink at the Maple Leaf Bar. Ling Feilong smiled a hypocritical smile. He did not place Shi Feng within his sights at all. There was not a hint of gratitude in his tone, only disdain. Following which, he turned to look at the other students, saying, of course, everyone else is also invited. Let us enjoy ourselves today. Hold on a moment, Shi Feng suddenly said. Suddenly, everyone in the class turned their sights towards Shi Feng. If Shi Feng did not actively speak up, they might have long since forgotten about his existence. May I know if fellow student Shi Feng has something he wishes to say? Ling Feilong looked towards Shi Feng, asking with a smile. I will not agree with this, so why are you getting all joyous all on your own? Shi Feng shot a glance at Ling Feilong, saying, if any of you wish to give him your recommendation, then just give it to him. In any case, I won't be letting go of my recommendation. If there are no other matters, I'll be leaving. Suddenly, the entire classroom became dead silent. Nobody could imagine that Shi Feng, a person constantly bullied by students of other classes, actually rebelled against Ling Feilong. His current display was very abnormal. Was Shi Feng not afraid of being taken out by Ling Feilong? Ling Feilong, as well, was shocked, not because of Shi Feng's actions, however, but at Shi Feng's foolishness. Did he actually think he could protect his recommendation just because he had refused to hand it over? This was a result voted by the entire class. It would be meaningless, even if Shi Feng refused. When the time came, the university would still give him the recommendation. Even though the result was unchangeable, Shi Feng still foolishly chose to stand against him. Should Shi Feng be called foolish? Or did he have a few screws loose? Just when Ling Feilong wanted to take action, an impatient voice sounded from outside the door. Little Long, are you still not done? Brother Zhang doesn't like to be kept waiting. A tall blonde youth came in through the door. Following behind him was an alluring girl dressed in sexy and revealing clothing. The two together caused the male students to look on in envy. Shi Feng shot a glance over, discovering that it was actually an acquaintance. The tall and blonde youth was coincidentally Flaming Tiger. His real name was Zhu Yuhu, and he was a fourth-year university student, similar to Shi Feng. This person had great talent, and he managed to obtain a good result of third place in the university's fighting tournament this time around. Meanwhile, the enchanting female by Zhu Yuhu's side was also an acquaintance of Shi Feng's. Her name was Qin Shuyu, and she was Shi Feng's classmate during high school. She was also the flower of the class at the time. Shi Feng was truly blind during those times. Young and dumb, he was actually enchanted by Qin Shuyu, even to the point of confessing his love to her. Naturally, the result was rejection. After entering university, Qin Shuyu had become Zhu Yuhu's girlfriend. Qin Shuyu even mentioned to Zhu Yuhu the matter of Shi Feng's confession. As a result, Shi Feng was often taken care of by students from other classes. After Shi Feng joined Shadow, he was often sent to carry out senseless tasks, stunting his growth in God's domain. "Brother Hu, why have you come here? I'll immediately go after I'm done settling my business here." When Ling Failong saw the person who had arrived, he respectfully went up to welcome him with a smiling face. "How much longer do you need?" "I don't have that much time to waste," Zhu Yuhu wrinkled his brows, impatiently saying. He was parted from his duties as team leader today all because of that Yi Feng character, and he had only recently risen to level 2. Afterward, he was even given a scolding by Brother Zhang. These occurrences caused him to become greatly irritated deep within his heart. 2 to 3 minutes should be enough," Ling Failong replied. He felt teaching Shi Feng their ways to be a proper person should not be a big problem. "Good, then hurry up," Zhu Yuhu demanded. Currently, Qin Shuyu's eyes unintentionally landed on Shi Feng. Her expression was suddenly turning sour. She had no good impressions of Shi Feng. He had neither money nor power. There was not the slightest feeling of safety or strength coming from him. When compared with Zhu Yuhu, the difference between the two was hundreds and thousands of miles apart. Shi Feng even confessed to her without knowing his own worth. It was just an insult to her person, and as a result, she was often made fun of by the other girls. Seeing the disgust on Qin Shuyu's face, Zhu Yuhu hooked up her chin with his robust hand, teasingly saying, "Baby, I'll take care of him for you immediately, lest he shows up in front of you again." Qin Shuyu faintly smiled as she nodded, not having any intention of stopping Zhu Yuhu. "Hey brat, come over here," Zhu Yuhu pointed his finger at Shi Feng, loudly roaring. Everyone was shocked at seeing Zhu Yuhu's imposing manner. Who was Zhu Yuhu? He was ranked 3rd in the school's fighting tournament. He was much more powerful when compared to the 9th-ranked Ling Failong. A single hit from him was enough to send a person to their hospital for half a month. Ling Failong naturally understood what was happening before him. Zhu Yuhu was irritated by Shi Feng and wished to take care of him. Originally, he too wanted to teach Shi Feng a lesson and let the entire class know of his prowess. If he were to take care of Shi Feng right now, not only would he be helping himself, but he would also be able to sell a favor to Zhu Yuhu. He would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hence, Ling Failong stepped forward and volunteered, "Brother Hu, no need for you to personally take action. Originally, I already wanted to teach this kid a lesson. Give me 30 seconds. Little long, so the matter you had to deal with before was this." Zhu Yuhu looked towards Shi Feng in disdain. He licked his lips, saying with a cold smile, "Better to let me. I also wish to loosen my bones a little." Saying this, Zhu Yuhu walked towards Shi Feng with a cold smile. Chapter 47, I think highly of you. Chapter 47, I think highly of you. Zhu Yuhu walked towards Shi Feng in an imposing manner. He wanted to personally teach Shi Feng a good, hard lesson this time. On previous occasions, he always sent others to handle it for him. However, Shi Feng still did not learn to be good. Today, he wanted Shi Feng to imprint this lesson onto his bones. The people present could all see the conclusion that was coming for Shi Feng. In a society where the entire population underwent body training, fights between students were all too common. Even minor injuries were very common. As long as it didn't go overboard, it would not cause an incident. However, looking at Zhu Yuhu's current attitude, Shi Feng would be staying in the hospital for at least a month. At that time, Shi Feng would be wearing a cast while receiving his graduation certificate on the stage. Hold it, Zhu Yuhu. This is our class. On what basis does an outsider like you have to come and bully someone from our class? Zhao Ruosh's delicate body suddenly blocked Shi Feng. She was not the slightest bit threatened by Zhu Yuhu's imposing aura as she berated him. Zhu Ruosh's actions unquestionably left everyone else in shock. They never imagined that the normally gentle and graceful Zhao Ruoshi would stand up for an inferior student. She was even challenging Zhu Yuhu. She had such a strong heart to be so brave. Ruoshi, don't stir up trouble. Brother who only wishes to give Shi Feng some pointers. This should be Shi Feng's good fortune. Shi Feng is always being bullied by others, but with brother who's pointers, he might have some growth and learn to be a proper person, Ling Feilong explained with a smile. Due to Zhao Ruoshi's above-average appearance and attractive curves, he long since treated her as his personal property. Never would he have imagined that she would stand up for Shi Feng. Suddenly, the rage towards Shi Feng burned even greater in his heart. However, it would not be good for him to reveal that rage, so he simply tugged at Zhao Ruoshi's delicate hand. He wanted to pull her away, stopping her from being a hindrance. Fellow student Ling Feilong, as the pride of the class, are you just going to watch as one of our classmates being bullied? Zhao Ruoshi shook off Ling Feilong's hand, looking at him and asking angrily. She originally thought Ling Feilong was in possession of a good personality. He also performed exceptionally in the fighting competition. So, she thought he was a good prospect. However, she didn't think that he was just a hypocrite. Ruoshi, how could you say such a thing about me? You are misunderstanding. It isn't my fault that Shi Feng does not know how to be a proper person. Now that brother who is going to teach him how to become one, it would be beneficial to him in the future, Ling Feilong said with a righteous expression as if everything occurring was for Shi Feng's own good. You? Zhao Ruoshi was greatly angered by Ling Feilong. She promptly turned towards Shi Feng, saying, hurry up and leave. I'll hold him off. This little girl is interesting and very sexy. I like it. Zhu Yuhu's eyes started sizing up Zhao Ruoshi, liking very much what he saw. His lips could not help but curl up into an evil grin as his hand stretched to caress Zhao Ruoshi's delicate face. He was no longer paying any attention to Shi Feng. However, before his salty pig hand could touch Zhao Ruoshi, it was slapped away by another. Zhu Yuhu, since you wish to trade notes with me, I can agree. However, just trading notes would not have much meaning to it. How about we spice it up a little, Shi Feng proposed with a calm smile. He took a step forwards, tugging on Zhao Ruoshi's jade-like arm and pulling her to a side. Zhao Ruoshi did not react to Shi Feng's actions at all. Until she was dragged behind him, she only then began to look at Shi Feng's average stature in stunning shock. When did Shi Feng become so manly? However, she also felt Shi Feng was very foolish. How could he trade pointers with Zhu Yuhu? Now, Zhu Yuhu would have an excuse to teach Shi Feng a lesson. Zhu Yuhu rubbed the reddened back of his hand, enraged. He glared at Shi Feng, suddenly discovering Shi Feng's current appearance was very calm and stable. It was as if Zhu Yuhu was looking at an entirely different person. Before, Shi Feng would easily be incited and get into fights with others. Now, however, not only was he not aroused, but he was also smiling happily. Was his brain damaged? Ling Feilong was deeply enraged when he saw Shi Feng's stretched arm actually touching Zhao Ruoshi. He could not help but wish he could take action immediately. However, he still held it in. He was prepared to put Shi Feng in his place in the future. Kid, you actually dare to challenge me. Truly interesting. Then I'll wager 1,000 credits. If you win, the 1,000 credits will be yours to keep. If you lose, then kneel and apologize to me, and also, compensate me with 1,000 credits. How about it? Do you dare to agree? Zhu Yuhu furiously smiled. He never thought Shi Feng's brain was truly damaged, daring to even provoke him. Such a petty wager. Aren't you embarrassed from saying it out loud? Shi Feng shook his head and snorted in disdain. Your guts sure have grown after not meeting for a few days. Say it then, what kind of wager do you want? Zhu Yuhu was angered into a laugh. He knew Shi Feng was poor, and he could not even afford the 1,000 credits. Now though, he had actually dared to increase the bargaining chip. Was he complaining that he didn't have a quick enough death? It seems his brain was truly wedged between a door. Didn't you win a membership card for the Big Dipper Training Center from the school's fighting competition? Use that as the wager. If I lose, I'll pay 10,000 credits to you a month later. If you don't have the courage to wager, then forget it. Shi Feng provokingly said. In Shi Feng's previous life, Zhu Yuhu showed off this membership card in front of others. Now, Shi Feng could coincidentally use it to train his body. The Big Dipper Training Center was well known in Jinhai City. It had a great environment, and its training facilities were very thorough. The average person was not allowed to enter the training center at all, not to mention obtaining a VIP membership there. A normal membership was worth around 8 to 9,000 credits. Even if I wagered this card, where would a poor wretch like you find that much money? I won't believe in empty words, Zhu Yuhu laughed coldly. Indeed, it was as Zhu Yuhu had said. Shi Feng had not a penny on him at the moment, not to mention 10,000 credits. Hence, why he had said he would pay a month later. However, Zhu Yuhu would clearly not believe him. Instead, Zhu Yuhu turned around to mock him. It would seem Shi Feng's plan was going to be dashed this time. Shi Feng, did you think I don't know about your living conditions? You are so poor you can't even afford to have a good meal, yet you're still pretending to be wealthy. Qin Shuyu shot Shi Feng a glance, commenting in disdain, I'll pay the 10,000 credits, Zhao Ruoshi abruptly said. Ling Feilong's eyes turned crimson when he saw Zhao Ruoshi standing up once again. He couldn't help but wish he could get rid of Shi Feng right this instant. Shi Feng was also shocked. He looked towards Zhao Ruoshi, astonished. He did not understand how Zhao Ruoshi had that much money. He wasn't very clear of Zhao Ruoshi's family background, either. Shi Feng only knew that her family was relatively well off. However, Zhao Ruoshi was actually so believing of him, even to the degree of betting her money on him. Shi Feng could not understand why she had done so. To begin with, the relationship between the two of them wasn't that great. Zhao Ruoshi looked at Shi Feng. She knew the reason for Shi Feng's astonishment. However, to not let him misunderstand, she quietly explained, I'm only lending you the money because I can't stand Zhu Yuhu's arrogant attitude. I think highly of you, so even if you lose, lose with dignity. Thank you. I will definitely return twice the amount to you, Shi Feng gratefully said. This money was very important to him. Now, Zhu Yuhu would definitely agree to the wager. After Shi Feng obtained the membership card, he would be able to regularly train his body. It was better to start training earlier, rather than later. The earlier Shi Feng could train his body, the larger the benefit it would have to his future. Zhao Ruoshi had helped him greatly this time. When he started earning money in God's domain, paying Zhao Ruoshi an extra 10,000 would even be considered too little. However, Zhao Ruoshi did not take Shi Feng's words seriously. She only nodded with a smile. She did not think that Shi Feng could return her money, not to mention double the amount. Har har har. Interesting. Then let's draw out the contract at the fighting arena. Zhu Yuhu licked his lips. He was even more interested in Zhao Ruoshi now. Although his luck in God's domain was bad today, his luck in real life was truly good. Not only had he found a good-looking girl, but he could also receive 10,000 credits for teaching Shi Feng a lesson. It truly was a blessing in disguise. Following which, everyone arrived at the fighting arena built by the school. Shi Feng and Zhu Yuhu signed a contract under the supervision of the central brain. Contracts acknowledged by the central brain were also recognized by the lore. There was also a judge at the fighting arena. The judge was normally a teacher in the university who taught students how to fight. The judge also had good skills that would be used to promptly stop the fights to avoid any heavy injuries from occurring. The other students from the class stood below the fighting ring. They laughed at Shi Feng's stupidity. Instead of being an invisible existence like usual, he actually went insane now. Not only did he oppose Ling Feilong, but he also angered Zhu Yuhu, who was even more terrifying. After today, Shi Feng might never live a peaceful life ever again. Qin Shuyu looked above the ring, at the calm and steady Shi Feng. The feeling he gave people was completely different from before. He currently radiated an indescribable sense of security. She even felt Shi Feng's scrawny body had grown larger. Qin Shuyu quickly shook her head, mockingly saying, how strong could a weakling, who doesn't even know a single fighting technique, be? He even dares challenge Brother Hu now. He truly is reckless. Chapter 48, An Unequaled Fight. Chapter 48, An Unequaled Fight. None of the students below the ring had refuted Qin Shuyu's words. Instead, they felt her words made sense. No matter what was said, Zhu Yuhu was ranked third in the university's fighting tournament. He was also highly praised by several teachers who taught fighting. They predicted Zhu Yuhu would be able to create a reputation for himself in the upcoming city's fighting tournament, not to mention teaching the weak and scrawny Shi Feng a lesson. It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Even though he remains unyielding right now, I guess Shi Feng will kneel and beg for mercy in a moment. Does that even need to be mentioned? Why don't you look at who Zhu Yuhu is? My guess is Shi Feng will be lying on the floor within 10 seconds. The male students in the class started to laugh as they discussed Shi Feng's end. What is wrong with you people? Is this how you treat a classmate of yours? Zhao Ruoshi asked, looking at her classmates with a furious expression. The students all turned silent. However, their eyes revealed a hint of disdain when they looked at Zhao Ruoshi. One of the gorgeously dressed girls in the class curled her lips in disdain, softly saying, "You just have somewhat good looks. If it wasn't for Brother Long, who do you think would listen to your words?" The other girls promptly nodded their heads. They were not taking their class monitor seriously at all. Although the female students spoke in soft tones, everyone present could hear them clearly. To their side, Ling Feilong felt invigorated as he enjoyed listening to their words. Zhao Ruoshi turned her head away in a rage, no longer paying attention to these people. Ling Feilong walked over to her and gently said, "Ruoshi, I know that you have no choice in this matter as the class monitor. However, Shi Feng is the one finding trouble here, so you can't just blame everyone. Moreover, nobody believes Shi Feng can win with that small body of his. You are literally throwing your money into the ocean. In a moment, I'll talk it over with Brother Hu to not take your money and let Shi Feng pay for everything. Indeed, I am helping Shi Feng because I am the class monitor. However, regarding the matter with the money, I have never thought of asking for it back from him." Zhao Ruoshi glanced at Ling Feilong, coldly saying, "On the other hand, you're the one who has taken the recommendation that is rightfully Shi Feng's. Instead of helping Shi Feng now, you're here making cynical remarks. Aren't you afraid of people criticizing you behind your back? Also, how can this be considered trading pointers? One is ranked third in the school, while the other is a student who doesn't even know any fighting techniques. Do you not feel any shame when you speak of this?" Zhao Ruoshi's every word caused Ling Feilong piercing pain. In addition, her elegant and refined complexion gave off an indescribable sense of strength that struck at Ling Feilong's heart. Ling Feilong was speechless as he turned pale from anger. Just as Zhao Ruoshi had said, every class had a fixed number of spots for the recommendation. Only students with results amongst the top 20 in the class were qualified for this recommendation. However, Ling Feilong had managed to obtain the qualifications to participate in the city's fighting competition after much difficulty. If others were to know that he was a university student without a recommendation, it would be an absolute humiliation. The school had previously considered such reputational problems, as well. Hence, they had made it so that the top 5 contestants of the fighting tournament would receive a recommendation, even if their studies were not good. However, Ling Feilong was only 9th ranked, so naturally, he could not obtain it. Hence, he had suggested such a matter to the school. Seeing that Ling Feilong's results were in the top 30 of the class, not that far from the 20th place, the school had decided to agree to his request. However, the condition was someone had to willingly give up their recommendation. As for how he would get someone to give up their spot, that all depended on Ling Feilong himself. Shi Feng was just a weakling. Originally, Ling Feilong had intended to utilize the collective intentions of the class, in addition to his own strength, to easily oppress Shi Feng. Then, after giving Shi Feng some benefits, this matter would be considered over. However, Shi Feng's actions were completely different from what Ling Feilong had imagined they would be. Shi Feng had not taken him seriously in the slightest and had threatened him without hesitation. Now, he was even ridiculed by Zhao Ruoshi. Ling Feilong's heart was currently filled with an inextinguishable wrath. Correct, this isn't an equal fight. However, can Shi Feng blame others for being weak himself? Who was the one who agreed to this competition? Surely you can't blame me for this. Ling Feilong looked at Zhao Ruoshi with blood-red eyes. If Zhao Ruoshi did not have a beautiful appearance and attractive body, he would have long since sent a slap flying over. However, he endured it. Using force was definitely not a smart move. Moreover, Zhao Ruorshi's family background was not simple at all. If he caused an incident now, his entire life would be over. Also, when Ling Feilong thought about how he could toy with Zhao Ruorshi in the future, the rage in his heart calmed down slightly. "Brat, after making me take such a loss, just you wait and see," Ling Feilong glared at Shi Feng, silently swearing. Above, in the fighting ring, Shi Feng only smiled in disdain when he felt the hostility coming from Ling Feilong. However, he had to agree to one of Ling Feilong's words. This was indeed an uneven fight. In Shi Feng's previous life, although his physique was not comparable to those first-rate fighters, he could still beat them into submission. The thing he relied on to win was the life-or-death battles in God's domain. What was a 100-battle hero? After living through 100 wars, it would be hard not to become an expert hero. It was the same with many martial artists. Their training usually involved pushing themselves to the edge, using the feeling of having their lives hanging by a thread to train and improve themselves. However, such a method was too dangerous. The average person would definitely not do such a thing. It was extremely easy to go overboard and lose their lives. After Shi Feng went through extremely realistic life-or-death battles, the increase to his battle experience and techniques rapidly grew. His skills in battle even exceeded the national fighting competition's standards by several levels. In 10 years' time, any reputable melee player in God's domain could easily defeat the current fighting champion of Jinhai City, not to mention Shi Feng, who was once the captain of Shadow. In Shi Feng's eyes, the university's fighting tournament was just like children playing house. Moreover, regarding physique, his current body exceeded his body 10 years later. Fighting would not be a problem, even if he had to face up to 5 or 6 Ling Feilongs. "Brat, you sure are carefree to be looking around. Watch how I'll fix you up," Zhu Yuhu said, rushing at Shi Feng. He immediately sent a slap towards Shi Feng's face, intending to humiliate him first. Naturally, Shi Feng could easily see through such an action. However, Shi Feng stood unmoving even though he was facing off against someone much stronger than he was. Shi Feng sent out a casual punch towards Zhu Yuhu's face, completely ignoring Zhu Yuhu's slap. Zhu Yuhu never imagined that Shi Feng's fist would have such precision, aiming directly at his face. Instinctively, Zhu Yuhu had used his hands to block off this fist. Shi Feng's lips curled upwards when he saw Zhu Yuhu's actions. With lightning speed, Shi Feng's hand chopped towards Zhu Yuhu's neck. Zhu Yuhu failed to react in time as he received a chop to his neck. With the precision of a surgery blade, Shi Feng's hand hacked at a major artery in Zhu Yuhu's neck. Suddenly, Zhu Yuhu felt his vision blurring. There was a sense of suffocating as Zhu Yuhu felt all his strength leaving his body. Shi Feng did not give Zhu Yuhu time to catch his breath. Immediately, he sent another punch flying towards the side of Zhu Yuhu's abdomen. Zhu Yuhu wanted to block the attack, but his body refused to listen to his thoughts. He could only feel a stabbing pain in his intestines as a stream of yellowish liquid shot out from his mouth. Zhu Yuhu's vision became a blur. He could not cry out, even if he wanted to. Zhu Yuhu's body instinctively wished to fall, but Shi Feng did not give him such a chance. Fist after fist landed on Zhu Yuhu's abdomen, followed by a few more landing on his ribs. After receiving a series of consecutive punches, the acidic juices in Zhu Yuhu's stomach had been completely drained out of his mouth. Then, his body fell to the ground like a dead dog. The entire arena suddenly became silent. Everything had happened all too quickly. It was so quick that not one person had even reacted. Only after Zhu Yuhu was laying on the ground, did the judge of the match finally react. Immediately, he declared the end of the fight and Shi Feng, the winner of it. At the same time, he hurriedly ran over to Zhu Yuhu's side to check on him. The judge truly could not imagine it. Zhu Yuhu, the third-ranking student in the university's fighting competition, was not even a match for such a weak-looking youth. By no means was Zhu Yuhu too weak. Instead, the weak-looking youth was just too strong. After watching several of Zhu Yuhu's matches, the judge knew that he was very strong. At the very least, it would not be easy for the judge to deal with him. After looking at Zhu Yuhu's injuries, the judge was dumbfounded. Shi Feng's techniques were just too horrifying. Every one of his moves was perfectly measured, breaking only 2 to 3 of Zhu Yuhu's ribs but not heavily injuring him. Zhu Yuhu only needed more than a month's time for his chest to heal up. Chapter 49, A New Light. Chapter 49, A New Light. Seeing Zhu Yuhu unmoving on the ground, it was clear he had lost consciousness. The teacher then reported that Zhu Yuhu had no major injuries, and he would wake up in a moment. However, his injuries still needed to be tended to. Also, he had to rest for more than a month. As for the city's fighting competition that would be held in 3 weeks, Zhu Yuhu could forget about joining. Everyone's sights shifted toward Shi Feng. They looked at his thin and weak body, sucking in a cold breath when they recalled the explosive and terrifying strength it was capable of displaying. When they thought about the words they said to Shi Feng before, cold sweat started pouring out from their backs without stop. Currently, the expression in the male students' eyes as they looked at Shi Feng had completely changed. There was no longer any ridicule or contempt contained within them. Instead, there was a deep fear. The third-ranking student in the school was actually defeated in a single exchange. Who else could become Shi Feng's opponent? If Shi Feng wished to take care of them, the consequences they would face would be unimaginable. On the other hand, they had actually dared to gift Shi Feng's recommendation to Ling Feilong. Thinking up to this point, the hearts of the hot-blooded warriors from before started to beat madly. Under the Central Brain's witness, Shi Feng received the membership card for the Big Dipper Training Center and 10,000 credits. Following which, he circled a glance at the people below the ring. When a few of the less courageous male students were met with Shi Feng's deep and profound eyes, their legs suddenly turned weak as they lost consciousness, foam appearing at their mouths. "Teacher, not good. Little Liu has fainted." Before this sentence could finish being said, another male student lay flat on the ground. Meanwhile, the male students that remained standing started becoming scared in their hearts. Shi Feng was just too terrifying. He actually shocked 2 male students into unconsciousness just by looking them in the eye. However, they were also envious of the 2 that lost consciousness. If they had fainted over, they wouldn't have to bear such a pressure right now. Currently, the air surrounding them was still, as if frozen. Breathing was starting to become a difficulty for them, and even their limbs felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. As for the female students in the class, they were all dumbfounded. Their heads quickly lowered when they saw Shi Feng looking over. They felt uncomfortable throughout their bodies as if they were frightened rabbits that were being stared at by a big grey wolf. Qin Shuyu's delicate mouth widened. She rubbed her eyes, verifying what she saw over and over. Only then did she understand that Zhu Yuhu was struck unconscious by Shi Feng. Shi Feng was just too powerful. Why had she never discovered so before? If she could be with a man such as this, her sense of security would be off the charts. Just thinking about it had made her happy. As for money, that would not be a problem. Just based on his strength alone, Shi Feng could definitely get into the city's fighting tournament. Entering into the top 10 would also not be a problem. When that time came, there would definitely be many requests for him to become a celebrity spokesperson. When Qin Shuyu saw that Shi Feng was looking over, she slightly tidied up her clothes and hair, appearing neat and moving. She also revealed deep cleavage, feebly saying, "Brother Feng, it's noon already. I know a good restaurant that has a great environment and good tasting food. I'll treat you, so, let's go there and have a try." However, Shi Feng did not pay Qin Shuyu any attention. Instead, he was looking for Zhao Ruoshi. When he found Zhao Ruoshi, he immediately walked over, completely ignoring Qin Shuyu. Seeing Shi Feng's cold and indifferent eyes, Qin Shuyu suddenly felt she had lost something very important. It was as if a knife stabbing at her heart. She regretted being blind and foolish when she was in high school. "Class monitor, here's your 10,000 credits. I'll repay the remaining 10,000 credits as fast as I can." Shi Feng handed the money over, speaking with a calm smile. However, Zhao Ruoshi would not receive it. She blinked her attractive eyes as she looked at Shi Feng as if she was looking at an exotic animal. There was both shock and joy contained within them. "Are you really Shi Feng?" Zhao Ruoshi asked in a quiet and uncertain tone. Throughout Zhao Ruoshi's 4 years in university, her impression of Shi Feng was one of an introvert. He was often bullied by others. He also appeared very prideful, never receiving help from others. He was like an injured little wolf, licking his own wounds, alone. She had never imagined Shi Feng's actions today would have such a great difference from before. She now viewed Shi Feng in a completely new light. Shi Feng had turned from being a little wolf into a slumbering dragon. He was unassuming when slumbering, but amazing when he took action. Even Zhao Yuhu, the third-ranking student in the entire university, was no match for him. If he had entered the school's fighting tournament, he might have already become the champion by now. Of course I am Shi Feng. Class monitor, why would you ask such a question? Could it be that I am just too handsome and different from my previous appearance? Shi Feng joked. He naturally understood Zhao Ruosh's thoughts. He had attracted too much attention today. However, even Shi Feng himself did not wish for such a situation to occur. The developments up to this point were all unintentional. TCH, don't get cocky. You are just barely able to enter my eyes. Zhao Ruoshi immediately snatched the money from Shi Feng, her fair and delicate face revealing a calm smile. As if she had thought of something, she quietly said, "The fellowship party hosted by the university is in 10 days. There will also be the upper echelons of well-known corporations in Jinhai City attending the party. Aren't you trying to find a profitable career? This is a good chance, so you should consider attending." The moment Zhao Ruoshi finished speaking, she thought of Shi Feng's financial situation. He definitely did not have the money to attend the party. Hence, she quietly said, "As for the fee required to participate in the fellowship party, I can pay it for you." Shi Feng gave Zhao Ruoshi's words some thought. The fellowship party hosted by Jinhai University annually was a big event, and that person might even participate in this party. Hence, Shi Feng nodded his head in agreement, saying, "Thank you, class monitor. I'll go. As for the participation fee, I'll pay that myself." Zhao Ruoshi was slightly glad when she heard Shi Feng agreeing to go. However, there was an indescribable sense of disappointment when she heard Shi Feng saying that he would pay the participation fee on his own. The conversation between the two was also heard by everyone else. However, everyone doubted their hearing when they heard their class monitor, Zhao Ruoshi, actively invite Shi Feng to the fellowship party. She was even willing to pay for his participation fee. Zhao Ruoshi was a truly beautiful woman, only, she normally made no efforts to enhance her looks with makeup. Her clothing was also very common. However, it was still unable to mask her elegant and refined face and exquisite body. As long as she dressed herself up somewhat, even the school's top beauty might not be her match. Hence, there were quite a few rich and influential men who tried pursuing Zhao Ruoshi. However, every one of them was rejected. Ling Feilong was the only one who had managed to shorten the distance between them after much difficulty. However, it was only to the degree of getting Zhao Ruoshi to treat him somewhat better. Zhao Ruoshi's pridefulness was clear to behold. Now, however, Zhao Ruoshi had actively invited Shi Feng. It was an absolutely jaw-dropping scene. With such a beauty inviting them, who could refuse? However, Shi Feng had tactfully rejected Zhao Ruoshi's kind intentions. By the side, the wrathful flame in Ling Feilong's heart burned madly as he listened in on the two's conversation. Shi Feng, one must properly know one's own worth. There will be many great figures of Jinhai City attending the fellowship party. Just based on the clothes you are wearing, the security might even chase you away. At that time, you'll embarrass everyone in our class, Ling Feilong mockingly said. You don't have to worry about this point, fellow student Ling Feilong. Shi Feng turned to look at Ling Feilong. He pointed towards the ring, a cold glint flashing past his eyes as he coldly said, "On the contrary, didn't you say you wanted to teach me how to become a proper person before? This place is the fighting arena, so why don't we exchange some pointers? Teach me how to become a proper person." Shi Feng. You. Don't get ahead of yourself. I am only following the suggestion of the entire class, Ling Feilong stuttered as he looked at Shi Feng with hesitant eyes. He suddenly felt chills throughout his body, inadvertently retreating a step back. Having him exchange pointers with Shi Feng was just digging his own grave. For those who have never participated in a fighting competition, they would not be able to know the true meaning and horror of the exchange between Shi Feng and Zhu Yuhu. Zhu Yuhu was very powerful, and even Ling Feilong himself knew he was definitely not a match to Zhu Yuhu. However, Zhu Yuhu was still dispatched by Shi Feng within a moment. This fight could not even be considered a proper fight. It was just a one-sided play. The suggestion of the entire class. Shi Feng swept a glance towards his classmates standing to the side, coldly saying, "What were your suggestions?" Naturally, everyone would not stand on Ling Feilong's side. Even an idiot could tell how afraid Ling Feilong was of Shi Feng. "Fine, I admit defeat. It was I who was blind. You tell me what's to be done." Ling Feilong looked above the ring at the unconscious Ju Yuhu, gritting his teeth while saying, if he were to come into conflict with Shi Feng right now, he would not have any chance of resisting. He also did not believe that Shi Feng would show mercy. If he had continued offending Shi Feng, he would definitely be laying on a hospital bed for at least a month. When that time came, he would not be able to even participate in the city's fighting tournament, and such a loss was not something he was willing to bear. The 5,000 credits voucher for the Big Dipper training center awarded by the school, Shi Feng demanded. The Big Dipper had the best nutritionist in Jinhai City. With this voucher, Shi Feng could replenish the nutrients required by his body and quickly improve his physique. Ling Feilong was extremely unwilling to give away the Big Dipper voucher. This was an item that could not be bought outside, even with 10,000 credits. After receiving the voucher, Shi Feng left the fighting arena. Shi Feng started training his body immediately after returning to his rented apartment. After tiring himself out, he looked for information related to God's domain and Jinhai City on the internet. He was making ample preparations for his future development plan. It was especially true for the fellowship party this time around. He had to prepare sufficient information before the fellowship started. Otherwise, it would be too hard to carry out his plan. When noon came, Shi Feng ate his lunch and lay on the bed. He wore his virtual gaming helmet, starting his second day in God's domain. Chapter 50, The Popular Garrison Armor. Chapter 50, The Popular Garrison Armor. Dark clouds hovered over the skies of Red Leaf Town, surrounding the full moon that hung in midday. On the streets, magic lamps brightly lit up the town. Shi Feng had just logged in. It was still nighttime in God's domain. A majority of the players were currently in the trade area, making the place very crowded. There were only a scant few experts who would hunt for monsters to level up at this time of day. During the daytime, the street of the trade area was desolate. However, that street had currently turned into a bazaar, bustling with noise and excitement. Players could be seen setting up stalls throughout the wide cobblestone street, and above their white sheets of cloth were some items required by auxiliary jobs and also a few pieces of common equipment. Buyers and sellers were bargaining with each other, and some faces even turned crimson over 1 or 2 coppers. System: the garrison armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 5 silvers 31 coppers has been added to your inventory. System: the garrison armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 5 silvers 67 coppers has been added to your inventory. System: the garrison armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 5 silvers 98 coppers has been added to your inventory. Before Shi Feng had taken a step forward, a series of auction house notifications from the system entered his ears. Shi Feng casually selected the system notifications to appear, immediately becoming shocked. The garrison armor's value had totally exceeded Shi Feng's estimates. Originally, Shi Feng intended to have it sold for, more or less, 5 silvers. In reality, however, due to the competition in price growing fiercer, the garrison armor reached a maximum price of 6 silvers 42 coppers. The 11 garrison armors sold for a total of over 67 silver coins. The amount immediately turned Shi Feng into the owner of a gold coin. He had become a goldainaire. At the current phase of the game, the purchasing power of a single silver coin was astonishing. For a second-rate guild, their circulating funds would only amount to 60 or 70 silver coins. To properly develop their normal members during the initial periods of the game, the guilds were unable to stock up on too many copper coins. Such an action would only hamper the guild's future development. As for first-rate guilds, their circulating funds might only be around 1 gold coin. However, these funds would seem insignificant when it was used on tens or hundreds of people. Now, Shi Feng was a true tycoon. After a day of battle, a majority of the players were currently returning to town with their spoils of war. These players carried a lot of materials on their persons, and naturally, Shi Feng would not let this chance get away. Shi Feng casually chose a location with few people, setting his white cloth on the ground and starting up his stall to purchase materials. The highest level player right now should be at level 4, whereas the average player was still at level 2 and expert players at level 3. Hence, the materials they sold varied greatly. There were high-ranking goods, and there were also common goods. The current prices for high-ranking materials were very expensive, so Shi Feng would naturally not buy them. Shi Feng relied solely on himself to make the garrison armor, so the money he could earn was limited. However, Shi Feng was just selling these pieces of equipment to accumulate some funds. Only when he had the funds could he earn more money. Buying magic essence, 6 coppers a stack, stones, 10 coppers a stack. Also buying hard stones, 23 coppers a stack, Shi Feng shouted. After hearing Shi Feng's words, the players on the street crowded around him, one after another. "Boss, I have 10 stacks of stones. How many stacks do you want?" "I have 6 stacks of magic essence, do you want all of them?" "I have a stack of hard stones." After grinding in the wild for an entire day, magic essences and stones had become materials that polluted the street. Normally, players would sell these materials to NPCs or save them up for practicing their own auxiliary jobs. However, materials such as hard stones were very rare. They were usually found in level 3 areas, only being dropped by kobolds or little rock monsters. There were 20 pieces of hard stones in a stack, and they were worth 20 coppers when sold to NPCs. Hard stones were used in forging, however, it was quite luxurious to use them at this stage of the game. Guilds very rarely purchased hard stones, so their prices were not very high. However, they would have a great purpose once players reached level 7. There were many special monsters in the level 7 monster areas, and it was extremely taxing on the durability of a weapon to fight against these monsters. A weapon would break when its durability reached 0. Once a weapon was broken, the chance of successfully repairing it was only around 20%. If failed, it would turn into scrap. Meanwhile, hard stones could be used to make whetstones. When used on a weapon, it could temporarily increase its damage. More importantly, it could recover a weapon's durability by 5 to 10 points. With the whetstone, players did not have to return to town just to repair their weapons, saving them a lot of time and also increasing their monster grinding efficiency. In Shi Feng's previous life, hard stones were sold with extreme popularity. The price of whetstones increased with even greater speed, allowing many forgers to make a hefty profit. To quickly increase their levels and gain an advantage, Shadow Guild had also been butchered by those sharks. They could only grit their teeth as they bought the whetstones. In this life, it was Shi Feng's turn to make a huge profit. He was going to stock up these hard stones in advance. After purchasing materials for over an hour, Shi Feng had a total of 80 stacks of magic essence and 120 stacks of stones. As for hard stones, Shi Feng had only collected 12 stacks of them, a very small amount. Shi Feng's bag was quickly filled. He had no choice but to make a trip to the bank's warehouse to store all these items. The bank's warehouse had a fixed space of 500 slots. Expanding the warehouse's space for the first time would give an additional 500 slots at the cost of 20 coppers. The second time was 1,000 slots for 50 coppers. Afterward, every 1,000 slots would cost 1 silver coin, and every additional 1,000 slots would result in a management fee of 10 copper coins per week. Currently, such an amount of money was nothing to Shi Feng. Immediately, Shi Feng expanded 3,000 slots, and in the future, he would have to pay a processing fee of 30 coppers every week. After storing all the materials, Shi Feng ran towards the auction house. The auction house linked together all the small towns under the influence of White River City. Although there were few people who sold common materials here, there would surely still be some people who sold hard stones. Only, the prices they set were slightly higher. However, players would have no choice but to buy whetstones for their weapons when they reached level 7. So, Shi Feng wasn't concerned about the loss of money. After arriving at the auction house, Shi Feng discovered a very peculiar situation. There were quite a lot of logistics members of guilds present at the auction house. Each and every one of them were standing guard at the auction house, and it was a wonder what they were actually waiting for. Shi Feng randomly chose a place to sit down, calling out the operating panel of the auction house. Just when Shi Feng was searching for hard stones, he heard a few logistics members of guilds complaining to each other. How long more do we have to wait? Why is that garrison armor still not showing up? Let me buy it so I can report back. You've only waited for 3 hours. I've already been waiting here for more than 10 hours. You haven't seen the intensity of the competition for the garrison armor. I've heard, because of this garrison armor, there were quite a few guilds who were able to kill many wild special elites, reaping astonishing gains. There was even a guild that managed to obtain quite a few pieces of equipment and skill books, thanks to the garrison armor. So, everyone is here to fight over it. Unfortunately, the remaining few pieces of garrison armor have all been bought. Exactly. Our guild is currently regretting it dearly. If we had known how greatly we would fall behind to those guilds, we would have bought the garrison armor, even if we had to pay 7 silver coins for one. Now, the higher-ups have already given the order. As long as the garrison armor appears, we definitely must buy it. During the discussion held by the logistic members, Shi Feng was also surprised by the speed of the garrison armor achieving his desired effect. Hence, Shi Feng took out the remaining 7 garrison armor that possessed defensive power. He stealthily placed them on auction, setting the base price for each piece at 8 silver coins, 2 silver coins higher than his original estimation. However, these guilds should be able to accept such a price. As for the best garrison heavy armor, Shi Feng would only sell it after a period of time has passed. He would first let these guilds slowly digest the current garrison armor. After placing the equipment on auction, Shi Feng started searching for hard stones. Shi Feng wondered if there were many players who had auctioned them off. Chapter 51, Competition at the Auction House. Chapter 51, Competition at the Auction House. Shi Feng called out the search panel, immediately entering the words, hard stone. Suddenly, rows of information appeared on the semi-transparent screen. In a single glance, Shi Feng could see over 100 stacks of hard stones being sold. There were many players selling them. When Shi Feng saw a stack of hard stones selling for 1 gold coin, he felt such a player must have been driven insane by poverty. Immediately, Shi Feng filtered the display to show prices from lowest to highest. After adjusting the display, the cheapest stack of hard stones still cost 26 coppers. After deducting the processing fees of the auction house, players could still receive 25 coppers. As expected, the prices were a lot higher than normal. However, Shi Feng still had to buy them. He could afford them as long as the price was below 30 coppers. Suddenly, the number of hard stones available on the auction house had been reduced by a large half. The remaining ones were all selling for 30 coppers and above, and there was no spendthrift who would buy them. After looking at hard stones, Shi Feng casually took at the miscellaneous section. Shi Feng's eyes abruptly shone. There were actually card sets. Moreover, there was a large number of them. There was some chance for monsters to drop these card sets, however, the drop rate for it was extremely low. There was not even a 10,000 to 1 chance for one to drop. Monsters below level 10 were able to drop 12 card sets, and they were divided into 2 ranks, Bronze rank and Mysterious Iron rank. Warriors had Steel, Crusaders, and Insanity. Weapons specialists had Chaos, Vengeance, and Hurricane. Healers had Divine, Nature, and Noble. Mags had Element, Fool, and Demon. These 12 card sets each represented the 12 different jobs. Every set had 9 cards in them, and each card had a number behind them. As long as a player could gather a complete set, they could exchange it for a piece of set equipment for the respective job. Back in those days, a majority of the players did not know what these card sets were for. Moreover, there was no introduction for these card sets. Players, at that time, simply kept these card sets in their bags or sold them at the auction house. Only when the normal mode of the 50-man level 10 dungeon near the city was cleared, did these players discover there was actually an NPC that would trade for these card sets. Depending on the rank of the card sets, they could be traded for either Bronze or Mysterious Iron set equipment. These set equipment were absolutely marvelous. A Bronze set of equipment could rival an entire regular set of Mysterious Iron equipment, whereas a Mysterious Iron set of equipment could rival an entire regular set of Secret Silver equipment. So, these card sets that nobody cared about before suddenly turned ragingly popular overnight. Every card was sold at an astronomical price. Even so, many guilds were still frantic over them, constantly purchasing them. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of card sets currently displayed in front of Shi Feng, yet there was actually nobody who wanted them. Each card was being sold at no more than 5 coppers, and even the maximum was 7 coppers. Shi Feng bought them clean without hesitation. Shi Feng did not think much of the cost. What's more, they would not increase in value even if he had left them in his bag. Using the money to grow money, now that was the way of the king. After Shi Feng was finished with collecting hard stones and card sets, he was left with no more than 14 silver coins. Following which, Shi Feng searched for skill books through the search panel. To determine a player's strength in God's domain, other than looking at their equipment, the number of skills they had learned was another factor. If a player possessed many skills, they could have a large variety of attack patterns to use in battle. An expert swordsman could usually utilize more than 20 skills in battle, whereas first-rate experts could use more than 40 skills in battle. As for the top-tier experts, they did not need to be mentioned. Shi Feng was a first-rate expert, yet, he possessed less than 10 skills. His condition was truly pathetic. However, there were very few skill books currently being sold. Under normal circumstances, players would usually use skill books on themselves or trade them for a skill they were able to use. Shi Feng went through more than 10 pages in one go. As long as he saw a skill usable by swordsmen, he immediately bought them. When Shi Feng arrived at the final page, his mind turned blank. Are you kidding me? Even defensive blade is being sold. Shi Feng went wild with joy. The defensive blade was a swordsman's powerhouse skill. It was also a sure-kill skill when dealing with mags. However, the skill also had a damnable drop rate. Even in his previous life, Shi Feng only managed to get his hands on the skill after he was well over level 40. Shi Feng truly did not imagine he would be able to see it now. Although the selling price was slightly high, 6 silvers was still acceptable to Shi Feng. Shi Feng immediately placed a bid of 7 silver coins, not wanting to waste too much time. Very quickly, Shi Feng bought the skill for 7 silver coins. With the current purchasing power of 7 silver coins, Shi Feng could buy 5 to 6 basic skill books. However, Shi Feng spent them all on defensive blade without batting an eyelid. In addition to buying the rare skill, defensive blade, Shi Feng also purchased 3 common skills, observing eyes, wind walk, and earth splitter. On another note, while Shi Feng was joyous over his purchase, the situation at the auction house started turning frantic. The logistic members of the various guilds were all crimson to their ears, their rage soaring to the skies. Crap, 9 silver coins still isn't enough to get this equipment. Which rich guild is it that bade 10 silver coins? You animals, why don't you take a look at my side? Someone's already bid 10 silvers and 65 coppers. These people are absolutely insane. I've only brought 10 silver coins with me. What should I do now that I can't complete my task? Abominable. They are hiding their names and placing only these few pieces of equipment on auction. How can I even snatch one? These people were the logistics members of unrated guilds. They were on the brink of insanity when they saw the larger guilds bid, each higher than the other. The most abominable person, however, was the creator of the equipment. Every time, this person only auctioned a few pieces of equipment. Previously, the competition over the equipment was already sufficiently intense. However, the garrison armor being auctioned right now had even better attributes, and their numbers were even less. The money they brought along to bid was absolutely insufficient, so how were they going to fight for the equipment? It can't be, right? Are there that many tycoons? Someone actually bid 11 silvers. Shi Feng's joy reached the tips of his brows when he looked at how the garrison armor's price continuously increased. Within moments, the money he spent before had all been recovered, to the extent that it was more than before. Suddenly, Shi Feng thought of the defensive blade. The average player definitely had no chance of obtaining such a rare skill for swordsmen, whereas guilds would not sell it, even if they obtained it. The skill must have been sold by a certain guild to collect funds to buy the garrison armor. It's just that their actions once again benefited Shi Feng. Within moments, all 7 garrison armors had their prices increased past 11 silvers. Such a price shocked even Shi Feng himself. Where did so many powerful guilds suddenly come from? With the financial resources of such guilds, they ought to not spend that much money on a piece of bronze equipment. However, what Shi Feng did not know was, after he had placed the garrison armors on auction, the logistics members of various large guilds reported the situation back to their guild leaders. Previously, these guild leaders saw the MT of other guilds tanking special elites with the garrison armor. These MTs were able to allow the other players to attack the special elites with ease, obtaining various skill books and bronze equipment, mysterious iron equipment even. At such a sight, the eyes of these guild leaders had long since turned red with envy.